Why would Su Mushi be with Xie Xian? Was she trying to embarrass him publicly? Xiao Zimo thought this, but didn't notice the strange looks in everyone's eyes. Bai Menjing bit her lip lightly, smiled, and stepped forward. Zimo, you're here. Sorry about this morning. I wanted to come with you, but Chairman Chen said he would arrive later, so I was asked to come early to prepare the venue. That's why I didn't wait for you. Her words were half true, half false. Chairman Chen did say he would meet a distinguished guest later, so he would arrive later. As the princess, if she didn't want to come early, the vice chairman and others could arrive early to prepare the venue. She simply didn't want to come with Xiao Zimo. But now, seeing Xiao Zimo come over and not even glance at her, instead staring intently at Su Mushi, she felt uncomfortable again. After a few days of rest, Xiao Zimo looked like an ordinary person and could walk freely, only unable to stand for long. At first glance, it seemed like the once proud young master had returned. This made many women blush when they saw Xiao Zimo. Xiao Zimo looked at Bai Menjing, a faint smile on his face, and simply said it's okay. His expression was not cold, but also not close. This made many people wonder. Wasn't it said that the young master of Anyang had been thinking about Princess Changla for the past 3 years? But now it seemed he had no real feelings for her and was more interested in Su Mushi. Even if Bai Menjing tried to act composed, her face showed some embarrassment. Indeed, Xiao Zimo already knew the truth about the incident when Xiao Zishi lost his temper years ago, so he no longer loved her, only pretending to be polite. So, Xiao Zimo probably wanted to cancel their engagement too. If that's the case, she would support him. But what was Xiao Zimo looking at when he looked at Su Mushi? Was he simply upset that she was walking with another man? Or did he regret breaking up with her? No matter what, today she would ruin Su Mushi's appearance. When she heard that Shen Yaxin invited Su Mushi to the literary gathering yesterday, she thought about it. To make sure Su Mushi could come today, she went to the Empress Dowager for help. Although the Empress Dowager said it wasn't worth arguing with an unworthy girl, she couldn't swallow her anger. She was much better than Su Mushi in looks and status, but why did all the men look at Su Mushi? Thinking of how Su Mushi was held by Yi Ziyu that day, how Pei Yuan got drunk for her, how Xie Xian mocked her for her, and how Xiao Zimo had just stared at Su Mushi, she wished she could tear Su Mushi apart. Su Mushi saw Xiao Zimo out of the corner of her eye. Seeing that he could move freely, she felt a bit proud. It seemed her medical skills had improved a lot. In previous years, the literary conference also invited doctors to oversee the event and built a small shelter specifically for them. Su Mushi walked to the small shelter on the right, where an elderly man, nearly 80 years old, was already seated. The old man had white hair and a youthful face, looking very kind and gentle. Seeing him, Su Mushi bowed and greeted, "Young lady Su Mushi, may I ask your name?" Jimeo carefully examined Su Mushi from close up, smiling as he beckoned her over. "Old Jimeo here. Young lady, don't be shy. Sit down and chat." Hearing this, Su Mushi bowed again and replied, "Greetings, Dr. Jimeo." She then placed her medicine box down and found a chair to sit on. This place was by the lake, with a shelter, tables, and chairs. There were teas and snacks on the table, showing that the trade association treated doctors quite well. Sitting here, she could see the entire conference clearly. If nothing unexpected happened, this was truly a great spot to watch the show. Xie Xian saw this, and also found a chair to sit beside Su Mushi, which made her frown again. "Young Master Xie, this is a resting place for doctors. If you're not feeling unwell, it's better to go over there," she said coldly, pointing to the main venue ahead, as if to chase him away. Xie Xian's eyes flickered mischievously, and he said playfully, "I came to see Miss Su for a consultation." Just now, she only looked at Lord Li once, and saw something was wrong. "Can you help me take a look too?" He then extended his wrist towards Su Mushi, his narrow phoenix eyes fixed on her without blinking. Su Mushi began to doubt her own appearance. Knight Ziyu said she was pretty, but now even Xie Xian's gaze seemed off. He had previously said she looked ugly and wasn't interested in her. But now, what's going on? He looked at her as if she was very beautiful. His gaze was almost the same as when Yiziyu looked at her, except Yiziyu's eyes held restraint, while Xie Xian's gaze was completely open. Just as Su Mushi was about to speak, an old hand rested on Xie Xian's wrist. This young master may not indulge in pleasures, but he's quite weak in that area, the old man said seriously. Let me give you a prescription. Take it twice a day, drink it for 3 or 5 years, and I guarantee you'll regain your strength. Jimeo said this earnestly, but Xie Xian's face instantly darkened. He quickly pulled back his wrist, looking nervously and anxiously at Su Mushi. I'm not. This old man is talking nonsense. He blushed instantly, his handsome face turning red. He desperately wanted to defend himself, but didn't know what to say. Gamao stroked his beard and said with a displeased look, Old man has never lied. I learned medicine at 8 years old, and since I started diagnosing people, I've never been wrong. If this young master doesn't believe it, you can ask Miss Su to take a look. Hearing Gamao's confident words, Xie Xian suddenly doubted himself. Am I not capable? But how is that possible? He hadn't tried before, and if Miss Su diagnosed him as unfit, he would rather jump into the Blue Wave Lake himself. I think you're confused. Just by touching my wrist, you say I'm not fit? If I weren't old, I'd argue with you properly. He blushed and looked at Su Mushi. Miss Su, the literary contest is about to start. I'll go ahead first. In the painting and calligraphy competition, I will definitely win first place and take you to the lakeside pavilion together. Then he hurriedly left. His back looked like he was fleeing in a hurry. Su Mushi held back her laughter, and after Xie Xian was far away, she finally chuckled mischievously. Ha ha ha. Gamao also showed a proud smile. That young man with yellow hair dared to compete with Yiziyu for a wife. He's really overestimating himself. After laughing enough, Su Mushi looked at Gamao and asked curiously, Did young master see Dr. Gamao earlier? Judging by Xie Xian's expression, he definitely wasn't showing signs of kidney deficiency. And just as Xie Xian said, merely touching his wrist couldn't diagnose anything. So Gamao was probably lying just to drive Xie Xian away. Gamao shook his head. Not exactly. I just don't like how he looks at other people's wives with eyes. Hearing Gamao call Xie Xian, Su Mushi couldn't help but laugh again. Seeing her laugh, Gamao, curious, asked her, Miss Su, how did you tell that man was indulging excessively? Unlike Xie Xian earlier, he could see that Li Shan was genuinely guilty, so Su Mushi wasn't talking nonsense. Doctors focus on observing, listening, questioning, and feeling, but when he entered earlier, he clearly saw Li Shan and didn't notice anything wrong. Although he already knew Su Mushi was a skilled healer, he didn't expect her to be so much better than him. That brat Yiziyu really knows how to find a wife. I didn't expect to hear Su Mushi softly laughing and saying, Dr. Go, you are overestimating me. Actually, I saw that person when I went to Xuanfang Tower for a medical consultation. The girl there told me that he often visits Xuanfang Tower and always needs medicine. That's why I believe he indulges too much and has exhausted his body. Gumao chuckled quietly, surprised by how clever the girl was. Knight Zayu also recognized her intelligence. Meanwhile, Knight Zayu was dressed in armor, standing on the training ground, his cold eyes scanning the soldiers below. The first 2 days at the Riding Tiger camp went smoothly, and General Bai of the camp was polite to him. Unexpectedly, the people behind him were eager, and before he had been there 3 days, they already arranged work for him. Last night after dinner, dozens of new soldiers suddenly convulsed and fell to the ground. The military doctor examined them and said it was probably food poisoning. Some of the soldiers rushed into the Firehead army and carried out a bag of moldy rice. We joined the army to serve the country, but these people gave us moldy rice to eat. These brothers didn't die on the battlefield, but died at the hands of their own people. How is this fair? I refuse to serve in this army anymore. One soldier led the others in shouting angrily. Knight Zayu looked coldly at the leading soldiers and shouted loudly, Who said these people are dead? Or, Do you all hope they die soon, so you can become deserters easily? Then he ordered loudly to Xiao Su, "Go to my tent and bring the medicine. Today's incident will be thoroughly investigated." He suddenly drew his sword from his waist, glaring coldly at the troublemakers, and said, "If anyone tries to leave before we find out the truth, don't blame me for being ruthless. I have killed countless people, enemies, and those who disturb the army's morale. If anyone doubts me, try it." He pointed his sword at everyone, a bloodthirsty smile on his face. "Since the last war ended, I haven't killed anyone for a long time. My hands are itching for blood. If I start killing, 1 or 2 won't satisfy my desire. I'd prefer all of you to come at once." Knight Zayu's tall figure, wearing a strange-looking mask that looked terrifying at night, and his cold, bloodthirsty words instantly silenced the soldiers who had been shouting earlier. Earlier, a few people who caused trouble saw no one responded to them. They were afraid that if they continued to cause chaos, Yiziyu might really hurt them. So, they had no choice but to stay silent, unwillingly. However, after those poisoned individuals died, the crowd's anger was reignited. It seemed that this rebellion would naturally come to an end. Unexpectedly, Yiziyu didn't know what medicine those people had been given. In less than half an hour, the ones who were close to death actually came back to life. Seeing that no one was dead, Yiziyu quietly relaxed. Fortunately, before leaving, Shir had prepared many medicines for him. Maybe, because of the last time he was secretly attacked at the palace banquet, Shir was left with a shadow, so she prepared the most antidotes. This time, her help really made a big difference. The new soldiers ate the same rice, but only about a dozen collapsed and twitched. The real reason was not that they ate moldy rice, but that someone brought moldy rice to the fire camp. That's why these people fell and twitched. Everyone gather at the training ground. Until the investigation is complete, stand there. Not a single one missing. Yiziyu shouted sternly, and the new soldiers dared not resist. The few troublemakers saw this, exchanged glances, and one of them stepped forward angrily shouting, "Why should we stand at the training ground? It's obviously you guys who fed us moldy rice." Before he finished, Yiziyu's sword flew out and accurately pierced his throat, silencing him and causing him to fall to the ground. Military orders are absolute. Everyone must stand at the training ground. Anyone disturbing the army will meet the same fate. The new soldiers had never seen such a scene before. Many of them had never even seen a dead person. Seeing Yiziyu kill someone, they were immediately frightened. They didn't dare even breathe loudly, afraid of his terrifying appearance. Yiziyu saw this and lowered his voice, but the coldness around him did not lessen at all. "I have said that today's matter will be thoroughly investigated, and I will give everyone an explanation. I will not let you soldiers shed blood and tears in vain." Apart from the few poisoned soldiers just now, the other new soldiers obediently stood on the training ground. Yiziyu did not make them stand alone, but stood with them. Unexpectedly, he stood there all night. That night, Yiziyu stood straight without showing any fatigue. This gradually made the initially somewhat resentful new soldiers admire him more and more. Yiziyu had everyone stand still here, mainly to make it easier for Xiao Su and his men to investigate the matter. The military doctor must be involved, and some soldiers from the Firehead Battalion also seem suspicious. However, no one knows who the main culprit is. As the sun slowly rose, the soldiers who had been standing all night reached their limit. Many were starting to sway and looked about to faint. At this moment, Xiao Su, accompanied by a few guards, brought someone over to Yiziyu. When Yiziyu saw the person, the fainting soldier suddenly regained his energy. Yeziyu's people had actually caught General Bai. Remember, General Bai not only controls the entire Tiger Riding Battalion's troops, but is also a direct member of the Bai family and the cousin of the former empress. Yeziyu's actions might cause unrest in the entire camp. Isn't he afraid of causing a rebellion? When Yiziyu saw Bai Shoa, he was very surprised. He initially thought that someone from Qiao Shuyuan's group was behind this, but it turned out to be someone from the Bai family. No, that's not typical of the Bai family style. Bai Shoa must have been used by Qiao Shuyuan. but that's okay. Yeziu was willing to accept this trap set by Xiao Shuyuan. Bai Shoa was silenced by Xiao So, who could only hear muffled sobs. Seeing this, Yeziu didn't let Xiao Su remove the cloth in Bai Shoa's mouth. Instead, he looked at Xiao Su and signaled him to explain the situation. Xiao Su bowed and spoke loudly enough for most of the soldiers to hear clearly. Your Highness, General Bai is unhappy with your authority in the army. He deliberately arranged for rice in the Firehead Battalion to be replaced, causing trouble. I have already brought in other doctors to examine the soldiers who fainted and convulsed earlier. It wasn't due to eating moldy rice, but because they were poisoned. And I have identified the person responsible for the poisoning. As soon as Xiao Su finished speaking, a guard quickly ran onto the stage and seized the military doctor. Your Highness, the person who poisoned them is Dr. Wang Jian. Wang Jian was grabbed by the guard's shoulder and cried out in pain. Before Yeziu could ask anything, he confessed everything. General Bai ordered me to poison them. I had no choice. Please, Your Highness, spare me. Spare me. Yeziu looked coldly at Wang Jian. He raised his hand slightly, and Wang Jian's jaw was forcibly dislocated. Having worked with Xiao Su for many years, Yeziu had learned most of his methods. He knew that Xiao Su had no proof that Wang Jian was the one who poisoned them, and of course, there was no evidence that Bai Shoa was the mastermind behind everything. The soldiers had been standing all night, and their patience was nearly gone. If they couldn't figure out what was going on soon, a rebellion might really happen. So, they took a risky move. Xiao Su smugly raised an eyebrow at Yeziu, clearly taking credit. But Yeziu glared at him and pointed out the few troublemakers who had led the chaos, ordering the guards to arrest them. When those people saw Wang Jian had already confessed, they knelt and begged for mercy, revealing everything on their own. They not only exposed the inside informant of the fire troops but also revealed other new soldiers who had been incited. Most importantly, all of them pointed to Bai Shoa, claiming he had arranged everything. With these confessions, even if Bai Shoa didn't speak, the soldiers believed that everything was his doing. Of course, Yeziu had no intention of letting Bai Shoa speak. At least, he wouldn't allow Bai Shoa to speak in the camp. Bai Shoa's identity was obvious here, so Yeziu wouldn't directly punish him with military law. And he also didn't want to waste the effort that Xiao Shuyuan had put into this. So, Yeziu planned to Bai Shoa to the palace to report. Seeing Bai Shoa's eyes full of anger, Yeziu leaned in and whispered in his ear, General Bai, you don't need to look at me like that. I am also a victim. Think carefully about how you will defend yourself when you meet the emperor later. Oh, and I haven't told you this yet, have I? The one who recommended me to the tiger camp was the Marquis of Anyang. Do you think his original intention was aimed at me or at you? Hearing this, Bai Shoa gradually suppressed his anger and narrowed his eyes in thought. After a moment, he saw the anger in Bai Shoa's eyes rekindle, and he smirked in satisfaction. Meanwhile, just as the literary meeting was about to start, the president of the Merchant Guild, Chin Tsongkai, arrived late, accompanied by a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. As soon as the young man stepped into the venue, he immediately caught the attention of most people. The proud young women's gazes lingered on him, their faces showing shy smiles. When Bai Menjing saw him, her cheeks blushed naturally. The young man stood tall, with handsome features and an air of nobility in every move. His fox-like eyes seemed to have a captivating power, making even those who looked into them blush and their hearts race. Although he looked somewhat androgynous, he didn't seem soft or feminine. Instead, every gesture radiated masculinity, making women feel their hearts flutter at the sight of him. Even compared to the most handsome on-site person, Xiao Zimo, he seemed to pale in comparison. Chun Tsong first bowed to apologize to everyone, then introduced the man beside him. This is young Master Wei, from the Wei family, one of the 4 great merchant families of Jin. Wei Yichen smiled and looked around, his gaze lingering on a small booth on the right for a moment before speaking. I am Wei Yichen, from the Wei family in Jinzhou. I have long heard of the literary gatherings at Bibo Pavilion in the capital and have always admired them. Now that I have the chance to attend, I am truly honored to meet all the distinguished scholars, talented men and women here. His voice was deep and charming, making people feel warm and comfortable. When everyone heard that Wei Yichen was from the Wei family of the four great merchant families, their eyes changed slightly when they looked at him. Most men wanted to make friends with him, while most women hoped to catch his attention. Although the Wei family was just a merchant family, the four great merchant families of Jin were not ordinary merchants. They were incredibly wealthy, rivaling nations. When wealth reached a certain level, it meant power. Even Bai Menjing, upon learning that he was from the Wei family, started to think more carefully. Not only was he handsome, but he was also from the Wei family. He could be a good match for her. Among everyone present, besides the two famous scholars who held high status in the literary world, Bai Menjing was the most prominent. After Wei Yichen finished speaking, Bai Menjing was the first to speak. Young Master Wei has traveled a long way. We warmly welcome you. If you are interested in the literary competition, perhaps you can have a friendly exchange with everyone later. Wei Yichen's fox-like eyes curved slightly as he looked at Bai Menjing, then spoke gently. You must be Princess Changla. Words cannot compare to seeing you in person. Princess, please accept my greetings. He then bowed gracefully, his posture confident and elegant, making Bai Menjing somewhat mesmerized. Realizing she had lost her composure, Bai Menjing slightly pursed her lips and shyly smiled at Wei Yichen, returning the gesture. Young Master Wei, you are too kind. The man was handsome, the woman delicate and beautiful, an attractive pair. But their interaction made everyone's thoughts vary, and they couldn't help but focus on Xiao Zimo. This childhood sweetheart, about to be married, showing such shy affection toward another man, what would Xiao Zimo's reaction be? Though Xiao Zimo was angry inside, he knew he couldn't show it at all. He could only curse Bai Menjing secretly for her lowly behavior. However, in his gaze toward Wei Yichen, there was an unmistakable hint of challenge. He spoke so ambiguously. He must be from the Wei family's main branch. Moreover, this is a literary gathering. People are not judged by their appearance but by their talent and knowledge. A merchant attending a literary event is probably just there to contribute money. Su Mushi, who was discussing medical skills with Go Mao, didn't notice Wei Yichen's arrival at all. Anyway, if no one called her, she wouldn't walk around casually. However, Go Mao, having developed the habit of multitasking in the army, noticed Wei Yichen the moment Chen Song brought him in. Perhaps it was his imagination, but he felt that when Wei Yichen looked in their direction, there was a hint of a malicious smile in his eyes. Of course, it could also be that he was too far away to see clearly. But Go Mao clearly saw Wei Yichen's appearance. He had lived so long and had never seen a man who looked as much like Yiziyu as that young man. Today, he finally saw one. Although Wei Yichen's looks were still a bit inferior to Yiziyu's, his demeanor was much better. If he were a young girl, he would definitely choose Wei Yichen without hesitation and stay far away from that brat Yiziyu. But when he saw Su Mushi seriously explaining acupuncture points to him, he suddenly felt nervous. Yiziyu had finally found a girl he liked, and he had to keep her close today. If she fell for someone else and ran off with them, he wouldn't have the face to meet Prince Yu after 100 years. Su girl, let me tell you, a man should have the demeanor of a man. Those who always smile warmly are usually scheming. Those who seem gentle might not be as dark-hearted as they appear. People's hearts are hard to read, and women are said to be mysterious, but men's hearts are even harder to understand. I feel we are destined to meet, so I couldn't help but want to remind you. Su Mushi blinked, unsure why Go Mao suddenly said these things to her.
Could it be?
Old Ge, do you know King Yongin? Su Mushi instantly became tense. She had also felt a connection with Go Mao, especially after discussing medical skills, and had lowered her guard. But now, she became alert again. She didn't know who the other person was, so it was better not to get too close. Go Mao suddenly said these things, probably because of her and Yiziyu's marriage. He didn't expect Su Mushi to be so cautious and nodded with satisfaction. I have indeed met with King Yongin a few times. I think King Yongin is a good person, a true man among men, and he is in excellent health. After saying this, I noticed a hint of doubt in Su Mushi's eyes, so I decided to speak more directly. King Yongin is truly a good match for Miss Su. Miss Su, don't be swayed by those who are easily distracted by superficial things.
소목씨,
Is he worried that she might be flirtatious? I feel a mix of anger and amusement. Now that she looks so ugly, I didn't expect her to be worried about such things. At this moment, applause sounds from the middle of the venue. Su Mushi instinctively looks over and sees Qiao Zimo standing on stage, blushing as he looks at a man. The man is more handsome and has a better demeanor than Qiao Zimo, so Qiao Zimo seems to feel overshadowed and embarrassed, unable to recover his composure. Thinking of this, Su Mushi can't help but feel a bit pleased. She curiously observes the unfamiliar man. Unexpectedly, their eyes meet. Seeing the smile on the man's face, Su Mushi awkwardly looks away, but then she catches Gao Mao's scrutinizing gaze. Could this Dr. Gao be sent by Yi Ziyu to watch her? She just glanced at another man. Why is she so nervous? Dr. Gao is right. King Yongin is indeed a good match for me. I won't be swayed by superficial attractions. Gao Mao sees that Su Mushi's eyes are clear and that she shows a hint of shyness when mentioning Yi Ziyu, and he feels a bit relieved. Meanwhile, on stage, Qiao Zimo is indeed in a difficult position, just as Su Mushi guessed. After the literary contest begins, the first round is a couplet challenge. He wants to prove himself, so he quickly matches the couplets from two scholars, then finally presents a couplet he has thought about for a long time. If no one can match it, he will be the champion of this round. Seeing that everyone hesitates and cannot match his couplet, he turns his gaze to Wei Yichen with a slight challenge. Young Master Wei, since you've come from afar, why not try a pair as well? He thought that his words would embarrass Wei Yichen, but unexpectedly, Wei Yichen slightly smiles and says, since the Marquis of Anyang kindly invites, I won't refuse. His upper line is, tall trees stand lush and green, pines, cypresses, and willows. His lower line is, flowing water is endless, rivers, streams, lakes, and seas. When he says this, everyone looks surprised. They thought Wei Yichen was only handsome, but now they realize his knowledge is impressive too. Zhou Zimo was also shocked by Wei Yichen's relaxed way of matching the couplets. During the past 3 years of limping, he had come up with this upper line out of boredom at home. He thought no one could match it, but unexpectedly, a businessman did. It was truly embarrassing. Before he could think of what to say, Wei Yichen stepped onto the stage and said calmly, since the air has matched the couplet, I will also present one for him to match. After all, everything should follow the customs of reciprocity. Zhou Zimo didn't expect the other to dare to challenge him directly. A look of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth as he replied lightly, Young Master Wei, please. He didn't believe Wei Yichen was truly talented. He thought it was just a coincidence that he matched his couplet earlier. He was eager to see what kind of couplet Wei Yichen would come up with. Wei Yichen paid no attention to Zhou Zimo's proud expression and kept his calm smile. He looked around and finally fixed his gaze on a small pavilion on the right. My lower line is, spiders under the eaves, weaving their silk with deep affection. This line describes spiders weaving webs under the eaves, using the word silk as a homophone for private, implying hidden feelings and intentions. The spider under the eaves symbolizes a person's state of mind, and deep affection expresses inner thoughts. Brilliant! Truly brilliant! Xie Xian was the first to applaud. He not only thought Wei Yichen's couplet was wonderful but also found Wei Yichen's counterattack against Zhou Zimo to be extremely clever. Zhou Zimo, ungrateful and treacherous, had caused Miss Su much suffering before. Now, seeing Zhou Zimo embarrassed, Xie Xian felt even happier than when he obtained famous calligraphy or paintings. With Xie Xian leading, others also clapped their hands. This was exactly what Su Mushi had just witnessed. Zhou Zimo pondered for a long time, but couldn't think of a matching lower line. He was unwilling to give up the honor to a businessman who was not even reputable. He coldly asked, Young Master Wei, perhaps you can come up with the lower line? His tone was full of doubt and challenge. Maybe he had received the couplet from somewhere else and couldn't match it himself, but he wanted to show off here. Just as Zhou Zimo finished speaking, Wei Yichen responded with his lower line. My lower line is, earthworms in the yard, full of muddy hearts. Wei Yichen's smile disappeared, and he looked coldly at Zhou Zimo, a mocking smile curling at his lips. The air of the Anyang Marquis. Nothing more. Originally, I came to the capital to visit relatives and happened to see the literary gathering. However, I was more interested in the beautiful scenery of the Bibo Pavilion. So, I think the winner of this contest should be given to the young master of the Anyang Marquis family. Xiao Zimo felt that Wei Yichen was openly insulting him. Just as he was about to speak angrily, Wei Yichen said, however, the poem pairs just now, I am willing to buy for 17,840 taels of silver. Although the literary gathering was officially about donating silver to help the disaster-stricken areas of Qi State, at its core, it was an opportunity for merchants to meet writers. Usually, merchants would support talented men and women they liked, buying their poetry, calligraphy, or paintings. But now, Wei Yichen had bid high and bought all the pairs from the first round of the contest. If he was new here and just wanted to make friends, that might make sense. But why did he have so much silver, enough to bid so high? Xiao Zimo was still angry, but when he heard Wei Yichen say he would pay 17,840 taels, his anger gradually faded. He started to look at Wei Yichen differently. Suddenly, he glanced at Su Mushi and saw a hint of realization in his eyes. Chang Zhong had said before that Su Xing was actually from the Su family, one of the 4 great merchant families of Jin, and Su Mushi's mother was from the Wei family, another of the 4 great merchant families. So, Wei Yichen was here to visit relatives from Su family? Does that mean Wei Yichen is Su Mushi's cousin? Thinking of this, Xiao Zimo's anger disappeared when he looked at Wei Yichen. Wei Yichen was indeed provoking him, but he was doing so to seek justice for Su Mushi. For a moment, he felt even more embarrassed. Others, after calculating the amount of 17,840 taels, began to realize that some people who knew about the debt owed by the Anyang Marquis to Su Mushi also started to guess. However, they didn't know the relationship between Su Mushi and Wei Yichen. They only thought Wei Yichen was targeting Xiao Zimo out of personal reasons. Since Xiao Zimo had provoked first, Wei Yichen's response was understandable. Bai Menjing bit her silver teeth and felt even more jealous of Su Mushi. She thought Su Mushi was a lowly woman, abandoned by Xiao Zimo, and should be sad and humiliated. But now, why were so many men paying attention to her? She saw clearly just now that Wei Yichen was looking in Su Mushi's direction when he said the line, "Spider under the eaves," full of silk feelings. So, Wei Yichen's silk intent refers to Su Mushi? How is that possible? What does Su Mushi have to do with it? Xie Xian, thinking simply, believed Wei Yichen was insulting and mocking Xiao Zimo, not realizing the seriousness, and loudly exclaimed, "Huh? I remember that the Anyang Marquis estate owed Miss Su 17,840 taels of silver before."
Oh.
Wait, later, the Marquis's daughter brought the accountant to the government office, claiming Miss Su made false accounts. The estate owed Miss Su more than 20,000 taels. I can't remember the exact amount, but I do remember Miss Su was owed over 10,000 taels, yet Miss Qiao insisted on repaying it all. Then, he directly addressed Xiao Zimo. "Young master, has the Anyang Marquis estate finally paid back what they owed Miss Su?" Xiao Zimo stood on the stage, looking at the strange gazes from the crowd below. His handsome face turned red again. He took a deep breath and coldly said to Xie Xian, "Of course it has been repaid. Young Master Xie, you really love to meddle in other people's affairs." "Young master, you are mistaken. Miss Su's matter is not just a trivial affair to me. I have admired Miss Su for a long time." Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other in disbelief, then turned their eyes towards Su Mushi sitting in the small pavilion on the right. Does Xie Xian really admire Su Mushi? Did they hear wrong just now? Su Mushi was sitting far away. She didn't hear everything said in the middle of the venue, but Xie Xian's loud words she heard clearly. Is Xie Xian crazy? Last time, he shouted at her doorstep, and now he's talking nonsense in front of so many people. Does he think her reputation isn't already enough? Sumushi lowered her head, pretending not to hear or know anything. But then, a strange male voice sounded, making her curious enough to lift her head. Miss Shi, you are as beautiful as a fairy. This young master Xi admires you, but I don't find it strange because I also fell for Miss Shi at first sight. Miss Shi? Sumushi looked at Wei Chen, sure she had never seen this person before, but he called her Miss Shi. Could this person be from the Wei family? She just heard someone mention young Master Wei, so this stranger might actually be her cousin? Compared to Sumushi, the crowd below was more surprised by Wei Chen's way of addressing her. Her father is just a small court judge, so how is he connected to the Wei family, one of the 4 major merchant families? And what did Wei Chen just say? That Sumushi is as beautiful as a fairy? Could there be something wrong with my eyes? Wei Chen looked at Sumushi and smiled as he cleared up everyone's doubts. Among the 4 major merchant families in Jin, the Su family and Wei family are the closest relatives. My uncle Su Xing and my aunt are like the heir of the Anyang Marquis and the Princess of Changel, childhood sweethearts who grew up together. Their families had already arranged their marriage long ago. However, my uncle didn't want to take over the family business and was only interested in practicing medicine. So 22 years ago, they left Jinzhou and came to the capital. Although the elders at home were quite upset about their departure, the love between my uncle and aunt made many people envy them. Unfortunately, my aunt passed away early and couldn't grow old with my uncle, unlike the heir of the Anyang Marquis and the Princess of Changel, who, after wandering for 3 years, finally found their way to each other. As he spoke, he bowed to Bai Menjing and Xiao Zimo. I wish you both a lifetime of happiness and everlasting love. Unexpectedly, Su Xing turned out to be a member of the Su family, one of the 4 major merchant families. He had hidden it very well. I initially thought the rumor about the Anyang Marquis owing Sumushi money was false. After all, how could a small hospital judge have so much silver? Now I see Su Judge is from the Su family of the 4 merchant families. That makes sense. I also heard that after Sumushi married into the Anyang Marquis household, she gave the Marquis's wife a 100-year-old ginseng. It seems the story is true. Ordinary people find it hard to get such old ginseng, but the Su family makes their fortune from herbs. It should be easy for them to get a few roots. I thought the reason the Anyang Marquis married Sumushi was because he admired her medical skills. But it seems he was after the Su family's wealth. So, Wei family must have heard that Sumushi was abandoned by Xiao Zimo and came here to support her? Everyone was talking among themselves, but only 3 people looked increasingly upset. Xiao Zimo and Bai Menjing were publicly mocked by Wei Chen. Even if they remained calm, their faces showed their discomfort. And there was one more person who looked very unhappy, Shinyashin. No wonder Sumushi didn't want the bracelet she offered yesterday. It turns out Sumushi is from the Su family. So, Sumushi didn't refuse because she was proud, but because she simply didn't care for the bracelet. If Sumushi wasn't short of silver, what would happen to the spots on her face? Her ointment was almost finished. Would Sumushi still help her prepare more ointment? If at first Sumushi said her condition was incurable, that would be understandable. But since she had given her hope, why did she now take it all back so coldly? Is it just because she expressed thanks to her on the street and wanted to give her a bracelet? She seems to deliberately look at Sumushi. Since she can't remove the birthmark on her face, she wishes everyone else was ugly. Wei Chen ignored the gossip around him and strode towards Sumushi. A smile played on his lips, and his stance was effortlessly charming and handsome. Sumushi watched Wei Chen walk toward her, her heart beating faster. Not because she liked him, but mainly because she found her cousin's sudden appearance so strange. She worried it might cause her trouble again. Seeing the rejection in Sumushi's eyes, Wei Chen's smile deepened even more. A few days ago, Su Xing did not agree with Yiziu, thinking he was just trying to steal her family's wealth. He sent a letter to his family, hoping they could help cancel Su Mushi's marriage to Yiziyu. But the families simply ignored the letter. The emperor arranged the marriage. What could they do? And this marriage involved a fight between two princes. They didn't want to get involved or offend anyone over a girl they had never met. After all, the four major merchant families in Jin had lasted 100 years because they only cared about making money and stayed out of politics. If they chose wisely, it was fine, but if they chose poorly, their family could fall apart instantly. Even if they were rich, they couldn't compete with royal power. However, Wei Yichen, upon learning about this, became very interested in his cousin Su Mushi, whom he had never met before. He cared for his husband for 3 years, and when he stood up, he turned around and asked to marry someone else. He wondered what his cousin thought about this. But after seeing Su Mushi's appearance, he was even more curious about how Qiao Zimo would react if he found out that Su Mushi was not an ugly girl. The Su family made their fortune from herbs, and most of the direct descendants knew some medicine. All the unmarried women in the family had a distinctive feature, a very ugly birthmark on their left cheek. This birthmark was called the guardian spirit birthmark. It was something they were born with, and only disappeared when their innocence was lost, revealing their true face. So, this birthmark was a symbol of the Su family women and also a sign of purity. Su Mushi had kept her innocence for 3 years of marriage, and it was clear that Qiao Zimo didn't know about the guardian spirit birthmark. It seemed that this trip to the capital was becoming more and more interesting. Xiar's cousin, let me introduce myself. My name is Wei Yichen. Your mother is my aunt, so you should call me cousin. Wei Yichen walked up to Su Mushi, wearing a gentle smile, his voice warm and magnetic. Su Mushi forced a smile, stood up, and bowed slightly to Wei Yichen, softly saying, cousin. Next to them, Gumao looked at Su Mushi and Wei Yichen, feeling nervous again after finally calming down. Since ancient times, cousins often married closely, and from Wei Yichen's expression, it was clear he was very interested in Xiao. Now, with Knight Zheyu unable to return from the military camp, if his wife ran off before marriage, he would have nowhere to cry. Thinking of this, Gumao said with a meaningful look, Miss Su, your cousin came to celebrate your wedding with Prince Yong'an. It seems he really approves of you and Prince Yong'an. After all, he didn't come 3 years ago. This sentence both reminded Wei Yichen and mocked Qiao Zimo. They say experience makes one wiser. Qiao Zimo instinctively followed over, but before he could say anything, he overheard this remark. He felt angry but couldn't show it, only looking at Su Mushi with a look of grievance. Su Mushi, however, didn't look at him. Wei Yichen shot a meaningful glance at Gumao, then turned to Su Mushi and said, Cousin Xier, I came this time mainly because of your marriage to Prince Yong'an, but I didn't come to celebrate. We will discuss the details later. He then looked shy and a little embarrassed, saying, I had hoped to meet you after the literary event, but seeing your face made me eager to see you sooner. Everyone listened and began to guess silently. Meeting so eagerly wasn't just for the celebration. Could it be that Wei Yichen came to the capital to ask for Su Mushi's hand? But forget about the marriage arranged by the emperor between Su Mushi and Prince Yong'an. Just based on her appearance, why would Wei Yichen look so shy? Could it be that Wei Yichen's eyes are really wrong? Zheng Yi, son of the Minister of Justice, found Wei Yichen's behavior amusing. He thought it strange that he praised an unattractive girl as if she were a goddess. Unable to hold back, he laughed and said, I haven't been to Jinzhou, but are all Jinzhou women as beautiful as demons? Miss Su's appearance makes Wei Gongzi act like this. Tonight, I suggest I host a gathering at the brothel, so Wei Gongzi can enjoy the beauties of the capital. To prevent young Master Wei from being inexperienced and to avoid him falling for his own cousin, who is quite unattractive. Zheng Yi is a well-known in the capital. He is admired by Menjing for many years. Although Bai Menjing has politely rejected him several times, he still loves her deeply. Wei Yichen has repeatedly mocked his beloved Qiao Zimo, calling him a cowardly loser who dares not speak up. But Zheng Yi is not afraid of offending the Wei or Su families. He is just from a wealthy merchant family. Can they really reach into the capital? Moreover, his father holds a powerful official position in the court. He doesn't believe a merchant family can threaten his family. Wei Chen smiles as he looks at Zheng Yi, then glances at the many young ladies present, and asks curiously, does this young master mean that the ladies here are not as beautiful as those women from the entertainment district? This. Zheng Yi instinctively looks at Bai Menjing, worried she might misunderstand. Seeing Bai Menjing's unhappy face, she angrily points at Wei Chen and says, I was only trying to show you the world. Don't misinterpret my words. Talking about a girl who looks like a fairy but you find disgusting, I find it irritating to hear. Xie Xian is the first to speak angrily. Zheng Yi, I think you must have eaten something bad this morning. Your words are full of filth. Hearing Xie Xian's insult, Zheng Yi doesn't care if Xie Xian's father is an official or not. He steps forward to fight, but is stopped by Pei Yuan. This is a literary gathering, not a place for fighting. Zheng Yi pushes past Pei Yuan, saying, move aside, or I'll fight you too. He is about to attack again. Xie Xian also looks ready to fight, as if he's eager for a fight to the death. Just as they are about to clash, Bai Menjing quickly speaks. But her words are directed at Su Mushi. Miss Su, do you really want to ruin this once-a-year literary gathering? Su Mushi is speechless. She never wanted to come to this event in the first place. She only wanted to stay until it was over, and then leave. But Bai Menjing's words make it seem like she's the one trying to ruin the gathering. When Xie Xian hears Bai Menjing's words, he gets distracted and is suddenly attacked by Zheng Yi, who punches him in the nose. Xie Xian screams in pain. Bright red blood flows from his nose, frightening the young ladies present. This time, Pei Yuan doesn't stop Zheng Yi but instead blocks Xie Xian, whispering, this is a literary gathering. Xie Xian covered his nose, looking at Zheng Yi with a proud expression. He also glanced at Bai Menjing, who was frowning, then finally turned his gaze to Su Mushi. Just as his clenched fists were about to relax, Su Mushi spoke. Young Master Xie, he hit you. If you don't fight back, are you going to let him hit you for nothing? After saying this, she looked coldly at Bai Menjing and continued, you know this is a literary gathering, yet you still resort to violence. It's clear that the person trying to ruin the event is Zheng Yi. Did Princess Changle maybe mistake someone earlier? Bai Menjing straightened her back and slightly lifted her chin, adopting a commanding stance. She looked at Su Mushi and said, Miss Su, you are here just to see a doctor, but first you argued with the guards at the entrance, then you provoked young Master Xie into a quarrel, and now you've caused him to fight. All the previous literary gatherings have been peaceful, but this one has been chaotic because of you, Miss Su. She sighed lightly and looked at Su Mushi with a hint of pity on her face. Miss Su, I understand that you're upset about ZMO wanting to marry me, but the Bibo Pavilion literary gathering isn't something I organized alone. It would be better for you to stop causing trouble. I know you have feelings for ZMO, and it's understandable that you're angry with me. If you really can't accept me and ZMO together, I am willing to report everything to the Emperor and cancel the marriage. Her eyes shimmered with tears as she looked at Xiao Zimo beside her, filled with reluctance. Xiao Zimo watched Bai Menjing's pretentious attitude and desperately wanted to expose her right then and agreed to cancel the marriage. But remembering his father's instructions, he could only remain silent. Deep down, he was hoping Su Mushi would speak up and wish for them to break off the engagement. People tend to only see the surface. A charming and noble-looking beauty, compared to an unpleasant and intrusive ugly girl, naturally makes others believe in the former. Few could stand seeing Su Mushi and didn't speak up for Bai Menjing. Miss Su, can feelings be paid back with kindness? Marquis Anyang's heir never liked you. He's been waiting for Princess Changle to return. Can't you just do her a favor? Exactly. Moreover, Princess Changle didn't want you to be abandoned, so she willingly married into Marquis Anyang's family as a secondary wife. With someone like you, what more could you ask for? I used to think ugly people were just strange, but now I see the truth. Thank you for sharing this text. Here is the corrected and simplified version. When Xie Xian heard how these people were twisting the facts and lying, he wanted to argue back immediately. But as soon as he loosened his grip, blood suddenly gushed from his nose. Su Muxi took out 2 silver needles from the medicine box and quickly walked to Xie Xian. She only poked his hand twice, and the bleeding from his nose stopped instantly. This showed everyone her medical skills once again. However, no matter how good her skills were, she was still just an awkward girl who didn't look impressive. Xie Xian looked at Su Muxi with pity in his eyes. He was about to reach out and hold her hand, but an old hand grabbed his instead. "Miss Su, I'll take care of this person. He just got a punch that made his nose bleed, but it's nothing serious." Gamao saw Su Muxi touch Xie Xian's hand and quickly stepped forward to hold him. He emphasized that Xie Xian's nosebleed was caused by a punch, which made Xie Xian feel strangely embarrassed. He felt like the old man was mocking him for being useless. But if he hadn't been distracted by Menjing just now, how could he have been hit by Zheng Yi's spoiled brat? It must have been Zheng Yi who was hit first. From their conversation, Su Muxi learned a bit about Gamao's medical skills. She trusted him and handed Xie Xian over, then coldly looked at Bai Menjing. She couldn't deny she was moved by Xie Xian's protection. Not many people would stand by her unconditionally and think for her. She didn't expect Xie Xian to be one of those people. But she couldn't return his feelings, so it was better to keep some distance. Still, she wanted to get revenge for the punch Xie Xian took because of her. As for her mysterious cousin, she saw that he was not only troublesome but also someone who liked to cause trouble. The whole thing started because Wei Yichen suddenly came to find her relatives. First, he showed off his talents, then he helped her mock Qiao Zimo and Bai Menjing, and even said she was beautiful. But now he kept quiet and just watched the scene. She couldn't count on Xie Xian to stand up for her again, so she had to rely on herself. As for her father's advice before leaving, she decided to put it aside for now. After all, she didn't start this trouble herself. If she kept swallowing her anger, she was afraid she would get internal injuries. Thinking this over, Su Muxi decided to test the waters. If the princess feels I want to ruin the literary gathering, then I can leave. If you ask me to go, the Empress Dowager probably won't blame me. White Menjing's eyes flickered slightly. Since the Empress Dowager Annie asked Miss Su to come, Miss Su should stay at the literary gathering. However, I kindly ask Miss Su not to cause trouble again during this event. Everyone has prepared a lot for this gathering, and the money earned will be donated to help those in need. White Menjing spoke so confidently, but Su Muxi noticed a flash of panic in her eyes. I knew it. How could the Empress Dowager suddenly invite her to the gathering? It turns out it was the Princess Changlu who asked her to come. At first, she was just suspicious, so she tested the waters with her words. Unexpectedly, she guessed right. "Princess Changlu, you've been saying I want to ruin the gathering, but I don't understand what I supposedly did to ruin it, or how I did so. Are you accusing me of arguing with the guards at the entrance?" I never argued with them. It was young Master Xie who, influenced by Lord Xie's teachings, couldn't stand injustice. Many women at the event wore veils and could enter freely, but the guards at the door insisted I remove my veil. Young Master Xie believed this was unfair, so he spoke up to verify my identity. But strangely, even after Miss Shen and young Master Pei confirmed my identity, the guards still insisted I remove my veil. "Princess, you are wiser than I am. Do you think the guards had other motives? Were they just overly loyal to their duty, or did they want to see my embarrassing side? Or were they deliberately trying to humiliate me? Regardless, I removed my veil as they asked, without causing trouble. After all, they were just following orders. Don't you agree, Princess?" Although Su Muxi didn't say this directly, everyone present was not foolish. They could clearly hear her implied message. The guards were being manipulated, and many suspected who was behind it. White Menjing. After all, Su Muxi emphasized that the Empress Dowager had sent her, and among those close to the Empress Dowager was White Menjing. However, some people believed Su Muxi was just making excuses and deliberately accusing others. White Menjing was about to defend herself when Su Muxi spoke first, and as for the princess saying I provoked young Master Xie into arguing with others, that's even more unfair to me. I'm not pretty, and probably everyone in the capital knows that. I've never hidden my appearance being plain. Yet everyone here is talented, and they are criticizing my looks, or even suspecting I used some trick to get into the gathering. Young Master Xia is honest, and has spoken some fair words for me. But some people have started to question young Master Xia's father. Even if young Master Xia can tolerate it, I cannot forgive what Magistrate Xia did for me before. Does the princess see my attempt to defend myself as deliberately causing trouble? Are those who speak first justified in their accusations? Or does the princess think that because I have a low status and am not pretty, I should be criticized? If I dare to argue, am I deliberately ruining the gathering? As for the incident where young Master Zheng hit young Master Xia just now, I didn't say a word from the beginning to the end, yet the princess blames everything on me. On what basis does she do this? Could it be because she assumes I am unhappy about you being with the Marquis of Anyang, and therefore believes everything was planned by me? Honestly, the princess is overestimating me and underestimating everyone present. Su Mushi knew it was important to speak first. If Bai Menjing had spoken first, she might have wasted more words on nonsense, or even caused more trouble. Most people, after hearing Su Mushi's last words, felt both embarrassed and annoyed. They had been swayed by Bai Menjing and followed her lead blindly. Seeing Bai Menjing about to speak again, Su Mushi raised her voice and spoke first. There's really no need for the princess to worry so much. First, it's not that I was abandoned by the Marquis of Anyang, but that I took the initiative to seek the Empress Dowager, requested an imperial decree, and asked for a divorce. Second, I am now engaged to Prince Yong'an, and it's a marriage personally granted by the emperor. Has the princess forgotten this? Here, I sincerely thank His Majesty for his great kindness. After speaking confidently, Su Mushi felt very happy, even feeling she hadn't said enough. She then turned her gaze to Qiao Zimo. Qiao Zimo saw Su Mushi finally look at him, but instead of happiness, he felt nervous and scared. Su Mushi just said she sincerely thanked the emperor. Does she really want to marry that fierce-looking man, Yiziyu? Qiao Zimo instinctively wanted to speak, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he didn't know what to say. Should he say that Yiziyu is not a good match for Su Mushi? But in front of so many people, he couldn't say that, especially since this marriage was personally granted by the emperor. After a moment of hesitation, he simply said, Mushi, today is the literary gathering. If you have anything to say, let's wait until it ends. Once the gathering was over, he could clear Mushi's name and then expose Bai Menjing's true nature to defend Mushi. But all of this depended on the gathering continuing smoothly. If it was cancelled midway or Mushi was asked to leave, the plan could not proceed as intended. Wei Chen's sudden arrival was an unexpected surprise. Not only him, but perhaps even his father hadn't anticipated it. Thinking of this, Qiao Zimo's eyes showed anger as he looked coldly at Wei Chen. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow and smiled slightly at Qiao Zimo, clearly teasing. He then looked at Su Mushi with interest, wanting to see what Mushi would say to Qiao Zimo. Although Qiao Zimo's original intention was just to hope the gathering could continue, to everyone else it seemed like he was defending Bai Menjing and criticizing Mushi for causing trouble. She thought that a traitor was always a traitor, no matter what. Some people just couldn't be truly trusted. Ha! Do you think I have something to say that I want to wait until the gathering ends? Or do you think I came here because I still have feelings for you and can't let go? They say you can't choose your family and you won't marry into the same family. You and the princess really are a perfect match.
What
do you mean? You're just an unwanted girl. Why are you making faces here? Hurry up and get out of the gathering. The Empress Dowager will take care of this for you. Mushi looked at Bai Menjing with a faint smile, then lowered her head. In that case, thank you, young Master Zheng. After saying this, she was about to turn and leave when Bai Menjing and Qiao Zimo spoke at the same time. Wait a moment. Don't go. Mushi raised an eyebrow. This time, she didn't speak first, but continued to look at Bai Menjing with a faint smile, wanting to hear what Bai Menjing had to say. Bai Menjing cleared her throat and avoided Mu Shi's gaze. Softly, she said to Zheng Yi, "Young Master Zheng, if you let Miss Mu leave like this, people might say I am bullying her and not seeing the bigger picture. I am not a petty person. If Miss Mu is willing to stop here and let the gathering continue, that would be best. As for my personal matters with Miss Mu and Zimo, I admit I was wrong before. I shouldn't have brought it up in this setting." She even humbled herself, lowering her body to Mu Shi and speaking apologetically. "Miss Mu, I was impulsive earlier."
Sorry.
Zhang Yi saw this and felt that Su Mushi was ungrateful and too arrogant. While feeling sorry for Bai Menjing, he also wished he could punch Xie Xian again. Such a unreasonable and rude girl, yet Xie Xian was defending her in every way. It was truly deserving of a lesson. Seeing Bai Menjing act like this, Su Mushi felt no sense of pride. Instead, she became more cautious. If Bai Menjing could do such things, it seemed that today's gathering was not just about humiliating her. Perhaps she had prepared some special plan. Suddenly, she remembered the incident when she was tricked into going outside the city to a ruined temple. Could it be that Bai Menjing was behind that, and this was another failed plan? Does she have such a deep grudge against her? Or is it because of Qiao Zimo?
No.
That's not it. The way someone looks at a person can't be hidden. Although Bai Menjing just claimed with tears that she wanted to break off her engagement with Qiao Zimo, Su Mushi's intuition told her Bai Menjing was testing her, perhaps truly wanting to cancel the engagement. If that's the case, her targeting Su Mushi might be because of Yiziu. After all, when they were in Ganzhou, Bai Menjing tried to get close to Yiziu, but was rejected harshly. So, does Bai Menjing envy her because she married Yiziu? Thinking of Yiziu's handsome face, Su Mushi secretly cursed him as a troublemaker. But she quickly pulled back her thoughts and focused on the matter at hand. She wanted to test Bai Menjing's bottom line. "Princess, are you only apologizing because of the misunderstanding about my refusal to marry Anyang Marquis' son? Shouldn't you also apologize for the misunderstanding about my attempt to ruin the gathering?" Zheng Yi couldn't stand Su Mushi's arrogant and rude attitude. He stepped forward angrily, pointing at her to scold her. But Su Mushi saw her chance. She deliberately approached Zheng Yi and a silver needle flashed from her fingers. Before anyone could see what was happening, the needle had already pierced Zheng Yi's arm. Zheng Yi was caught off guard. He froze for a moment and then realized his body was becoming less responsive. Even trying to speak or move his tongue and lips felt very difficult. At that moment, Su Mushi said, "Young Master Xie, do you really want to let him get away with this? No man would willingly suffer a beating for nothing, especially not in front of someone he liked." So, in everyone's surprised eyes, Xie Xian clenched his fist and struck Zheng Yi squarely on the nose. Zheng Yi, who was having difficulty moving, not only was beaten until he bled from his nose, but also fell to the ground in a sorry state. Strangely, after being hit by Xie Xian, his previously disabled body suddenly regained the ability to move. Just as he was about to fight back, Xie Xian struck him again in the eye socket.
Ah!
The frustration that Xie Xian had been holding back was suddenly released, making him feel very refreshed. He was about to punch Zheng Yi in the other eye when Pei Yuan stopped him. "That's enough. If you keep going, the meeting will really be ruined." Pei Yuan felt complicated. He thought he should help Su Mushi, but also agreed with Bai Menjing's words. Since Princess Chang Le had already apologized voluntarily, sensible people should stop here and let the meeting continue. But Su Mushi didn't know when to stop and kept making things worse. Although she was from the famous Su family of jean merchants, she wasn't raised in her family and hadn't learned proper manners, unlike Princess Chang Le, who knew how to behave. Since that's the case, he could only do his best to stop her from making things worse, or else she might become the target of blame. Moreover, Zheng Yi was narrow-minded. If he was beaten too badly, he might seek revenge later. So, he had to stop Xie Xian. First, for Xie Xian's sake. Second, to repay Su Mushi's previous kindness. Seeing Zheng Yi in such a miserable state, Su Mushi nodded with satisfaction. She thought about hitting him a few more times, but since Pei Yuan had stopped Xie Xian, she decided to let it go. After all, 1 or 2 punches weren't too much to lose. Even Pei Yuan, who had previously liked Su Mushi, thought she didn't know when to stop. As for others, they thought she was overstepping. Only Wei Yichen watched Su Mushi with interest, feeling she hadn't done anything wrong. Su Mushi raised her eyebrows at Bai Menjing. Seeing her angry but not trying to stop her, she pushed her luck further and said, "Princess, did you see just now? Young Master Zheng was about to hit me. Are you not going to apologize for the misunderstanding and instead want to have someone attack me?" Zhang Yi struggled to get up, with swollen eyes and blood all over his face, and shouted, "What nonsense are you spouting? Who wants to hit you? With your ugly face, even I'm afraid to get my hands dirty. I just wanted to give you a warning." Zhang Yi was beaten in public and had long forgotten manners and appearances. He pointed at Su Mushi with a rude gesture, even more than Xie Xian's previous insults. Bai Menjing's eyes turned cold as she looked at Su Mushi's defiant expression, feeling a surge of murderous intent. Sharp-tongued,
Shumuxi.
"Just wait. Soon, this princess will make you wish you could die." Taking a deep breath secretly, Bai Menjing frowned and looked at Zheng Yi. "Young Master Zheng, you should go home and get treatment soon, so you don't leave scars on your face. When you have free time later, I can invite you here again to enjoy the beautiful lake view. How about that?" Her words surprised not only Zheng Yi but also Xie Xian, who widened his eyes in shock. Bai Menjing actually wanted Zheng Yi to leave the literary gathering? "Princess, I think you're mistaken. It should be Su Mushi who is asked to leave." "Why?" Before Zheng Yi finished speaking, Bai Menjing cut him off coldly. "Young Master Zheng, with your current behavior, it's really not suitable for you to participate in the gathering anymore. You'd better go home and rest. Mingyan, take young Master Zheng out for me." Bai Menjing ordered her maid Mingyan without hesitation, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Zheng Yi looked at Bai Menjing in disbelief. Seeing the look of regret and pleading in her eyes, he glared fiercely at Su Mushi and Xie Xian. Without waiting for Mingyan to him, he turned and left angrily, saying nothing more. The princess is kind-hearted and cares deeply about the gatherings. Even during the 3 years in Ganzhou, she would send people to donate silver and help the poor. Such a princess, who cares for her people, would surely be upset that the gathering was forced to end early. So, she must have thought Su Mushi was causing trouble, which is why she asked him to leave. If the princess can tolerate everything, how could he disappoint her? Su Mushi caused trouble, but he is the son of the Minister of Justice. How could he not understand the bigger picture? As for today's grudge, he would have plenty of chances to take revenge in the future. Seeing Zheng Yi leave, Bai Menjing looked at Su Mushi and said coldly, "Miss Su, are you satisfied now? Can you stop here and let the gathering continue?" Su Mushi sneered inwardly, thinking Bai Menjing was really not missing any chance to blame her for ruining the event. Unfortunately, Bai Menjing was determined to keep her at the gathering. Even now, she still refused to send her away. Since that's the case, she would pause this test for now. But her reputation might become even worse. "Big cousin, are you satisfied now?" Su Mushi did not answer Bai Menjing's question but instead tilted her head and asked Wei Yichen a question in return. Wei Yichen saw that Su Mushi suddenly looked at him, yet his expression remained unchanged, still wearing a gentle smile. "As long as Miss Shear doesn't feel wronged, that's enough." With these words, he avoided the main point, showing affection in a subtle way. Some people had been curious about why Wei Yichen called Su Mushi a fairy-like beauty, but now they dared not ask anymore. If they spoke up and caused Su Mushi to get upset again, the event might have to be cancelled. Most people also didn't dare to provoke Su Mushi, not only because of her excellent medical skills, which could secretly turn things against them, but also because her temper was unpredictable. Even Princess Changlo had backed down. Why should they risk stirring trouble? In the future, it's better to stay away from unreasonable people, since arguing with such people is pointless. They had just recently thought Su Mushi's words made sense. Shunya Xian clenched her hands tightly inside her sleeves, pulling at her handkerchief. She thought Bai Menjing would teach Su Mushi a lesson, but it ended so quietly instead. This princess really is useless. Unknowingly, Bai Menging cast a meaningful glance at Shunya Xian. Bai Menging announced that the literary event would continue, and everyone hesitated before returning to the main venue. Because Wei Yi-chun had not left yet, he was whispering something to Su Mushi. Who would have thought Miss Shear is so impressive? She made her cousin worry so much. If I had known, I wouldn't have fought for her earlier.
Wei Yi-chun smiled softly.
His handsome appearance made Xie Xian feel jealous. But he didn't feel as ashamed as he did when he saw Yi Zheyu. He couldn't help but compare the two in his mind. In the end, he thought Yi Zheyu was more reliable. At least he wouldn't go silent after setting something on fire like Wei Yi-chun. Earlier, Wei Yi-chun acted like he was defending his cousin, but when Miss Su was insulted and mocked by Zheng Yi, he didn't say a word. How can he claim to care for Miss Su? If Miss Su isn't a little more impressive, she might get bullied into the dirt. Can you really count on your cousin to stand up for her? Xie Xian finished speaking and deliberately looked Wei Yi-chun up and down, then continued with a hint of sarcasm. Does young Master Wei think that just standing next to Miss Su is enough to support her? He doesn't look as handsome as King Yongin, nor is he as tall or as imposing. Most importantly, if King Yongin were here, Zheng Yi would have already been beaten down, so it's not even his turn to fight. He said this while raising his fist. Although his nose was swollen and looked a bit funny, Gamal found himself liking Xie Xian more. He praised, "You're not only very just, but also have good judgment. No wonder you're the son of Inspector Xie. You really have your father's style." Wei Yi-chun was mocked by Xie Xian, but didn't get angry. Instead, he bowed and offered a respectful greeting. "Thank you for defending my younger sister earlier. I will visit soon with a big gift to thank you." "Who needs your thanks? I only helped Miss Su because I like her. It has nothing to do with you." Xie Xian felt that the other person was insulting him and, ignoring the situation, openly expressed his feelings for Su Mushi. Hearing this, Wei Yi-chun's smile disappeared. His eyes narrowed slightly as he looked down at Xie Xian and said coldly, "In that case, I advise you to give up on this idea, young Master Xie. Because sister, she can only be mine." Xie Xian was not frightened by Wei Yi-chun's attitude. Instead, he sneered and said, "Does young Master Wei have trouble hearing? Miss Su just said that the emperor personally arranged her marriage with King Yongin. Are you ignoring the imperial decree? Young Master Xie." Su Mushi frowned and reminded him. Wei Yi-chun was her cousin, and if Xie Xian's word spread, it could cause trouble for the Wei family or even the Su family. Xie Xian realized how serious this was. He pursed his lips and looked at Gomao nearby. Gomao scratched his ear and mumbled to himself, "I'm getting old. My ears aren't as sharp." "What did you just say?" Wei Yi-chun smiled and softly said to Su Mushi, "Don't worry, Sister Shi. Even if someone spreads this, it won't affect me, and it definitely won't bring trouble to the Wei or Su families." Xie Xian was very annoyed with Wei Yi-chun now. He thought Wei Yi-chun's words were trying to slander him in front of Miss Su. He quickly said, "Who are you talking about? I would never spread such rumors. Don't think I'm that petty. This young master just wants to remind you that Miss Su has a marriage contract personally granted by the emperor. I believe you should stop having inappropriate thoughts about her." Wei Yi-chun raised an eyebrow and smiled gently. "As long as my cousin Sierra isn't married yet, how can I not have these thoughts? Maybe the emperor will change his mind." Xie Xian scoffed disdainfully. "Ha! Who do you think you are? A gentleman keeps his promises. Do you think the emperor would change his mind just for you?" However, after hearing Wei Yi-chun's words, Su Mushi suddenly felt nervous. In her view, since she now has a marriage contract with Yiziyu, both the Su and Wei families should stay away from her to avoid being caught in the rivalry between the two princes. But now, Wei Yi-chun suddenly appeared and said what he just did. Could it be that the Wei family has already chosen a side? If they had sided with Yiziyu, they wouldn't speak such words of admiration for her. So, does that mean the Wei family has allied with the second prince? Seeing Wei Yi-chun's smiling face, Su Mushi thought of Yiziyu's expression. If the Wei family really sided with Yiziyu, it could only mean they truly share the same tastes. Her beautiful eyes flickered as she tentatively asked, I heard the second prince is also talented. Why didn't he come today? I suppose if he had come, he would have won all the competitions. Su Mushi's seemingly random remark stunned Xie Xian, who thought she was just curious because it was her first time attending the literary gathering. He explained softly, the second prince was worried that his royal status might affect the fairness of the event, so he didn't come. But every time there's a gathering, he donates some silver and sometimes has his calligraphy and paintings auctioned for charity. Su Mushi nodded slightly, but kept observing Wei Yichen carefully. Wei Yichen's fox-like eyes showed surprise and joy. He didn't speak, but his smile grew even warmer. Initially, he didn't have strong feelings about marrying Su Mushi, neither rejecting nor feeling happy about it. But now, he was increasingly interested in her and even began to look forward to a future together. Such a beautiful, clever, and interesting woman was rare. And her medical skills were impressive too. Though Wei Yichen didn't say anything, Su Mushi felt she had her answer. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Emperor Yi Jingchun looked at the letter in his hand and fell into deep thought. The second prince, Yi Ziyu, spoke at the right moment, saying, Father, the princess of Beiyan has explicitly requested to marry my elder brother. If you refuse, it might upset Beiyan. This marriage alliance is brought with sincerity. If the two countries can reconcile, it will ensure peace for the northern people for many years. Now, the treasury is empty. To keep the northern border safe, we need to recruit new soldiers every year, which costs a lot of military funds. We also worry about the Xuanwu army becoming too powerful. Yi Ziyu stopped after making his point, knowing that was enough. He knew his father well. He liked to suspect others and would rather kill 1,000 innocent people than let one go. The Xuanwu army is now strong enough to sweep across the entire Qi territory. If someone secretly holds soldiers and plans rebellion, it's something his father definitely does not want to see. Seeing Yi Jingchun's brow furrow deeper, Yi Ziyu spoke again at the right time. Father, since the Beiyan princess favors my elder brother, why not just let it happen? That way, my brother can marry a beautiful bride, and the Wei and Su families can strengthen their bond. If the Wei and Su families each contribute money to build the 10,000-mile city wall, it would be twice as effective. Once that wall is built, even if Beiyan regroups, they won't be able to break through. Jianzhou and Ganzhou are connected, and Ganzhou borders the northern border. Although Beiyan's invasion wouldn't directly affect Jianzhou, Yi Jingchun had previously asked the 4 major merchants of Jianzhou to contribute money to build a 10,000-mile city wall to defend against Beiyan. All 4 families refused, offering various reasons. Unexpectedly, after half a year, the Wei family finally sent a message. They were willing to contribute money to build the wall, helping to secure Qi's stability for many years. When Yi Jingchun saw the Wei family's willingness, he was pleased. But after reading the letter from the head of the Wei family, he felt troubled. The letter subtly mentioned that Wei Yichen was already over 20, but still unmarried. It also mentioned that Su Mushi had now divorced from the Anyang Marquis' residence and regained her freedom. Yi Jingchun was very perceptive and understood the meaning behind the Wei family head's words. He was hinting that he wanted Yi Mushi to be matched with Wei Yichen. If he had received this letter half a month ago, he would have issued an order immediately. But now, he had already arranged marriages for Su Mushi and Yi Ziyu. A woman cannot serve 2 husbands. Now, he was in a difficult position. Unless Yi Ziyu voluntarily proposed to break off the engagement, he would, out of respect for Yi Ziyu's military achievements, scold him a little and then cancel the marriage. Does the Su family have no other suitable women for marriage? Yi Jingchun asked with doubt. In his view, the head of the Wei family only wanted Wei Yichen to marry Su Mushi to strengthen their family ties and deepen their relationship. Otherwise, how could the Wei family had allow his son to marry such an unattractive woman? Thinking of Su Mushi's plain face, Yi Jingchun felt nauseated. Then he heard Yi Ziyu say, Father, what you don't know is that Su Mushi's mother is the biological sister of the Wei family head. The Wei family head has missed his sister for many years and is very concerned about his niece, Su Mushi. Deep sibling love? Why didn't he do something sooner? If that's true, Su Mushi is already 19. Why hasn't Wei Huai sent anyone to visit her? Seeing Yi Jingchuan's doubt, Yi Ziyu hesitated before adding, I heard that the Wei family had felt guilty after learning that Miss Su's life in the Anyang Marquis's house was not good. That's why he thought about letting Su Mushi marry into the Wei family. After cursing Qiao Xiao Yuan silently, Yi Jingchun was about to speak when it reported, Your Majesty, Prince Yong'an requests to see you. Why did Yi Ziyu come? Isn't he supposed to be at the tiger riding camp? But it's a good opportunity to test Yi Ziyu's attitude toward this marriage. Yi Jingchun adjusted his expression and said in a deep voice, Let him in. Meanwhile, Yi Ziyu's heart suddenly felt uneasy. Why did Yi Ziyu come so conveniently? Could he have planted spies around him? However, when he saw Yi Ziyu bringing Bai Shuo into the hall, Yi Ziyu realized how serious the situation was. Son respectfully greets Father Emperor. Yi Ziyu loosened Bai Shuo and knelt with his fists clasped. Seeing this, Yi Ziyu said, Older brother, you came to see Father Emperor. Why haven't you taken off your armor? This one sentence made Yi Jingchuan's brow furrow even deeper. Have you gained more military power and no longer regard me as important? Yi Ziyu hurriedly explained, Father, please don't be angry. It all happened suddenly. I was anxious to report everything to you, so I came quickly without taking off my armor. Yi Jingchun looked at Bai Shuo, whose hands were tied, mouth gagged, trembling and kneeling on the ground. He narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, Is this matter related to General Bai? If so, let General Bai speak for himself. With that, he signaled to a nearby. They understood and stepped forward to remove the rag covering Bai Shuo's mouth. Yi Ziyu still kept his head bowed and knelt silently, deep in thought. He had known for a long time that his father favored some children over others and was used to his father's distrust. So, he expected that his father would listen directly to Bai Shuo's explanation and wouldn't give him a chance to speak first. After gaining freedom to speak, Bai Shuo didn't care about the pain in his mouth and quickly said, Your Majesty, forgive me. I was misled by a villain slander and thought I should test Prince Yong'an's abilities. That's why I acted foolishly. On the way here, Bai Shuo had already prepared his words. He downplayed the incident, saying he was testing Prince Yong'an's ability to handle military affairs and that the near rebellion was just a test of new soldiers. Most importantly, he emphasized one of his officers. Manhwa has always been close to me. Although he is just a small officer, he is as clever as the Marquis of Anyang was in the past. Whenever I faced difficult problems, he always gave me good advice. This time, he was the one who suggested the plan. I am guilty. I shouldn't have trusted him blindly. I should have thought carefully. My mistake caused Prince Yong'an to misunderstand and almost caused trouble. I am guilty. Please punish me, Your Majesty. 19 years ago, after a major upheaval, no one was left to serve under Knight Jingchun. With a queen's recommendation, Bai Shuo was appointed to lead the Chihu camp, responsible for guarding the capital. Bai Shuo was not talented in literature or martial arts, but he was still trusted by Knight Jingchun because he was foolish and timid. If the Bai family had wanted to rebel, Bai Shuo would have shown signs or openly confessed. So, the Chihu camp was always under Bai Shuo's control. But now, Bai Shuo's actions made Knight Jingchun think more carefully. Although Bai Shuo was foolish, would he really believe a small officer enough to do such a foolish thing? He didn't say it directly, but his words implied that the officer was connected to Qiao Shuyuan. Thinking about how Knight Zhe Rui just said that Wei Huai wanted Wei Yichen to marry Su Mushi because he found out that Su Mushi's life in the Anyang Marquis's house was not good, he suddenly felt that these two matters might be connected. Qiao Shuyuan was recommended by the Empress to join the Ministry of War years ago, but over the years, he remained loyal and rarely interacted with the Bai family. Could it be that the Bai family thought Qiao Shuyuan was no longer useful and wanted to eliminate him through his hands? Based on Yi Ziyue's understanding of Yi Jingchun, he naturally thought of these things. After hesitating for a moment, he knelt before Yi Jingchun and said, Father, General Bai is simple-minded and very loyal to you. Over the years, he has wanted to do something to impress you, but he was used by others. Please forgive him, father. However, Yi Jingchun responded in a deep voice. The Chihu camp cannot be entrusted to someone so simple-minded. If he was used this time, what if he is used again by enemies next time? With the North Yen envoy group arriving soon, the safety of the capital must not be compromised. After speaking, he looked at Yiziyu, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked seriously, "Does Prince Yong'an want to take charge of the Chihu camp?" Upon hearing this, both Yiziyu and Bai Shuo changed their expressions. Yiziyu, surprised by Yi Jingchun's sudden decision, hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "Your Majesty, my wedding is coming soon. I fear I won't have much time to spare." Yi Jingchun shouted loudly, "The Chihu camp is in the capital, and riding horses there takes less than half a day. Your wedding is arranged by the Empress Dowager. Why do you need to worry about other things? I see you've been idle as a prince for a few days, only interested in pleasure. Let's settle this matter now. I will issue an edict soon. As for Bai Shuo, punish him with a year of house arrest and make him reflect in seclusion for half a month. After half a month, I will review his performance and make further arrangements." Bai Shuo wanted to defend himself, but upon seeing Yiziyu's gaze, he obediently shut his mouth and thanked him. After calming down, Yi Jingchun dismissed everyone except Yiziyu. Looking at his tall, handsome eldest son who had been away for many years, Yi Jingchun felt quite emotional. Since childhood, he had paid little attention to this son until he heard that Yiziyu had made military achievements, which made him value him more. Over the years, their meetings were few, and each time they met, he noticed Yiziyu had grown taller and stronger, but his aura had become colder. "Do you blame me?" Yi Jingchun suddenly whispered, with a hint of guilt in his voice. "Father, I don't understand what you mean. How could I blame you? Why would I blame you?" Although Yiziyu wore a mask that concealed his expression, his black eyes were full of sincerity. Yi Jingchun carefully observed Yiziyu's reaction, nodded slightly, then spoke, mentioning that the North Yen princess was coming for a marriage alliance and specifically named that she was to marry Yiziyu. What do you think of the North Yen princess? If you agree, I will set aside my pride and issue an order to cancel your marriage with Su Mushi tomorrow." What surprised Yi Jingchun most was Yiziyu's strong reaction after hearing these words. "Father, this must not happen." This time, Yiziyu knelt on both knees and bowed deeply to Yi Jingchun. Yi Jingchun raised an eyebrow.
"Oh, why not?"
"I heard that the princess of Beiyan is beautiful and graceful. Why doesn't you want her? Are you planning to follow Qiao Zimo's example and marry a concubine instead?" Yiziyu sensed a hint of hostility in Yi Jingchun's tone. After thinking for a moment, he bowed again with a loud thud. When he looked up, his eyes were clear and calm. "Father, I am not interested in women nor in power. I have been outside for many years and dislike beating around the bush. Since we've reached this point, I will speak frankly. Please forgive me if I have done wrong, father." Yi Jingchun nodded softly.
Go on."
Hearing this, Yiziyu removed his mask and knelt on the ground, looking at Yi Jingchun. He spoke carefully, word by word. "I know why father called me back to the capital. It wasn't to reward me for my achievements, but because he's worried I might amass too much power." How bold! Yi Jingchun was taken aback by Yiziyu's words and instinctively raised his voice. But seeing Yiziyu's stubborn expression, he swallowed his anger and coldly said, "Continue. I want to see what you really want to say." Yiziyu looked at Yi Jingchun with admiration in his eyes. "No matter what father thinks of me, I have no guilt in my heart. I have served in the army for many years and earned many merits. All I look forward to is the day I return to the capital. When father ordered me back, I felt happy from the bottom of my heart because it means he finally recognizes me. For me, military power is nothing. As long as father sees me as his son, I am satisfied. Of course, I don't want father to doubt me. That's why I wanted to marry Su Mushi after returning to the capital. First, because she once saved the Empress Dowager. Second, because she has no powerful background. I have met the Princess of Beiyan. She is indeed as beautiful and graceful as father said. But she is a princess of Beiyan, and I have commanded the Xuanwu army. If I truly marry her, it might make father suspicious. If father trusts me, I am willing to give everything for him. But I will not marry the princess of Beiyan. Yi Jingchun looked at Yi Ziyu with firm determination in his eyes. For a moment, he felt a twinge of guilt. Looking back over the years when Yi Ziyu met him, perhaps he was not indifferent, but rather cautious and unsure how to get close. As for his intentions, Yi Ziyu seemed never to have hesitated. When he handed over military power, he did so without doubt, and afterward, he had no contact with any officials. So, this eldest son truly had no inappropriate thoughts, only wanting his father's approval? Suddenly, he remembered what Yi Ziyu said at age 10 when preparing to join the Northern Army and speak with the Empress Dowager. Empress Dowager, rest assured, Yue will protect himself. Yue also wants to earn countless military achievements to make father proud. In a few years, Yue will make father proud and become the new war god of Qi. At the time, he didn't take these words seriously, but he never expected Yi Ziyu to actually achieve that. Yue, get up. Yi Jingchun personally reached out to help Yi Ziyu up. Seeing his son, who was a head taller than him, he wanted to say, "Father is proud of you." But after some hesitation, he decided not to say it. Instead, he heard Yi Ziyu say, and I think what third brother said earlier makes a lot of sense. Yi Jingchun smiled and asked, what did he say? Among his three sons, Yi Jingchun liked Yi Ziming the most. Because among the three, Yi Ziming was the simplest and posed no threat to him. So, when Yi Ziyu mentioned Yi Ziming, a gentle affection appeared in Yi Jingchun's eyes. Seeing this, Yi Ziyu felt no jealousy, but simply repeated what Yi Ziming had said earlier. This time, when Beiyan comes to form an alliance, you must not let that Beiyan princess know. They are a defeated nation. Their coming to form an alliance isn't up to them, and that princess can't marry whoever she wants. Their defeated army on the battlefield and their arrogance in court should be crushed. Let those outsiders see who is truly the mighty nation. Yi Jingchun was momentarily stunned, then his smile deepened.
So that's what he said.
Yi Ziming also told me something similar before. Yi Ziyu praised generously. It's been 3 years, and third brother has grown much. He's more mature now. I agree with what he said. Beiyan is a defeated nation. They are afraid of us, Qi. Their proposal for an alliance isn't entirely their decision. If they can't reach an agreement.
Ye Wingchun hesitated.
Knight Zayu suddenly felt a cold chill all over his body and angrily said, if they obediently submit to our Qi kingdom, that would be good. But if they have other plans, I am willing for my son to sweep through North Yen for the sake of the Emperor Father.
Good.
After hearing Knight Zayu's words, Yi Jingchun couldn't help but feel excited. Every emperor hopes to expand their territory. If they can truly conquer North Yen, it would be a great achievement that will be remembered for generations. As for worrying about Knight Zayu gaining too much power with his troops, he no longer had that doubt now. If Knight Zayu truly intended to rebel, he would surely agree to marry into North Yen peacefully. But now, with his firm refusal and heartfelt words, he felt more at ease with Knight Zayu. However, he wondered what the Wei family would do in this situation. Seeing Yi Jingchun look worried, Knight Zayu couldn't help but ask curiously, Father, do you have other concerns? After some hesitation, Yi Jingchun revealed that the head of the Wei family, Wei Huai, planned for his son Wei Yichun to marry Su Muxi. When Knight Zayu entered the city gates, he received a report from a secret agent saying that the Wei family had come to the capital and had secretly met with Yi Zerui. On the way here, he had been thinking about the true purpose of the Wei family's visit. He never expected it was to compete for his bride. But he firmly did not believe that the Wei family wanted Mu Xi to marry into their family just to take good care of her. Unexpectedly, Miss Su is from the Su family. Even though Knight Zayu already knew about this, he still pretended to be surprised. After the shock, he showed a look of relief. Father, don't worry. After Miss Su marries my son, I will take good care of her. Moreover, Instead of letting Miss Su marry into the Wei family, it would be better for her to marry my son. That way, the Su family would establish a relationship with the royal family. When the time comes, the Su family can contribute to the people of Qi, and they probably won't refuse. Yi Jing-chun saw the change in his son's expression, and his eyes gradually brightened. He realized he had been wrong before. Although he didn't believe Wei Huai was determined to marry Su Muxi into the Wei family just to take better care of her, Wei Huai's reasons were like that. If that's the case, then you should take good care of Su Muxi, and it would be the same. Most importantly, the last thing Knight Zayu said convinced Yi Jing-chun the most. Since Su Muxi was from the Su family, marrying Yuer made her part of the royal family. In the future, if the Su family led in contributing money, the other three big families would naturally follow suit. After understanding, Yi Jing-chun did not relax his brow. Instead, he furrowed it even more tightly. Because he realized he had been led around by Yi Ziyu all along. After turning away from the main hall, Yi Ziyu's eyes turned cold. Although he secretly took control of the Qihu army through Qiao Shuyuan, Wei's family siding with Yi Ziyu and their concern for Shir made him restless and very annoyed. Outside the palace gates, Xiao Su saw Yi Ziyu and hurried over. "Master, how is it?" Yi Ziyu nodded slightly. Seeing this, Xiao Su smiled and gave a thumbs up. "Master, you're truly insightful. How did you guess the emperor would let you take charge of the Qihu army because of this?" Yi Ziyu looked straight ahead and coldly said, "Because Bai Shuo mentioned that Qiao Shuyuan was too obvious. A real fool wouldn't think of so much." On the way into the palace, he kindly reminded Bai Shuo many times that this was all planned by Qiao Shuyuan behind the scenes. Bai Shuo had been holding back all along, unable to speak, only thinking repeatedly in his mind. When he saw the emperor, he would try every way to shift all the blame onto others. So even if Bai Shuo didn't know whether his trusted captain was Qiao Shuyuan's person, he would still link him to Qiao Shuyuan. Based on his understanding of the emperor, he would definitely be suspicious of Bai Shuo's actions. Now that the emperor had no one to rely on, this idle prince became a useful person. Of course, if he showed even a little desire for military power, he would never have been allowed to control the Qihu army. Seeing that Yi Ziyu's eyes showed no joy and remained serious, Xiao Su couldn't help but wonder, "Master, what's wrong? Is there something else?" Yi Ziyu snorted disdainfully from his nose. "Humph! Someone wants to steal this king's wife." Hearing this, Xiao Su was immediately angry. "Who is so arrogant? Should I deal with him? No need, I will go myself." Meanwhile, after the literary gathering began, Su Muxi stopped ignoring it and focused her attention on everything around her. Bai Menjing's words and actions made her realize that today's literary gathering would not end peacefully. Something else was waiting for her. Her cousin Wei Yichen seemed to be protecting her, but in fact, he was just a bystander. Although Xie Xian would unhesitatingly support her side, there are hidden enemies and unknown dangers. I must stay alert to avoid unexpected accidents. Gu Mao doesn't know what Su Muxi is thinking and mistakenly believes she is attracted to Wei Yichen, so he keeps glancing toward the main hall. He often asks questions about medical skills to catch Su Muxi's attention. "Miss Su, what acupuncture point did you target just now when you pricked Jingyi?" "It was too quick. I didn't see clearly. A single needle can cause difficulty in movement." Gu Mao, who has been practicing medicine for many years, has never seen such a thing. Su Muxi hesitated for a moment before saying, "Actually, I applied some sedative on that silver needle." Gu Mao was surprised and didn't know what to say. It turns out it wasn't the acupuncture point's effect, but the sedative's effect. At the literary gathering, she brought a silver needle coated with sedative. She is quite cautious. At this moment, Bai Menjing's actions once again drew Su Muxi's attention to the main hall. Originally, the second contest was supposed to be poetry, but Bai Menjing felt that something unpleasant had just happened. She believed listening to music could calm people's minds, so the second contest was changed to a music performance. The gentle sound of the qin indeed soothes restless hearts. Among them, Shun Yashin's self-composed piece made everyone intoxicated. After Shun Yashin finished her performance, praise poured in. Everyone thought she would be the winner of this contest, but then Bai Menjing gracefully stepped onto the stage. Miss Shun's piece is pure and elegant. Indeed, she lives up to the reputation of being the top talented woman in Jing. Shun Yashin modestly bowed. Princess, you flatter me. My piece was inspired by a moment of feeling. Bai Menjing looked at Shun Yashin's beautiful eyes and graceful figure, a trace of disdain flashing across her face. Then she softly said, during my 3 years in Guangzhou, I also composed a piece out of longing for the capital. I'd like to take this opportunity to have Miss Shin listen and give your advice. Although Su Mushi couldn't hear exactly what Bai Menjing was saying on stage, she knew Bai Menjing's intention when she saw her maid bring a guqin onto the stage. Is she preparing to compete with Shun Yashin? Gu Mao, who was nearby, was older but had sharper ears than most. He clearly heard Bai Menjing's words. A hint of disdain appeared at the corner of her mouth as she whispered, This Princess Changla seems gentle, modest, and kind, but in fact, she is very jealous and cannot stand anyone being better than her. In my opinion, Miss Shun is probably going to have a bad day today. Su Mushi looked surprised. Are you very familiar with Princess Changla? No, I don't know her personally, but I've heard about her. Gu Mao said vaguely. Before going to the capital, Yi Ziyu had people find out a lot, and he heard many things. Not only about Bai Menjing, but also about Qiao Zimo, who is proud, ungrateful, and blind to kindness. While they talked, Bai Menjing had already started playing her composed piece. The music was soft and melodious. Combined with Bai Menjing's beautiful face, many young men below the stage were captivated. After finishing a song, the praise grew even more than before. After 3 years, hearing Princess Chang Li's music again is truly a great blessing. I think the winner of this contest is undoubtedly Princess Chang Li. Beauty paired with celestial music, truly enchanting and intoxicating. Shun Yashin concealed her disappointment and clenched her silver teeth secretly. Her piano skills were average, just slightly better than the piece she composed herself. In previous contests, she never won against her, but now she could play such a beautiful tune. It must mean that Bai Menjing didn't compose it herself. This contest was about piano skills, but these men were all praising Bai Menjing's appearance intentionally or unintentionally. If her spots could be completely removed, she wouldn't be outdone by Bai Menjing. Bai Menjing hid her pride and looked at everyone praising and admiring her, feeling very satisfied. But she still remembered her original plan, so she couldn't be the winner this time. She had to give the top spot to Shun Yashin. However, compared to being the champion, she had already gained what she wanted. Just as she was about to modestly give up the top spot to Shun Yashin's veil suddenly fell, revealing her true face. Her beauty was extraordinary and unforgettable at first sight. Shun Yashin looked flustered and hurriedly put her veil back on, but many people had already seen her face and were captivated. Lowering her eyes to hide her pride, she pretended to be shy, walked over to Bai Menjing, and gently bowed to her. Her figure was graceful, her temperament gentle. Many men shifted their gaze from Bai Menjing to her. If you do not know what Shun Yashin looks like, even if everyone imagines her as very beautiful, it is not as straightforward as seeing Bai Menjing's real beauty. But now that I see Shun Yashin's true face, everything has changed. I have long heard that Miss Shun is not only talented but also stunningly beautiful. Although I only caught a quick glimpse just now, it is unforgettable for me. Miss Shun rarely goes out, and when she does, she wears a veil. There were rumors that her appearance was damaged, but it seems someone is just jealous of her beauty and spreading false stories. Miss Shun truly is the daughter of Scholar Shin, humble and modest, a role model for women. If I may say, the song just now by Princess Changla was good, but her skill with the instrument is not as good as Miss Shin's. I think Miss Shin's music is also very beautiful. She deserves to be the winner of this competition. The voices below are quiet but loud enough for Bai Menjing to hear clearly. Why are Shun Yashin's dark spots gone? Did they really disappear after just a few days of using the ointment made by Su Mushi? How is that possible? She could let the first place go in this contest, but if Shun Yashin takes it directly, She won't accept it. She absolutely won't allow it. Princess Chanlo, whether in music or skill with the instrument, is very talented. I humbly admit defeat. Shin Yashin speaks softly, her eyes sincere. Before Bai Menjing can speak, Wei Yichen speaks first. Of course, the competition is about skill with the instrument. In my opinion, Miss Shin clearly has the better technique. Why should she humble herself? As for the music Miss Shin composed, I find it more moving. I am willing to offer 1,000 taels of silver to buy the sheet music for her song. I will offer 1,500 taels. I am willing to offer 2,000 taels. With Wei Yichen leading, the bidding begins before the winner is decided, turning into a charity auction. Su Mushi feels a bit helpless, thinking this isn't about helping poor people, but about buying Shin Yashin's smile. This scene reminds her of when she saw girls bidding for their first night at the Pavilion of Fragrance. Shin Yashin stands on stage looking a little nervous, but inside she is very proud. After applying the ointment Su Mushi prepared for her, her spots faded a lot. Covering her face with thick powder, she glances at herself and looks like she has no spots at all. She was only worried about accidents during the literary event, so she put on the powder. She didn't expect it to work so well. It seems she made the right bet. Glancing briefly at Su Mushi, she became more determined in her heart to make sure Su Mushi provided her with ointment. Men are often so shallow, and she had her own reasons to attract such superficial attention, except for those spots that held her back. Bai Menjing quietly took a deep breath and offered a polite smile. In terms of piano skills, Miss Shin truly surpasses me. Before I even stepped on stage, I knew I couldn't compare to Miss Shin. I performed today not to compete, but to avoid letting this piece go to waste, hoping to help the poor people of Qi. So, Miss Shin, there's no need to be modest. You are undoubtedly the champion of this contest. As soon as she finished speaking, others began praising Bai Menjing. After some bidding, her sheet music was valued at 500 taels more than Shin Yashin's. Although Shin Yashin ultimately won the contest, in terms of price, Bai Menjing had the upper hand. Wei Chen watched from below with great interest, thinking Bai Menjing's tactic of advancing then retreating was very clever. No wonder Qiao Zimo was so easily fooled by her.
Ha!
How interesting. The third contest was poetry. Shin Yashin once again shone brightly, composing poems that were more vivid than many talented scholars. She was truly deserving of the title of the top female poet in the capital. However, her poetry still fell short compared to Pei Yuan and Qiao Zimo. But Shin Yashin was satisfied with her performance. After bowing to Qiao Zimo and Pei Yuan, she gracefully stepped down from the stage, a look of pride flashing in her eyes. Pei Yuan usually attended literary gatherings just for show and never cared about winning or losing. But when facing Qiao Zimo, his competitive spirit exploded. Whether it was for Su Mushi, Bai Menjing, or because Qiao Zimo was Qiao Zixi brother, he felt a burning desire to win. Seeing Qiao Zimo's face now, he felt a tightness in his chest. He couldn't fight him directly, so he decided to crush him with poetry instead. Qiao Zimo was also holding back his anger. He had lost the first contest to Wei Yichen, and now he absolutely couldn't lose again. Especially since his opponent was Pei Yuan, who had abandoned his sister and was still thinking about Su Mushi. He couldn't let him get away with it. Young Master Pei, we've taken up quite some time. Why don't the two of us just settle the next contest directly?
He suggested.
The next contest was calligraphy. Although Qiao Zimo had been the top in calligraphy for the past 3 years, no one knew if he could still hold that title after so long. His words sounded a bit too arrogant. Someone couldn't stand it and coldly said, "What? Does the Marquis of Anyang's son mean that others don't need to compete?" Then, Qiao Zimo stepped forward, standing on the stage and looking down at the person with a proud expression, saying, "If anyone is not convinced and thinks they can beat this young master, they are welcome to come and have a try. But if they haven't competed and end up losing, they can only be considered to have brought shame upon themselves." So arrogant. Extremely arrogant. Although everyone thought this way, no one stepped forward. If Qiao Zimo hadn't said that, Most people would have gone on stage to write a few lines, trying to get the merchants to bid higher. But after Qiao Zimo's words, even those who were confident at first didn't dare to come forward. If anyone stepped up and lost, as Qiao Zimo said, they would be humiliating themselves. Wei Chen smiled and said, I heard that the purpose of the Bibo Pavilion Literary Gathering is to help the poor people of our Qi country with some silver and to make friends through literature. Why does it seem that, in the mouth of the Marquis of Anyang's son, winning or losing has become the most important? I am not talented, but I wish to have a poetry contest with the young master and Master Pei. However, I am not very good at calligraphy. Wei Chen paused deliberately, and just as Qiao Zimo's lips curled into a disdainful smile, he continued, So I would like to ask Sister Shi to write on my behalf. Sister Shi writing? Does Su Mushi know how to write? This was the first thought of many. Although everyone knew that Su Mushi was from the Su family, one of the 4 great merchant families, their deep-seated impression hadn't changed for a moment. In their eyes, Su Mushi was still that ugly, low-status young healer. She was not completely illiterate, but she was definitely not qualified to participate in the literary gathering. Young Master Wei, isn't Su Mushi's cousin? If he really is her cousin, why would he deliberately make his cousin embarrass herself in front of everyone? Qiao Zimo frowned and said solemnly, intending to defend Su Mushi. But his words had already put Su Mushi in a difficult position. Wei Chen looked at Qiao Zimo with a half-smile. What? The Marquis of Anyang's son has been married to Sister Shi for 3 years. Has he never seen the writing of Sister Shi? I believe that Sister Shi's calligraphy is both elegant and strong. If the 2 great scholars here judge, she might not lose to the young master. They had been married for 3 years, and Qiao Zimo indeed had never seen Su Mushi's writing. Maybe he had seen it before, but he never paid attention. After he parted ways with Su Mushi, he first saw her handwriting when he was reading her medical journal. At that time, he only paid attention to the content of the journal and had no mood to appreciate her writing. Now, looking back, her handwriting is indeed good. But it still wasn't enough to qualify for the contest. Young Master Wei, Su Mushi is just here to practice medicine. Qiao Zimo coldly reminded, which made everyone think Su Mushi had no right to join the contest. Xie Xian was displeased and said, Talented people can participate in the literary contest. We never said who can or cannot join. Then he looked at Chen Song. President Chen, do you agree? Chen Song had already hidden himself during the earlier argument. Although the Wen Hui at Bibo Pavilion seemed to be a business gathering, in reality, it was controlled by the powerful and talented. They just wanted an excuse to connect with scholars and noble families. They had money to support them and hoped to gain a good reputation. It was a win-win situation. To protect the pride of the noble children and scholars, they set up an invitation system. As the reputation of the Wen Hui grew, it became what it is now. Not everyone could participate. But fundamentally, as Xie Xian said, there were no strict rules about who could join the contest. So, if Su Mushi wanted to participate, she could. But he dared not say this aloud. While Chen Song hesitated, Bai Menjing spoke. Young Master Xie is right. Talented people can join the Wen Hui contest. Since young Master Wei said Miss Su's calligraphy is excellent, why not let her try? Hearing Bai Menjing speak, Chen Song secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He nodded repeatedly and then stepped back, pretending to be in the background. Su Mushi only heard Xie Xian's loud words and was curious. Just then, Gomao asked Miss Su, How is your handwriting? Huh? Su Mushi was confused. Gomao didn't hide anything, simply recounting Wei Yichen's suggestion and what others had said. After hearing this, Su Mushi cursed Wei Yichen in her heart 800 times. This cousin really couldn't stand her having a moment of peace. Wait. Dr. Ge, aren't you hard of hearing? It wasn't strange that Su Mushi found this odd. She thought that even if Gomao wasn't deaf, he should at least be hard of hearing like her. Gomao awkwardly cleared his throat. Ahem. Although I am hard of hearing, I have good eyesight and can read lips.
Shomokshinarik.
So that's how it is. Just then, Wei Chen came over again. Cousin Xie, can you help me with something? No. Mushi replied without hesitation, tired of pretending. She wished she could just write "stay away from me" on her face. But Wei Yichen said casually, "Xie, can you help me write a poem?"
No.
Seeing Mushi's clear rejection, Wei Yichen chuckled softly.
Come on.
Don't you want to show off a little in front of Qiao Zimo and Bai Menjing? I've seen your writing. It's pretty good, probably better than Qiao Zimo's. Mushi stood up and looked up at Wei Yichen, who was 2 heads taller than her. She stared directly at him. Don't act like you know me well. We're not close. And I will only marry the king of Yeoman. No matter what plans you have, you won't succeed. It sounded like he was trying to defend her, but really, he just wanted to watch the show. Wei Chen looked a bit disappointed. If you won't help me, then I'll have to tell everyone your secret. After all, you're my cousin, and I really hate seeing my cousin being insulted and hurt. Next to them, Gumao looked at Mushi curiously. But Mushi looked hesitant, her eyes full of struggle.
Secret?
What secret does young Miss Su have? Does Yizu know? Wei Yichen stared deeply at the birthmark on Mushi's left cheek, then made to leave. But when Mushi called out to stop him, a proud look flashed in his eyes. The family rule was that the family's birthmark was a secret that only family members could know. He didn't expect Mushi to be such a obedient girl. Wait, just this once. He said he was helping her, but he was really just trying to show off, and now he was threatening her. He really was a good cousin. Mushi took out a few silver needles from her medicine box and hid them in her sleeve. Wei Chen raised an eyebrow when he saw this, recalling how Jing-yi had reacted after being pricked, and his smile grew wider. Don't worry, cousin, just this once. He could only threaten her once with the same reason. Next time, he'd find another excuse. After preparing herself, Mushi didn't look at Wei Yichen but walked straight toward the center of the gathering. Wei Yichen smiled and caught up, saying, "Sister, she is really impatient. I don't know why she doesn't wait for her brother." Mushi was too tired to bother with him and just kept walking forward. To others, her shy look seemed like embarrassment. Mushi really dares to come here. Ugly people do love to cause trouble. They never miss a chance to show off. Maybe it's not about showing off, but about embarrassing herself. Mushi ignored their whispers and walked straight onto the stage. Wei Yichen followed closely behind. Someone had already brought a table onto the stage and prepared the 4 treasures of study. Mushi chose a table at the edge and stood there. But suddenly Wei Yichen leaned close to her ear and whispered so only they could hear, "Remember to write in running script later." The warm breath from Wei Yichen made Mushi feel her ears tickle, and she blushed. She stepped aside and said quietly, "Got it." Seeing this, Qiao Zimo thought it was flirtation. Mushi. Qiao Zimo was annoyed and instinctively shouted loudly. When he saw Mushi glance at him with impatience and rejection in her eyes, his anger grew even more, but he quickly calmed down. He and Mushi had already divorced and had no right to scold her. Besides, this was a literary gathering. If he said anything, it would only make people laugh. Thinking of this, Qiao Zimo looked at Mushi with a cold face and said coldly, "This is not a place you should be. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, leave immediately. People can still have some stubbornness." Mushi originally didn't want to come and was only forced to attend, thinking she would just go through the motions and write something casually. But after being belittled by Qiao Zimo several times, she no longer wanted to take this lightly. Since she was here, she might as well let Qiao Zimo see who she really was. "What's wrong? Are you afraid, young master? Afraid I, an ugly woman, will outshine you? And in your eyes, I suppose just stepping outside and showing my face is already shameful enough. Since I am already ashamed, what's there to fear?" Mushi's expression was calm, but her words were full of sarcasm. Qiao Zimo's face turned red with anger. He opened his mouth but only let out a cold snort. Always so ungrateful, insisting on arguing with him. If only Mushi had been more obedient, he wouldn't have divorced her. Since that's the case, don't blame him for not remembering past kindness. He wants Mushi to see the reality and understand how good he is. Two great scholars, please set the question. Xiao Zimo looked at the two scholars acting as judges. Both of them seemed proud in their expressions and tone, which made the judges quite annoyed. Although they didn't come from noble families, they held high positions in the literary world, and their students spread across the court. Even the princes showed respect to them, but this young master of the Anyang Marquis was so arrogant. One of them looked at Xiao Zimo with a cold gaze, a sneaky smile flashing in his eyes. He spoke in a deep voice, let's take regret as the topic, with no restrictions on format. The other stroked his beard, clearly pleased with the topic. Everyone had different thoughts. Regret? What are they regretting? While everyone was guessing what the two judges meant, Su Mushi was the first to speak. I, as a young lady, feel connected to this topic and immediately thought of a poem. After saying this, she began to recite it herself. Wrongly married, my heart still wakes, my ex-husband proud and wild. No tears of sorrow shed, I walk alone toward a new path. Not suitable for the stage, forgive me for the embarrassment. So I won't write a poem to avoid shame. Su Mushi deliberately emphasized the words avoid shame, full of sarcasm. Adding her poem, filled with regret about her marriage, made Xiao Zimo's handsome face turn pale like pig liver. Did Su Mushi really regret marrying him? Humph. What does regret matter? Su Mushi is destined to be his, Xiao Zimo's, woman. Unexpectedly, Su Mushi could also compose poetry. Although her poem was average, she thought of it immediately after hearing the topic, showing her knowledge. It turned out Su Mushi was not just skilled in medicine but also had some talent in poetry. Plus, her identity as a Su family member looked good. It's just a pity she was too ugly. Xie Xian cheered the loudest, clapping hard from below, almost tearing his hands apart. Good. Miss Su's poem is excellent. No tears of sorrow shed. I walk alone toward a new path. I am willing to pay 100 taels of silver to buy this poem. 100 taels was a significant amount for Xie Xian, the son of a poor official. It might even be all he had. Seeing Xie Xian so excited, most people watching felt puzzled. It seemed Xie Xian liked Su Mushi, but what exactly was so special about her that Xie Xian liked her? However, no matter what point is considered, just the fact that Su Mushi is considered unattractive is something they simply cannot accept. Shun Yaxin feels disdainful. She can write such poetry herself, which shows that Su Mushi's handwriting is probably not very good either. She worries that she might embarrass herself if she truly loses face. If she steps forward to say a few kind words, perhaps Su Mushi will feel grateful and help her prepare the ointment. But if she does that, she might offend Princess Changla. While Shun Yaxin hesitates, Pei Yuan begins to write. Wei Yichen also has an idea and moves closer to Su Mushi. This time, Su Mushi is more cautious and quickly puts some distance between them. Just tell me directly. I will write slowly, she says. Wei Yichen whispers, my poem needs to match my cousin's handwriting, or else just reading it aloud might make us lose to the son of the Anyang Marquis. I think my cousin doesn't want us to lose and embarrass ourselves. Su Mushi glares at Wei Yichen. Very good. Her cousin understands people's feelings. Speak quietly, don't get too close to me. And don't lean your ear against mine, she says. After saying this, Su Mushi's face slightly flushes. Her right side looks beautiful and charming, but her left side appears ugly and frightening. However, Wei Yichen's eyes show no fear or disgust, only full of smiles and affection. Zhou Zimo watches their interaction, clenches his fists in anger, and feels a bit regretful. He regrets not having taken Su Mushi's innocence earlier. If Su Mushi had his child now, would she still be walking her own new path? Pei Yuan finishes writing first, and immediately a servant comes forward to hold up the completed poem. Flowers as beautiful as dreams fade like the wind, mistakenly giving a good chance to the water. Midnight insomnia thinking of old times, full of regret shared by few. Someone loudly recites Pei Yuan's poem, and everyone carefully appreciates it. With Pei Yuan's confident calligraphy, everyone nods in approval. Indeed, he is the son of Minister Pei. Not only is his talent remarkable, but his handwriting is also strong and vigorous. Young Master Pei's literary talent is outstanding. The calligraphy piece from last year is still hanging in my study, and I admire it every day. Pei Yuan thinks of Qiao Zixi and feels inspired, so he writes this poem. He was very satisfied with this smoothly written poem, but after hearing all the compliments, his expression turns cold. Perhaps for these people, his literary talent is not important. What matters most is that he is the son of the Minister of Revenue. Meanwhile, Su Mushi gradually stopped writing. The young servant was about to lift the poem Su Mushi had just written, but Wei Yichen stopped him. "Please wait a moment, young sir. I want to wait until the heir of an young marquis finishes his masterpiece, so we can all appreciate it together." He then looked at Xiao Zimo with a half-smile. "Why isn't the heir of an young marquis writing? Has he not decided what to write yet?" It seems the young master might lose this round. Xiao Zimo had already thought of a poem and was about to start writing when Wei Yichen's words caused his once calm mind to stir again. He snorted coldly, picked up his brush, and quickly began to write on the paper. Seeing this, Su Mushi secretly cursed Wei Yichen for being mean. He deliberately provoked Xiao Zimo, making him lose his focus. The words he wrote probably wouldn't be very good. He truly would do anything to win. Wei Yichen noticed Su Mushi's gaze and responded with a faint smile, causing Su Mushi to roll his eyes openly. However, this interaction made them seem more familiar than before, which made onlookers feel different emotions. Soon, Xiao Zimo finished writing. The two young servants exchanged glances and stepped forward together, lifting up the writings of Xiao Zimo and Su Mushi. Because Xiao Zimo was in a hurry, he wrote in cursive script. His characters flowed like clouds and water, with lively brushstrokes and a vigorous ink style, showing a wild and unrestrained attitude. The poem he wrote was, "Once I had grand ambitions to travel the world, but I mistakenly fell into the dust of the years. Now I see my path was wrong, regrets hard to undo the past's bright days." Both the overall mood of the poem and the handwriting surpassed Pei Yuan's. If only the two of them competed, Xiao Zimo could be the winner. But with Wei Yichen's poem and Su Mushi's calligraphy, Xiao Zimo probably wouldn't win. Youthful recklessness led me astray, now long-lasting regret. Spring blossoms fade in vain. Evening scenes bring sorrow. Old dreams drift away with the clouds. New worries are tasted in wine. Reflecting on the distant future, where can I find bright moments? One scholar loudly recited Wei Yichen's poem, then nodded in approval, praising it 3 times. Pei Yuan and Xiao Zimo both wrote 7-character quatrains, but Wei Yichen's was a 5-character quatrain. Writing a 5-character quatrain is more difficult than a 7-character one because of its tight structure, fewer words, and higher demands for artistic language and mood expression. I didn't expect Wei Yichen not only to write in 5-character style but also to do so more poetically than Xiao Zimo and Pei Yuan with their 7-character poems. Therefore, Wei Yichen truly deserves to be the champion in the poetry contest. What surprised everyone even more was Su Mushi's calligraphy. The ink was perfectly balanced in darkness and light, and the strokes flowed smoothly. Her brushwork was exquisite, with strong and lively strokes. Her writing was swift and seamless, combining a calm, grand style with a lively, spirited feel. The layout was well-spaced and harmonious, adding beauty to Wei Yichen's poem. This calligraphy made Wei Yichen's poem even more impressive. The poem and the writing seemed perfectly matched, like heaven-made. Even Shun Yaxin and Bai Menjing, despite their feelings of dissatisfaction, had to admit that Su Mushi's calligraphy was outstanding. Xiao Zimo was initially very pleased with his own poem and the calligraphy he had written quickly. But after hearing Wei Yichen's poem, he felt both angry and unwilling. When he saw Su Mushi's calligraphy, he was only left in shock. Is this Su Mushi's writing? How is that possible? How come your handwriting here is different from what you wrote in your medical journal? Xiao Zimo questioned, showing disdain. Are you suspecting I cheated? Su Mushi replied coldly. There are so many people watching. I wrote this on the spot. Xiao Zimo's handsome face turned red again as he stammered, "I didn't mean that." Su Mushi sneered inwardly, but said seriously, "Medical journals are not only for my own reference but also for others to see. So, the writing style focuses on neatness, not artistic expression. You, the heir, never truly understand me and don't bother to try. If you don't understand me, why do you keep belittling and mocking me? I married the heir because the Marquis of Anyang once helped my father. To repay his kindness, I married into the Marquis's family, not because I craved the title of the Marquis's wife, as you think. For 3 years, I rarely left the Marquis of Anyang's estate. I did my best to fulfill my duties as the wife. I not only cured your leg but also treated my mother's old illness and restored my sister's appearance. I did all this without asking for anything in return. Yet I don't want to be falsely smeared with dirt and targeted with slander. Heir, why don't you ask your conscience? Have I done anything wrong to the Qiao family in these 3 years? After learning you wanted to marry Princess Changla, did I ever try to stop you from being with the one you love?" Every word Su Mushi spoke was like a sharp blade stabbing repeatedly into Qiao Zimo's chest, leaving him breathless. Su Mushi said these things, and Qiao Zimo actually knew and understood them all. But when Su Mushi was his wife, he took everything for granted. After their separation, he only thought Su Mushi was suffering herself. He had already made concessions before, letting Su Mushi be a secondary wife to Bai Menjing, regardless of status. Yet Su Mushi was still not satisfied and refused to accept it. He kept waiting for Su Mushi to regret, hoping she would cry and beg him. But unexpectedly, he was the one who regretted first. Su Mushi looked at Qiao Zimo standing silently, sighed inwardly, and coldly said, "Young master, since we have separated, we should each live our own lives and not bother each other. I won't criticize you, but you shouldn't trample on or belittle me anymore." After saying this, in front of everyone, she tore up the poem she had just written. "I have no intention of participating in the literary gathering, nor do I want to interfere with the calligraphy contest." Then she left directly, not looking at anyone. Wei Chen watched the torn rice paper on the ground and became more interested in Su Mushi. She helped him, yet didn't want to be involved with him at all. Few women were so cold to him. This cousin really was different from others. However, as soon as Su Mushi stepped down, Xia Xian stopped her. "Miss Su, could you stay a little longer? The last contest is painting and calligraphy. I hope you..." Xia Xian originally wanted to say, "I hope you can stay and watch me paint," but thinking of Su Mushi's rejection, he quickly changed his words. "I hope you can stay and lend me some silver?" Su Mushi was stunned by this, hesitated for a moment, then slowly nodded. She realized that the literary gathering was about more than just winning or losing. The final artwork sale value was also important. Xia Yusher, who usually offended many people at court, was known for his honesty. It was unlikely that merchants would spend a lot of silver on Xia Xian. Xia Xian had previously protected her in many ways. Now, if she spent some silver to support Xia Xian in winning the painting contest, it would be a way to repay his kindness. Wei Chen also came down from the stage, approached Su Mushi closely, and asked eagerly, "Cousin, do you like painting? If so, I'll also participate in the final contest. As for the poetry contest, I only went up to spar with the Marquis of Anyang's son, not with the intention of competing." He looked at Qiao Zimo still standing on the stage. "Congratulations to the heir of Anyang Marquis. He has already competed in 4 events and won 3 first places."
I'm truly impressed.
Wei Chen's words made many people look at Qiao Zimo with a hint of mockery. The heir of Anyang Marquis is indeed impressive. Luckily, I didn't go on stage and embarrass myself. The phrase "embarrass myself" was deliberately emphasized by the speaker. His tone carried clear sarcasm. Qiao Zimo's arrogant attitude earlier had already angered many, and now, being compared to his ex-wife, most people felt happy to see him fail. With one person starting, others also began to mock. Yes, the heir of Anyang Marquis is truly talented. Whether in couplets, poetry, or calligraphy, he is undoubtedly the top scorer in this literary contest. Do you think the heir of a young marquis will participate in the next painting competition? If he does, he might even win first place again. If that's the case, then the heir of a young marquis might be the most talented person in all the literary contests. After all, no one has ever won 4 first places in all the events before. Xiao Zimo felt a heavy constriction in his chest, and a faint sense of bloodlust rose in his throat. He looked around coldly and said sharply, "Enough." Finally, he fixed his gaze on Wei Yichen. This young master, disdain others' charity. If I don't win this first place, so be it." After saying this, he quickly walked down from the stage. As he passed Su Mushi, he looked at her deeply, full of sadness, which made Su Mushi feel confused. Clearly, Xiao Zimo was the one who was too arrogant and provoked everyone. Yet now he was blaming her? Blaming her for what? For stepping onto the stage and stealing his spotlight? Or for defending herself and speaking up? Bai Menjing didn't expect Xiao Zimo to lose 2 competitions. She secretly cursed him for being useless, but then she looked at Wei Yichen a few more times. She hadn't expected that Wei Yichen was not only handsome but also talented. It seemed he was no less impressive than Yiziu. But these thoughts could wait. Right now, she needed to make sure Xiao Zimo was qualified to go to the lakeside pavilion. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly approached Xiao Zimo. "Zimo, don't act impulsively. In my opinion, your poem has more meaning than Wei Gongzi's. You are truly the top scorer in this poetry contest." After speaking, she gave a signal to one of the officials who had come from Wuxiu. The official understood and quickly said, "Yes, I also think the prince's poem has more meaning, especially that line. Today I realized the wrong path ahead. Regret hard to undo the past beauty." It really touched me. The merchants nearby nodded in agreement. This did not make Xiao Zimo feel comforted. Instead, it made him feel even more ashamed. What does Bai Menjing think of him? A useless man who relies on women. He angrily swung his sleeve, almost hitting Bai Menjing. However, Xiao Zimo showed no apology on his face. Looking at Bai Menjing's beautiful face, only disgust and hatred remained in his eyes. The poem he just wrote was born out of regret and meeting Bai Menjing. If it weren't for Bai Menjing, he wouldn't have fallen from his horse 3 years ago and become disabled, mocked by others. If it weren't for Bai Menjing, he wouldn't have divorced Su Mushi and ended up in this awkward situation. But suddenly, Bai Menjing grabbed his arm, leaned close to his ear, and whispered so only the two of them could hear, "Be obedient, or I'll kill Su Mushi." Her voice was cold and warning, but her face looked shy. Xiao Zimo froze in place after hearing this. This was the first time Bai Menjing had spoken to him like this. So, was Bai Menjing tired of pretending? He turned his head to look at her.
No.
She was still pretending. But he hesitated. If his father was right, Bai Menjing was probably a ruthless person, so she might really kill Su Mushi. He looked again at Su Mushi, clenched his fists, and suppressed his coldness. Being mocked once was just to repay the kindness Su Mushi had shown his family before. Bai Menjing saw this and knew Xiao Zimo had compromised. Although she smiled on the outside, inside, she wished Xiao Zimo and Su Mushi would die together. Xiao Zimo had actually bowed his head for Su Mushi's safety. Sure enough, after becoming disabled, people become useless. All his pride and self-respect were gone. Such a useless man was not worthy to be her husband. Bai Menjing accompanied Xiao Zimo to the edge and sat down. After turning her back to the crowd, her smile instantly disappeared. She looked down at Xiao Zimo from above and whispered, "Don't worry, after the literary meeting, I will voluntarily break off the engagement. But for now, you're still my fiancé. If you don't go to the Huxin Pavilion, it will be my face that's lost. So sit here honestly, or don't blame me for not showing mercy to old feelings." Xiao Zimo looked up at Bai Menjing standing in front of him, his legs aching terribly. But at this moment, more painful than his legs was his heart. Although he had long believed what his father told him, Seeing the person he liked show such a hateful expression made it hard for him to believe his eyes. 3 years ago, I broke my leg. Was that your plan? Xiao Zimo spoke calmly, catching the fleeting look of fear in Bai Menjing's eyes. Sure enough, he had truly trusted the wrong person back then. He had wanted to marry Bai Menjing and grow old with her. But after she looked at other men, she did something cruel to protect her reputation. Maybe Bai Menjing originally wanted him to fall and die, but she didn't expect him to end up so badly hurt. If Su Muxi hadn't helped him stand again, Bai Menjing probably wouldn't have looked at him after returning to the capital, even if she was widowed.
Ha ha ha.
Xiao Zimo suddenly burst into laughter, drawing everyone's attention. What's wrong with the young master of Anyang Marquis? Why are you laughing all of a sudden? Could it be that he's too happy about winning the 3 competitions? Surely it's because Princess Changla said something to him. I envy Xiao Zimo for marrying such a beautiful and gentle princess. People's reactions ranged from mockery to jealousy, but no one doubted Bai Menjing. After laughing, Xiao Zimo suddenly stood up, leaned close to Bai Menjing's ear, and whispered, "Let's break off the engagement after the literary gathering. Otherwise, I will marry you, but the pain I suffered before will make you experience 10 times worse. No matter what your status or backing is, I, Xiao Zimo, will keep my word." When Bai Menjing returned to the main hall from Xiao Zimo, she looked somewhat lost and distracted. She never expected that Xiao Zimo knew about what happened 3 years ago. Why didn't she just kill him back then? If she had, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble now. Thinking angrily about this, she suddenly heard Pei Yuan's caring voice. "Princess, what's wrong?" Bai Menjing snapped back to reality, seeing Pei Yuan's worried expression. She shook her head slightly. "Thank you for your concern, young Master Pei.
I'm fine.
I'm just a bit worried about Zimo. I just hope Zimo can regain his confidence. I didn't expect." Although she only spoke half of what she wanted to say, her unfinished words left much to the imagination. Pei Yuan looked at Bai Menjing with a look of pity in his eyes and shot a resentful glance at Xiao Zimo, feeling an urge to hit him. Since he had wronged Miss Su, he should treat Princess Changla well. But Xiao Zimo actually vented his frustration on the princess. He really isn't a man. Then he thought of the vicious, crazy woman Qiao Zixi. It seemed that no one in the Qiao family was good. While they talked, the poetry charity sale had just ended and the painting competition was about to begin. Bai Menjing smiled at Pei Yuan. "Young Master Pei, will you join?" Pei Yuan looked at Xie Xian, who was full of excitement, and slowly shook his head. "With Xie Xian here, I would just be a background figure." But Bai Menjing said meaningfully, "Originally, the Empress wanted to betroth Xie Xian, but now it seems they chose the wrong match." After saying this, she looked aware of her slip and smiled apologetically at Pei Yuan. She didn't ask about the marriage between Pei Yuan and Qiao Zixi, but continued walking toward the center of the venue. Pei Yuan stood still, watching Xie Xian full of confidence, clenching his fists. Although he knew that his marriage to Qiao Zixi was not Xie Xian's fault, he still felt uncomfortable inside. If Xie Xian hadn't suddenly come to tell him that the Empress wanted to betroth Qiao Zixi, he wouldn't be forced to marry a cruel, ugly woman now. Xie Xian on stage didn't know what Pei Yuan was thinking, because his heart and eyes were full of Su Muxi. He wanted to give Su Muxi a surprise. He wanted her to see his outstanding side. Without Xiao Zimo's arrogant speech, many people participated in the final competition. Some young women also went on stage, including Shen Yaxin. The literary event was held only once a year, and everyone, regardless of gender, wanted to show off and get praise. Now was the last chance, so everyone was eager to do their best. The 2 scholars discussed and finally decided on the topic. Paint a picture of lake and mountain scenery. Su Muxi stood below, alert to her surroundings, with no intention of watching Xie Xian and Wei Yichen on stage. Just as she was about to find a seat, a veiled woman approached her gracefully. "Miss Su, painting takes time. I have a seat over there. If you don't mind, you can sit with me at the same table." The woman spoke softly, her big eyes shining with water, looking very charming. Su Mushi recognized the person. Earlier, she had deliberately asked if this was the Bibo Pavilion literary gathering, and the woman had answered her. "Thank you very much, miss," Su Mushi said politely, bowing slightly. The woman quickly returned the bow. "My name is Moran Yen. My father is just a captain in the Imperial Guard." Her voice was soft and timid, and she looked somewhat shy. Su Mushi was surprised. She had thought that only the powerful and noble could enter this Bibo Pavilion literary gathering. But Moran Yan's father was only a 7th-rank official. If Moran Yan was talented, she had not performed well in the 5 competitions, as she hadn't appeared on stage. So how did Moran Yan get in? Seeing Su Mushi's puzzled look, Moran Yan slightly bowed her head. "My father sent me to Lord Zheng. Today I came with Lord Zheng." Sent? Lord Zheng? Although Moran Yan didn't explain clearly, Su Mushi felt she understood. "Is the Lord Zheng you mentioned Jingyi?" "Yes." It was not uncommon for women to be sent to seek favor, so Su Mushi didn't press further. If it had been before, she might have felt some sympathy for Moran Yan. But now she wouldn't. Last time, she had been kind to a little beggar girl, but that kindness almost ruined her reputation. Now, knowing what Bai Menjing had prepared for her at this literary gathering, she wouldn't be so quick to show kindness again. Although Moran Yan seemed unwilling to be Lord Zheng's concubine, who truly knew her intentions. Daughters of minor officials can also be ambitious. Some prefer to be concubines to high officials rather than marry ordinary men. Zhang Yi might be but his father was the Minister of War. Even officials at the 7th rank could be at the gates of the Prime Minister's mansion. Moran Yan might even secretly be willing. After they sat down, Su Mushi clearly felt Moran Yan's gaze on her. She turned her head slightly and whispered, "Miss Moran, what are you looking at?" Moran Yan's ears instantly turned red. She shyly lowered her head, then looked up at Su Mushi. Seeing that Su Mushi's face showed no anger, she whispered, "It's nothing. I just think Miss Su is actually quite pretty." "Then take another look." Su Mushi turned her left cheek toward Moran Yan. But she didn't see any shock or disdain in Moran Yan's eyes. If she wasn't simply kind-hearted, she must be very cunning. Thinking this, Su Mushi listened as Moran Yan hesitated and said, "Miss Su, the birthmark on your face can probably be removed, right?" It was a statement, not a question. Su Mushi quietly tested and asked, "Miss Mo, why do you say that?" Mo Lanyan looked at Wei Yichun on the stage, her eyes showing a shy smile, then turned to look at Su Mushi. Young Master Wei previously said that Miss Su is as beautiful as a fairy. Although young Master Xia knows that Miss Su is already engaged to Prince Yong'an, he still treats her so kindly. It seems Miss Su's appearance isn't as simple as it looks. So I guess the birthmark on Miss Su's face can be removed. Once the birthmark is gone, she will be as beautiful as young Master Wei said, like a fairy. Su Mushi secretly thought Mo Lanyan was shallow. If a woman's only way to attract men is her beauty, and her beauty exists solely for men, then her future won't be very good. Su Mushi smiled silently, not speaking to Mo Lanyan, but looking at the stage, waiting for the contest to end so she could buy Xie Xian's painting with her money. But when the 2 incense sticks burned out and the servant raised everyone's paintings, Su Mushi hesitated. The painting's theme was clearly lake and mountain scenery. But Xie Xian painted her. And it was her without the ugly red birthmark on her left face. However, not only Xie Xian did not follow the theme, but Wei Yichun also did not. Pei Yuan and Wei Yichun both painted a graceful woman. The woman had fair skin and beautiful features, wearing a light blue dress and a simple silver hairpin. Her attire was plain, but her beauty could not be hidden. Upon closer inspection, everyone realized who the women in the paintings really were. Because today, Su Mushi's dress was exactly the same as the woman in the painting, except that the woman in the painting did not have the ugly red birthmark on her left face. So it turns out Su Mushi is this beautiful after the birthmark is gone. The woman in the painting looks like a fairy. Do you think young Master Wei said Su Mushi is as beautiful as a fairy because her birthmark can be removed? If it could be removed, it would have been done long ago. Who would leave such an ugly birthmark on their face? Exactly. I think these two are just imagining what Su Mushi looks like without the birthmark. It seems a pity. It would be so much better if Su Mushi's face had no birthmark at all. Xie Xian wanted everyone to see that Su Mushi was not actually ugly. Her beauty was just hidden by the birthmark. Although he didn't believe she could remove the birthmark, he hoped people would see that Su Mushi was naturally beautiful and stop mocking her appearance. At the same time, he painted this picture specifically for Su Mushi, hoping she would buy it and hang it in her home to admire every day. Unexpectedly, Wei Yichen shared the same idea. Fortunately, Wei Yichen's painting was not as vivid as his own. Wei Yichen was also very surprised by Xie Xian's painting, his fox-like eyes narrowing as he tried to see something in Xie Xian's face. After observing for a while, he realized that Xie Xian was unaware of the secret about the guardian lizard. This was truly rare. Someone who doesn't focus on appearance and genuinely likes Su Mushi. If judged by the standards of the Su family for choosing a son-in-law, Xie Xian would definitely be chosen. It's a pity that the current Su family is too busy to pay attention to such matters. Whether it was his cousin Su Mushi or the entire Su family, they would all belong to him. Although the painting's theme was lake and mountain scenery, once people saw the portraits of Su Mushi painted by the two, they couldn't focus on anyone else's work. I'll pay 300 taels to buy Master Xie's painting. Whoever the subject was didn't matter. Such a beauty hanging in the house was always pleasing to look at. With one person leading, others began to compete for the paintings. Su Mushi watched the scene, feeling very strange. If a stranger bought her portrait, she felt a strong psychological rejection. So she directly shouted, "One painting for 10,000 taels. I want both." 10,000 taels was no small amount, and since the main bidder had already spoken, continuing might cause misunderstandings. After all, Su Mushi was actually not as beautiful as in the painting. But Wei Yichen smiled and said, "The one I have is worth 20,000 taels. If my cousin continues to bid, I won't back down."
Shumuxi.
She knew Wei Yichen was deliberately making things ambiguous, trying to cause misunderstandings.
But
20,000 taels. Su Mushi's eyes flashed with defiance. Wei Yichen still kept smiling. 30,000 taels.
Shumuxi, 40,000 taels.
50,000 taels. Wei Yichen continued. Unexpectedly, after only 2 bids, Su Mushi stopped. "Then I thank my cousin for donating silver to help the poor." Wei Yichen chuckled softly, full of affection. Xie Xian, seeing this, felt unwilling but was truly short of money. However, thinking that Su Mushi had bought his painting made him happy, and he couldn't help but show a proud smile at Wei Yichen nearby. The whole venue was lively, but the expressions of the two scholars were not very good. They exchanged glances and stood up together, preparing to leave. Seeing the situation, Chun Song hurriedly stopped the two people. "Where are you two going, esteemed scholars?" One of them snorted coldly. "Humph. Of course, we're going home. No previous cultural meetings have ever been so chaotic. Besides, it seems we are no longer needed here." We bid farewell. Bai Menjing watched them leave without stopping them. After they left, she seemed to speak to herself, saying, "Actually, Aunt Empress is just being kind." I didn't expect. Although she didn't mention Su Mushi by name, many people blamed her for the incident. This year's cultural meeting was indeed very chaotic. There were arguments and even fights. Originally, wise people could exchange ideas peacefully, but now it had turned into chaos. There was no charity auction. Instead, items were simply bid on. The last activity, where people didn't follow the theme to paint, became more popular. If the two scholars had stayed, they would surely be unhappy and leave. Of course, all this stemmed from one person, Su Mushi. That final contest hasn't even chosen a champion yet. Both scholars have already left. Who will decide the winner? Whoever wins, I'm not interested in the title anyway. Bai Menjing quietly surveyed the crowd and then stepped forward. Since the two scholars have left, I will host the remaining matters of this cultural meeting. What do you all think? Everyone naturally agreed, as Bai Menjing's status was clear. The meeting had been dull, and most people were ready to leave once this last part was over. Bai Menjing looked at Xie Xian and Wei Yichen, then hesitated before speaking. Your paintings are truly excellent, but they don't quite match the theme. Xie Xian quickly said, I withdraw. Wei Yichen also spoke up. I'm just here to join in the fun and help the common people of Qi. I have no interest in the title of champion. If I wanted to be the winner, I wouldn't have given up the chance twice to the Marquis of Anyang's son. Xiao Zimo clenched his teeth, but said nothing. His flushed face showed his feelings clearly. Bai Menjing looked a bit embarrassed, but smiled gently and then carefully examined others' paintings. Finally, her gaze fell on Shen Yaxin's artwork. What do you all think of Miss Shen's painting? As soon as Bai Menjing spoke, some people understood the meaning behind her words and quickly suggested Shen Yaxin as the winner of this contest. Shen Yaxin never expected Bai Menjing to recommend her. She felt happy but also a bit proud. In the end, only Qiao Zimo and Shen Yaxin could go to the lakeside pavilion after the 5 competitions. A small boat, already prepared, was waiting by the lake. Everyone watched as Qiao Zimo and Shen Yaxin got on the boat and slowly rowed toward the pavilion, feeling envious. Halfway across the lake, suddenly, everyone on the shore heard Shen Yaxin scream, "The boat is leaking!" This sudden change made everyone nervous. Only Bai Menjing's eyes flashed with a quick, sly smile. There were only 3 people on the boat: the boatman, Qiao Zimo, and Shen Yaxin. Shen Yaxin was originally staring straight at the lakeside pavilion nearby, but suddenly she felt her foot wet. Looking down, she saw that the boat had started to leak water, and it was leaking more and more. In a blink, the water had already covered her ankles. "The boat is leaking." After shouting, she looked toward the shore. They were far from the shore and even farther from the pavilion. The boat was sinking, and no matter whether they turned back or kept going, they couldn't hold on. "Young master, what should we do?" Shen Yaxin was panicked and could only hope Qiao Zimo would help. Qiao Zimo's face looked worried. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. He coldly looked at the boatman. "It's your fault." He stood up quickly and grabbed the boatman's neck. Qiao Zimo's action made the boat even more unstable. Shen Yaxin instinctively held onto Qiao Zimo's leg. Seeing that Qiao Zimo wasn't trying to fix the problem but was instead struggling with the boatman, she disapproved and said, "Young master, we should find a way to get ashore. The boat is about to sink." After speaking, she looked toward the shore, ready to call for help. But suddenly, the boatman fought back and struggled with Qiao Zimo. The boat completely capsized. The boatman, who knew how to swim, quickly swam toward the pavilion. Shen Yaxin, who couldn't swim, was so frightened by the sudden change that she lost her composure, clinging tightly to Qiao Zimo and refusing to let go. Qiao Zimo could swim, but because Shen Yaxin was holding him so tightly, he couldn't move freely and choked on several mouthfuls of water. He wanted to shake her off, but there were many people on the shore watching. If he did nothing, he might cause trouble for the Shen family. So he could only hold Shen Yaxin's slim waist and shouted loudly, "Calm down. I can swim. I will help you ashore." The people on the shore saw the small boat capsize and shouted in alarm. Some even prepared to jump into the lake to be heroes and save the person in danger. But they were all stopped by Menjing. "Everyone stay calm. Zimo can swim, and Miss Shen will be fine. If you rush in now, you might cause more trouble. The calmer we are, the better." Hearing this, everyone quieted down, but only a few were truly worried about Shen Yaxin's safety. Most women watched the scene with curiosity, enjoying the spectacle. Most men, on the other hand, regretted missing the chance to be heroes and save the day. If they could have a close moment with Shen Yaxin, they might even marry her. She was talented, noble, and beautiful. Although Shen Yaxin stopped struggling, Zimo was holding her and swimming toward the shore, which was very tiring. He was so focused on reaching the shore quickly that he ignored the warm, soft touch of her hand. Shen Yaxin, still frightened, didn't notice anything unusual. When they finally reached the land and could stand on solid ground, she realized something was wrong. At some point, her clothes had come undone, and Zimo's large hand was resting on her slim waist without any resistance. Zimo quickly let go and hurried onto the shore. When he saw Bai Menjing in the crowd, he felt like strangling her right then and there. It was definitely Bai Menjing's plan. No wonder she wanted him to become the leader. She was waiting for this moment. Just like 3 years ago, she was willing to do anything, even harm others, to protect her reputation. When Bai Menjing saw Zimo looking at her, she didn't hide her gaze, but smiled softly at him. Then she loudly called out, "Miss Su, please go check on Miss Shin." When Su Mushi heard Shin Yashin calling out about the boat leaking, she knew Shin Yashin was in trouble. Without waiting for Bai Menjing's orders, she rushed over and helped Shin Yashin onto the shore. A kind young man then took off his coat and draped it over Shin Yashin. But in the next moment, his worried and gentle expression turned into surprise and disgust. This was because Shin Yashin's face was now fully visible, no longer hidden behind a veil. The makeup covering her freckles had been washed away by the lake water. Her face, though less spotted than a few days ago, still looked quite frightening. "Miss Shin, your face." Someone spoke in disbelief, snapping Shin Yashin out of her shock. She instinctively reached up to touch her face, suddenly realizing something was wrong. She hurriedly pulled her robe over her face to hide it. The shame and anger in her heart made her feel too embarrassed to face anyone. The secret she had kept hidden for nearly 10 years was exposed today. Looking at Su Mushi in front of her, Shin Yashin shouted angrily, "It's all your fault. If you could remove the spots on my face, why did you have to play tricks on me?" The maid Bai Yuan came just in time, hugging Shin Yashin into her arms and crying out, "Miss, how could heaven treat you like this? Your innocence was destroyed, and now your face is ruined."
Boo-hoo.
Xiao Zimo and Su Mushi both spoke at the same time. "I was just rushing to save someone in a moment of panic. How could my innocence be destroyed? The black spots on your face have always been there, and they were only treated by me 3 days ago. How can you say your face was ruined by someone?" Bai Yuan looked angry, and Shin Yashin in her arms was also furious. But before they could speak, a sinister female voice suddenly sounded from the crowd. "Su Mushi, you go too." Su Mushi had been alert to her surroundings, so she noticed immediately when a veiled woman ran toward her. Prepared with a silver needle, she shot it out and stabbed the woman, but she was still a moment too late. The woman was holding a small jar, and as Su Mushi shot her silver needle, she poured the liquid from the jar. A strong smell filled the air. Su Mushi recognized what it was and quickly used her sleeve to block her face. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zimo stepped forward just in time, blocking her.
Ah!
Xiao Zimo cried out in pain, his back burning with a patch of scorched skin and bleeding. The sudden change stunned everyone. Su Mushi reacted first, grabbing Xiao Zimo's wrist and walking toward the lake, shouting to the crowd, "Catch Xiao Zishi." She recognized the veiled woman by her voice as Xiao Zishi. She just didn't expect Xiao Zishi to use verdigris oil to splash her. And she also knew what Bai Menjing had prepared for her. After all, the literary meeting wasn't open to just anyone. Xiao Zishi being there meant she had help, and she was sure that Bai Menjing was the one helping. "Hurry and jump into the lake. The green dye is very corrosive and must be washed off quickly," Su Mushi sternly told Xiao Zimo, but saw him standing still without moving. She looked up and met his dark, unclear eyes. Just as she was about to say more, Go Mao hurried over, kicked Xiao Zimo in the knee, and pushed him into the lake. "The young master is badly hurt and can't wait. We must clean the wound quickly. Miss Su, leave this to me. I am very skilled at treating such injuries," said Go Mao confidently. Seeing Go Mao's quick movements and serious expression, Su Mushi was stunned for a moment, then nodded. She looked at Xiao Zimo, who was trying to climb out of the water but was kicked back in by Go Mao, and decided to go deal with Xiao Zishi first. When she heard Su Mushi say to catch Xiao Zishi, everyone was still in shock, unsure how they suddenly mentioned him. It wasn't until Xie Xian reacted, grabbed Xiao Zishi's wrist, and tore off his veil that everyone looked surprised and shocked. Such a disgusting face. Is this the daughter of Marquis Anyang, Xiao Zishi? I heard Xiao Zixi face was ruined. I didn't expect it to be like this. Young Master Pei is so pitiful. He's going to marry such a woman. What deep hatred does she have with Su Muxi? Could her face really be ruined by Su Muxi? Pei Yuan felt ashamed and humiliated. He never expected Xiao Zixi to suddenly appear, and as soon as he did, he committed such a cruel act. He couldn't imagine what would happen if that liquid had been splashed on someone's face. He wanted to go and mock Xiao Zixi, but he knew he couldn't. He still had a marriage contract with Xiao Zixi, and even if he hated her, he couldn't do anything to ruin her. Otherwise, he would damage his own reputation and the Pei family's name. Now, after everyone saw that his future wife was so crazy, vicious, and ugly, he felt deeply ashamed. Looking at Xie Xian tearing off Xiao Zixi's veil, Pei Yuan's heart grew more filled with a strange, unexplainable resentment. Xie Xian didn't know what Pei Yuan was thinking, only feeling angry at Xiao Zixi's actions. Miss Su, why did you help someone as sinister and cruel as her remove her scars? Now she looks like she truly deserves her wickedness. Xiao Zixi originally wanted to carefully hide her face, but after hearing Xie Xian's words, she suddenly swung her sleeve and stopped hiding. She shouted angrily, Su Muxi is the real scheming and wicked person. The reason my face is like this is because she was behind it. Killing someone means paying with your life. I just want her to suffer the same as me. What's wrong with that? Su Muxi quickly stepped forward and without hesitation gave Xiao Zixi a heavy slap across the face.
Slap.
Her nails scratched the hard-won scabs on Xiao Zixi's face, causing pus and blood to flow from her already badly damaged face. Xiao Zixi, full of hatred, reached out to teach Su Muxi a lesson, but Su Muxi suddenly stabbed her with a needle. Like Zheng Yi, Xiao Zixi suddenly lost strength and slowly collapsed to the ground. Su Muxi, there are so many people watching. How dare you do this to me? Xiao Zixi glared at Su Muxi with hatred, as if she wanted to tear her apart. Su Muxi looked down at Xiao Zixi from above and sneered. You still know there are so many people watching. If you knew that, why did you dare to pour green oil on me in front of everyone? Is this how the daughter of the Anyang Marquis should behave? Xiao Zixi responded naturally. That's what you deserve. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be like this. Since you want my face to be ruined, I will ruin yours too. I want to see, when your face is rotten to the bone, will young Master Pei still care about you? Will you still be able to become the princess consort of Yong'an? Pei Yuan wanted to hide himself as much as possible so he wouldn't be noticed, but now hearing this, someone looked over at him again. He blushed with anger and said, Xiao Zixi, what nonsense are you talking about? Miss Su and I are innocent. Don't go around spreading false accusations. Xiao Zixi looked at Pei Yuan with full resentment. Seeing the disgust and contempt in his eyes, she burst into wild laughter.
Ha ha ha.
Spreading false accusations? You came to my house to propose marriage and mistook Su Muxi for me. Do you dare to say in front of everyone that you have no feelings for Su Muxi?
Pei Yuan.
Do you dare? Everyone heard Xiao Zixi's words and showed expressions of disbelief. Having Wei Yichen and Xie Xian showing affection for Su Muxi is understandable, since one is her cousin and the other is a free-spirited person. Surprisingly, even Pei Yuan, a gentle and modest man, has feelings for Su Muxi. Pei Yuan never expected Xiao Zixi to admit to mistaking him in front of so many people. After speaking, Xiao Zixi suddenly seemed to remember something and glared fiercely at Su Muxi. So, you destroyed my face because I pretended to be you?
Su Muxi.
You are truly wicked. Su Muxi carefully smelled the blood on her nails and looked closely at Xiao Zixi's face. While lost in thought, she heard Xiao Zixi shouting again, her brows furrowing even more. Xiao Zixi, you keep saying I ruined your face. Where is the proof? The proof is that my face was damaged after using rouge from Shengyan Tang, and you're the one who makes rouge. That day, you stopped my carriage in the street and threatened to ruin my looks. What a coincidence. You said you would ruin my face during the day, and by night, my face was damaged. If it wasn't you behind this, Then who could it be? Xiao Zishi spoke confidently, but Su Muxi couldn't help but laugh. Snicker. Xiao Zishi, don't you realize what you're saying? Everything is just your guess, with no real evidence. Yet, you want to blame everything on me. That's just ridiculous. Last time we met, I told you your face wasn't my doing. I have no feelings for young Master Pei, nor do I want to compete with you. Think about who you've offended recently. And now you suspect it's me?
Ha.
Serves you right for being used. After saying this, Su Muxi looked at Bai Menjing with a half-smile. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from her nails. The reason your face is so damaged is because you were poisoned by Ming Yan Xiang. While speaking, Su Muxi subtly looked at Bai Menjing. When she saw a flash of panic in her eyes, she confirmed her suspicion. It turned out Bai Menjing was behind Xiao Zishi's face being ruined. Ming Yan Xiang?
What is that?
I heard it's a rare incense from the southern border, offered as tribute to the palace. If it's a tribute to the palace, how could it be poisonous? The crowd murmured quietly after hearing Su Muxi's words. Su Muxi carefully wiped her hands while observing Bai Menjing's complexion. She kindly explained to everyone, this Mingyan fragrance is indeed a good thing. A few years ago, I saw it in the Empress Dowager's palace. When mixed with other fragrances and burned, it can make people feel happy and even extend their life. If mixed with rouge and applied to the face, it can make the skin fair and smooth, improving beauty. However, everything follows the principle of mutual promotion and restraint. Although Mingyan fragrance is good, it cannot be used with ginseng. If someone uses rouge with Mingyan fragrance and also takes ginseng and doesn't take medicine to clear heat and detoxify in time, their face could rot. Zhou Zimo suddenly looked enlightened and said to Su Muxi, Nanny Wu is your person. That day, after she used Xingyan Hall's rouge, Nanny Wu suddenly brought her a cup of ginseng tea. She didn't want to drink it at first because seeing ginseng made her think of Su Muxi. But Nanny Wu said, Miss, what is your status? Do you think you can afford ginseng tea without Su Muxi? I just can't stand to see you suffer, so I prepared this tea for you. Hearing this, she felt angry but didn't think much and drank the tea. Soon after, her face started to itch, and after scratching lightly, it began to rot. Nanny Wu had been her nurse since childhood and was very close to her mother. She never expected that she would harm her along with Su Muxi. Su Muxi couldn't help but sneer again, Xiao Zishi, are you the stupid? Everyone just said that Mingyan fragrance was a tribute from the southern border to the palace. Do you think I, a small doctor, could get it easily? Even if I could get it, I wouldn't use such precious fragrance to deal with you. I can prepare 100 poisons to harm you, so there's no need to waste Mingyan fragrance on you. She then slightly bent down, leaned close to Xiao Zishi, and, rarely showing a gentle smile, softly said, So, think carefully. Xiao Zishi stared blankly at Su Muxi, her lips trembling as if she had no strength to speak. At this moment, Bai Menjing stepped out from the crowd, looked at Xiao Zishi with concern, and then pointed at Su Muxi, saying, Miss Su, now is not the time for this. Since you know how to treat Sister Shi's face, why don't you treat it quickly? Yes. Hurry up and treat my face. Xiao Zishi was no longer concerned about who harmed her. All she cared about was restoring her face to its original look. If she could do that, she wouldn't be disliked or hated, and Pei Yuan would like her again like before. I can't heal it, Su Muxi said calmly. That's impossible. You can definitely heal it. Xiao Zishi refused to believe and desperately knelt at Su Muxi's feet. Sis-in-law, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I know you're kind and soft-hearted. It's my fault for being young and naive, fooled by others and misunderstanding you. Please help me. I promise I won't oppose you again. As long as you can heal my face, I'll do anything you ask.
Wah. Please.
I'm begging you. Xiao Zishi cried and begged, her face terrifying but her expression pitiful. However, Su Muxi remained unmoved. Xiao Zishi always used her youth as an excuse, but besides Zhang's family, who really saw her as a child, if she studied the situation, maybe she could help Xiao Zishi recover her appearance. But now, she owed Xiao Zishi nothing and had been targeted and slandered by her. Why should she help? I'm not your sister-in-law, and I can't heal your face, Su Mushi said again. After looking at Xiao Zishi, she continued, but the person behind harming you might have the cure. Miss Su, you said you can't heal it without even looking? I think you don't want to, Bai Menjing said sharply, seeming to defend Xiao Zishi. But Su Mushi knew Bai Menjing was nervous and didn't want Xiao Zishi to think clearly. That's why she kept shifting the topic to herself. I can see at a glance that Lord Li was indulging himself too much. Your face is badly damaged, and I can tell. I truly wish I could help, but I hope the person behind harming Xiao Zishi has a solution, Su Mushi said, sighing fake sorrowfully. Who would be so cruel? Ming Yanxiang only needed a little bit of that perfume, but she used so much, wasting money. How jealous she must be of Xiao Zishi's beauty, she added. Hearing this, Xiao Zishi suddenly looked up at Bai Menjing. Was it you?
Was it you, right?
It was you. Xiao Zishi quickly went from suspicion to certainty in less than a moment. The person who got Ming Yanxiang's perfume and envied her beauty could only be Bai Menjing. So, the scar on my face when I was 6 was really your plan. Because the envoy from Beiyan praised me and not you?
Ha!
I trusted you so much. I even thought my father was lying to me. Why again? Why are you treating me like this?
Why?
Xiao Zishi looked crazy, speaking incoherently. But everyone else understood clearly. When Xiao Zishi was 6, her face was cut not by accident, but by Princess Changlu. Lord Anyang also knew about this and told Xiao Zishi, but she didn't believe him. Bai Menjing quickly tried to explain, Xiao's sister, what are you talking about? When did I ever harm you? Don't listen to others trying to sow discord. But Xiao Zishi refused to listen to anyone's explanation. Just like before when she had a bias against Su Mushi, now she was the same with Bai Menjing. Is it because last time I went to Gua Temple, Pei Yuan fell for me, at first sight but didn't look at you? Is that it?
Is it?
Xiao Zishi kept talking to herself, becoming more emotional and acting more crazy. Seeing this, Su Mushi stepped forward to support Xiao Zishi. Get up first, then we'll talk. But secretly, she pinched a silver needle and discreetly stabbed Xiao Zishi. Xiao Zishi, who had no strength, suddenly regained her energy. She pushed away Su Mushi and directly grabbed Bai Menjing's neck. Bai Menjing, I trusted you so much, and I didn't expect you to harm me like this. I will kill you.
Kill you.
Xiao Zishi's eyes were full of hatred, her face terrifying, her hands bulging with blue veins, clearly using all her strength to try to strangle Bai Menjing. Bai Menjing looked pained, hitting Xiao Zishi's hand hard, unable to speak. At this moment, everyone reacted from their shock. 2 men stepped forward, pulling Xiao Zishi's hands apart, freeing Bai Menjing. Cough, cough. Bai Menjing coughed a few times, breathing heavily, filled with murderous intent. They hadn't expected Xiao Zishi to turn and bite her back. It's all because of Xiao Zimo. If he hadn't caused trouble, Su Mushi might have already been disfigured, and Xiao Zishi wouldn't have thought of so many things. Let me go. Let me go. I will kill Bai Menjing. I will kill her. Xiao Zishi struggled fiercely. The 2 young men holding her, if they weren't worried about her being the daughter of Lord Anyang, might have just covered her mouth directly. Xiao Zimo heard the commotion and, before Gu Mao could treat his wound, hurried over quickly. Although I felt discomfort in my legs, no matter what, Xiao Zishi is his sister. No matter how big her mistakes are, he will do his best to protect her safety. Let go of my sister now. Xiao Zimo stepped forward sharply. The 2 young men could only loosen their grip, but still kept a wary eye on Xiao Zishi. If she dared to hurt Princess Changlu again, they would step in immediately. Seeing Xiao Zimo, Xiao Zishi's anger instantly disappeared. Her feelings of grievance overwhelmed her, and she ignored his wet clothes, throwing herself into his arms. Brother. Sniff. I was wrong. I should have listened to you. I should have listened to father. Xiao Zishi cried loudly and tearfully. Su Mushi thought that at this moment, she must really be regretful. But she couldn't feel any sympathy for Qiao Zixi. Although Bai Menjing was sneaky and hateful, Qiao Zixi was also responsible for her own trouble. Seeing his sister like this, even though Qiao Zimo thought she was extremely foolish, his heart softened at this moment. Enduring the pain in his back, Qiao Zimo gently patted Qiao Zixi's head and said softly, "Don't cry. Everything will get better. I will also find a way to help heal your face." While speaking, he looked at Su Mushi. Su Mushi sneered inwardly. She only thought of her when there was trouble. When things were fine, she only mocked and belittled her. The Qiao siblings prided themselves on their high status, but their greed was deeply ingrained. They were not even as decent as street beggars. At least, when giving a beggar a coin, the beggar would thank you. They wouldn't think it was their right to receive money, nor would they see it as a crime if you refused to give. After Bai Menjing recovered, she looked at the disheveled Qiao family siblings with a look of grievance and sadness. "Sierra, I don't know why you treat me like this, but I swear I've never harmed you. I know you're upset about your face being ruined, but you shouldn't listen to petty gossip and think I was the one who hurt you, right?" Qiao Zixi heard this and left Qiao Zimo's embrace, glaring fiercely at Bai Menjing. "Now I see your true face. I realize how hypocritical you are. It was you who asked Wu Mama to give me the green powder, trying to use me to ruin Su Mushi. After I ran away from home, you agreed to help me sneak into the literary gathering without asking why. In fact, you already knew my plan, because everything was arranged by you. You asked me to promise that I would control my emotions no matter what, so as not to affect the meeting. You also said that if something happened, we should wait until after the meeting to discuss it. In fact, you just want to harm my brother and don't want me to ruin your plan early. You dislike that my brother is lame and want to set him up to be with Miss Shen, but at the same time, you want to use me to deal with Su Mushi. Bai Menjing, you are the truly scheming and mean person. Qiao Zixi has never been stupid, just stubborn. Once she believes in something, she refuses to change her mind. Now that she sees through Bai Menjing, she understands many things. Bai Menjing still looks hurt and upset. She says, "Sister Shi, I only thought you wanted to come to the meeting to see young Master Pei. I didn't think much about it, and I didn't expect you to misunderstand me like this. Do our many years of sisterhood mean nothing compared to a few words from Su Mushi?" Su Mushi sneers inwardly. At this point, Bai Menjing still wants to drag her down. The princess doesn't need to provide proof when she speaks. "I never said who harmed Qiao Zixi face. If the matter involves Wu Mama, then just find her and ask. See who she really works for. But no matter what, she is not my person. Wu Mama, as a close servant of Lady Yang Ho, if she were my person, I would have known about the incident when Lady Yang Ho hired someone to set fire and try to kill my family. Oh, and we can also investigate Ming Yanxiang. Ming Yanxiang is so precious. I suppose the palace's noble ladies have all been given some by someone, and there should be records." But after saying this, she looks troubled. However, using so much Ming Yanxiang to harm Miss Qiao suggests her identity is not simple. Even if there are records, it might be impossible to find out anything. Who says it's impossible to find out? Before Su Mushi finished speaking, a steady male voice sounded from afar. Everyone looked toward the voice, and to their surprise, the Marquis of Anyang had arrived. Seeing Qiao Shuyuan, Qiao Zixi shrank back and once again threw herself into Qiao Zimo's arms. Qiao Zimo, upon seeing Qiao Shuyuan, grew serious. His father was accompanied by Changzhong, who brought Wu Mama along. So, he knew that Wu Mama was Bai Menjing's person, and he also knew what Sheer might do at the meeting today. Perhaps Bai Menjing planned for her and Xin Yaxin to fall into the water together, and his father was aware of this too. His father said that letting him clear Su Mushi's name after the literary meeting was probably just a last-minute excuse to keep him here. Otherwise, given his nature, he would have left earlier. Holding his sister in his arms, Qiao Zimo felt very sad. So, what exactly do they mean to Qiao Shuyuan? Qiao Shuyuan's eyes were cold, and his presence intimidating. Seeing this, everyone quickly avoided him. Bai Menjing also trembled slightly. She didn't expect Qiao Shuyuan to come, nor did she expect him to bring Wu Mama along. Xiao Shuyuan looked around coldly. His expression softened a little only when he saw Su Mushi. Finally, he stood in front of Bai Menjing and asked coldly, "Princess, isn't this going too far? Do you think you can deceive the Qiao family?" Bai Menjing quickly steadied her mind and frowned at Xiao Shuyuan. "Marquis Anyang, what do you mean? Why are you suddenly questioning me? Do you think you can look down on the Bai family?" Now, she could only use the Bai family to pressure Xiao Shuyuan. If he was wise, he wouldn't make this matter worse. Otherwise, the Bai family wouldn't let him go easily. But Xiao Shuyuan snorted coldly and directly revealed what Bai Menjing was thinking.
How?
"Do you want to use the Bai family to pressure me, princess? When Zishu was 6 years old, I was afraid of the Bai family, so I had to hide the truth to protect my daughter. But I am a father. My own daughter has been repeatedly harmed, and I can't keep silent anymore. Moreover, you not only harmed my daughter, but also my son. Today, even if I end up wrongly imprisoned, I will demand justice for my 2 children from the princess." After speaking, Chang Zhong, behind him, threw Wu Mama at Bai Menjing's feet. Wu Mama fell to the ground, but didn't cry out in pain. Instead, she knelt and crawled a few steps, then hugged Bai Menjing's thigh. "Princess, save me. I have served you for over 10 years. I may not have merit, but I have worked hard.
Please don't ignore me."
I have always followed your orders."
Bai Menjing kicked Mama forcefully.
"You old servant. Stop biting and barking randomly." Then she looked at Xiao Shuyuan with anger. "Marquis Anyang, why did you bring a servant here to slander me? You say you treat Miss Su like your own daughter, so the rumors must be true. It's just because I took your good daughter-in-law's place, and you want to frame me. I will definitely ask the Empress for justice. I will never let you go easily." In everyone's eyes, Bai Menjing has always appeared gentle and graceful. But now, her fierce and harsh attitude is something they've never seen before. What surprises everyone the most is Bai Menjing arguing publicly with Xiao Shuyuan. Isn't Xiao Shuyuan the Empress's person? And Xiao Shuyuan has always been polite and kind. Although they don't believe Bai Menjing is truly malicious and cruel, the evidence before them makes it hard to doubt. Unless Xiao Shuyuan has gone mad, he wouldn't come to argue with Bai Menjing without reason. Xiao Shuyuan pulls out an envelope from his sleeve and holds it up for everyone to see. "Today, I come with solid proof. These are all the notes exchanged over the years between Princess Changle and this old servant. Some of these notes are even written by Princess Changle herself. Whether it was 12 years ago when my daughter was injured or 3 years ago when my son broke his leg, it was all caused by Princess Changle. At first, I was afraid to speak out because I wanted power. I was worried the Bai family and the Empress would find an excuse to me of my rank. But after all these years, even after Princess Changle returned to the capital, she still refuses to let us go." Xiao Shuyuan looks full of grief, with tears flickering in his eyes. He appears to be enduring everything silently, close to breaking down. Xiao Zimo remains silent on the outside, but inside, he is sneering coldly. If someone didn't know better, they might think his father is a loving and caring parent who can't bear to see his children suffer. But all of this is caused by an outsider. He instinctively looks at Su Mushi, noticing her right side of the face without a birthmark. If only Su Mushi didn't have that birthmark, then perhaps they wouldn't have separated, and things wouldn't have come to this point today. Everyone's attention is drawn to the envelope in Xiao Shuyuan's hand. Although they haven't seen inside, since he dares to bring it out openly, it must contain real evidence. After all, Princess Changle isn't someone who can be falsely accused easily. At this moment, Pei Yuan steps forward. "May I see the evidence that Lord Anyang claims to have? I have some knowledge of handwriting and have seen Princess Changle's writing before. I can tell a thing or two." Pei Yuan's words clearly show he doesn't believe in the evidence Xiao Shuyuan has brought. Xiao Shuyuan sneers coldly. "Please, young Master Pei, look carefully." After Princess Changlu returned to the capital, she not only planned to have her son save the emperor during the Hun a month ago to ask for a marriage alliance, but also instructed this old servant to incite my wife to hire someone to burn down the Su family's entire household. Just a few days ago, she even had this old servant ruin my daughter's face. While speaking, she handed the envelope to Pei Yuan. Young Master Pei, you must not destroy these pieces of evidence just to cover up Princess Chong Li's crimes. Pei Yuan clenched the envelope in his hand, showing hesitation in his eyes. Was it Princess Chong Li who hired someone to burn down the Su family?
How could that be?
Princess Chong Li is kind and gentle. How could she commit such a cruel act? It must be Xiao Xiao Yuan spreading false rumors. However, after Pei Yuan opened the envelope and read the notes inside, his hands began to tremble, and his face changed from initial confusion to shock and disbelief. Young Master Pei, have you seen clearly? Pei Yuan, what do those words say? Are those really Princess Chong Li's handwriting? Everyone watched as Pei Yuan remained silent for a long time, feeling anxious. Those who admired Bai Mengying couldn't help but urge him. At first, Bai Mengying felt relieved when Xiao Xiao Yuan showed what he claimed was evidence. Because she never personally sent messages to Wu Mama, she always used trusted aides. So even if Wu Mama kept notes of their messages, those notes wouldn't be in her handwriting. But now, seeing Pei Yuan's expression, she also became suspicious. Young Master Pei, what do you think? I have never written notes or letters to the servants of the Anyang Marquis' residence. If you can't compare the handwriting, I can write something on the spot for everyone to compare. Bai Mengying spoke confidently, making her supporters breathe a sigh of relief. But then, Pei Yuan slowly looked up, coldly glancing at Bai Mengying, and said word by word, "The contents of the letter are all written by Princess Chong Li herself." That's impossible. Bai Mengying hurried forward, snatching the note from Pei Yuan. After just a glance, she panicked. The handwriting on it was truly hers. Although she had done those things, she never wrote those notes. Xiao Xiao Yuan, how dare you frame me? I've never written any notes. They were all written by Ming Yan.
You.
Before she finished speaking, she realized something was wrong and quickly fell silent. Xiao Xiao Yuan's eyes showed surprise. He hadn't expected Bai Mengying to be so foolish. He hadn't yet completed his plan, but Bai Mengying had already given herself away. Ming Yan, who was mentioned, looked very panicked and quickly stepped away from Bai Mengying. This matter has nothing to do with the princess. I contacted Wu Mama without permission. All of this was my doing, and the princess doesn't know anything. Smack. Shut up. Bai Mengying slapped Ming Yan across the face, her eyes full of anger. Ming Yan instinctively knelt and bowed her head, saying, "Please, princess, stay calm." But this only made Bai Mengying angrier. She wished she could kick Ming Yan to death. At first, she could say that she never wrote notes to Wu Mama and that she only gave instructions for Ming Yan to write on her behalf. But after Ming Yan spoke out, it confirmed her involvement in those actions. Xiao Xiao Yuan, tall and strong, slowly bent down to pick up the notes that Bai Mengying had just dropped on the ground. Although Xiao Xiao Yuan was older, he did not seem old at all. Some young ladies even liked his mature look. However, at this moment, when Xiao Xiao Yuan bent down, everyone suddenly saw him as much older. They couldn't help but feel sympathy and pity for him. It turned out that even someone in a high position could face many difficulties. Even with real power, one could still be bullied and trampled on. Someone couldn't stand it and crouched down to help Xiao Xiao Yuan pick up the notes. As they picked them up, they quickly glanced at the contents. Even though they already knew Bai Mengying's actions, seeing the notes made it hard to believe. They never expected that the gentle and kind Princess Chong Li was actually a scheming, proud, and arrogant person. Bai Mengying stood there completely panicked. All of this was her doing. Even if she claimed she didn't write those notes, no one would believe her, especially her Aunt Empress. This matter had become so serious that Xiao Xiao Yuan would surely report it to the emperor. Although the emperor wouldn't punish her too harshly, Bai Jia and Yize Rui wouldn't let her go easily. Lord Anyang, must it really come to this? Bai Mengying's eyes were filled with tears as she begged. Her reputation was probably already ruined. Now, She only hoped Jiao Xiaoyuan would stop and not bring this to the emperor. Jiao Xiaoyuan slowly stood up, straightened his back, and looked at Bai Mengying with a cold expression. Otherwise? Princess, do you want me to watch my children continue to be bullied by you?
Zimo, Zixi.
I will take you home. Upon hearing this, Qiao Zixi shrank back slightly. She had thought about exposing Qiao Shuyuan's true nature publicly, but just thinking about it made her afraid to do so. Qiao Zimo felt his sister trembling and gently patted her back, softly comforting her. Your brother is here. After a deep glance at Su Muxi, he hugged Qiao Zixi and moved toward Qiao Shuyuan. Bai Menjing didn't know what to say. She wanted to apologize to Qiao Shuyuan or cry and stop him, but her status and pride prevented her from doing so. Moreover, many people were watching. Qiao Shuyuan bowed to everyone. Please forgive me for causing trouble. After speaking, he looked at Qiao Zimo's burnt back with surprise and concern, then turned to Su Muxi. Sheer, may I take you back to the mansion to treat Zimo and Zixi? I know they have wronged you, but they're still my children. Sheer, please help me one last time, okay? Su Muxi looked at Qiao Shuyuan, took a deep breath, and respectfully said, I can't treat Miss Qiao's face. As for the young master's back, it's just a simple injury. Luckily, his clothes covered it, and the wound was cleaned in time. As long as I apply some medicine, it will heal. This implied she refused to help. Changzhong saw this and suddenly knelt before Su Muxi. Miss Su, please save the young master and the young lady. Although the young lady was momentarily confused and used by others, the young master was injured trying to save you. If you are willing to help, I will obey your commands in the future and serve you loyally in the next life to repay this kindness. Su Muxi was about to speak when a familiar male voice sounded from afar. Is the Marquis of Anyang planning to use kindness to repay evil? As soon as the words fell, a figure like lightning rushed in front of Qiao Shuyuan, drawing a sharp steel blade and slashing toward his neck. Just when everyone thought Qiao Shuyuan would be bloodied on the spot, the male voice spoke again.
Stop.
The steel blade stopped steadily on Qiao Shuyuan's shoulder, nearly cutting his neck. Xiao Su held his sword, looking at Qiao Shuyuan with admiration in his heart. His sudden action just now would have scared an ordinary person into wetting their pants, but Qiao Shuyuan remained completely still. Does Qiao Shuyuan not fear that his hand might tremble and cut off his neck? Yi Ziyu's appearance made everyone in the scene think differently. Yi Ziyu was dressed in armor, imposing and majestic, with a black gold mask on his face, exuding a fierce aura. This scene reminded Su Muxi of the first time she saw Yi Ziyu. At that time, she held some resentment toward him and decided to stay away. But now, seeing him, she couldn't help but smile happily from her heart. She had been worried all morning, but after seeing Yi Ziyu, she finally relaxed because she knew that with him around, she was safe. Yi Ziyu looked at Su Muxi with gentle affection. He walked over and gently wrapped his arm around her, holding her close. Then he looked at Qiao Xiaoyuan and said coldly, Now, the Marquis of Anyang owes me a life-saving favor. Remember to return this great kindness when you get the chance. His tone was playful, which made Qiao Xiaoyuan clench his fists tighter. It was natural that Qiao Zimo was hurt trying to protect Su Muxi, because the person who wanted to harm her was Qiao Zixi, his own sister. But Changzhong only mentioned that Qiao Zimo saved Su Muxi, ignoring the main issue. When Xiao Si suddenly tried to hurt Qiao Xiaoyuan, Yi Ziyu stopped him just in time. According to Changzhong's logic, Yi Ziyu had saved Qiao Xiaoyuan's life. Thinking of this, Su Muxi couldn't help but smile, feeling that Yi Ziyu was quick to react and also quite good at causing trouble. Xiao Su put away his steel knife and apologized to Qiao Xiaoyuan with a bow. Marquis of Anyang, I'm sorry. I mistakenly thought you were a runaway soldier from the Xuanwu army. Luckily, the prince stopped me, or I might have hurt you. His words carried a hint of mockery, as he also teased Qiao Zixi and Qiao Xiaoyuan. On the way to the meeting, the Dark Guard reported many things to his master. Honestly, hearing it made him furious.
Who were these people?
The Empress had ordered his wife to attend this literary event, yet she was mocked and looked down upon. There was also Zheng Yi, whom he wanted to find and teach a lesson in a dirty alley someday. He knew that the person his master was most wary of was Wei Yichen. But what they didn't expect was even worse. He couldn't imagine what would happen if Qiao Zixi really threw green vitriol on his wife's face, how ugly she would become. The most important thing was the attitude of the Qiao family. Foreigners all say that Qiao Shuyuan treats his family's princess like her own daughter. But as an outsider, I can see clearly that Qiao Shuyuan's kindness to his princess is just his own idea of kindness and something he shows to impress others. If he truly cared for her, why did he only defend Xiao Zimo and Xiao Zixi just now? Clearly, his princess is the most innocent. Qiao Shuyuan is a very fake and hypocritical person. Xiao Shuyuan looked at Xiao Su and suddenly smiled. Then he turned to Yiziyu and said, "The guards under the Yong'an king are really quite impressive." Yiziyu smiled and replied, "Compared to the guards under the Anyang Marquis, they still fall short." But what surprised Yiziyu was that Xiao Shuyuan didn't speak again, but simply left with his people. Before leaving, he looked deeply at Su Mushi and said, "Shir, I made you suffer today. I will make it up to you later." Su Mushi wanted to say it wasn't necessary, but Xiao Shuyuan turned and left directly, which made her feel strangely anxious. She felt like something was waiting for her, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Yiziyu also found it strange that Xiao Shuyuan left so easily, but he couldn't quite figure out why. From a normal person's point of view, Xiao Shuyuan leaving was the right choice. They had already spoken clearly, and staying to argue further was pointless. The best and most direct way was to go to the emperor and ask him to decide. There was no need to argue with the Yong'an king anymore. After Xiao Shuyuan left, everyone turned their attention to Bai Menjing. Bai Menjing was now completely panicked and didn't know how to end this properly. Should she explain? No one would believe her. Should she openly admit? She was unwilling. Seeing Su Mushi snuggling in Yiziyu's arms, her resentment grew even more.
Why?
Why did things turn out like this? Today, she should have smoothly broken off the engagement and then ruined Su Mushi's appearance. Where did she go wrong? Yiziyu didn't even look at Bai Menjing. He slightly bent down and directly picked up Su Mushi with one hand. Su Mushi instinctively wrapped her arms around Yiziyu's neck, looked up at his jawline, her face slightly red. She obediently rested her head on his shoulder. Yiziyu carried Su Mushi and walked outside without caring about anyone else. After a few steps, he heard a surprised cry behind him.
"Princess."
"What's wrong with you?" Su Mushi looked back curiously and whispered softly into Yiziyu's ear. Bai Menjing fainted. Yiziyu's body trembled slightly, and his ears gradually turned red. He said softly, pretending. Seeing this, Su Mushi tightened her arm around Yiziyu's neck and deliberately brought her red lips close to his ear. "Your Highness really knows the princess well." Yiziyu trembled again, turned his head to look at Su Mushi, and asked, "Are you jealous?" Before Su Mushi could speak, his thin lips suddenly pressed against hers. A light kiss, leaving her wanting more. "Don't worry, I won't let you suffer unfairly." Because Bai Menjing suddenly fainted, everyone instinctively looked at Su Mushi, since she was the doctor specially brought by the Empress for this literary event. But no one noticed the interaction between Su Mushi and Yiziyu. Just now, the King of Yong'an had kissed Su Mushi in front of everyone, who said the King of Yong'an was forced to marry Su Mushi. It seemed he valued her very much. What puzzled everyone was, what kind of charm did Su Mushi have to attract so many men? Go Mao also looked quite pleased, watching Yiziyu's declaration of loyalty with a satisfied smile. This is more like it. Whether the city has been captured or not, planting your flag first can both motivate the enemy and boost your own morale. Glancing at the fainted Bai Menjing, Go Mao pretended to look serious and said, "Everyone, step aside. I am a doctor. Let me examine the princess." But just as he reached to touch Bai Menjing's delicate wrist, a maid named Mingyan pushed his hand away forcefully. "My lady is a noble daughter, not someone anyone can touch. Prepare the carriage, take her back to the princess's residence." Several maids saw this, and carried by Menjing away. Gumao rubbed his sore hand and muttered, "The young lady has fainted, and the maid is still not worried. Maybe she's pretending." It sounded like he was talking to himself, but his voice was loud enough for everyone nearby to hear clearly. Zhongbin had been waiting by the carriage. When he saw Yiziyu carrying Su Mushi over, he hurried forward. "Miss, Your Highness, what happened?" Su Mushi smiled and said, "It's nothing. We'll talk at home." However, as soon as the carriage started moving, Yiziyu suddenly kissed Su Mushi's lips without warning. His assertive move seemed to silently say many things. There is longing, worry, and a hint of clear dissatisfaction. After a while, just as Su Mushi was about to run out of breath, Yiziyu reluctantly let go of her, but his arms still tightly held her slender waist, pressing her whole body against his armor. "Sheer, who do you think is more handsome, you or your cousin?" Su Mushi was still recovering from the recent kiss when she heard Yiziyu suddenly ask this question, and she completely lost her composure. She doubted she had heard him correctly. Would Yiziyu really ask such a thing? After asking, a look of regret appeared in Yiziyu's eyes. He held the back of Su Mushi's head and let her lean into his embrace. Just now, he saw Wei Yichen clearly among the crowd. The elders in the camp often said that women liked gentle, handsome young men like that. In terms of looks, he believed he was not inferior to Wei Yichen. But gentle and handsome was not something he could claim to be. Plus, since ancient times, cousins marrying each other was common, which made him feel inexplicably anxious. But no matter what, he would never let go of Sheer. "Let me go," Su Mushi whispered.
No.
Yiziyu not only refused to release her, but held her even tighter. Annoyed, Su Mushi said, "You're too hard. You're hurting me." Zhongbin and Xiao So, sitting outside the carriage, looked at each other involuntarily, both surprised. Zhongbin was only 18, shy and quick to blush, so he looked away first. But his ears turning red revealed his feelings. Xiao So saw someone more awkward than himself and suddenly felt less embarrassed. Instead, he felt proud and straightened his back. His master was undoubtedly strong in every way. Inside the carriage, the two unaware of what the others outside were thinking, Su Mushi tapped on Yiziyu's hard armor and showed a look of complaint. Yiziyu finally realized and loosened his grip on her slightly. "Sorry, I was careless. Did I hurt you just now?" The carriage suddenly stopped, almost causing Su Mushi's forehead to hit the armor on Yiziyu's chest. Yiziyu frowned and asked coldly, "Xiao So, what's going on?" Xiao Su knew his master wouldn't talk about the Su family, so he quickly replied, "Master, it was Zhongbin who hurried the carriage." Sure enough, Yiziyu didn't say anything more, and the carriage continued heading toward the Su family. Su Mushi looked at Yiziyu, reached out, and took off the mask on Yizeyu's face, noticing that there was a clear bruise under his eyes. Had he not slept all night? But there was an incident at the military camp? Wearing armor and entering the city, it seemed the event happened quite suddenly. Yizeyu didn't hide anything and directly told Su Mushi the whole story. "Thanks to the antidote you prepared for me, otherwise, I fear Qiao Xiuyuan would have succeeded." Su Mushi thought for a moment before raising her eyes to look at Yizeyu. "Don't you think things are a bit too smooth? Does Qiao Xiuyuan not know that Bai Shoa is foolish?" He carefully placed someone beside Bai Shoa, but it was exposed because of this incident. "It doesn't seem worth it." Yizeyu felt Su Mushi's words made sense, and also thought the whole matter was too easy. The smooth resolution of the mutiny, the easy gain of military power. From his years of investigation into Qiao Xiuyuan, it didn't seem like something the old fox could do. Could it be that this wasn't Qiao Xiuyuan's doing, but arranged by the Bai family? But that explanation didn't make much sense either. Seeing Su Mushi's serious expression, Yizeyu smiled and said, "Sheer, don't worry. At worst, we face the enemy head-on. I am not alone in the capital. I won't be in real danger." Su Mushi nodded, just about to speak, but was suddenly kissed by Yizeyu. Immediately after, Yizeyu almost bit her lip and told her about Wei Jia's plan to have Wei Yichen marry her. "Sheer, you can only be mine. Hearing similar words from Wei Yichen's mouth, Su Muxi only felt annoyed. But hearing them from Yi Ziyu made her heart feel sweet.
西主动伸手搂住叶泽宇的脖子，回吻了他一番，然后轻声说道：“在我看来，永安王最英俊，比我那个心怀不轨的表哥强多了。”叶泽宇听了这话，莫名觉得羞涩，他刚刚竟像个女子一样与人比较容貌。为了掩饰这份羞涩，叶泽宇只好加深了这个吻，逐渐释放内心的羞涩。苏明喜总觉得与叶泽宇相识的时间不长，但又似乎认识了很久。他喜欢叶泽宇的一切，而叶泽宇也有同样的感觉。没想到有一天他会如此迷恋一个女子。苏欣算时间，刚准备和钟长青一起出门去碧波湖接苏明喜，却看到他已经先回来了，而且还是和穿着铠甲的叶泽宇一同回来。What is happening here?
In the study, Su Muxi ignored the fact that she had been mocked earlier and recounted everything that happened at the literary gathering. When Su Xing heard about the visitors from the Wei family, he looked surprised as well. Dad, wasn't it you who wrote to the Wei family to invite them here? Su Muxi asked with doubt. In her view, her father was the one who sent the letter to the Wei family, which is why Wei Yichen came. But now, seeing her father's expression, it was clear he was not the one who did it. Su Xing glanced at Yi Ziyu and said awkwardly, "At first, I thought the prince didn't like you and that his marriage to you was for some other purpose. I sent a letter to the family, hoping they could find a way to cancel this marriage. But I only sent that letter to the Su family, not to the Wei family. After your mother and I left Jinzhou, we lost contact with the Wei family. Although the head of the Wei family is your mother's brother, he hasn't been kind to your mother. So, we should be cautious about Wei Yichen. Relatives who suddenly show up after a long time usually mean trouble." Su Xing knew this well. Yi Ziyu listened and summarized his conversation with the emperor earlier, concluding, "It seems the Wei family has already sided with the second prince." Could it be that the Su family is also involved? The Su family and Wei family have always been friendly. If the Wei family has sided with the second prince, the Su family might be involved too. But Yi Ziyu shook his head. Probably not. Otherwise, the Su family would have sent someone here. This made the room fall into silence. Finally, Su Muxi broke the quiet. "Yi Ziyu, why don't you send some guards to my house? If you encounter powerful or influential people, you can stand your ground. And if it's someone like Wei Yichen, who seems powerless on the surface, there's nothing to fear." Yi Ziyu had already thought of this but was worried that the Su family wouldn't agree, so he had been secretly protecting them. Unexpectedly, Su Xing also agreed after hearing this. "If the prince is willing to send some guards, that would be great. Last time, Qiao Zixi brought people to the house and suffered because there were too few of us. With guards, no one would dare to break in. I will send people over soon." Yi Ziyu finished and then looked a bit puzzled. Why didn't Dr. Su think of hiring some guards before? It wasn't just guards. Even the servants in the house were few. Heard that the Su family used to have many servants, but since Su Muxi was born, they had all been dismissed one by one. A brief flicker of unnaturalness crossed Su Xing's face. Then he casually said, "I used to like quietness, but now I realize I was wrong before." Meanwhile, Qiao Shuyuan instructed Changzhong to bring Qiao Zixi back to the yard, while he personally applied medicine to Qiao Zimo's back.
Ugh.
Qiao Zimo lay on the bed, biting the quilt tightly, refusing to make a sound. Qiao Shuyuan smiled faintly without speaking, continuing to carefully wipe his back with a cloth dipped in medicine powder. Feeling the pain from his back, Qiao Zimo began to miss Su Muxi. After comparing, he realized how gentle Su Muxi had been to him before. And in his heart, he also regarded Su Muxi as family, willing to call out to her aloud in her presence. Qiao Zimo trembled with pain, his body covered in cold sweat, and he fainted twice from the pain. But each time he fainted, he was quickly and mercilessly woken up by Qiao Shuyuan. After Qiao Shuyuan applied medicine to Qiao Zimo's back, he lay on the bed like a dead fish, even his breathing becoming weaker. "Father can't do such delicate work." If Sheer were here, it would be better. If Sheer were here, you wouldn't have to suffer so much. Xiao Zimo knew that Xiao Shuyuan's words meant that if he hadn't separated from Su Mushi before, he wouldn't be in this situation now.
Ha, yes.
If he had known how things would turn out, why did he do it in the first place? He was truly blind to have liked Bai Menjing back then. You've known for a long time that Wu Mama is Bai Menjing's person. You knew what would happen at the meeting today, so everything you told me before was just a lie. Xiao Zimo muttered softly, his tone flat and emotionless, but his eyes betrayed a sense of despair. Xiao Shuyuan then returned to his usual kind and patient demeanor, explaining carefully, Wu Mama is Bai Menjing's person. Father only found out about it these past few days. As for Bai Menjing's plans, they are too obvious. It's hard for Father not to guess. And about you saying Father lied to you. Zimo, you are my biological son. How could I deliberately deceive you? I just know you too well. I only hoped you would stay until the end of the meeting, so I said those things. Zhou Shuyuan slightly curled his lips, speaking as if joking. Zhou Zimo's eyes flashed with disbelief. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the verdigris oil really splashed on Su Mushi's face? That would be even better. If Sheer is completely disfigured, no one will want her, and we won't have to plan so much anymore. Zhou Shuyuan interrupted Zhou Zimo before he finished, looking somewhat wild. At this moment, Zhou Zimo truly felt the terror of Zhou Shuyuan. His body trembled again, and he felt a complicated mix of emotions inside. They had promised to treat Su Mushi well, but for their goals, they were willing to use any means necessary. Zhou Shuyuan reached out and pinched Zhou Zimo's chin. Don't doubt my feelings for Sheer. No matter what she becomes, I will treat her like my own daughter, and I won't dislike her looks. Unlike you, a lustful man. After saying this, he forcefully pushed Zhou Zimo away and continued, but it's good that you can block the verdigris oil for Sheer. Sheer is very soft-hearted. Whenever she sees the wounds on your back, she'll remember you got hurt for her. As for what I told you before, it still counts, but it will happen tonight. Rest well, and aim to make Sheer pregnant tonight. He stood up from the bed, looking down at Zhou Zimo from above. Seeing Zhou Zimo in such a miserable state, his eyes were full of disdain. Look at you, such a useless mess. I doubt it will work. But don't worry, I've prepared some medicine for you. Only after Zhou Shuyuan left did Zhou Zimo come back to himself. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling a surge of shame and anger in his chest. What does he really mean to his father? Just a tool to make Su Mushi pregnant? And what does Su Mushi mean to his father? A doll used to vent paternal love when he's happy, and at critical moments, someone who can hold military power? Zhou Shuyuan looked at the time and didn't go straight to the palace. Instead, he went to Zhou Zishi's room. As soon as he pushed open the door, he smelled a foul, stinky odor mixed with a harsh smell, making him wrinkle his nose. How could I, Zhou Shuyuan, have a daughter so stupid and useless? Chang Zhong saw Zhou Shuyuan come in and respectfully stood behind him. He looked coldly at Zhou Zishi, who was chained and lying motionless on the ground, with a mocking expression in his eyes. Originally, Zhou Zishi saw Chang Zhong bring her back and sighed in relief, thinking she was safe as long as she was locked up again. What she didn't expect was that Chang Zhong not only chained her hands and feet with iron chains but also removed her chin and poured green vitriol oil on her thighs. The pain made her roll on the ground and scream, even losing control, but she couldn't say a word. Gradually, the pain exhausted her, and she could only whimper like a dying dog. Throughout, Chang Zhong seemed to watch like a spectator, standing above her and looking down. If it weren't for her father's orders, Chang Zhong would never treat her this way. Although she knew her father wouldn't easily forgive her, she didn't expect him to torment her like this. When she heard Xiao Shuyuan's voice, Xiao Zishi turned her face away and struggled to say, "Help me. Help me." Xiao Shuyuan raised an eyebrow. "Let me kill you? Even a fierce tiger wouldn't eat its own cub. How could I kill my precious daughter?" Tears flowed from Xiao Zishi's eyes as she closed them in despair. How much resentment must she hold for her father to treat her like this? At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to be unable to seek death. And I promised you that I would make sure you marry into the Pei family. When the Pei family sets the wedding date, I will have the chains removed. Rest assured, I will make sure you live well. Because only by staying alive can you see everything clearly. You're so foolish. If you don't live to 70 or 80, you probably won't see the truth. Every word Xiao Shuyuan said felt like a sharp knife stabbing her, making her gasp in pain. She knew she regretted it. She truly regretted it. Actually, when she thought carefully, Su Muxi hadn't done anything wrong to her. Not only that, she had been very kind to her. She not only helped her remove the scars on her face, but also always considered her. If she hadn't held prejudices against Su Muxi before, she might have lived a good life now. She had a powerful father backing her, a caring mother, a protective brother, and a highly skilled sister-in-law. After restoring her appearance, she could marry a talented, handsome, and charming young man. With her maternal family supporting her, she wouldn't be bullied in her husband's family. But all of this could only exist in her dreams now because she had no chance to regret. Maybe if she had woken up earlier, she wouldn't be in her current situation. But she trusted Bai Menjing and Wu Mama too much, and now she was paying the price. However, at this moment, compared to Xiao Shuyuan, she hated Bai Menjing even more. If she had the chance, she would repay her pain tenfold or even 100 times. Zhou Shiyuan looked at Zhou Zixi eyes filled with hatred and smiled happily. Zixi, don't be in a hurry. Dad said he remembers all the suffering you've endured. He will find Bai Menjing and ask for justice. When the time comes, he'll give you a chance to take your revenge. But you still have to wait a bit longer. Now isn't the right time. The sun gradually set. Knight Ziyu had just taken over the Tiger Cavalry, and considering the near military coup last night, he had to return quickly. Standing in front of the Su family gate, he was reluctant to leave and wished he could take Su Muxi with him. Alright, go back now. If you don't leave soon, it will be dark. Su Muxi smiled and urged him. Actually, she didn't want to part with Ziyu either, but she wouldn't delay his important work. Su Xing coughed lightly, using the dinner as an excuse to give Su Muxi and Ziyu some private space. Ziyu was not polite. He directly embraced Su Muxi's slender waist and kissed her red lips precisely. Wait for me to come back. Wait for me to marry you. And stay away from those men. If anything happens, ask Maikuin to contact me. I will come back as soon as I can.
Shumuxinari.
Don't worry. Nothing will happen. Ziyu sent 24 guards, all strong and trusted from the northern border. The original secret guard, Maikuin, became the head of the guards openly. With so many people protecting her, as long as she stayed at home and didn't go out, what could possibly happen? However, what Su Muxi didn't expect was that at dusk, she received an imperial edict telling her to go to the Anyang Marquis' residence to see Zhou Shiyuan for treatment. That's right. Just like the Empress's order, a single sentence forced her to attend the court meeting. This time, it was the Emperor's order that compelled her to go to the Anyang Marquis' residence. In front of imperial power, all preparations and defenses were useless, even life and death. Maikuin asked in a low voice, Princess, should I send someone to find Lord Wang? Su Muxi thought for a moment and shook her head slowly. Perhaps Zhou Shiyuan had other plans at the Tiger Cavalry, maybe waiting for Ziyu to return. So, it was better not to tell Ziyu, and let him focus on managing the military camp. Send someone to the Merchant Guild to find Wei Yichen. Tell him it's dark now, and to go to the Anyang Marquis' residence to pick me up. Su Muxi ordered firmly. But Maikuin didn't move and looked at her strangely. Su Muxi chuckled and said, What are you thinking? Zhou Xiaoyuan just sold Bai Shoa, so he is probably planning to use this to break ties with the Bai family. Wei Yichen is also a person close to Ziyu. The enemy's enemy is a friend. Isn't this simple truth something your prince has taught you before? Maikuin looked surprised and sheepishly touched his nose. Then he bowed to Su Muxi and said, Princess, you are clever. I will send someone to find Wei Yichen right away. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoyuan was just carried back to his house by palace servants, startling the servants inside. Marquis.
What happened to you? I'll go get a doctor right now.
Zhou Xiaoyuan stopped the servant and weakly said, "No need. Xie will come to treat me soon." 2 hours earlier, Zhou Xiaoyuan had gone to the palace to see Yi Jingchun. Yi Jingchun had already met the empress before Zhou Xiaoyuan arrived. After learning about Bai Mengying's actions, Yi Jingchun was very shocked. He didn't expect that the usually obedient and sensible girl in front of him was actually so scheming and cruel. "Your Majesty," Ying was just confused and manipulated into doing this mistake. "I have already punished her. She will stay at home and reflect on her actions for a while." Empress Bai Qian'er, though nearly 40 years old, still looked charming and youthful, appearing only in her early 30s. She was stunning and elegant. Looking closer, Bai Mengying resembled her quite a bit. At this moment, her eyebrows were slightly furrowed, full of regret and self-blame. But Yi Jingchun was angry and said, "Just blaming it on manipulation is enough? Zhou Xiaoyuan is personally granted the Marquis of Anyang and is also the Minister of War. Zheng should give him an explanation. Otherwise, it will hurt the morale of the officials." Bai Qian'er's eyes filled with tears. She took out an embroidered handkerchief and gently wiped her eyes, looking incredibly touching. "Ying is my brother's only daughter. When my brother sacrificed himself to protect the emperor, he was killed on the spot. That's why you made Ying the princess of Chang'e. She has been raised by you since childhood. Do you really want to punish her?" Yi Jingchun was silent. After King Yu died, someone tried to assassinate him. Bai Qian'er's brother, Bai Jian, stepped in front of him and was killed instantly. Bai Jian was the eldest son of the Bai family, and he felt guilty. That's why he allowed the Bai family to openly expand their power over the years. But so much time has passed, and the Bai family still refuses to stop. They even want to use this matter to make him retreat. It's truly unreasonable.
So?
Bai Jian took it from me. Do you think I can tolerate his daughter misbehaving forever? I have already been very tolerant of the Bai family. If the Bai family continues to be unrepentant, don't blame me for being ruthless. The palace of nourishing the heart is not a place for just any woman from the harem to enter." After speaking, he turned to the nearby Chao Huai and said, "Send the empress out. Remember, from now on, no women from the harem are allowed here without my permission, not even the empress." White Qian'er saw this and hurriedly asked, "So, Your Majesty, what will you do about Ying? My plans don't need to be shared with the empress." After leaving the palace of nourishing the heart, White Qian'er's face, which had looked sad and wronged, instantly disappeared. She slightly raised her hand, and with the help of a palace maid, she expressionlessly got into a sedan chair and returned to her own palace. She always knew the emperor was a cold person, but she also knew he cared about his reputation. She could use this to make him appear caring in front of others. Now, more than 10 years had passed, and this kindness should have faded long ago. Being able to still use it now was rare. And Ying, that girl, could only suffer some grievances. Who asked her to be disobedient and caused so many problems? Actually, Yi Jingchun didn't know how to handle Bai Mengying either. If he punished her lightly, it would be hard to satisfy everyone. But if he punished her harshly, he was afraid the Bai family would be unhappy and cause trouble behind his back. When he ascended the throne not long ago, he relied heavily on the Bai family because no one else was suitable. Then came the rebellion of King Yu, which made him feel even more helpless. As a result, the Bai family grew stronger, without him realizing it. Although he had been trying to suppress the Bai family in recent years, their influence still spread quietly across the court. Earlier, the Bai family had planned to suppress Qiao Shuyuan. And today, at the literary meeting, Qiao Shuyuan and the Bai family had completely torn their ties. For him, this was a good thing, because from now on, Qiao Shuyuan would be fully loyal to him, so he had to give Qiao Shuyuan a satisfactory explanation. But until he saw Qiao Shuyuan, Yi Jingchun hadn't decided how to handle Bai Mengying. Looking at Qiao Shuyuan's tired and somewhat bleak face, Yi Jingchun unexpectedly felt a bit of sympathy for him. If his son and daughter had been harmed like that, if he were Qiao Shuyuan, He would want to kill Bai Menjing with one strike. But to his surprise, after seeing him, Qiao Shuyuan was the first to kneel and apologize. I publicly scolded Princess Changlu. Your Majesty, please punish me. Originally, Yi Jingchun was also somewhat dissatisfied with this. Qiao Shuyuan directly revealed what Bai Menjing had done at the literary meeting, fearing he might favor the Bai family. But now, seeing Qiao Shuyuan like this, Yi Jingchun's anger subsided. As a father, perhaps Qiao Shuyuan's decision to bring people to the meeting was not driven by any ulterior motives, but was just a moment of impulsiveness and frustration. Seeing Qiao Shuyuan speak frankly, Yi Jingchun decided not to ask further questions. And after such an incident, he couldn't pretend he didn't know anything. Your Majesty, please get up. I already know what that girl Changla did. Rest assured, I will give you an explanation. Qiao Shuyuan accepted this well and did not kneel again, but he also understood that the emperor couldn't really do anything to Bai Menjing. Your servant thanks the emperor. I was impulsive before and went to the meeting. After returning home, I thought a lot. Lady Bai died trying to save the emperor, and the princess, as Lady Bai's only child, I really shouldn't have questioned her publicly. I know the Lord speaks sincerely, but I still humbly ask the emperor to revoke the previous marriage decree. After speaking, he knelt down again. Yi Jingchun naturally agreed, without hesitation. After helping Qiao Shuyuan to stand, he tentatively asked, Your servant has no other requests. Whatever I can fulfill, I will do my best. Qiao Shuyuan shook his head slightly. I have no other wishes, only that I can remain loyal to your Majesty forever. Yi Jingchun silently compared the two sides in his mind. On one side, the Bai family was reckless, trying to use past events to threaten him again. On the other, Qiao Shuyuan knew when to retreat, not being unreasonable or difficult. The contrast was clear, and Yi Jingchun became even more certain that last night's incident at the tiger riding camp was definitely a trap set by the Bai family to frame Qiao Shuyuan. Just as he was about to speak, Qiao Shuyuan suddenly clutched his chest, looking in unbearable pain. Your Majesty, what is wrong with you? Qiao Shuyuan was about to speak, but suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. News of the Marquis of Anyang vomiting blood and fainting in the Palace of Resting Heart spread quickly throughout the palace. Most people watched with curiosity and pretended to sympathize with Qiao Shuyuan. The Empress, however, felt a sinking feeling in her heart and hurriedly sent someone to find out what Qiao Shuyuan and the Emperor had discussed and what the Emperor's current attitude was. Qiao Shuyuan was probably the first official to lie on the dragon bed. When he regained consciousness, he looked around quickly, trying to sit up. Your Majesty, forgive me, your servant. But before he finished speaking, Yi Jingchun pressed him back onto the bed. Your Majesty, just lie down. Later, the imperial doctor will give you an injection, and then I will send someone to take you back to your residence. The imperial doctor spoke vaguely earlier, but Yi Jingchun understood what was meant. Qiao Shuyuan was so upset that he fainted after coughing up blood. Thinking about it, if it were him, he might also be very angry. However, besides canceling the engagement, Qiao Shuyuan did not make any unreasonable demands. Qiao Shuyuan nodded to Yi Jingchun and thanked him, saying, Thank you, Your Majesty. But this is not proper. Please have someone take me back to my residence. If possible, I would also like Your Majesty to issue an order for Miss Su to come and treat me. I also wish to see Miss Su and personally apologize to her. Such a small request, Yi Jingchun naturally would not refuse, and he did not think much about it. He immediately sent someone to deliver the message to the Su residence. Qiao Shuyuan hid a smile in his eyes and, under Yi Jingchun's guilty gaze, was carried back to his house. Back in his room, Changzhong saw that the palace staff had left and quickly took a pill, placing it in Qiao Shuyuan's mouth. After swallowing it, color gradually returned to his face. He reached up and wiped the dried blood at the corner of his mouth, smiling as he asked, Is everything ready? Yes, everything is prepared. We're just waiting for Miss Su to arrive. After speaking, Changzhong hesitated and asked, Why doesn't the Marquis directly ask the Emperor to issue an imperial decree, So Miss Su can remarry the heir? Xiao Shuyuan replied softly. If the Wei family hadn't sent someone, it would be fine. But now that they have, we can't do it so directly. Su Mushi was personally sent to the Anyang Marquis Gate by the who came to deliver the imperial order. Miss Su, please go inside quickly. Marquis is seriously ill, and you must treat him well. Su Mushi nodded in response and was soon invited inside by the old gatekeeper, Lao Jiao. She only knew that Xiao Shuyuan fainted after coughing up blood shortly after entering the palace, but she didn't know the details. At the Marquis' residence, she had taken care of Lao Jiao many times, so she wanted to learn more from him. But Lao Jiao was also unsure and said with concern, Marquis was carried back here. When they brought him back, he still had blood at the corner of his mouth. His face was pale. It was very frightening. After hesitating for a moment, he continued, Don't blame me for speaking out, but Marquis is really good to you. I've heard from other servants that he always prepares bowls and chopsticks for you during meals, and when he finds interesting little things, he buys them and brings them to your room.
Sigh.
If only the heir hadn't been so reckless, you could still be the young lady of this house. That would be so much better. Su Mushi ignored Lao Jiao's sigh and said coldly, The past is the past. Before long, I will marry King Yong'an and become his princess. Show the way. Regarding the Anyang Marquis residence, Su Mushi was very familiar. When she saw Lao Jiu leading her toward Jiao Zimo's courtyard, she became alert immediately. Isn't it to treat the Marquis? Why are we going to the young master's courtyard? Lao Jiu replied, The Marquis is in the young master's room. He said he wants you to check on him and also see the young master. Su Mushi hesitated for a moment, but continued walking forward. Jiao Xiaoyuan was coughing blood in the hall. Could it be that he wanted her to come and treat Jiao Zimo? If that was true, then Jiao Xiaoyuan truly cared a lot for his biological son. Lost in thought, Su Mushi had already reached Jiao Zimo's door. Young madam, I will leave you here, said Lao Jiao, a servant of lower rank who had no right to enter Jiao Zimo's room. Su Mushi nodded, and Lao Jiao left. Looking at the candle inside, Su Mushi lowered her head to check the chain on her hand. After taking a deep breath, she pushed open the door and slowly entered. However, just as she stepped inside and hadn't yet seen the situation clearly, someone from behind covered her mouth and nose with a cloth. The sweet scent was faintly noticeable, and after inhaling just a little, Su Mushi instantly lost her strength. But her consciousness remained clear. Chang Zhong.
Why?
The person who ambushed her from behind was actually Chang Zhong, a trusted aide of Jiao Xiaoyuan. Su Mushi knew that Chang Zhong's actions must have been ordered by Jiao Xiaoyuan, but she couldn't understand what Jiao Xiaoyuan was trying to do. Chang Zhong didn't answer her question, but simply said, My apologies, and then carried Su Mushi toward the screen. When Su Mushi saw what was behind the screen, her eyes filled with disbelief, but she understood Jiao Xiaoyuan's plan. Jiao Zimo was shirtless, his skin a faint pink. When he saw Su Mushi, he excitedly got out of bed, his eyes full of affection. A fragrant scent was burning on the table beside the bed. Although Su Mushi had never smelled this scent before, after seeing Jiao Zimo's appearance, she realized its purpose. You're crazy. Let me go. Perhaps because of the medicine, Su Mushi's words were stern, but her voice was soft and gentle, making Jiao Zimo feel a little ticklish inside. Chang Zhong paid no attention to Su Mushi. Instead, he walked straight to the bed, gently laid Su Mushi down, and then looked at Jiao Zimo beside him. The effect of the fragrant medicine lasts only for an incense stick. Young master, remember to remove all of the young madam's belongings beforehand. Jiao Zimo nodded. Su Mushi only used a single silver needle, which could make a person lose their strength. Without Chang Zhong reminding him, he would first Su Mushi completely before doing anything else. Since it had come to this point, he was in no rush. Chang Zhong continued, Young master, remember to be gentle. If you hurt the young madam, the Marquis won't let you go. Stop pretending. If you really don't want to hurt me, then just let me go quickly. Su Mushi shouted with all her might, feeling helpless and scared inside. She never expected Qiao Shuyuan to do such a thing to her. What does Qiao Shuyuan really want to do? Su Muxi looked at Chang Zhong, hoping for an answer. But Chang Zhong said seriously, "Young madam, Marquis is doing this for your own good. Once you and the young master are officially married, you will become the young madam of the Marquis house again. At that time, the Marquis will be able to protect you properly, so you won't suffer any more grievances." Su Muxi sneered at these words.
Ha!
But tears quietly slid down her cheeks. Qiao Shuyuan is sick. Su Muxi clenched her teeth and said, then looked coldly at Qiao Zimo. "If you dare to touch me even a little today, once I regain my strength, I will make the entire Qiao family pay for it." Although her voice was still soft and weak, her words made Qiao Zimo, who was feeling restless, calm down a bit. After thinking for a while, Qiao Zimo could only say, "Muxi, I will treat you well from now on. I will definitely be 100 times, 1,000 times better than Yiziyu." As he spoke, Chang Zhong had already left and closed the door, leaving only Su Muxi and Qiao Zimo alone in the room. Su Muxi looked at Qiao Zimo's deeply affectionate face and felt mockery. "What do you compare yourself to Yiziyu for? You're not even a match for his little finger." This sentence clearly angered Qiao Zimo, causing the last bit of hesitation in his heart to vanish completely. He stretched out his long legs, climbed onto the bed, and knelt on Su Muxi's waist. Staring into her eyes, he said seriously, "How long have you known Yiziyu?" "Less than a month. How much can he really care for you?" "Su Muxi, wake up. Do you think you are some unmatched beauty? Yiziyu has never met you before, so how could he truly want to marry you? His marriage to you must have some purpose behind it, but we've been together for 3 years. You know what kind of person I am?" Su Muxi sneered and interrupted Qiao Zimo. "Ha! Yes, I know you well. Your promises are as worthless as farting, nothing lasting, just disgusting." Qiao Zimo was surprised to hear Su Muxi speak so rudely for the first time. After a moment of silence, he felt ashamed. Earlier, he had promised Su Muxi after standing up again, "From now on, you will be my only wife in this life." But that promise was soon broken when he decided to marry Bai Menjing. "Muxi, listen to me. I was only tricked by Bai Menjing. If I had known she was so scheming, I would never have wanted to marry her as a secondary wife." He then took Su Muxi's hand and pressed it against his chest on the left side. "Muxi, trust me. After all these things, I've truly realized my feelings. Handing you over to me means I will treat you well, okay?" Hearing Qiao Zimo speak so affectionately, feeling his skin's warmth and strong heartbeat, Su Muxi felt no shame, only disgust. But the poison that Chang Zhong gave her truly left her unable to move. Otherwise, she would have unhesitatingly stabbed the poisoned silver needle in her bracelet into Qiao Zimo's chest. "Qiao Zimo, stop saying such disgusting things. You don't regret being with me. You just resent it. Resent that I left you and still have other men. Resent that I'm so ugly but still liked by other men, that other men treat me well. Qiao Zimo, you keep saying you will treat me well, but do you really like me? I think not only do you not like me, but you secretly despise me. After all, you always mention my ugliness. Do you think a man only likes a woman for her looks? Besides appearance, he doesn't care about anything else? If that's the case, then you should keep liking Princess Changlo." At this moment, Su Muxi's eyes suddenly brightened. She hurriedly said, "Today at the literary meeting, you had skin-to-skin contact with Miss Shen. The Shen family will definitely come to ask for an explanation. Why not seize this chance to marry Miss Shen? Don't worry. Miss Shen's dark spots can be treated with a special ointment I can prepare. It won't take long, just a few months, and Miss Shen will regain her beauty. By then, she will surely be even more beautiful than Bai Menjing." Su Muxi spoke seriously, hoping that Qiao Zimo would let her go. She was willing to keep preparing the ointment for Shen Yaxin. But for Qiao Zimo, these words were a blatant insult. "Su Muxi, do you think I am just a shallow person who only cares about looks?" Su Muxi wanted to say yes without hesitation, but seeing Qiao Zimo's red eyes and clenched teeth, she hesitated. She lowered her voice and continued to persuade him. Xiao Zimo, we are already divorced. You don't like me anymore. No matter what Xiao Shuyuan said, marriage is not a game. You should marry someone you truly like. Xiao Zimo looked confused when he heard this. Seeing his reaction, Su Mushi quickly pressed on. If you let me go, I promise that if you need help in the future, I can treat you again. And tonight's matter can be as if it never happened. Xiao Zimo, we're strangers now. It's better than becoming a pair of bitter enemies, right? She thought Xiao Zimo was probably unhappy about this, but was just following Xiao Shuyuan's words. She hoped she could persuade him to release her. Unexpectedly, Xiao Zimo took a handkerchief from beside his pillow and gently covered her left face, hiding her ugly birthmark. If that's the case, then we are just bitter enemies. Anyway, you are only mine. Yiziu rode his horse back to Chihu camp, but suddenly felt anxious halfway there. This strange, sudden feeling was exactly like the time when Su Mushi was tricked outside the city last time. He quickly pulled on the reins. Master, what's wrong? Xiao Su also stopped his horse, looking puzzled. But Yiziu muttered to himself. Everything went too smoothly.
Huh?
What went too smoothly? Xiao Su was even more confused. Yiziu looked at Xiao Su and asked in a deep voice, how did you know Bai Shoa was poisoning the new soldiers? Although Xiao Su first reported that the military doctor had revealed Bai Shoa's involvement, Yiziu believed that Xiao Su's decision to arrest Bai Shoa must have been based on suspicion. Otherwise, Yiziu wouldn't have risked such danger. Because if Bai Shoa wasn't responsible, causing such a big misunderstanding could lead to a real mutiny in the camp. As previously mentioned, Zhu Xiuyuan's careless exposure of the person he carefully placed beside Bai Shoa was really worth it? Upon hearing this, Xiao Su honestly replied, it's almost dawn, but I haven't yet found any results. I was feeling anxious when I overheard two old soldiers whispering nearby. Do you think the incident with the new recruits was done by General Bai? I saw the military doctor from the new recruit camp come out of the general's tent the day before yesterday. I haven't seen the military doctor from the new camp, but I did see the squad leader. Forget it, it's better we act as if we don't know, to avoid getting into trouble. After Xiao Su recounted their conversation in detail, he continued, after hearing this, I went straight to Bai Shoa and asked him why he would harm the master. Although he denied it verbally, his eyes kept dodging, so I concluded he was the mastermind behind everything and took him into custody. Seeing Yiziu's brow furrow deeper, Xiao Su hesitated and asked, could it be that those two people deliberately said that to us? Yiziu's dark eyes grew colder as he coldly uttered 3 words, Zhu Xiuyuan. Then he ordered Xiao Su, go back to the Chihu camp first. I will return early tomorrow morning. With that, he turned his horse and headed back. If all this was arranged by Zhu Xiuyuan, then it makes sense. Zhu Xiuyuan's apparent goal was to target him, but in fact, he was trying to use his hand to make the emperor doubt the Bai family. And the matter of the Wei family siding with Yiziu should also be known to Zhu Xiuyuan. Bringing Bai Shoa into the palace was Zhu Xiuyuan's plan, and testing the emperor with the Wei family's affair was also his scheme. There was also today's literary gathering. Zhu Xiuyuan must have been prepared in advance, otherwise, he wouldn't have arrived so conveniently. Spending so much effort to gain control of the Chihu camp's troops, what exactly was Zhu Xiuyuan planning? Although he couldn't think of a clear reason, he subconsciously thought of Su Mushi. Feeling anxious, he kicked his horse harder. Rushing back to the Su residence, he learned that Su Mushi had gone to a Nyang Marquis residence on the emperor's order, which increased Yiziu's worry. Without hesitation, he hurried towards a Nyang Marquis house. Fortunately, it was already dark and there weren't many people on the street, so the way was smooth. Maikuan, who had been guarding outside a Nyang Marquis residence, saw Yiziu and quickly appeared. Prince, why are you here? Is the princess inside? How long has she been there? Knight Zayu asked his question, but the person had already dismounted from his horse. Maikuan hadn't had time to answer when Wei Yichen's carriage slowly turned the corner. Prince Yong'an, what a coincidence. Seeing Wei Yichen in the carriage, Knight Zayu's brow furrowed even more. Seeing this, my Kun quickly whispered in Knight Zayu's ear. The princess said that enemies of enemies are friends. Just this simple phrase made Knight Zayu understand Su Mushi's plan. Xia knew that coming to the Anyang Marquis' residence might lead to trouble, so she had someone call Wei Yichen. And the reason she didn't ask him to come back was probably because she was worried about something at the military camp. But learning that Xia was so cautious about coming to the Marquis' residence made him feel a little more at ease. Since I am here, Lord Wei can leave now. This was the first time they spoke face to face. Although they had never met before, to others, it seemed as if they had known each other for a long time. Knight Zayu didn't continue to pay attention to Wei Yichen. Instead, he forcefully knocked on the door of the Marquis' residence in Anyang. He knocked for a long time, but there was no response inside. The more this happened, the more worried Knight Zayu became. His dark eyes gloomy, he said to my Kun behind him, "Prepare to break in." Yes. My Kun was brought by Knight Zayu from the Xianwu army. Having fought many battles with him, he didn't hesitate when he heard Knight Zayu's words. He drew his steel sword, holding it across his chest. Knight Zayu jumped up, landing precisely on the sword, and my Kun swung his sword forcefully, lifting Knight Zayu up. Knight Zayu then used the momentum to climb onto the wall beside the door. Wei Yichen watched the two with interest, noting their perfect coordination. He thought that Knight Zayu's idea of breaking in was just brute force smashing the door, but it turned out they were climbing over the wall. It seemed that Knight Zayu was not just a reckless man, he was clever enough. Otherwise, with just their strength, breaking into the Marquis' residence would be a dream. After jumping into the Marquis' residence, Knight Zayu didn't act alone. He first unlocked the door latch and let my Kun in. He had fought many battles and survived until now, not just because of himself. This was Zhou Xiao Yuan's territory, so having a helper was very necessary. Seeing my Kun go inside, Wei Yichen led 2 guards to follow. Such a lively scene was too good to miss. From the moment Knight Zayu knocked on the door, the guards of the Marquis' residence came out to see what was happening. But when they saw Knight Zayu breaking in, they hesitated and didn't step forward. "Prince Yong'an, this is the Marquis' residence. You've climbed over the wall, which isn't proper." Although the leader of the guards had never seen Yiziyu before, the black mask he wore was very distinctive. It was easy to recognize his identity at a glance. Yiziyu glanced around disdainfully, then stepped forward bravely. "I am here to take my future wife back to the palace. If you're smart, you'll quickly bring her out." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Shuyuan stepped out from behind the guards. "Prince, you said she's the future wife, but we don't know if she really is yet." Seeing that Qiao Shuyuan hadn't brought Su Mushi, Yiziyu snatched a steel sword from a guard and pointed it at Qiao Shuyuan. "Where is Xia?" Qiao Shuyuan looked calm. "Xia was summoned by the emperor to treat my illness. After finishing, she went to tend to my son's injuries. As for you, Prince, coming uninvited and breaking in, are you ignoring me or upset about the emperor's orders?" "Qiao Shuyuan, stop using my father to pressure me. I ask you, where is Xia? If you don't hand her over soon, I will make your Anyang Marquis' house flow with blood." Yiziyu had lost all patience. His killing intent suddenly appeared, and his aura became very intimidating. This kind of fierce energy wasn't something ordinary people could have. Only those who had survived countless life-and-death battles could possess it. Wei Yichen wanted to watch the drama, but when he saw Qiao Shuyuan personally come out to block, he felt uneasy. He hurriedly said, "Yong'an Wang is breaking in, but I was sent by Xia's cousin to call her. Marquis Anyang wouldn't stop me from meeting her, right?" Before Qiao Shuyuan could speak, Yiziyu swung his steel sword directly toward him. Nonsense is useless. Qiao Shuyuan, also trained in the Xuanwu army, had practiced martial arts for many years. He quickly dodged Yiziyu's attack, grabbed a steel sword from a nearby guard, and faced Yiziyu head-on. The guard saw this and rushed forward to help. My Kun also joined the fight. Wei Yichen watched the chaotic scene and retracted his earlier praise of Yiziyu. This was no longer a brave man, but a reckless fool. Before he could say anything, Yiziyu swung his sword again, nearly hitting Qiao Shuyuan's arm. This is not about being kind or generous. Is he just deceiving others as a merchant? He is also a talented man, skilled in both literature and martial arts. As a guard of the Anyang Marquis estate, he cannot be harmed in the slightest. Help King Yongin with all your might. I don't need your protection. After speaking to the guard, he grabbed a steel knife from someone and joined the chaos. He deliberately said he was helping Yiziyu, intending to make everything fall on Yiziyu later. But then he heard Yiziyu say, "Thank you, young Master Wei, for your help. I am delaying here. You should go find Sheer." Wei Chen didn't think much and pushed aside 2 guards, planning to go to the backyard. But after taking a few steps, he was stopped by a group of guards. Yiziyu took this chance to escape from the guards in front of him, leaping and running away quickly. Wei Chen was stunned. So, was Yiziyu just distracting the guards to let others escape? He re-evaluated Yiziyu. After all, a reckless man isn't usually this clever. Without Yiziyu's orders, Mai Kun quickly stood behind Yiziyu and also tried to attract the attention of the guards from the Anyang Marquis estate. "Young Master Wei, come help quickly." Wei Chen could only accept his fate, as it was no longer something he could stop just by giving an order. Qiao Shuyuan, already weak from poison earlier, had just fought Yiziyu. Although he avoided fatal blows, he still got 2 cuts on his arm. Blood soaked his clothes, making him even weaker. Watching Yiziyu run away, his eyes were cold, but a faint smile appeared on his lips. With Zhong blocking him, by the time Yiziyu arrived, ZMO and Sheer would surely have already succeeded. This way, it would be good for Yiziyu to see. When the marriage was called off, it would be easier to justify. Regarding the layout of the Anyang Marquis estate, Yiziyu had already had his secret guards investigate and drew a map before entering the capital. So even if he had never been there before, he still knew where Qiao Zimo's residence was. Just as they were about to enter the courtyard, a strong figure blocked Yiziyu's way. "King Yongin, are you sure you're not lost? The Chihu camp isn't here." Yiziyu didn't hesitate and swung his sword forward. "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." Changzhong, who had been training in martial arts for years while following Qiao Shuyuan, might not be as strong as Yiziyu, but he could hold on for a moment. The prince truly cares deeply for Miss Su. In just less than a month of knowing her, he's already so nervous about her. People who know think that the prince cares about Miss Su because he remembers saving the Empress Dowager before. Those who don't know might think the prince has some secret reason for wanting to marry Miss Su. At this moment, Changzhong was acting strangely. He was no longer quiet and reserved but started talking more than usual. Yiziyu only thought Changzhong was trying to distract him and deliberately delay time. He used all his strength to swing his sword, forcing Changzhong to retreat repeatedly. "I don't need you to tell me how I feel about Sheer, especially you and Qiao Shuyuan. Don't let me find out the truth from back then, or I will make you pay 10 or 100 times over." Hearing this, Changzhong's mind momentarily went blank. When he saw Yeziyu's sword about to hit his chest, he quickly stepped back. Yiziyu took this chance to run quickly into the yard. Everything proved that the people from the Anyang Marquis' house were just stalling. So, he had to see Sheer as soon as possible. "Sheer!"
Bang!
Yiziyu kicked open Qiao Zimo's door, swung his sword to cut through the screen, and saw Qiao Zimo, shirtless, in the process of removing Su Mushi's dress. "Go to." Yeziyu's eyes turned red. His steel sword ruthlessly swung toward Qiao Zimo. In his eyes, Qiao Zimo had already become a dead man. Qiao Zimo instinctively raised his hand to block, and Changzhong hurried over to help. Yiziyu didn't manage to kill Qiao Zimo with one strike, only cutting off a finger.
Ah!
Qiao Zimo covered his bleeding right hand and was pulled aside by Changzhong. Yiziyu, still furious, was about to continue attacking Qiao Zimo, but Changzhong quickly said, "Prince, it's better to take Miss Su away quickly. If things get worse, it won't be good for anyone." Yiziyu paused, looking coldly at Qiao Zimo and Changzhong. Then he turned and went to the bed, wrapping Su Mushi's body with a silk cloth. Su Mushi, with tears in her eyes, looked at Yiziyu and forced a small smile. "You're here. Her voice was choked with emotion and full of grievance. Yezia's nose also started to sting. He gently nodded and said, "Yes, I'm here." He reached out and picked up Su Mushi along with the silk quilt. The silk cloth that had been covering Su Mushi's left cheek slipped off, revealing her entire face. Yezia looked at Su Mushi with deep pain in his eyes. He gently kissed her birthmark on her left cheek and said, "Sorry, Sheer. I made you suffer again." Seeing this scene, Changzhong's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Without thinking much, he quickly grabbed Xiao Zimo, who was about to rush forward, and whispered, "Young master, don't be impulsive." But Xiao Zimo coldly replied, "Are you dead? Hurry up and take Su Mushi back for me." Before Changzhong could react, he then turned to Yiziyu and said, "I have already married Su Mushi. Does King Yong'an want to pick up my broken shoes?" Hearing this, Yiziyu trembled, his eyes full of killing intent. "No matter what Sierra does, she is my wife. Anyone who dares to harm her will die." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised a steel knife from the ground, holding Su Mushi with one arm while quickly grabbing the flying steel knife with his other hand. All these actions happened in just a moment. Changzhong, who was stunned earlier, snapped out of his shock just in time and blocked Yiziyu from attacking Xiao Zimo with the steel knife.
Bang!
"Your Highness, it's better to take Miss Su away quickly," Changzhong warned again. Hearing the faint sounds outside the courtyard, Yiziyu glared at Xiao Zimo with resentment, finally deciding to give up. If this matter got out, Sierra's reputation would be damaged, and Xiao Shuyuan could easily say that Sierra saw Xiao Zimo and couldn't help herself, using that as an excuse to remarry them. The emperor probably wouldn't investigate too deeply because of Bai Menjing's issue. After all, even though Sierra was from the Su family, it wouldn't affect much, and the emperor didn't think he truly liked Sierra. "Sierra, I'll take you home." Yiziu looked tenderly at the person in his arms. Under his mask, his lips barely curved into a faint smile, but his words were full of firmness. Su Mushi gradually regained some strength, but being held in Yiziu's embrace, she strangely didn't want to move. She felt safe and comfortable in his arms and wished to stay like this forever. "Okay, let's go home." Xiao Zimo, hearing their conversation, spoke again with reluctance. "Mushi, wake up. I'm the one who truly cares for you. If you leave today, you'll regret it later." But Su Mushi coldly replied, "The last regret of my life was marrying you, a selfish and despicable person, and curing your leg." Although Xiao Zimo had already heard similar words many times, seeing Su Mushi say such harsh words while in Yiziu's arms still made him feel unbelievable. He didn't understand why Su Mushi trusted Yiziu so much after only knowing him for less than a month, yet refused to trust her husband, whom she had been with day and night for 3 years. He truly regretted it. Why wouldn't Su Mushi believe him?
Why?
Xiao Zimo wanted to say more, but suddenly, Changzhong struck him with a hand chop to the neck. Changzhong looked at Xiao Zimo fainting to the ground but showed no intention of helping him. Instead, he continued urging Yiziu, "Prince, you should leave quickly." Yiziu wrapped Su Mushi tightly in a brocade quilt and walked out of the house. By then, Maikuan and Wei Yichen had already fought with the guards from the Anyang Marquis' residence in the yard. Seeing Yiziu come out, Qiao Shuyuan stood far away and coldly shouted, "Stop." When the guard stopped, Maikuan and Wei Yichen finally relaxed. Wei Yichen looked at the brocade quilt in Yiziu's arms, his eyes flickering slightly. When he looked at Qiao Shuyuan, his gaze was full of disdain and a hint of anger. After all, Su Mushi was his cousin. And Qiao Shuyuan dared to falsely claim imperial orders and commit such despicable acts. He was really bold. But the more he thought about it, the more curious he became. What exactly did Su Mushi have that made Qiao Shuyuan go to such lengths to get Xiao Zimo to remarry Su Mushi? Was it because of the silver and money from the Su family? But in the past 3 years, the Marquis of Anyang's residence had no contact with the Su family. Or was it because of Su Mushi's appearance? He had heard of people forcibly taking what they wanted for themselves, but never for their son. Moreover, If Xiao Shuyuan knew about the Su family's secret pregnancy, Su Mushi's innocence would have been lost long ago, and she wouldn't have made it to today. So, what was the real reason? This trip to the capital truly was not wasted. It was becoming more and more interesting. Xiao Shuyuan naturally knew that the thing wrapped in the brocade quilt was Su Mushi. But contrary to his expectations, why did Yi Ziyu bring Mushi out? Wasn't he supposed to be furious on the spot, and then turn to leave? Could it be that Yi Ziyu truly liked Mushi? No, that was impossible. Only he truly cared for Mushi. The reason Yi Ziyu married Mushi was just to use her to threaten him and make him unhappy. What's in King Yong'an's arms? Could he be trying to steal something from my marquis's residence and leave? Xiao Shuyuan asked knowingly, with a faint smile on his face. Yi Ziyu did not answer. Instead, he coldly said to my Kuan, apart from Xiao Shuyuan, if you can't handle these people within 15 minutes, don't call me Yi Ziyu anymore. After speaking, he hugged the quilt with one arm and held a steel knife with the other, then strode toward the door. As he passed by a guard, he didn't hesitate. With a quick strike, he cleanly cut off the guard's head. Seeing this, my Kuan's whole body instantly filled with killing intent. Previously, he hesitated because this was in the capital and within the Yanping Marquis' territory. If he really killed someone, it might cause trouble for the prince. But now, since the prince had spoken, he no longer needed to hold back. Xiao Shuyuan looked at the fallen guard's head and finally showed an expression of genuine surprise. Prince Yong'an, this is the capital, and this is my home. Yi Ziyu coldly glanced at Xiao Shuyuan. So you should be glad this is the capital and your home. After saying that, he continued walking out, and no one dared to stop him. Next, before Xiao Shuyuan could speak, my Kuan took action. The way to kill enemies is to be quick and clean, not to rely on showy moves like those guards used. When Yi Ziyu reached the gate of the Yanping Marquis' residence, my Kuan had already dealt with everyone and followed behind, covered in blood. Prince, I'll drive the carriage. Wei Yichen also followed, looking at Yi Ziyu's terrifying appearance. He hesitated and asked, what will you tell the emperor? Although Xiao Shuyuan had initially pretended to follow the emperor's orders to do wicked things, he couldn't reveal the truth to clear Su Mushi's name. So, Yi Ziyu's late-night slaughter at the Yanping Marquis' residence needed a reason. Yi Ziyu ignored him and carried Su Mushi onto the carriage. A reason? No need. Today, he only killed the guards at the Yanping Marquis' residence. One day, he would wipe out the entire Qiao family. After getting into the carriage, Yi Ziyu lifted the quilt to reveal Su Mushi's face. Sheer, you must be feeling uncomfortable. I'll take you home now. But Su Mushi said, send someone back to my father and tell him I'm going to Prince Yong'an's residence tonight. Yi Ziyu thought Su Mushi simply didn't know how to meet Su Xing or how to explain her grievances from today. But when they returned to the prince's residence, he saw that something was wrong with Su Mushi. Her eyes were hazy, her cheeks were hot, and her breathing was rapid. She looked very similar to how she did when he gave her medicine last time. After gently laying Su Mushi on the bed, Yi Ziyu wrapped her in his arms like a snake, holding her around the neck. Yi Ziyu, I feel uncomfortable, she said, her fox-like eyes filled with tears, looking both sad and alluring. Her whole body was charming, her voice soft and sweet. The quilt slipped down, revealing Su Mushi's bright red undergarment and her fair, delicate skin. Seeing Su Mushi like this, Yi Ziyu swallowed hard, his Adam's apple moving up and down, veins bulging on his neck. At the same time, he felt his whole body grow hot, a fiery heat rising from his stomach. Sheer, don't be afraid.
I'll call the doctor for you, he said.
Guamao was at the mansion now, so Sheer would be fine. But Su Mushi's arms around Yi Ziyu's neck tightened a little more. She kissed his sharp chin softly and said gently, I can heal myself. I know exactly how I am right now. It's not just me. You've also inhaled some love-inducing fragrance, so you must be feeling uncomfortable too. At first, Yi Ziyu didn't feel too bad, but after Su Mushi's teasing, he started to feel worse. The wild beast inside him seemed ready to break free from its cage. However, he forcibly suppressed it. Sheer, I don't want you to regret later. I still want to wait until our wedding day, he said. Although he had no experience, he knew that Qiao Zimo hadn't succeeded and Sheer hadn't lost her innocence. Qiao Zimo had only taken off Sheer's top, but hadn't yet lifted her skirt. Hearing this, Su Mushi's tears quietly fell as she reached up and took off Yizhu's mask. Looking at Yizhu's handsome face, she smiled softly, full of tenderness and longing. As long as it's you, I won't regret, she said. Then she reached out and touched Yizhu's forehead. This was the spot where she had stabbed him twice with a hairpin. If I regret anything, it's only that I hurt you before, making you suffer so much, she whispered. Seeing that Yizhu was still looking at her without moving, Su Mushi slowly withdrew her hand, a sad expression on her face. Or, do you dislike me? As soon as she finished speaking, Yizhu covered her lips with his, domineeringly. He bit her lips and said fiercely, Sheer, you won't have a chance to regret anymore. Yizhu quickly took off his armor and threw it to the ground with a loud noise. Outside the door, my Koen, who was standing guard, hadn't had time to get nervous. When he heard the sounds coming from inside, he blushed and stepped back outside the yard. Gomao heard that my Koen returned covered in blood and hurriedly brought a medicine box. When he saw my Koen guarding at the door, his anxious expression deepened. Why is there so much blood on you? Is the prince okay? He spoke and tried to enter the yard. But my Koen quickly stopped him. The prince is fine. I'm fine too. All this blood isn't mine. Then what exactly happened? My Koen hesitated and refused to speak, which made Gomao lose patience. If you won't tell me, I will ask Yizhu. Since Gomao was old and my Koen didn't dare to stop him forcefully, he took a deep breath and, blushing, said, Miss Su is inside.
Huh?
Gomao blinked in confusion, looked at the closed yard gate, then at my Koen's evasive gaze. After walking so many miles and tasting so much salt, what else could he not understand? He chuckled mischievously twice. He no longer asked and turned to leave.
My Koen was puzzled.
Old Go, where are you going? But Gomao stroked his beard and said mysteriously, making medicine. The medicine's effects quickly wore off, but Yizhu still seemed to enjoy the moment. His strong arms held Su Mushi, and he said affectionately, Shia, I have never disliked you, from the beginning to now, and I never will. Su Mushi naturally knew that Yizhu didn't dislike her. His words were just to tease him. After all, Qiao Zimo kept saying he would treat her well, but used a handkerchief to cover her birthmark. But when Yizhu saw her, he gently kissed her birthmark. So even if Yizhu didn't explain anything, it didn't matter because she understood. After speaking, Yizhu wanted to kiss her left cheek again, where her birthmark was. To others, that birthmark looked ugly, but to him, it was special, belonging only to Sheer. Unexpectedly, the birthmark mysteriously disappeared. Sheer, your birthmark is gone. He was so focused that he didn't notice the birthmark earlier. Now, seeing it again, Yizhu was stunned. The once uneven red birthmark had completely vanished from Su Mushi's face, leaving her smooth and beautiful as jade. Su Muxi's soft, smooth body wrapped around Yizhu again, and she 主动亲吻了他薄薄的嘴唇，轻声笑道：“可能是被我们齐国的战神吓跑了吧。” Knight Zayu raised his eyebrows and held Su Mushi's slender waist tightly, causing her entire body to press against his. Are you praising me, Sheer? He asked. Then he took advantage of the moment to continue. After standing all night on the training ground and wandering around the capital during the day, Knight Zayu felt no fatigue at all. Instead, he felt as if he still had endless energy. If he weren't worried that Su Mushi's body couldn't handle it, he probably wouldn't have stopped now. Seeing Su Mushi sleeping peacefully in his arms, Knight Zayu extended his long, well-defined fingers to gently smooth her messy hair, looking very satisfied. It turned out that girls from the Su family were born with a special protective instinct. He really had found a treasure. Su Mushi, with her eyes closed, shifted uncomfortably, but this only reignited the passion that had just been extinguished in Knight Zayu. Sheer, be good. Don't move. Sleep a little longer, he whispered in his deep, magnetic voice. Hearing this charming sound, Su Muxi slowly opened her eyes. Her beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and sleepiness, but seeing her like this made Knight Zayu's heart race a little faster. He kissed her forehead softly and whispered, "Sheer, you are so beautiful." Although he had always thought Sheer was beautiful, now she seemed even more so. Despite feeling exhausted and sleepy, Su Muxi's heart was very sweet. She nestled in Knight Zayu's arms and shyly whispered, "Are you awake now, or did you not sleep all night?" Feeling his large hand moving back and forth along her back, his deep, magnetic voice once again reached her ears. "Sheer, how can I sleep with you like this?" Hearing this, Su Muxi quickly reached out to push at Knight Zayu's chest, but her little strength was not enough to even scratch him, only making his desire burn even more.
11.
Seeing that Knight Zayu was about to become restless again, Su Muxi hurriedly said, "Stop it. You should rest a little longer. When morning comes, there will be many things to deal with." Did anything happen at the Tiger Cavalry camp? Last night's commotion at the Anyang Marquis' residence was quite loud, but what happened afterward is unknown. So, after dawn, many things needed to be addressed. Hearing this, Knight Zayu reluctantly released Su Muxi and sat up from the bed. Although they had already become husband and wife last night, seeing Knight Zayu's bare body made Su Muxi shyly cover her face with a blanket. She had a pair of beautiful fox-like eyes that kept lingering on Yiziyu. Although Yiziyu had many scars, they couldn't hide his good looks. He had such a nice figure. Last night, it was dark, so she didn't see clearly, but now she wanted to look again. Su Muxi's reactions were noticed by Yiziyu. After a happy laugh from his throat, he said, "Sheer, if you keep acting like this, I won't be able to stay." Hearing this, Su Muxi immediately pulled the blanket over her head. After dressing, Yiziyu reached out and pulled off the quilt, then kissed Su Muxi on the forehead. "Sheer, sleep a little longer. I'll handle everything from now on. Trust me."
Su Muxi replied, "Okay."
My Kun stayed outside all night. When he saw Yiziyu come out looking energetic, with a strange expression and tightly pressed lips, he didn't let his smile show. Yiziyu looked at my Kun, who was covered in blood, and frowned. "What are you doing here? You're dirty. Go wash up quickly, so you don't scare the princess." My Kun didn't explain. After bowing and saying yes, he hurriedly ran away. Yiziyu told the servants to heat some water, then took a quick cold shower himself. After washing up, he went to Tang Yan's courtyard. There were no maids or servants in the prince's residence, so it was strange to go to the Su residence to find Baiji. Yiziyu then thought of Tang Yan. When Tang Yan saw Yiziyu suddenly come over, she was surprised. However, Lanner, her maid, looked even more shocked and was a bit excited besides being surprised. "Prince, you're here. But I thought you came to have breakfast with Mississippi." Yiziyu frowned and said coldly, "Go out." Even Lanner, who was not very clever, sensed something was wrong. She hurriedly looked at Tang Yan, who also had a cold expression, and after hesitating for a moment, she left. After the door closed, Tang Yan knelt directly in front of Yiziyu. "I have no other thoughts about the prince. Miss Su saved my life, and the prince saved me from danger. I would never do anything to betray Miss Su. My maid's mind is a bit too active, but I wasn't the one who told her to do that. The reason I still keep her around is just that I haven't found a reason to get rid of her. After all, Miss Su is kind-hearted, and I worry she might overthink." Although Tang Yan didn't say it directly, her meaning was clear. Yiziyu raised an eyebrow, thinking Tang Yan was clever and grateful. He then took off his mask and coldly said to her, "Lift your head." Tang Yan looked at Yiziyu's handsome face, which seemed like a divine being descending from the heavens. She was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure. She had thought that the reason King Yongin wore a mask was because of his terrifying appearance, but it turned out to be the opposite. Yiziyu clearly saw the change in Tang Yan's expression. After confirming that she had no other feelings for him, he slightly smiled and spoke more softly. "Miss Tang, please stand up. I came to see you because I have a favor to ask." Sumushi only got up at dawn. Last night, she was very tired and sleepy. After Yiziu left, she fell into a deep sleep. She endured the soreness and tried to get up. Just as she made a sound, Tang Yan entered with a bright smile. Sheer, you're awake. How do you feel? Is there anything uncomfortable? Prince has arranged for hot water. Soon, you can take a warm bath, which will help relieve your discomfort. Old Go also prepared some nourishing soup for you. After your bath, I will bring it to you. While speaking, Tang Yan had already come to the bedside. Her eyes showed only concern and happiness. However, when she saw Sumushi turn around and reveal her face, she was so surprised she couldn't speak a complete sentence for a long time.
That's sheer, your
face. Sumushi, wrapped in a blanket, shyly said, Actually, the birthmark on my face is a gecko birthmark. Although Sumushi didn't explain in detail, Tang Yan didn't know what a gecko birthmark was either. But she was no longer a naive girl and quickly understood what was going on. Her initial shock faded, replaced by a mischievous smile. If those who had mocked Miss Su before saw her now, they would be utterly stunned. And that unfaithful man, Qiao Zimo, would surely regret his actions. Sheer, I knew you are so kind-hearted. Heaven won't be able to bear to leave a mark on your face. It seems only the prince can see your true worth. Knowing Sumushi was shy, Tang Yan joked around but soon tried to hide her smile and spoke seriously. Don't be shy, Sheer. There are only men in the mansion, and the prince asked me to take care of you. Sumushi didn't ask Tang Yan to help her bathe because the marks Yiziu left on her body were too obvious, and she felt shy. After her bath, when she came out of the room, she immediately silenced the 3 people who were talking in the yard. Originally, only Tang Yan was in the courtyard, but Gumao couldn't resist visiting Sumushi, so he personally brought some medicine over. Coincidentally, just before Yiziu, who was nearly dead, suddenly woke up, and my Kuan hurriedly came to find Gumao, wanting him to check on that person. Before he could finish speaking, Sumushi stepped out. She looked like a fairy, with beautiful features, a delicate nose, cherry lips, smooth skin, and long black hair. She seemed like a celestial maiden, so stunning that people couldn't look away. Although Tang Yan had seen Sumushi before without her birthmark, she was still amazed when she saw her again now. Dr. Go. Sumushi was the first to speak in surprise when she saw Gomao. Yesterday at the literary gathering, she had wondered whose person Gomao was, and now she found out it was Yiziu's. Gomao responded blankly, then quickly brought over some soup and handed it to Sumushi. Miss Su, drink this quickly. I specially brewed it for you. You must have been exhausted after Yiziu's trouble last night. I need to help you recover. Hearing this, Tang Yan and my Kuan quickly lowered their heads, while Sumushi felt embarrassed and a little overwhelmed, blushing and looking like she wanted to disappear. But Gumao said seriously, Why are you shy in front of me? I'm old enough to be your grandfather. Then he looked at Sumushi's smooth, white face and asked curiously, Miss Su, where is your birthmark? Did Yiziu kiss it off? Sumushi was about to answer, but hearing Gumao's second half of the sentence, her face turned even redder. She secretly cursed in her heart. Old pervert. Actually, Gumao had no bad intentions. He was just used to joking around. He had been in the army for a long time and was used to joking with veteran soldiers. Plus, he hadn't interacted much with women, so he hadn't changed his habits. Seeing Sumushi's face turning so red it looked like she might bleed, he finally realized that they weren't in the military camp anymore. He quickly changed to a serious tone and asked again, Miss Su, did you use any medicine on your birthmark? The effect seems too fast. Can you tell me about it? Sumushi looked at my Kuan, who hurriedly turned away, but my Kuan's ears were perked up because he was very curious too. Yesterday, the princess looked very ugly, but this morning she looked like a fairy. Sumushi looked at Gumao, who was stubbornly refusing to give an answer and could only whisper, Actually, my birthmark is a gecko birthmark. Gumao repeated the words gecko birthmark in his mouth, then suddenly looked excited. I didn't expect such a thing really exists. Tell me more about it. He moved closer to Su Mushi, only to realize she was still holding a bowl of medicine. By the way, drink it while it's hot. It's very nourishing. Su Mushi looked at Gamao, then finally picked up the bowl and drank it all in one go. As soon as the medicine entered her mouth, she knew it was all tonic, really very nourishing. She also heard Gamao complain, "That's more like it. I wouldn't harm you. That brat Yi Zayu keeps refusing to drink, acting like I want to hurt him." But Miss Su knows what's best. Thinking of Yi Zayu's situation last night, Su Mushi's face turned red again. Yi Zayu didn't really need tonic. If he drank more, it might cause him trouble, and it would also trouble her. Mai Kun, though not entirely sure what a gecko birthmark was, seemed to understand the general idea. But he had other matters to attend to, so he hurriedly told Yi Rui's guard had woken up. "Old Go, you should come see for yourself." Su Mushi immediately said, "I'll go with you." If they could learn something unknown about Yi Rui from that guard's words, it might help Yi Zayu. She then curiously asked, "Where is the prince?" "He left early this morning, probably gone to the palace." After leaving the Yi family, Yi Zayu first went to the Su family, personally explained last night's events to Su Xing, then entered the palace. Unexpectedly, Qiao Xiuyuan was still there in the hall. What surprised him even more was that Qiao Xiuyuan had already found a reason for him. "Get up. You're here because of the assassin at Anyang Marquis's residence yesterday, right?" "I've already heard about it from the Marquis." Yi Zayu raised an eyebrow and nodded in response. Qiao Xiuyuan quickly bowed and said, "Yesterday, the prince left in a hurry. I didn't have a chance to thank you. Thank you for arriving in time. Otherwise, there would have been more casualties, and I might have lost my life. Please accept my respect." Yi Zayu looked coldly at Qiao Xiuyuan bowing to him, secretly sneering. "Creating a false assassin? Huh. Marquis Yang, you're too polite." Not knowing what Qiao Xiuyuan and the emperor had discussed, Yi Zayu chose not to speak much, waiting to see what tricks they might play. At this moment, if he wanted to oppose Qiao Xiuyuan's reason, he would need to provide a more convincing excuse. However, he couldn't speak about Qiao Xiuyuan's despicable actions, so he could only accept it. Still, he was clear about Qiao Xiuyuan's plan. It was just a way to kill two birds with one stone. He decided to support him. Yi Jingchun saw that Yi Ziyu hadn't objected and asked coldly, "Didn't you go to the tiger camp? Why did you turn back suddenly? Did you hear some news?" If he wasn't aware of something, then he was in the know. Earlier, he thought his eldest son was not competitive, but now it seemed otherwise. Yi Ziyu knew the emperor would suspect, so he had already prepared his excuse. Reporting to Father Emperor, "I truly didn't know about the assassin. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone alone to Anyang Ho's residence and gotten hurt." Yi Jingchun thought about it and agreed. The guards who went with Yi Ziyu to Anyang Ho's residence seemed to be accompanying Su Mushi. If Yi Ziyu really knew about the assassin, he would have brought at least 2 more guards. "Tell me what really happened." Yi Ziyu looked at Qiao Shuyuan and remained silent. Qiao Shuyuan took the initiative to say, "I will take my leave first." But Yi Jingchun said, "No need. You are my trusted aide. Nothing is beyond your knowledge, and this matter also concerns you."
Yi Zayu sneered ignargli.
His father was truly willing to believe everyone else but not him. Reporting to father, "I had already left the city, but after thinking it over, I decided to return to the capital to ask for instructions and bring my third brother along. My third brother has grown up quite a bit, and I thought once he's familiar with the situation at the tiger camp, he can step down from this role and return to the capital to relax. If not for the accident yesterday and getting hurt, I would have asked for instructions from father last night." Yi Jingchuan's cold expression was replaced by a smile after hearing this. Youngest is growing up quickly. It's good for him to train in the military camp, so he won't be spoiled by his mother. But as the older brother, you must take good care of your younger brother. If anything goes wrong, Empress Li might cause trouble, and I won't be able to help you. Yi Ziyu clasped his fists and replied, "Of course. As the elder brother, I will take good care of the third brother." Qiao Shuyuan lowered his head, hiding the coldness in his eyes. He didn't expect Yi Ziyu to use the third prince, Yi Zemin, as an excuse. Although the emperor's favoritism toward the third prince was somewhat hidden, he could see that among his 3 sons, the emperor favored the seemingly useless third son the most. Yeziyu had just gained control of the tiger cavalry, but did not feel proud. Instead, he was thinking about how to give up his power and hand it over to the person the emperor valued most. If the third prince could grow stronger, then the people most worried would probably be the second prince and the Bai family. After Yi Jingchun sent a message to Yi Ziming he remembered Yeziyu's injury. By the way, is your injury serious? Should I summon the imperial doctor? Thank you, Father Emperor. My injury has been treated. Last night, Miss Su stayed at my residence. Yeziyu spoke, and although Yi Jingchun didn't think much of it, Qiao Shuyuan's face darkened. Yi Jingchun nodded and finally focused on Zheng Fan, the leader of the Imperial Guard. Under the Emperor's watch, there are still such bold assassins. Is Zheng Fan just wasting his time? Send someone to call Zheng Fan to come to me. Zheng Fan was the son-in-law of the Bai family, meaning he was part of the Bai clan. Taking this opportunity to replace the leader of the Imperial Guard was something all 3 of the men present hoped for. But Qiao Shuyuan was not happy about this. Seeing the pride in Yeziyu's eyes, it seemed that Shir's innocence was no longer intact. He was truly a despicable person who took advantage of others' misfortune. Last night, Qiao Shuyuan used a very domineering love potion incense in Qiao Zimuo's room. Normal love incense would make people lose their reason, but this incense not only kept people rational, but also worked better than usual. After Yeziyu took Su Muxi away, Qiao Shuyuan had someone quickly bandage Qiao Zimuo's injured hand. Then, he chose the most decent-looking maid among the maids to bring over. Just then, Qiao Zimuo, awakened by Changzhong shouting, woke up because of the heat on his body. He wanted to scold Changzhong, but before he could say a word, Qiao Shuyuan slapped him. Changzhong was saving you. Otherwise, you wouldn't just lose a finger, but something much worse. You're such a useless waste. A group of people are fighting to buy you time, but you still haven't succeeded. After speaking, he left with Changzhong, leaving the maid behind. The maid's name was Canner. She was only 16 years old, with a sweet appearance. Because Qiao Zishi disliked her, she had been doing the dirtiest and hardest work. Normally, becoming a woman of the air was something many maids dreamed of, and she used to be one of them. But ever since Qiao Hui died, the maids no longer dared to have other thoughts about the air. Qiao Hui drowned in the latrine, and when she was pulled out, she was covered in feces. Her death was both disgusting and terrifying. Everyone initially thought that Qiao Hui went to the outhouse late at night and accidentally fell into the manure pit. But the pit was not deep, and if she had called for help in time, she might have survived. The Marquis also found Qiao Hui's death suspicious, so he did not hastily bury her. Instead, he ordered a detailed investigation into her cause of death. Eventually, it was discovered that Qiao Hui had her tongue cut out and her tendons in her hands and feet broken before she was thrown into the manure pit. Although the servants did not know exactly who was so cruel to kill Qiao Hui, they understood the real reason behind her death. Qiao Hui had once proudly told the household servants that the young master wanted to make her his concubine. Soon, she would no longer be a servant, but a half-owner of the household. Many people envied Qiao Hui at that time. But now no one would feel that way. Qiao Hui was likely targeted because she had caught the young master's favor, which led to her tragic death. When Canner saw Qiao Zimo, shirtless and unashamed, she was trembling with fear instead of feeling shy. Qiao Zimo approached her from above, coldly asking, "Are you afraid of me?" Su Muxi refused to be with him. Now, even a maid was showing such rejection? Canner dared not hide the truth, and quickly told him about Qiao Hui. "I know I am of low status, and do not seek the young master's affection. I only wish to survive another day. Please, young master, forgive me." But after hearing her explanation, Qiao Zimo's expression did not improve. Instead, he reached out and roughly pulled Kanu up from the ground, then threw her onto the bed. He had suspected Bai Menjing might harm Qiao Hui, but he did not expect such cruelty. He had planned to use this incident to find Bai Menjing's mistake and use it to break off the engagement. But now he no longer needed to. With tears in his eyes, he looked at Canner trembling on the bed and said through clenched teeth, "Can I not even protect my own woman? Do you think I am useless?" After saying this, he pressed himself onto her, venting his frustration and anger. He spent the whole night releasing his emotions, gradually calming down, but his dissatisfaction remained. He touched his slightly numb legs, got up to dress, and ordered someone to prepare medicine and summon the imperial doctor. He finally managed to stand again, knowing he couldn't afford to keep losing himself. His priority now was to protect his legs, especially since Su Mushi was no longer by his side. As for Su Mushi, he would make her regret and realize who her true match was. After dressing, Canner opened her eyes. Xiao Zimo looked coldly at Canner, who was trembling under the blanket. "Starting today, you will be my young wife. I will protect you and make everyone envy you." Meanwhile, Zhang Yi happily hugged Bai Menjing and said, "Being with the princess tonight, I wonder how many people will envy me." Bai Menjing desperately wanted to break Zhang Yi into pieces, but she pretended to be shy and snuggled into his arms. She then said with a sad face, "No, I think I might be disliked by everyone now. I haven't done anything wrong, so why did Marquis Anyang frame me?"
Boo-hoo.
"Don't cry, princess. Old thief Qiao Shuyuan just wants to cancel this marriage and have that ugly Su Mushi become his daughter-in-law. Once the marriage is annulled, I will send someone to propose at your house. The Qiao family will regret it then." As he spoke, Zhang Yi's hand became mischievous again, making Bai Menjing gasp shyly. "Princess, do you know how long I've loved you? Being so close to you now feels like a dream." Zhang Yi spoke passionately, and his body moved with emotion. Bai Menjing held back her nausea, wrapping her arms around Zhang Yi's neck. "Is it a dream? Don't you know the difference, Zheng Lang? Want to try again?" After cursing himself as a little devil, Zhang Yi continued with what they did last night, holding Bai Menjing. Although Bai Menjing looked like she was enjoying herself, her heart was filled with sadness. After the literary gathering yesterday, she had just returned to the princess's residence when Yiziyu came. Yiziyu didn't hit her or scold her. He simply said coldly, "Since I told you to marry Qiao Zimo honestly and you don't want to, then marry Jingyi. He's also a son of a high official and should be a good match for you." Zhang Yi is famous for being in the capital. Not only was he but he also looked very ordinary. How could he be a good match for her? But Yiziyu smiled faintly and said, "Do you think your current reputation still gives you a choice? Besides, and a courtesan are a perfect match, I think. Oh, and to avoid unnecessary trouble, tonight you should find another courtyard and take Xingyi there. With your skills, you should be able to persuade him completely. Remember, just tonight. Otherwise, I'll think my cousin is useless, and I don't know what I might do to her then." After saying this, Yiziyu left, but Bai Menjing collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Everyone says she is the favorite of the Bai family, and she once believed it herself. But after returning to the capital, she had to admit that she was just in the Bai family's game. She had long known that Yiziyu's actions towards her were not hidden from the elders at home. They simply tolerated it. She sat on the ground for a long time, then slowly stood up. After some thought, she made a decision. When she saw Zheng Yi, she just slightly deceived him, and the two ended up in bed together. Feeling Zheng Yi's enthusiasm, Bai Menjing slowly closed her eyes, imagining that the person doing whatever he wanted to her was Yiziyu. Only in this way could she feel a little better inside. Meanwhile, Su Mushi and Gamao had checked the guard who had woken up from Yiziyu. He was recovering well, but his dazed look suggested he might have hurt his brain. "What's your name? Do you remember?" Su Mushi spoke softly, afraid she might scare him. Ji Qing looked at Su Mushi without blinking, then slowly said 2 words.
"Yichem."
"Do you know who you are?" "A guard for the second prince." Ji Qing thought he was dead and saw a fairy in the sky, so he didn't guard himself and answered whatever was asked. "Why did you get so badly hurt?" "Do you remember? Because I am useless." Su Mushi was about to ask more when my Kun suddenly stepped forward, blocking her behind him and preventing my Koen from looking at her. Princess, no need to waste words with him. Since he's fine now, let my people handle the interrogation. Su Mushi hesitated for a moment, nodded, and then left without saying anything. That Ji-chung was almost killed by Yiziu. He probably wouldn't be too stubborn. But in less than an hour, before Su Mushi finished her breakfast, my Koen awkwardly came over. Gumao chuckled. Is it true that as soon as Miss Su leaves, that guy stops talking? Ha ha ha. It was a normal comment, but coming from Gumao's mouth, it sounded strange, making Su Mushi blush. Although Tang Yen didn't know the full story, she could guess a bit from Gumao's words and said with a smile, "Don't just talk about men. Even I, as a woman, would feel heartbroken seeing Sheer leave." Hearing this, my Koen also blushed. He has served as a secret guard for many years and has learned many skills from the prince. He has also helped interrogate many people. But he has never seen someone so stubborn before. That Ji-chung must have learned some important secret about Yiziu, which is why Yiziu silenced him. The sooner Ji-chung is forced to reveal what he knows, the more valuable it is. Now, the prince might not return anytime soon, so he had no choice but to come to the princess. Otherwise, he wouldn't let Ji-chung look at the princess so openly.
Princess,
Maikoen's face turned red with embarrassment. He didn't know how to continue. Su Mushi also felt her face burning, but didn't want to make Maikoen more uncomfortable. She stood up and said, "I'll go with you to see." This time, Su Mushi wore a veil to cover her face when visiting Ji-chung. Even so, Ji-cheng's eyes, which had been as still as death, lit up when he saw Su Mushi. He stared at her intently, as if she might disappear at any moment. Su Mushi coughed awkwardly and explained the situation to Ji-chung first. She was about to ask about Yiziu when Ji-chung suddenly exclaimed, "You saved me?" Gumao was unhappy. "It was me. Although Miss Su helped treat your wounds afterward, it was I who pulled you back from the brink of death. And the one who deliberately stabbed your abdomen slightly off-center also indirectly saved your life." Hearing this, Ji-chung remembered the scene when Shir-chong stabbed him with a knife. He thought Shir-chong had been forced to do it, but it turned out he had deliberately let him go. How could Shir-chong be so foolish? If the second prince found out he was alive, Shir-chong would definitely not have a good ending. Seeing the anxious and fearful look in Ji-cheng's eyes, Su Mushi quickly said, "Don't worry. Your secret won't be leaked, and your companions who helped save you will be safe." Her gentle voice gradually eased Ji-cheng's anxiety. Then she softly said, as Yiziu's guard, "You probably know what kind of person Yiziu is better than I do. If one day Yiziu becomes emperor, the people will suffer. I don't know if you have family, but it's clear you have friends who would risk everything, even their lives, for you. Would you be willing to let your friends and their families end up like you, suffering the same fate?" Sometimes speaking is also an art. In the past, Su Mushi looked down on this way of speaking, but now she has gradually learned to do whatever it takes to achieve her goals. Ji-chung was excited and stood up quickly, but accidentally pulled at his wound. He didn't cry out but bit his lip tightly. "Please, princess, save Shir-chong. I am alone, but Shir-chong still has his mother and nephew to take care of.
Please save them."
If anything happened to Shir-chong or his family because of him, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Su Mushi smiled slightly. "Take your time and tell me everything you know. I promise, King Yeoman won't hurt you and will do his best to rescue your friends." 2 hours later, a carriage slowly arrived at the gate of King Yeoman's residence. Yu Ziming, full of excitement, urged Yiziu, "Big brother, hurry up. I think we should go straight to the tiger camp. If you need anything, I have it here. If not, we can ask someone to send it later. No need to make a special trip back home." Princess Li was very strict with her son Yu Ziming. Not to mention what the outside of the capital looked like, Yu Ziming didn't even know what the markets in the city looked like. He never expected that a lucky break would really happen. He could not only leave the city, but also join the army and have a chance to become a proud general. Of course, he owed all this to his good older brother. It seemed his mother was right. His second brother was clever, and he needed to build a good relationship with his older brother. Just after his older brother secured a position in the capital, he thought of his younger brother. Yu Ziyu knew Yu Ziming was impatient. He shook his head with a smile and said seriously, "Your wife is still waiting at the house. I'll go say hello to her, then leave. If you're in a hurry, I can have the guards take you to the nearby market to look around." Yu Ziming's eyes lit up at his words. He was about to agree, but suddenly frowned. "Big brother, that sounds like you're looking down on me. I'm going to train at the tiger camp with you, not go sightseeing. Since your wife is at home, I should go say hello to her myself." He spoke seriously and then got out of the carriage with Yu Ziyu. But after he got out, he suddenly realized, hasn't Su Muxi just gotten married? Why does he call her sister-in-law so naturally? However, when he saw Su Muxi, he kept calling her sister-in-law over and over. "Sister-in-law, this medicine is good. Can you prepare some for my brother too? Sister-in-law, you can't be biased. You can't only give it to big brother and forget about me, your younger brother." Su Muxi thought that after Yi Ziyu returned, he would immediately go back to Qihu camp. She wanted to take this chance to gather more medicine to bring to Yi Ziyu. After all, besides this, she couldn't help Yi Ziyu much more. Originally, she planned to go to Shan Xiaitang, but when Gumao found out, he directly took her to his pharmacy in the palace. The pharmacy was fully stocked with herbs. It truly proved Xiao's words. Everything is available in the palace. So, Su Muxi shared all her prescriptions openly with Gumao. They worked together efficiently, making many pills and powders. Unexpectedly, Yi Ziming found out about this. Whether it was detox medicines or poisons, anything Yi Ziming saw, he wanted to share. He claimed it was because, as a prince outside, he needed to protect himself to avoid causing trouble for Yi Ziyu. Su Muxi thought this made sense, so she was generous. However, their actions made Yi Ziyu feel jealous. He suddenly embraced Su Muxi's slim waist and, in front of Yi Ziming, pulled her into his arms. "Your sister-in-law is tired." Yi Ziming looked at Su Muxi in confusion and repeated softly, "Tired?"
Sumuilevan vara veil.
From her visible eyebrows and eyes, she didn't look tired, only shy. Could it be that the tired her brother mentioned referred to something else? Although Yi Ziming had never been to the palace, he knew how pigs ran. The concubines who served the night before often complained about being tired. So, was her brother eager to marry Su Muxi and just took her directly? Thinking about Su Muxi's appearance under the veil, Yi Ziming sighed inwardly. His wise, handsome, and extraordinary big brother, why did he fall so deeply for Su Muxi? Seeing Yi Ziming shake his head and sigh again, Gumao quickly pulled him aside. "Third prince, I have something good here."
Do you want to see it? Of course I want to see.
"What good thing is it?" Yi Ziyu took Su Muxi to a small side room. As soon as he closed the door, he eagerly pulled off her veil and kissed her lips. He had never thought of himself as a lecher, nor believed he would indulge in women. But now he understood those lecherous men. If possible, he wanted to keep falling deeper.
Ugh.
"Don't."
Sumuilevan gasped softly.
Gumao and Yi Ziming were right next door. She didn't want them to hear any noise. Yi Ziyu was reluctant to open his mouth, but tightly held Su Muxi in his arms. "Sheer, I can't bear to let you go." Su Muxi rested in Yi Ziyu's embrace, listening to his strong heartbeat, softly saying, "Me neither." At first, she didn't fully understand the phrase inseparable, but now she truly felt it. However, there wasn't much time for them to stay like this. "Have you read Ji Cheng's confession?" Yi Ziyu nodded. "Yes, I have. He also punished my Kuan with 5 military lashes. Using her beauty to force a confession, my Kuan really dares to think like that. I didn't expect Ji Cheng to almost meet the king because of me. That guard named Shirchong. You must find a way to save him." "I promised Ji Cheng I would," Su Muxi whispered, but Yi Ziyu kissed her lips again. "Don't mention other men in front of me, or I'll get jealous." Yi Ziyu's eyes were deep, flickering with a faint flame. Shy and lowering her head, Su Muxi softly said, "Who talks about jealousy so confidently?" Yi Ziyu replied, "I don't want to pretend to be generous or act like I don't care. I don't want to hurt myself or have any doubts about you. So I speak confidently, and I hope you can be just as confident with me in the future. Is that okay? Su Mushi stared at Yiziyu in silence for a long time before replying, that okay. Her heart was shy and sweet before, but from that moment on, she felt incredibly happy.
Yiziyu.
Yes. I'm really glad to have met you. When Yiziyu left the palace, it was already 2 hours later. If he wasn't eager to return to the riding tiger camp before sunset, he might not have wanted to leave. Yiziyu sat in the carriage, fiddling with various pills and powders he got from Su Mushi and Gomao, feeling excited beyond words. But when he looked up and saw Yiziyu's gloomy face, he couldn't help but ask curiously, "Big brother, what's wrong? Did the wife send you a letter? What did she say?" Yiziyu was reading Ji Cheng's confession. It mentioned the officials involved with Yiziyu and a secret. Yiziyu Rui was poisoning the emperor through women in the palace. The emperor was cautious and suspicious, so poisoning him was not easy. But if they first poisoned the women in the palace and transferred the poison from them to the emperor through these women, it wouldn't be noticed. Although Ji Cheng is considered a close confidant of Yiziyu, he is only a guard and knows little about the matter of poisoning. He only has a vague idea, and the full details still need to be investigated. Hearing Yi Zemin's words, Yiziyu did not explain but calmly put away the letter in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Your sister-in-law's cousin came to the capital yesterday. He told her about the marriage proposal from the Northern Yen princess and specifically mentioned wanting to marry me. Your sister-in-law is a bit jealous. I will comfort her another day." Yi Zemin immediately became anxious upon hearing this. "Is that Wei Yichen? I heard he tried to scheme against your sister-in-law at the literary meeting. I didn't expect him to secretly do such things to sow discord. They come to our Qi country for marriage, but who they want to marry is not decided by them. Next time I see Wei Yichen, I will teach him a lesson. How dare he have designs on my sister-in-law? I think he's tired of living." Yizi listened but showed no outward expression, though inside he nodded with satisfaction. He didn't raise this younger brother in vain. After Yiziyu returned to the military camp, Su Mushi also went home. When she saw Su wake up, her face inexplicably reddened, and she didn't know what to say. Su woke up, looking at Su Mushi, who was wearing a veil. His mind was complicated, and finally he sighed heavily. "The prince has been here. He already told me about your matter. Father doesn't blame you. These days, wear the veil when you go out to avoid being seen." He wasn't afraid of others seeing her current appearance, but worried that others might learn about the palace secret and know about her premarital loss of innocence, which could harm her reputation. Su Mushi wasn't afraid of her reputation being damaged. Her reputation was already poor before, and it didn't matter if it got worse. However, before marrying Yiziyu, she needed to hide her appearance a bit. Sometimes, being ugly isn't necessarily a bad thing, and being beautiful isn't always good either, as it can attract trouble. "Master, a young man named Wei is outside asking to see you." "Wei?" It must be Wei Yichen without a doubt. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Su Mushi's mouth. She had just returned to the residence when Wei Yichen arrived. If she guessed correctly, Wei Yichen had probably sent someone to follow her. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? When Wei Yichen entered and saw Su Mushi wearing a veil, a strange flicker crossed his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal and bowed to Su Xing. "Nephew Wei Yichen greets uncle. Didn't expect you to be so grown up. Come, get up." When Su Xing and his wife left Jinzhou, Wei Yichen was still a baby. He grew up so quickly in just a short time. Looking at Wei Yichen's face, Su Xing saw his wife's shadow, which made it hard for him to dislike the boy. Wei Yichen always wore a gentle smile. He waved his hand, and servants brought in various boxes. "First meeting, I bring a small gift. Please don't mind, uncle. These boxes contain local specialties from Jinzhou, including your favorite drink, Zui Hongyan. You've been away from Jinzhou for many years, so I guess you miss it a lot." Su Xing nodded slightly. "That's thoughtful of you." He was surprised that after so many years, someone still remembered his favorite drink. Since it was dinner time, Wei Yichen had no intention of leaving. They talked about family matters, and Su Xing had no choice but to invite him to stay for the meal. They opened a jar of Zui Hongyan. Su Xing raised his cup, smelling the familiar yet slightly strange aroma of the wine, and his eyes welled up. After drinking it all, he couldn't help but comment, "This is good wine." Su Mushi also took a sip, curious about what his father's favorite drink tasted like. To his surprise, it was quite spicy. Cough, cough, cough. "Shir, are you alright? Here, eat some food to ease the spiciness," Wei Yichen said as he personally scooped some food onto Su Mushi's plate, then softly explained, "Do you know why this wine is called Zui Hongyan? It's because just one glass can make a woman's cheeks turn red and look more charming." Seeing Su Mushi stop coughing, Wei Yichen's eyes flickered slightly. "Since we're family having dinner, why are you wearing a veil? Your cousin has seen your face before." Su Mushi looked at Wei Yichen coldly. "Although we're cousins, I still feel a bit shy. I prefer to keep my face covered." This remark made Su Xing snap out of his nostalgia. Wei Yichen is now a prince's man and needs to be cautious. He was careless just now. Wei Yichen must have come with a purpose today. It wasn't just a simple visit. Su Xing tentatively asked, "Wei Yichen, why are you here today?" "I accidentally saw a letter from Uncle. Grandpa Su is still upset with you and doesn't want to come. After I reported this to my father, he felt guilty towards Auntie and asked me to come to Beijing to help the cousin and Prince Yong'an cancel the engagement. Now, the Wei family has offered to build the 10,000-mile city wall in exchange for the prince's support, and the prince has agreed to help us find a way to break the engagement." Wei Yichen finished speaking, looking at Su Mushi with deep affection. "So, my cousin can rest assured. With my older cousin here, you definitely won't suffer any wrongs," Wei Yichen said. Su Mushi didn't believe a word, but from Su Xing's expression, it was clear he believed it. Unexpectedly, it was because of his initial letter that the Wei family got involved with the second prince. Seeing the guilt and self-blame in Su Xing's eyes, Su Mushi quickly said to Wei Yichen, "Thank you, cousin and uncle, for your concern. But now I truly like King Yong'an and am willing to marry him. King Yong'an has also received my father's approval, so I will get married on the 15th of this month. Cousin, you should stay a few more days in the capital, have a joyful drink, and then leave." Wei Yichen frowned, looking troubled as he turned to Su Xing. "Father-in-law, is that true? If so, what should we do about the second prince?" Su Xing hesitated, unsure what to say, but Su Mushi asked curiously, "What do you mean? Are you talking about the money used to build the Great Wall of Wanli? Building the Great Wall of Wanli is a great achievement for the country and the people. Wei's family donating money is for the benefit of Qi's citizens. If the emperor knew about this, he would surely reward Wei's family. So, why does cousin look so troubled? Could it be that he doesn't serve the current emperor, but the second prince instead?" Wei Yichen had already seen Su Mushi's sharp tongue at yesterday's literary gathering. Yesterday, he found it amusing. Today, he felt a bit upset, especially when he heard her say he should attend the wedding banquet. Though feeling upset, Wei Yichen showed no sign of it on his face. "Does my cousin know how much silver is needed to build the Great Wall of Wanli?" Su Mushi's lips, hidden behind her veil, curled into a cold smile, but she replied, "Since cousin can bring this matter up with the second prince, it shows that Wei family can afford this silver. Building the Great Wall of Wanli for Qi is a great deed for the country and its people. Once the news spreads, the people of Qi will thank Wei family. The emperor will surely show appreciation. The 4 major merchant families of Jin will probably take Wei family as their leader. Although the emperor doesn't interfere in business, officials from various places will likely make things easier for Wei family when they trade. Not only will this bring fame, but it will also ensure long-term development for Wei family. It's truly a win-win situation." After speaking, she looked at Su Xing father. "Why don't you send a letter to Grandpa and ask the Su family to contribute some silver? It might seem like a loss now, but if you think long-term, it's more beneficial than harmful." Wei Chen looked at Su Mushi's lively, clever eyes and suddenly burst out laughing.
Hee hee.
Sierra's younger cousin truly does not like owing others anything. Big brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. Su Mushi pretended to be naive. Since Wei Yi-chun liked to act mysterious, she decided to play along with him. After Wei Yi-chun left, Su Mushi quickly called Mai Kun. Can you send someone to find out some news for me?
Mai Kun nodded.
Of course. The prince said that the princess's words are his words. Send someone to Jinzhou to check on the Su family. Su Xing heard this and couldn't help but wonder, why is that? But Su Mushi said, the Su family must have had some trouble. At first, I thought it was because my father was just riding back home, and the Su family didn't want to get involved in the fight between the two princes, so they didn't reply or send anyone. But now it seems they are too busy to care. Father, think about it. Although the Su family and the Wei family are on good terms, how did Wei Yi-chun see the letter you wrote to Grandpa? Would Grandpa really show it to him? Su Xing shook his head. Su Mushi continued. So, the Wei family must have someone placed near Grandpa. If something really happened to the Su family, Wei Yi-chun's reason for wanting to marry me would also be clear. You were supposed to be the next head of the Su family, but if something happened to Grandpa and there was no other direct heir, you would be taken back. Then Wei Yi-chun, as your son-in-law, could step into the family business naturally. Su Xing initially felt a bit guilty, but now he broke out in a cold sweat. Su Mushi thought for a moment and then said, Father, sometimes being selfish isn't a bad thing. At least it means you won't be easily manipulated. Wei Yi-chun is my maternal cousin, but the Wei family has never meddled in my mother's affairs all these years. Few people suddenly have a change of heart, so when facing someone like that, there's no need to worry about morality. This was something she had only recently realized. Thinking back to the scene where a young beggar tricked her outside the city and was killed, Su Mushi still felt a strange sense of frustration in her heart. But the truth is, if people don't look out for themselves, they will be destroyed. Someone used the beggar's mother as a threat, so the beggar had no choice but to deceive her to save her mother. This was understandable. Meanwhile, Wei Yi-chun, who had left the Su family, changed from his gentle and refined appearance to a cold, dark expression. From the information he gathered, Wei Yi-chun learned that Su Mushi usually did not like to wear a veil, but today she had been wearing one all day, even during meals. So, the guardian lizard on Su Mushi's face should have disappeared by now. Qiao Shuyuan, that old fox, really did set a trap for others. But that's okay. Whether the guardian lizard is there or not, he is determined to protect Su Mushi and the Su family at all costs. Meanwhile, because Yi Ziyu didn't return to the riding tiger camp in time, a real military mutiny almost happened. Fortunately, Yi Ziyu went there with Yi Ziming, successfully stopping the mutiny. Bai Shoa has been in the riding tiger camp for many years, and most of the soldiers are loyal to Bai Shoa. When they learned that Yi Ziyu replaced Bai Shoa, many started to panic. Later, when Yi Ziyu didn't come back that night and only sent a guard to take charge, rumors spread quickly through the camp. The rumor was that Yi Ziyu didn't want the riding tiger camp to surpass the Xuanwu army, so he slandered General Bai, gained military power, and then ignored the soldiers of the riding tiger camp. After a day and night of brewing, the soldiers' emotions grew tense. Seeing that Yi Ziyu still hadn't returned and couldn't give them an explanation, some soldiers started to cause trouble. What's the meaning of Prince Yong'an? Does he want to leave us alone? If Prince Yong'an looks down on our riding tiger camp soldiers, then let General Bai come back. Exactly. At least General Bai treats us like people. Although Xiao Su could handle many situations, this time he couldn't suppress the soldiers' dissatisfaction, no matter what he did. In the Xuanwu army, everyone admired their lord, and such doubts wouldn't happen. He didn't know what was happening on his master's side. If he didn't come back soon, he feared he might have to die to atone. Just as Xiao Su was about to break down, Yi Ziyu finally returned. After understanding the situation, Yi Ziyu called for Yi Ziming. Do you know who this is? This is my third brother, the current Prince of Qi. Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Yi Ziming straightened his back, trying to show the aura of an emperor's son. Yi Ziyu continued. The army station near the capital must be the bravest and most trusted by His Majesty. That's why the Emperor sent the third prince to join me, hoping he can gain experience in the Riding Tiger Camp. Because the Riding Tiger Camp is the Emperor's elite force guarding the capital. I believe all of you soldiers will fulfill your duties loyally, defend the capital, and protect our Qi country. Yi Ziyu's words ignited the soldiers' spirits in the Riding Tiger Camp, especially the phrase "the Emperor's army," which made everyone feel proud inside. Yi Ziyu saw that An Fu had calmed the soldiers' emotions and quietly heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Xiao Shiyuan in the Riding Tiger Camp would not have only placed one person. Turning to look at Yi Ziming, who was excited, he suddenly felt that this younger brother was somewhat useful. The next morning, Scholar Shen Jixing personally visited the Su family. Master Shen's visit is a bit sudden. Please forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Upon hearing this, Su Xing hurried out to greet him. Shen Jixing is a scholar from the Hanlin Academy, not only holding a high position and respected for his knowledge, but also known for being humble and polite, earning everyone's respect. Su Xing glanced at Shen Yaxing behind him, already guessing Shen Jixing's purpose, but still felt a bit honored and surprised. Shen Jixing, with a neat appearance and elegant manners, politely returned Su Xing's bow and said with a hint of apology, "It's my sudden visit. I didn't send a formal invitation. Please forgive me." After inviting Shen Jixing inside, before serving tea, he mentioned wanting to see Su Mushi. "Yesterday, my daughter spoke impulsively at the literary meeting and said some inappropriate words to Miss Su. Today, I come to apologize to Miss Su. I wonder if Miss Su is at home?" Before Su Xing could speak, Su Mushi, wearing a veil, gracefully approached. Miss Su Mushi greets Master Shen and Miss Shen. Shen Zixing clasped his fists in return and silently observed Su Mushi. She carried herself confidently, without any airs of a petty person. It seemed that Su Xing had indeed put effort into teaching his daughter, Su Mushi. Seeing this, Yaxin Shen quickly paid her respects to Su Mushi, saying, "Miss Su, yesterday I was impulsive and spoke without thinking. Please don't take it to heart." Su Mushi looked at Yaxin Shen, who was slightly bent, and showed no intention of asking her to stand up. Yaxin Shen, delicate and fragile, soon felt her legs grow tired. Feeling resentful, she stood up on her own before Su Mushi could speak. Shen Jixing also frowned slightly, not because he thought Yaxin Shen was rude, but because he felt Su Mushi was being too harsh. Although she was part of the Su family was just a merchant family. No matter how wealthy, what could it matter? He personally came and bowed first, yet Su Mushi still maintained her composure. It was truly unreasonable. Miss Su is truly skilled in teaching her daughter. Not only is Miss Su talented in medicine, but her personality is also quite strong. Su Mushi initially wanted to be modest, saying she was not as strong-willed as Yaxin Shen. I heard Su Xing speak bluntly. Su, am not as skilled as Lord Shen in teaching my daughter. So today, Lord Shen has come to teach her? If so, please go ahead. No need to see you off."
Su Xing, how rude you are.
Shen Yaxin angrily pointed at Su Xing. Su Xing looked at her delicate finger and showed disdain. Likewise to Miss Shen. Seeing this, Shen Jixing quickly softened his tone and said kindly, "Judge Su, you misunderstand. I meant no harm earlier. I was just praising Miss Su sincerely." After a pause, he continued, "I have heard that Judge Su is very passionate about medicine. Are you interested in this position? The position of Imperial Hospital Director has been vacant for some time. If Judge Su is willing, I can recommend you to the Emperor for this role. Although the position of Director isn't very high, it is the head of the Imperial Hospital. Treatments across the land are considered honorable to work in the Imperial Hospital, so Shen Jixing believed Su Xing would also desire this position."
Su Xing and Su Mu 11 exchanged glances.
When Su Xing looked back at Shen Jixing, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. He didn't expect that the current Hanlin Academy scholar would be so superficial. "Lord Shen, a while ago I injured my leg and was planning to resign from my official position. but the second prince and the Empress Dowager kindly asked me to serve as the Imperial Hospital Director once my leg healed. If Lord Shen can allow me to resign, I would be very grateful. If not, please go back. Shen Jixing was surprised that the second prince and the Empress Dowager had already suggested Su Xing take the role of Imperial Hospital Director. What he just said now, in Su Xing's eyes, seemed like a joke. Su Muxi watched the expressions of Shen Jixing and Shen Yaxin change, feeling pleased. But she also thought about how an imperial decree from the emperor or the Empress Dowager could force her to do things she didn't want to. She sighed inwardly and said to Shen Yaxin, "Miss Shen, you didn't come here today to apologize, did you? You came for the medicinal ointment." Then she looked at Shen Jixing and said, "Lord Shen, do you also think I was wrong? I could have cured Miss Shen's face but deliberately didn't. That makes me a malicious and ungrateful person?" Shen Jixing didn't speak, but his expression showed everything. Su Muxi then asked, "Does Lord Shen know what Miss Shen first told me when she came to see me?" Miss Shen said she wouldn't become the second Qiao Zishi. But now, it seems Miss Shen has changed her mind. "Miss Shen, the ointment I prepared can cure the spots on your face. Shouldn't you be grateful to me? Why do you face me with such an aloof attitude? Do you think my status is low, and your thanks are like a gift to me? Or do you believe you will soon regain your beauty and look down on someone like me, who is less attractive? Miss Shen, providing you with the ointment is not something I must do. If I could cure Qiao Zishi's face, would I necessarily have to help her?" Shen Yaxin quickly retorted, "But I haven't done anything as excessive as what Qiao Zishi did. Is it wrong for me to give you a bracelet as a token of thanks, or to take you to a literary gathering to see the world? If you truly want to thank me, that's fine. But if you're trying to find a sense of superiority in me, you're mistaken. You think a precious bracelet is worthless to me, and I have no interest in the literary gathering you see as a symbol of status." Suddenly, Su Muxi changed the topic. "But Miss Shen, you're right in saying that you haven't treated me as badly as Qiao Zishi. So I'll give you a chance." Hearing this, Shen Yaxin's expression changed suddenly. "What do you want me to do?" Su Muxi smiled slightly and looked at Shen Jixing. "Just as my father said, if Lord Shen can persuade my father to resign and return home, my father and I would be very grateful." Shen Jixing was momentarily stunned. After confirming that Su Muxi wasn't joking or teasing him, he hesitated for a moment and slowly nodded. "All right, I agree to what Miss Su requests. But I hope Miss Su will keep her promise and completely remove the spots from my daughter's face." Unexpectedly, Su Xing wanted to leave the Imperial Hospital. But after thinking carefully, he understood why Su Xing wanted to leave. After all, Prince Yong'an is supposed to be Su Xing's future son-in-law. Su Muxi nodded. "Of course." After the Shen family left, Su Xing asked, "Shir, why are you helping that Miss Shen?" Su Muxi smiled bitterly and sighed. "Father, if Shen Jixing pleads with the emperor out of concern for his daughter, do you think I can disobey the emperor's orders? It would be better to take this opportunity to gain some benefits. This way, it's a win-win. You really are becoming more clever." Su Xing looked at her with affection, feeling both proud and a little worried. Although everything in the capital seems peaceful now, he still feels that a storm is brewing. The events at the literary gathering are quietly spreading through the streets and alleys of the city. The stories about Bai Menjing, the goddess with a kind face but a heart as cold as a snake, are the most widely circulated. Next, there was the matter of Qiao Zimo and Shen Yaxin sharing an intimate moment. Especially after the royal decree to annul the engagement was issued, the people began to wonder if Qiao Zimo was going to marry Shen Yaxin. Young Master Anyang Ho is really unlucky. I never thought that his childhood sweetheart, whom he liked for so long, would turn out to be such a wicked person. I heard that even the incident 3 years ago when young Master Anyang Ho broke his leg was caused by Princess Chang Lo. Young Master Anyang Ho is indeed pitiful. His first wife, Su Muxi, was as ugly as a demon, and now he's going to marry Miss Shen, who is also not pretty. What a shame for such a handsome man like him. Miss Shen is known as the top talented woman in the capital. So what if she's a little ugly? Even if she's not pretty, can she be uglier than Su Muxi? Su Mushi has a large birthmark on half her face, but I heard that Miss Shin has dark spots all over her face. She's not more beautiful than Su Mushi. Could it be that young master Anyang Ho must marry Miss Shin no matter what? What do you think? Miss Shun is a scholar at the Hamlin Academy. If you were young master Anyang Ho, would you dare not marry Miss Shin? At the Anyang Ho residence, Jiang Shi, who had been imprisoned for a long time, suddenly showed a look of joy and excitement when she saw Qiao Shuyuan walk in. Master, you finally came to see me. After saying this, she hurriedly tidied her hair and her clothes. During these days of confinement, she had no one to serve her. She hadn't bathed or combed her hair. She didn't expect her husband to suddenly come, and she wondered if he would be disgusted seeing her so unkempt. Xiao Shuyuan looked at Jiang Shi, who looked like a teenage girl. Seeing her nervous and shy expression, he rarely showed a gentle smile. He stepped forward a few steps, took Jiang Shi's hand, and softly said with a smile, "All right, we're old husband and wife now. I've seen you in all kinds of states." Jiang Shi looked up at Xiao Shuyuan, and her eyes instantly turned red. When she was first imprisoned, she had blamed and hated him, but in the end, she missed him very much. Xiao Shuyuan was her husband. She loved him more than she loved herself. "Master, are you forgiving me now? I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have treated Mushi that way. Actually, Mushi has been very filial and kind to me during the 3 years she's been married into the Ho residence. I was ungrateful and hurt Mushi's feelings. Please let me go and apologize to Mushi in person, okay? Don't worry, I will ask Mushi to accept the peace marriage and return to the residence. I will also make sure that Shir and Zimo treat her well. From now on, our family will live happily and peacefully together, all right?" Jiang Shi was truly sorry, and her words came from her heart. Thinking about the days when the couple was harmonious, their children were well-behaved, and the daughter-in-law was filial, she now deeply regrets everything. By Menjiang, though noble in status, what does that matter? Her husband is already the Minister of War and has been personally granted the title of a young marquis by the emperor. Even if she married a princess as a daughter-in-law, what difference would it make? To be granted a noble title and be envied by others? But now she realizes those were just false honors. What truly matters is a family living happily together. Jiao Shuyuan looked at Jiang Shi, who was crying and choking with emotion. He softly spoke the word good. Then, to Jiang Shi's surprise, he took the initiative to hug her. It was just a normal hug between husband and wife, but for Jiang Shi it was a moment of being cherished. Feeling the warmth in Shuyuan's embrace and hearing his strong heartbeat, Jiang Shi's anxious heart gradually calmed and felt at peace. No matter why her husband was so nervous about Su Mushi, she was his wife, and he still loved her. After a while, Shuyuan loosened Jiang Shi and took out a paper-wrapped package. "Today I specially bought your favorite pastries from Manhwa restaurant.
Try it."
Jiang Shi blushed as she took it. She opened the paper and carefully tasted a piece of pastry, feeling that it was even sweeter than honey. The sudden death of the Marquis of Anyang's wife spread quickly, and many people came just to watch the drama. Remember, the Marquis's wife was Ji Momo's mother. Her death meant she needed to mourn for 3 years. Although Ji Momo's marriage proposal with Bai Menjing was cancelled, her engagement with Miss Shin's family had not yet been settled. Now that Miss Shin was over 19, waiting another 3 years would make her an old maid. Would the Ji family still pursue the marriage? When Shun Zixing heard this, he sneered repeatedly.
Ha!
What a Marquis of Anyang! To be so ruthless. Shun Yaxin hesitated. Dad, are you saying that the Marquis's wife was killed by the Marquis himself?
That
doesn't seem likely. Shin Zixing didn't reply. He had only spoken out of anger earlier. Now that he calmed down, he thought it was absurd that Shuyuan would kill his wife. In his view, his daughter was perfect, and Ji Momo was not a match for her. The Ji family would surely take this chance to rush over and propose marriage. But after 2 days, the Ji family hadn't come to propose. It seemed that Jiang Shi was seriously ill, and the Anyang Marquis's household was too preoccupied with her condition to visit. Now that Jiang has passed away, if Qiao Shuyuan comes to propose marriage later, does he really want his daughter to waste 3 years in vain? Xiner, do you like Qiao Zimo? If your daughter agrees, then we will wait. If she doesn't, I will think of other ways. Shan Yaxin thought of that tall figure and shook her head decisively. Qiao Zimo is foolish and arrogant. My daughter doesn't like him. But she has already had skin contact with Qiao Zimo, and with her face covered in black spots, she has been seen by others. Before she recovers her appearance, no man will want her. Shen Zixing heard this and nodded slowly. Since his daughter doesn't like him, this marriage can be called off. On the day of Zhang's funeral, Qiao Shuyuan gently touched Zhang's face, full of tenderness. Chunhua, I think you won't blame me. You were just a village woman. After marrying me, you enjoyed many blessings and were envied. Now, for our son's sake, you went to your death. You should have no regrets. I know you're indeed regretful, but what good does regret do? Sheer is very stubborn. You can't just apologize and bring him back. You're already over 40. How can you still be so naive? I hope in your next life, you'll live more wisely and not do such foolish things. Of course, it's best if you don't meet me again. Qiao Zimo once thought his father had no feelings for his mother, but seeing his father chattering to her, tears welled up in his eyes. He stepped forward quickly, choking on his words.
Dad, it's time.
The coffin should be closed now.
Thought,
On the 8th day of June, it was supposed to be Qiao Zimo and Bai Menjing's wedding day. But their marriage was cancelled, and there was no celebration to watch. However, in the afternoon, news spread that second young master Pei Yi from the Pei family was engaged to Miss Shen Yaxin from the Shen family. Miss Shen has already had skin contact with the Marquis of Anyang's son. Why would she suddenly marry the second young master of the Pei family? The Pei family's second young master is just an illegitimate child. How can he be a match for Miss Shen? Miss Shen is not very pretty. It's good enough if someone wants her. Are they really waiting for the Marquis of Anyang's son to wait 3 years? If she marries into the Marquis's family after 3 years, that's fine. But if something changes midway, it would have been a waste of 3 years. No one will want her then. But I heard that the black spots on Miss Shen's face can be removed. She is already using medicine. If it really can be removed, then the second young master of the Pei family has truly found a treasure. At the Pei residence, Pei Yuan looked at his father's kind expression towards Pei Yi and felt uneasy inside. After the literary gathering, he wanted to find an official position in the court. He thought that with his talent and his father's rank, he could become an official of at least 6th grade. Unexpectedly, he was only appointed as a 7th grade officer in the Ministry of Rights. Although he was the eldest son, his father paid more attention to Pei Yi, the younger son born of a concubine. After dinner, Pei Yuan approached Pei Yi with a half-smile and said, "Congratulations, second brother. As a son born of a concubine, you managed to marry the daughter of Scholar Shen. That's quite a skill." Pei Yi was not upset but smiled and replied, "Thanks to my elder brother for his support." If Pei Yuan was truly talented, even with all his scheming, he wouldn't have reached this point. So, he was genuinely grateful to Pei Yuan, grateful for his arrogance, and for not taking him seriously. Pei Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind Pei Yi's words and thought he was bragging, so he sneered and said, "Have you seen Miss Shen's true face? You might not have seen her at the gathering the other day." Before Pei Yuan finished, Pei Yi interrupted, "Miss Shen only has some health issues, which caused the dark spots on her face. Now she's recuperating, and in a few months, the spots should be gone completely. Even if the dark spots never disappear, it's okay. Marrying a virtuous wife isn't just about appearance. I thought my elder brother would understand this by now, but it seems not." After speaking, he raised an eyebrow and lowered his voice, saying, "Moreover, even if Miss Shen isn't very pretty, she's still better than Miss Qiao. If our elder brother can speak so openly, why can't I?" Pei Yuan was furious. He grabbed Pei Yi's collar, ready to hit him, but was caught by Pei Jian. "Stop. Pei Yuan, what are you doing?" Pei Yuan looked at the fleeting expression of triumph in Pei's eyes and said fiercely, "You did this on purpose." He thought that Pei deliberately provoked him by saying those words after their father came over. Thinking of Qiao Zixi vicious face and terrifying appearance, jealousy spread through him. Marrying a virtuous wife. He doubted that Shen Yaxin would be truly virtuous. The envoy from Beiyan was scheduled to arrive in the capital tomorrow, but Su Muxi hadn't seen Yi Ziyu for 6 days. Although Yi Ziyu sent messages every 2 days, Su Muxi still felt an unusual longing. Every night, when she closed her eyes, she saw Yi Ziyu's figure in her mind. That evening, after dinner, my Kun suddenly came over. "Your Majesty, there's good news about Fan Jun." Back then, Fan Jun's silver notes for buying a large house came from Bao Hui Money House in Beijing, which was owned by the Bai family.
Shumuxi frowned slightly.
So, the fire in the Ministry of War's treasury was caused by the Bai family? Then she heard my Kun say, "There's one more thing. My men investigated in Beijing, and none of the people from the various circles have the nickname Ant. However, there is a person called Ant in the Imperial Guard. We checked, and that guard has been missing for several days. I suspect that the 2 people who tried to harm the princess that day are members of the Imperial Guard." Last time, Yi Ziyu told her that the former leader of the Imperial Guard was the son-in-law of the Bai family. So, her previous guess was correct. The person who wanted to hurt her that day was Bai Menjing. After my Kun left, Su Muxi stood alone outside the corridor, looking at the gradually darkening sky. She sighed softly. Now it seems that even if they found out that Fan Jun's death might be related to the Bai family, it was useless. After all, a few silver notes couldn't prove anything. If she questioned the Bai family with just that, they would probably come up with dozens of valid reasons. Just as Su Muxi was feeling worried, Azu slowly stepped out from the corner of the corridor. During her stay at the Su family, Azu's injuries healed very quickly, and she became much more cheerful. She always wore a happy smile, which made everyone who saw her feel inexplicably better. "Azu, why are you here?" Su Muxi hurried over and helped Azu, who was small and thin. Azu blinked her big, round eyes and looked silently at Su Muxi, full of hesitation and words she wanted to say, but couldn't. "What's wrong?" Su Muxi asked with concern. Azu opened her mouth, then slowly took out an old, worn sachet from her and handed it to Su Muxi. The sachet had burn marks on it, but it must have been very precious to Azu to bring it here. Su Muxi looked at Azu's gaze, opened the sachet, and inside was a note. She unfolded it and saw it was a pawnshop receipt. The contract was for 5 years and had not expired yet. Su Muxi didn't think much and smiled as she patted Azu's head. "Azu, don't worry. Sister will have someone redeem your things tomorrow." Azu nodded, her eyes not only showing determination but also gradually shining with hope. Seeing Azu like this, Su Muxi's previously gloomy mood also began to lift. Azu was full of hope, so why was she feeling so discouraged inside? Whether it was the Bai family, Yi Ziyu, or Bai Menjing, none of them could live peacefully just by avoiding her. Since that's the case, she might as well take the initiative. Wasn't Ji Qing saying that Yi Ziyu poisoned the women in the palace? Although she didn't know what kind of poison it was worth a try to find out. Tomorrow, the envoy from Northern Yen will arrive in the capital. She can use this as an excuse to visit the palace. The next morning, Su Muxi dressed neatly and went to see the Empress Dowager. She saw again that very charming Lady Zhang, who always knew how to please the Empress Dowager. Although Yi Ziyu had previously said that Lady Zhang was trying to get close to him, making the Empress Dowager more cautious and less fond of her, the Empress Dowager couldn't resist Lady Zhang's many new and interesting things and her captivating stories. Thinking about not promoting Lady Zhang's rank, she decided to let her continue to come and pay her respects daily. When Su Muxi saw Lady Zhang, she felt secretly pleased. After greeting the Empress Dowager, she used her expression of not feeling well in front of Lady Zhang as an excuse to check her pulse. Lady Zhang looked calm, and seeing Su Muxi hesitating to speak, she urged, "Miss Su, am I all right?" Su Muxi withdrew her hand, smiled, and said, "It's nothing. Lady just has been overthinking lately and feels a bit weak. As long as she worries less and gets to bed early, it will be fine." Hearing this, Lady Zhang's face flashed with embarrassment. She had been trying to please the Empress Dowager for so long, and although she had made her very happy, the Empress Dowager still seemed wary of her. She kept thinking about how to deal with the women in this dangerous palace and how to flatter the Empress Dowager, which naturally made her overthink. Everyone else could cross over and live well, so why was it so hard for her? When the Empress Dowager heard overthinking, her face immediately turned cold. She looked innocent but was clearly overthinking. Indeed, appearances can be deceiving. Lady Zhang wanted to say something, but the Empress Dowager impatiently waved her hand, signaling her to leave. After she left, the Empress Dowager finally smiled and looked at Su Mushi, who was wearing a veil. She asked with curiosity, "Why are you wearing a veil today, Sheer?" Su Mushi looked shy and didn't answer. Instead, she glanced at the palace made inside the room. The Empress Dowager understood and, after dismissing the maid, scolded her gently. "All right, everyone has left. If you have something to say, just say it. I can see that if you're not feeling well, you wouldn't come to see me." Before she finished, she was stunned when she saw Su Mushi remove her veil. It took a while for her to regain her senses. She reached out and gently touched Su Mushi's left cheek, looking at her with surprise and saying, "Sheer, your birthmark has actually disappeared?" Su Mushi nodded, but didn't mention the mole on her body. She only said that since her wedding was coming up, she didn't want to embarrass Yiziu, so she removed the birthmark. Although the Empress Dowager was very kind to her, a woman's purity was more important than anything. She didn't want the Empress Dowager to feel uncomfortable, which could affect her marriage with Yiziu. The Empress Dowager didn't ask how Su Mushi removed the birthmark. She only needed to know that Su Mushi's feelings were clear. The birthmark could be removed, but she didn't remove it when she married Xiao Zimo. And before she married Yor, she removed it early because she was afraid of embarrassing him. The Empress Dowager gently patted Su Mushi's hand with love and couldn't help but tease, "I wonder who was against marrying Yor before." Su Mushi blushed and coquettishly said, "Empress Dowager, Sheer was wrong. Sheer knows you love me the most." After they laughed and talked for a while, Su Mushi shifted the topic back to Zhang Talented Lady. "Empress Dowager, Zhang Talented Lady's pulse seems strange, as if she's been poisoned."
What?
"Poisoned?" Su Mushi replied, "My medical skills are not perfect, so I can't be sure. But from her pulse, she doesn't seem seriously ill. Maybe I diagnosed her incorrectly." However, the Empress Dowager firmly believed that Su Mushi wouldn't make a mistake in diagnosis. If Su Mushi's medical skills were not excellent, then there would be no truly skilled doctor. She could cure Xiao Zimo's leg disease, which the imperial doctors couldn't treat. She could remove the scars on Xiao Zishi's face, which the imperial doctors couldn't get rid of. And she had even heard about how Su Mushi could make people with difficulty moving act normally with just a silver needle. So, if Su Mushi suspected Zhang Talented Lady was poisoned, then she definitely was. As for who poisoned her, she had already made plans in her mind. Thinking about the difficulties the emperor had faced in producing heirs over the years, a cold light appeared in the Empress Dowager's eyes. "Sheer, this matter must not be revealed to outsiders. I will find out the truth myself." The Northern Yan envoy was about to enter the capital, so this matter needed to be kept secret for now. Once she found concrete evidence, she would tell the emperor. Su Mushi knew her goal had been achieved, so she nodded obediently. Besides the empress, the person with the most power in the palace was the Empress Dowager. It was best to leave this investigation to her. As for Zhang Talented Lady's difficult pregnancy, she was just speaking nonsense. Because only this reason could make the Empress Dowager take this matter seriously. Meanwhile, Yiziu, waiting outside the city for the North Yan envoy, smiled helplessly after reading Su Mushi's letter. She dared to scheme against the Empress Dowager. Her courage is really growing bolder. Inside a luxurious carriage of the North Yan envoy, Murom Tian looked at his sister, Murom Qing, and couldn't help but advise again. We're almost in the capital of Qi. If you keep acting like this, it's easy for those scheming Qi people to take advantage of you. Murongqing pouted and stubbornly said, let them talk. I don't want to marry Yiziyu anyway. What's wrong with Yiziyu? He's tall and strong. Among us in North Yen, he's one of the bravest. Yiziyu killed so many of our people. He's our enemy. How can I marry my enemy? Plus, I like handsome men. People say Yiziyu's face is scary, so he always wears a mask. As a princess of North Yen, she's beautiful and charming. What kind of man wouldn't be suitable for her? Why must she marry Yiziyu? Seeing her brother's unhappy expression, Murongqing quickly continued, she has more than just Yiziyu as a prince. I heard the second prince is handsome and is favored by the emperor. He's likely to be the next crown prince. If I marry him, I could become the future queen of Qi. Isn't that good? Murongtian didn't tell her that he and Yiziyu had already reached an agreement, afraid she might accidentally reveal it. He hadn't met the second prince, Yiziyu, but from the letter, he could tell the other was probably very scheming. His sister seemed spoiled and willful, but she was actually simple-minded. If she really married Yiziyu, she might be eaten up and left with nothing. But he couldn't bear to see her so worried, so after a moment of hesitation, he whispered, they say Yiziyu isn't interested in women. You marry him first and later, I'll find a chance to bring you back. Murongqing looked worried. There's no such man who isn't interested in women. It's just that there aren't many beauties in the northern border. If Yiziyu sees me, he won't let me go. Hearing this, Murongtian also agreed deeply in his heart. His sister is charming and beautiful, the most beautiful woman in North Yen. Such a stunning beauty in front of him. Unless she's unworthy, no man could refuse her. But that's the plan. For North Yen, he can only sacrifice his sister. Murongtian gently took Murongqing's hand, and her eyes instantly turned red. With a voice slightly choked with emotion, he said, Sister, even if I have to beg you, please? Just sacrifice a little, and you can give North Yen a chance to rest and recover. I promise you, Big Brother won't make you wait too long. When the time is right, I will bring you back, okay? Big Brother also hates to see you go, but you are not only my sister, you are also the princess of North Yen. Protecting North Yen is your duty as a princess. This was the first time Murongqing saw her brother speak to her like this. Previously, her brother said that if she couldn't marry Yiziyu, Qi state would attack North Yen. After the last war, North Yen's army suffered heavy losses, and if Qi sent a large army, North Yen might be destroyed. Her trip to marry was to buy time for North Yen. Once North Yen became strong again, they could wipe out the shame of the past. But how long would it take for North Yen to become strong? A year, 2 years? Or 5, 10 years? She didn't want to marry a hideous person, but thinking of her father and mother's worried faces and the lifeless look of the people, she could only agree to the marriage. She looked up at Murongtian, her eyes also turning red. Big Brother, you must come to pick me up then. Don't worry, Big Brother will definitely come to pick you up. Meanwhile, Yi Zemin, who was guarding the official road, saw the carriage slowly heading toward the capital and immediately became excited. Big Brother, the North Yen people are coming. Yiziyu's expression remained calm, but his eyes turned cold. He looked at the approaching team from afar, raised his hand slightly, and the soldiers of the Riding Tiger camp prepared themselves for battle. In recent days, he had been eating, sleeping, and training with Yi Zemin and the soldiers of the Riding Tiger camp. He had gained their trust and acceptance. Now, they were about to face North Yan's people, and everyone was united to give them a strong warning before their delegation entered the city. The North Yan convoy gradually stopped. Instead of welcoming them, no one from Qi stepped forward. Instead, they drew their steel knives and stared fiercely at the North Yen delegation. After learning about the situation, Murongtian opened the carriage curtain and stepped out. His tall figure stood on the carriage, looking even more imposing.
Yiziyu.
What do you mean? We came here for marriage, and this is how your Qi people treat guests? Murongtian admired Yiziyu's bravery but also hated him for killing so many of their soldiers in North Yen. If it weren't for Yiziyu, the great battle a few months ago, they wouldn't have lost. Maybe they would have already pushed into Qi's territory and expanded northward. Yi Ziyu rode forward a few steps, looking coldly at Morong Tian. Our Qi country is a nation of courtesy. When hosting guests, we naturally show proper respect. But are you really our guest? As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ziyu's brother, Yi Ziming, quickly responded, just a stray dog. Coming to our Qi country to negotiate peace, yet still so arrogant. Inside the carriage, Morong Qing couldn't sit still after hearing this. She rushed out directly. Her delicate finger pointed straight at Yi Ziming. Who do you call a stray dog? If you dare, let's have a fair fight. The princess, will make you regret it and leave you toothless. She then tore off the whip hanging at her waist, swung it in the air, making a crisp snap sound. Most of the men present were stunned when they saw Morong Qing come out. She had a curvy figure, charming looks, and a heroic aura that was very different from the gentle women of Qi. Whether in appearance or temperament, Morong Qing was hard to ignore. Even Yi Ziming, upon seeing her, showed a brief look of infatuation. Only Yi Ziyu's expression remained cold and unchanged. With a swift motion, he drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at Morong Qing. If the Northern Yan wishes to cause trouble, I am willing to accept the challenge. Morong Qing was originally very proud. She knew that the people of Qi would be captivated by her beauty. But she didn't expect Yi Ziyu, upon seeing her, not only to have no special reaction but to be so cold and ruthless. He even wanted to fight a woman. Aren't the people of Qi known for their manners and humility towards women? It seemed that Yi Ziyu was not only ugly in appearance but also rude. How could such a man deserve to marry her? Seeing this, Morong Tian could only suppress his dissatisfaction and step out to smooth things over. Yi Ziyu, it was clearly you who first drew your sword at us. How can you say we wanted to cause trouble? If your country doesn't want to host our Northern Yan delegation, we will leave. Such humiliation. What is your true intention? Yi Ziyu, hearing this, put away his sword and curled his lips into a disdainful smile. He said coldly, I have dealt with Northern Yan for over 10 years and know your savage nature well. All I want is to confiscate your weapons before you enter the city, so you don't act recklessly and cause another war between our two countries. Rest assured, our Qi kingdom is vast and rich. We do not value your poorly made weapons. When you leave, we will return all your weapons to you. How can this be true? Morong Qing jumped out of the carriage, angrily whipped her whip, aiming straight at Yi Ziyu's face. But Yi Ziyu quickly cut the whip in half with his sword in just a moment. What did I say? We haven't even entered the city, and you're already so wild. If we go into the city, who knows how many people might get hurt? Yi Ziyu sneered, his eyes full of disdain. The others also finally regained their senses. Rude and unreasonable people from Beiyan, no matter how beautiful they are. They simply do not match the good men of Qi Kingdom. Morong Qing looked at the broken whip in her hand, her face flushed with anger. She looked even more charming and lovely. But the soldiers of the Riding Tiger camp no longer admired her. Although they hadn't fought in battles, they had fiery hearts. Beiyan had slaughtered countless of their people, and they had always seen Beiyan as their deadly enemy. So how could they be swayed by the beauty of Beiyan women and forget their original purpose? Morong Qing threw away the whip, ready to fight directly, but was stopped by Morong Tian. Little sister, no. He said softly, then looked angrily at Yi Ziyu.
King Yong'an,
Do you really want to go this far? Yi Ziyu slightly raised his head, looking down at the Morong siblings. If the Beiyan delegation refuses to cooperate, then please leave. If the emperor asks, I will only report the truth. This marriage proposal from Beiyan is completely insincere. Morong Tian clenched his fists tightly, took a few deep breaths, and stared at Yi Ziyu for a long time. Then he said to the people behind him, Follow King Yong'an's orders and leave the weapons. A man's revenge is never too late. The humiliation today will be paid back tenfold in the future. Although the Beiyan people were unhappy inside, they had no choice but to obey Morong Tian's orders. The soldiers of the riding tiger camp quickly collected the weapons with smiles. It's truly satisfying to humiliate the Beiyan people without losing a single soldier or piece of equipment. Murong-Qing, who had never been treated like this before, completely forgot her previous resolve. She pointed directly at Yiziyu and said, "Yiziyu, I, princess, will not marry you." Just as Yiziyu was about to turn his horse and leave, he suddenly sneered.
Ha!
"I hope the princess will keep her word." With that, he rode away towards the city gate. Murong-Qing did not understand why Yiziyu was reacting this way and looked at him with confusion. Just then, Yiziyu imitated her and sneered.
Ha!
You can't even compare to my sister-in-law's little finger, and you still want to marry my older brother? Humph! After saying this, he arrogantly rode away, mimicking Yiziyu's proud and commanding manner. Murong-Qing watched the two leave, stomping her feet in anger. Big brother, what do they mean? From what they just said, Yiziyu already has a wife. Are you going to make me marry him as a concubine? Murong-Tian hurriedly explained. The emperor arranged a marriage for Yiziyu, but they haven't married yet. I heard the woman is very ugly, like a demon, so Yiziyu probably doesn't like her. When we meet the king of Qi, he will surely cancel Yiziyu's previous marriage, and you will become the princess of Yong'an. But after hearing this explanation, Murong-Qing still felt uncomfortable, especially because Yiziyu's dismissive attitude made her very upset. Many men liked her. As soon as she beckoned, countless men would die just to make her smile. But Yiziyu never even looked at her properly. And that brat just now, what did he say? That she was not even as good as his sister-in-law's little finger? Wasn't it said that the woman was ugly as a demon? How could she compare? People from Qi are truly too overbearing. Once she entered the capital, she would make Yiziyu beg her to marry him. Yi Zemin rode his horse beside Yiziyu, hesitant to speak several times. What's wrong? Their time together over the past few days had made Yiziyu develop good feelings for his simple younger brother. If Yi Zemin had any doubts, he was willing to explain. But Yi Zemin whispered, "Big brother, that princess of Beiyan is quite pretty. Are you really going to marry her? Although sister-in-law is a bit ugly, she is much gentler than that princess. I don't care, you can't hurt sister-in-law, or don't blame me for not recognizing you as big brother." In the palace, he had seen all kinds of women. He could tell who was fake and who was genuine. Su Mushi was ugly, but she treated him well. In recent days, everything sent to the riding tiger camp was something his big brother wanted, and he had a share in everything. Although he hadn't interacted much with Su Mushi, he genuinely accepted her as his sister-in-law. Moreover, my older brother has already slept with Su Mushi. If he were to abandon her completely, she would be too pitiful, having been abandoned by Qiao Zimo and then by his older brother. Oh, dear. Yeziming still felt sorry for Su Mushi, but was suddenly hit on the back of the head by Yiziyu. What's with your wild thoughts? I would never do anything to betray your sister-in-law. Besides, my wife can only be Su Mushi. Only Su Mushi. After saying this, he added, "Remember, don't have any inappropriate thoughts about your sister-in-law, or there will be no brotherly relationship." Yeziming opened his mouth, wanting to say that Su Mushi was so unattractive that only Yiziyu would look at her. But after hesitating, he didn't say anything and simply nodded honestly. Although Su Mushi was not pretty, she was a good person. From now on, they would be a family, so it's better not to keep mentioning her looks. At the city gate, soldiers from the riding tiger camp stopped outside the city. Only Yiziyu and Yeziming accompanied the North Yan envoy into the city. Of course, the officials from the Ministry of Rights, sent to receive them, had already been waiting at the city gate. When they saw the North Yan envoy, they greeted warmly, showing a friendly and hospitable attitude, unaware that Yiziyu had already given the envoy a strong warning earlier. In the eyes of the North Yan people, this was a typical act of one playing the good cop and the other the bad cop. Pei Yuan saw Yiziyu riding on his horse and couldn't help but think of the scene where Yiziyu was holding Su Mushi. Though he felt uneasy inside, he showed no sign of it outwardly. From his father's words, it seemed that the North Yan princess was specifically chosen to marry Yiziyu. However, the emperor intended to select a talented young man from the capital to be the match. In terms of appearance, Yeziyu was among the best in the city. Academically, he was also a top scholar. If the North Yen princess chose him willingly, he could then get rid of the crazy Qiao Zishi and become a noble consort of North Yen, rising quickly in the court. Of course, he could also repay Miss Su for saving his life. Otherwise, if the North Yen princess truly married Yeziyu, Miss Su would be left abandoned. Thinking of this, Pei Yuan approached Morong Qing's carriage and bowed to the person inside, saying, "I am Pei Yuan, son of the Minister of Revenue. I have been ordered by the emperor to welcome the princess. The inn has been prepared, and I will take the princess there. If the princess needs anything, please feel free to tell me. I will do my best to arrange everything for her." Knight Zeiming pouted and whispered to Knight Zeyu, "Look at his official robe. He's just a 7th-grade officer from the Ministry of Rights, but he keeps mentioning the Prime Minister's son. And his sycophantic attitude makes us, the Qi nation, look bad. It's because our civil officials are so weak that we only defend and never attack, so we haven't been able to conquer North Yen in one go." During these days in the military camp, Knight Zeiming considered himself a military officer and naturally looked down on civil officials. Knight Zeyu found this amusing but agreed with Knight Zeiming. The civil ministers in the court who advocated peace had become used to kneeling and forgot they were from a victorious nation. Now that North Yen was at its weakest, there was no need to take the North Yen delegation seriously. If North Yen refused, they could fight again. Such excessive humility only encouraged North Yen's arrogance and ignored the soldiers and civilians who had died fighting North Yen over the past decades. Indeed, Morong Qing felt much better after hearing Pei Yuan's words. She reached out her delicate hand from the carriage, slowly lifted the curtain, revealing her stunning face. Pei Yuan stared at the beauty inside the carriage, almost forgetting to breathe. Rumors said the North Yen princess was unmatched in beauty. At first, he thought it was an exaggeration, but it turned out to be true. Even if Miss Shun's black spots on her face were completely removed, she wouldn't be 1/10 as beautiful as the North Yen princess. While Pei Yuan looked at Morong Qing, she was also observing him. He was handsome and charming, speaking politely and refined. If Knight Zeyu looked like this, she wouldn't be so dismissive. She instinctively looked at Knight Zeyu, saw he had no reaction, and felt even more reluctant. After taking a deep breath, she smiled brightly and said to Pei Yuan with a hint of meaning, "If the princess feels lonely, perhaps you could come and keep her company later? I wonder if young Master Pei would be willing?" Hearing this, Pei Yuan's throat moved as he looked at Morong Qing's beautiful face. He swallowed hard and then cupped his fists and bowed. "The princess is joking." Knight Zeyu, tired of lingering, interrupted the flirtatious atmosphere between Morong Qing and Pei Yuan. "Since the delegation has entered the city, the rest is up to the Ministry of Rights. I will take my leave first." He then rode his horse toward the palace, followed closely by Knight Zeiming. Knight Zeyu's action was naturally impatient, but to Morong Qing, it looked like jealousy. A smug smile appeared on her lips. She thought to herself, how could any man not like her beauty? It seemed that Knight Zeyu's previous words to her were just for show.
Wow.
Yeziyu hurried back to the palace to report, hoping to meet Su Mushi sooner. After finishing his report at the Palace of Restful Heart, on his way to the Empress Dowager's residence, he unexpectedly met Lady Zhang. Yeziyu wanted to ignore her and walk past, but Lady Zhang quickly said, "Prince, I have a way for you to become emperor and clear King Yu's name." Hearing this, Yeziyu stopped and looked down at Lady Zhang from above. "Do you know what you just said?" "I choose to ignore it," he replied. Since they were still inside the palace, Yeziyu didn't know if Lady Zhang was friend or foe, so he stayed cautious. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he saw Lady Zhang reach out to grab his sleeve. He quickly raised his hand to avoid her and looked at her coldly, waiting for her next move. Seeing Yeziyu's guarded expression, Zhang Tong was a little anxious. She stomped her foot and lowered her voice, saying softly, "I really want to help you. If you don't trust me, you should trust my father." This isn't the place to talk. Let's go over there. She then extended her hand and continued, just 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes. Yeziu didn't know how long 5 minutes was, but he was willing to follow Zhang Tong to the fake mountain nearby to listen to what she had to say and see if she was friend or foe. All right, you go first, he agreed. Zhang Tong was happy when he nodded and happily headed toward a hidden fake mountain not far away. She thought that her unique presence would surely catch Yeziu's attention. But after several meetings, Yeziu never looked at her directly. So she decided to start with the Empress Dowager. It was said that Yeziu wanted to marry Su Mushi because she had previously saved the Empress Dowager and gained her favor. Just when she thought she had gained the Empress Dowager's trust, the Empress Dowager suddenly became wary of her. This made her feel frustrated and anxious. She had been in this body and in the palace for some time now. She had refused many times to serve the emperor's bed. If she couldn't find a chance to leave the palace, she was afraid she would end up serving the old man, Yi Jingchun. She thought that the Empress Dowager's suspicion must be because Su Mushi had said something to her. Also, earlier this morning, Su Mushi openly said she looked unwell and wanted to check her pulse, but in reality, she wanted to tell the Empress Dowager that Su Mushi's intentions were not pure. At first, she felt sympathy for Su Mushi after hearing about her relationship with the Anyang Marquis family. But now, she realized she had been too naive and kind. Ugly people often cause trouble, and this saying is definitely not unfounded. Since that's the case, she should be more straightforward. Yeziu, as a royal, ultimately values power most. Su Mushi can't give Yeziu anything, but she can give him everything he desires. After hiding behind the fake mountain, Zhang Tong quickly listed her skills. Prince, although I have been kept in seclusion, I have a very skilled teacher who taught me many things. I can make something called a cannon, which can destroy a city in an instant. I also know how to make landmines, siege carts, and chain crossbows. Yeziu listened to what Zhang Tong said and looked at her with surprise. If she really can make these things, Qi state could sweep across the entire continent and unify it after 100 years of division. Seeing the disbelief in Yeziu's eyes, Zhang Tong felt a bit proud. She knows a lot. Not only that, I can also make clear, beautiful glass, soap that cleans dirt, and perfumes that last long. While gathering wealth from all over the world, I can also improve Qi's ironworking techniques, making Qi hundreds of years ahead of other countries. This is definitely achievable. Yeziu gradually stopped looking surprised and asked with a raised eyebrow, "What are your conditions?" They are strangers with no close relationship, and Zhang Tong wouldn't help him without a reason. She must have a request. Zhang Tong looked up at Yeziu, her face shy and charming. As long as you help me fake my death and leave the palace, I will help you seize the throne and become your empress. Zhang Tong looked at Yeziu with hope. She didn't believe that after hearing all she said, he wouldn't feel moved. Worried that Yeziu might not believe her, she even took out a model of her chain crossbow from her sleeve. Look, this is what I made. Isn't it very delicate? Just press here, and it can shoot arrows continuously. If the arrows are poisoned, dozens of people can match thousands of soldiers. She studied mechanical engineering in university. She thought she would be unemployed after graduation, but unexpectedly, she traveled back to ancient times and found a chance to shine. Just as Zhang Tong was feeling proud and dreaming of the future, Yeziu suddenly grabbed her neck with his big hand, making her unable to make a sound. Her beautiful eyes looked at Yeziu in disbelief, unsure why he was acting this way toward her. Could he be doubting that she was just pretending or that everything she just said was nonsense? Seeing Zhang Tong struggling and looking upset, Yeziu's anger grew stronger. He usually wouldn't hurt women, but that didn't mean he was kind or gentle. As the emperor's woman, she was thinking about other men. If she has feelings for others, she will hurt Sheer. If what she just said is true, and she can really do those things, then she is even more terrible. Because Zhang Tong doesn't want to make Qi country rich and strong. She only cares about herself. Today, she can like him and betray the emperor. One day, she might betray him for someone else. If she joins the enemy country with those things she mentioned, it will cause many hidden dangers for Qi. Most importantly, he can't give Zhang Tong what she wants, because his wife can only be Sheer. Just as Yeziu was about to kill her by breaking her neck, a stone shot quickly at his face, forcing him to let go and step back, giving Zhang Tong a chance to breathe. Zhang Tong gasped heavily, looking at Yeziu with tears in her eyes, and asked in a hoarse voice, "Why? Don't you believe what I just said? Yeziu, I truly like you." Her eyes were full of love, but her body was honest and instinctively took a few steps back, creating some distance from Yeziu. Yeziu looked toward where the stone came from but saw no one. After thinking for a moment, he prepared to act again. In any case, he couldn't let Zhang Tong live. But just then, the laughter of some palace maids came from nearby. Zhang Tong saw the killing intent in Yeziu's eyes and said, "If you try to hurt me again, I will scream loudly. Then, we will both die." Her tone was firm and full of anger. Yeziu had to stop for now because this was the palace. Although Zhang Tong's rank wasn't high, if he killed her, he couldn't explain it to his father. He might even be accused by the Bai family of being promiscuous and killing to cover up. Seeing that Yeziu didn't move, Zhang Tong asked again, "Why do you want to kill me? Do you suspect I am with Yuzurui? Are you testing me on purpose?" "Yeziu, I swear to heaven, I really want to help you, and I truly like you. Believe me, everything I just said is true." Zhang Tong looked upset and a little excited. But Yeziu coldly said, "Wishful thinking, you're clueless." Zhang Tong couldn't believe her ears. She was being wishful? She was clueless? Knight Zayu ignored Zhang Tong's look of disbelief and quickly left before the palace maid arrived. Fortunately, Zhang Tong was still in the palace and couldn't run away. However, he planned to remove Zhang Tong as soon as possible to prevent future problems. As for General Zhang, he could only silently apologize. He clenched the small crossbow hidden in his sleeve. Knight Zayu felt no regret at all. Even if Zhang Tong could do everything he said, it was nothing compared to his sheer. Zhang Tong stood in place for a long time, not reacting even when the palace maid bowed and left. It wasn't until a thin, young, looking to be in his 20s, approached from afar that Zhang Tong moved. "Master, are you alright?" "Xiao Anzi, if you were Knight Zayu, would you like me?" Hearing this, Xiao Anzi's face instantly turned pale, and he stammered for a long time, saying he dared not answer. But Zhang Tong insisted on a clear answer. Xiao Anzi took a deep breath and said seriously, "If I were the king of Yong'an, I would definitely like the master." He was sold into the palace as a child and had never been treated as a person before. It wasn't until he met Lady Zhang that he realized he could also be cared for and treated kindly. Lady Zhang told them that everyone is equal, that status doesn't matter, and that eunuchs are also victims of circumstances. She told them not to kneel all the time and to eat together. She told stories, taught them to read, and stood up for them when they were wronged. The master trusted him most and confided about liking the king of Yong'an. After learning her feelings, he felt envious. Envy of the king's status and envy that the king could be favored by the master. The master was beautiful and kind, deserving to be cherished by every man in the world. But he didn't expect the king of Yong'an to treat her like that. If he hadn't quickly hit the king with a slingshot, she might have already been gone. "Master, don't be sad. I have to say, the king of Yong'an is ungrateful. He will regret it someday." But Zhang Tong slowly shook her head after hearing this. She knew she had misjudged. Knight Zayu truly wanted to kill her. If a palace maid hadn't happened to pass by, she would have been strangled by him. She didn't believe that Knight Zayu wasn't moved by what he said, nor did she believe he didn't want the throne. The only explanation was that Knight Zayu didn't want to wrong Su Muxi, fearing she might turn to Knight Zairue, and that was why he wanted to kill her.
Haha.
What a devoted man. So devoted, yet so heartless. But she just couldn't understand why she was not as good as that ugly Su Muxi. Since crossing over, she always thought she would be the main character of the world, like the heroines in those time travel stories, thriving in ancient times. But now she truly experienced the harsh reality of the ancient world. Love at first sight is a mistake. Being love-struck is also a mistake. Since heaven gave her the chance to travel through time, she should focus on building her career first. Once she has established herself, handsome men with power and wealth will naturally come to her. By then, she will make Yi Ziyu regret his actions. Touching her purple-blue neck from being choked, Zhang Tong's eyes gradually became firm, and her mind grew clearer. She knew Yi Ziyu couldn't kill her now, but he would definitely look for a chance later. And seeing how Yi Ziyu acted without hesitation, she suspected he might kill her tonight. So, she must find someone who can protect her quickly. And the Empress is the best choice in the palace. Originally, Yi Ziyu was upset and cold because of Zhang Tong. But when he arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace and saw Su Mushi, his eyes softened, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The Empress Dowager was surprised to see this side of Yi Ziyu. Why does it seem like Yuer and Sheer are like newlyweds after a small separation? What the Empress Dowager casually said as a joke made Su Mushi blush with embarrassment. Yi Ziyu then stepped forward confidently, holding Su Mushi's hand right in front of the Empress Dowager. The Empress Dowager truly understands her grandson's feelings. The wedding is in 6 days, and I can't wait anymore. The Empress Dowager chuckled and looked at him with affection, chiding him gently. We're still in my palace. If others see you like this, what will they think? Yi Ziyu didn't let go of Su Mushi, but instead said confidently, the Empress Dowager isn't a stranger. I don't need to hold back here. In the royal family, family bonds are especially precious. Hearing this, the Empress Dowager couldn't help but smile happily. Looking at Su Mushi with her veil and Yi Ziyu with his mask, she thought they were a perfect match. Most importantly, both of them are kind-hearted and loyal children. Sheer just told me she wants to open a shop in the capital in my name, selling ointments that remove scars. Half of the profits will be given to the families of soldiers who died on the battlefield. Hearing the Empress Dowager's words, Yi Ziyu quickly looked at Su Mushi, his eyes filled with surprise, joy, and a hint of anger. The Empress Dowager hurriedly said, Sierra didn't tell you earlier, but it was for your sake. When Sierra spoke to me just now, she also asked me to keep it a secret for her. I understand all of Sierra's concerns, but I think this is a good thing. There's no need to hide it. Today, I am putting this out in the open. You can open that shop boldly. As for the Emperor, I will speak to him myself. No one will say a word of gossip. This move would greatly win people's hearts. The reason Su Mushi kept this from Yi Ziyu was because she was afraid it would involve him and make the Emperor suspicious. Yi Ziyu was initially a bit angry, feeling that Su Mushi shouldn't have hidden this from him. But after hearing the Empress Dowager, he felt his heart fill with gratitude. Su Mushi felt a little shy under Yi Ziyu's gaze and quickly whispered, Don't overthink it. It's not for you. I just think we shouldn't let those soldiers bleed in battle and then cry after they die. If their families could get some money, they might feel a bit more at peace in the afterlife. She had this idea after hearing Gamao talk about the Xuanwu army and thinking about Tang Yan's situation. Although she had 50,000 silver taels as dowry, it was nothing compared to the families of so many soldiers who died in battle. She only knew some medical skills and had no other talents. After thinking it over, she could only come up with this way to make money. Yi Ziyu looked at Su Mushi and couldn't help but murmur, Sierra, I am so lucky to marry you. Thinking of Zhang Tong's smug expression earlier, Yi Ziyu felt even more disgusted. Even if Zhang Tong could create something that could destroy a city instantly, it was nothing compared to Sierra's 1 in 10,000. Then the Empress Dowager continued, Although I have never been to the northern border or fought in battles, I know that those fallen soldiers fought to defend Qi country. If it weren't for their blood and sacrifice, I wouldn't be able to enjoy my life in the palace. So, I don't want a single coin from the shop's earnings. After leaving the palace, Su Mushi looked at Yi Ziyu sitting in the carriage with her and asked curiously, Aren't you busy today? Isn't the Northern Yen envoy arriving in the capital? Yi Ziyu deliberately teased, With the Ministry of Rights here, what could I do? Or, are you jealous and trying to test me? Su Mushi, I'm not jealous. I don't want to bother with you. But in the next moment, He was suddenly embraced by Yiziu, who kissed his lips. I miss you so much. Until the carriage reached the Su family's gate, Yiziu reluctantly let go. Sheer, I need to return to the palace first. I haven't bathed in a few days, so I smell a bit bad. After I bathe, I'll come to see you, okay? Su Mushi blushed and wanted to say that it would be better to see each other less before marriage, so rumors wouldn't spread. But she quickly thought that idea was silly. She already had little reputation, so what was the point of fussing? She missed Yiziu just as much as he missed her. Instead of worrying about others' opinions, she decided to follow her heart. Okay, I'll wait for you. In fact, after Su Mushi returned home, Yiziu did not go back to the palace to bathe. Instead, he quietly went to the General Huaida's residence and found Zhang Peng, the father of Zhang Tong. Zhang Peng was very surprised by Yiziu's sudden visit. He thought Yiziu had something important to discuss. But after entering the study, Yiziu only talked about some details of the recent war with Bai Yan. At first, Zhang Peng listened eagerly, but as he listened more, he felt something was off. Although they had some friendship, it wasn't to this extent. After hesitating, Zhang Peng tentatively asked, Your Highness, are you here for something else today? Although I am in the capital now, I come from the Xuanwu army. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Before he finished speaking, Yiziu stood up from his chair and bowed to him. General Zhang,
What do you mean by this?
you're really putting me in a tough spot. Zhang Peng hurriedly bowed back. Yiziu looked guilty and then spoke in a serious tone about the night of the palace banquet when he pushed Zhang Tong into the water. General Zhang, I truly have no choice but to do this. It caused Zhang Tong to fall into the water and lose her memory. I felt guilty about it for a long time. After thinking it over, I decided I must apologize to you face to face. Please accept my apology. After saying this, Yiziu bowed again to Zhang Peng. Zhang Peng was surprised to learn that his daughter's fall into the water was caused by Yiziu. After a moment of shock, he understood. The people who wanted to harm his daughter and the Prince of Yong'an were from the Bai family. He had only served in the Xuanwu army, yet he was labeled as part of the Crown Prince's faction by the Bai family. It seemed he had to be more careful of the Bai family in the future. Your Highness, please get up. I understand that what you did that day was out of necessity. Otherwise, my daughter might have lost her life. Knight Zheyu stayed at General Huaida's residence for nearly 2 hours before leaving. Seeing Zhang Peng, who personally saw him off, Knight Zheyu truly felt guilty. He knew that if Zhang Tong were a bit smarter, she would have gone to the Empress after his departure. That's why he hurried to find Zhang Peng, to make the Empress suspicious of Zhang Tong. Otherwise, if the Empress really protected Zhang Tong, it would be hard for him to take action. But he didn't want Sheer to see his ruthless side. At the inn, Murong Qing threw everything breakable in the room, feeling very angry. They thought that when they entered the capital, the Emperor of Qi would host a banquet for them. But instead, they were only given an inn to stay in for a few days, and the marriage arrangement was said to be not urgent. This clearly showed they weren't taken seriously, and that their marriage was not important. This is simply too much. Murong Qing threw the quilt on the ground, feeling frustrated. She stepped on it several times, as if she were stomping on Yan Jingchuan's head instead. Although Murong Tian was also angry, seeing his sister like this, he could only advise her, forget it. We can wait a couple of days. It's a good chance to explore the capital. I heard that in Qi's capital, there's lots of food and entertainment. Brother, take you out to explore. My sister is so beautiful, she'll surely enchant the men of Qi. Tomorrow morning, the inn's doorsteps might be crowded with people. Hearing this, Murong Qing's mood improved a little. All right, I'll follow Big Brother's lead. That Pei Yuan said we could find him if we needed anything, so let's have him take us out. Meanwhile, Su Mushi had just returned home when she saw Azhu holding a porcelain pillow, walking slowly toward her. Azhu, what's wrong? Beside her, Baiji explained, Azhu's holding this porcelain pillow, which was bought back from the pawn shop. She probably wants to thank Mississippi unexpectedly. Azhu directly handed the porcelain pillow to Su Mushi. Are you going to give me this porcelain pillow?
Sumu 11 hesitated.
Azhu nodded, her eyes full of determination. Su Mushi looked at the pillow, hesitated for a moment, then reached out and took it. Although the pillow was simple, it was very important to Aju. Her action was a way of expressing thanks, and Su Mushi wanted to accept it. Unknowingly, Su Mushi once again felt her nose turn sour. With a look of happiness, she gently kissed Azu's face after admiring the porcelain pillow in her hand. Thank you, Azu. I really like this porcelain pillow. I will cherish it. Azu was surprised that Su Mushi suddenly kissed her. She stood there blankly, blinking her big eyes. Her cheeks, which had already become rounder, gradually flushed with a red glow, looking very cute. This made Su Mushi and Baiji both unable to resist pinching her face. Such a cute child. She must have suffered a lot before. While Su Mushi, Azu, and Baiji were chatting casually, Zhongbin suddenly ran over.
Miss.
The princess from Beiyan has arrived. They didn't say a word and wanted to barge in directly. Luckily, Guard Mai and others stopped them. My father has gone to call the master. You should come and see too. Hearing this, Su Mushi quickly stood up from her chair and walked briskly toward the door. The princess from Beiyan suddenly coming to visit was surely because of her and Yi Ziyu's marriage. Not to mention that the emperor hadn't yet agreed to let Yi Ziyu marry the Beiyan princess. Even if he did, on Qi's land, no one from Beiyan would be allowed to act recklessly. Pei Yuan was originally very happy to accompany Morongqing to tour the capital. But just after leaving the inn, before he could introduce famous restaurants and streets in the city, Morongqing said she wanted to meet Su Mushi. Princess, why do you want to meet Miss Su? Pei Yuan naturally knew that Morongqing's intention was for Yi Ziyu. But he didn't want to send someone directly to find her, especially since Su Mushi had once helped him. However, Morongqing raised an eyebrow and said, "This princess heard that Su Mushi is as ugly as a demon, so I am curious and want to see for myself."
What?
You don't know where she is? Then I will find someone else. Someone so ugly should be quite famous here. A little inquiry should tell us where she lives. Although Pei Yuan felt uncomfortable hearing Morongqing belittle Su Mushi, he didn't get angry. Because what Morongqing said wasn't wrong. Su Mushi was indeed ugly and quite well known in the city. If he inquired a little, he could definitely find out where Su Mushi's residence was. So instead of letting others take Morongqing to find Su Mushi, it was better for him to go himself. At least if they argued, he could help persuade them. Unexpectedly, as soon as the gates of the Su residence were opened, Morongqing ordered her guards to rush in directly. The guards at the Su residence were not easy to deal with either. In just a few moves, they knocked down everyone from Morongqing's side. When Su Mushi came out of the backyard, she saw the guards arranged by Yi Ziyu in her house. Each was stepping on someone, with killing intent all around, as if they were about to draw their swords and kill everyone beneath their feet. Yi Ziyu's men had all returned from the northern border, so naturally they hated the people of Beiyan deeply. Now that Morongqing and her people suddenly intruded, these guards would not show mercy. Morongqing didn't notice Su Mushi's arrival. Instead, she looked angrily at Morongtian, who was being stepped on, stomping her feet in frustration. Let go of my brother. My brother is the 6th prince of Beiyan. He's the most loved son of our emperor. If you dare hurt him even a little, my father will send troops to punish your country. She was about to rush to save him, but was tightly held back by Pei Yuan. Princess, you are a noble lady. Those guards are rough, and they might hurt you. He then said to the guards from the Su residence, you all better release him. Beiyan is here for a peaceful alliance with our country. If you hurt him, can you bear the consequences? However, Maikuin, who was stepping on Morongtian, did not loosen his grip after hearing Morongtian's identity. Instead, his murderous intent grew even stronger. He never expected that the person under his foot was actually the 6th prince of Beiyan, who was the emperor's favorite. This 6th prince was warlike and had led many battles. It seemed he was the one advocating for war. If he could just kill this 6th prince directly, he could avenge his fallen brothers. Su Mushi saw Maikuin's plan and hurriedly shouted, Maikuin,
stop now.
Hearing Su Mushi's voice, Maikuin instinctively looked up. At that moment of distraction, Murong Tian took a dagger from his boot and viciously stabbed toward Maikuan's calf. But before the dagger could touch Maikuan's pants, Maikuan kicked both the person and the dagger away with a swift kick. I knew your Beiyan people are despicable and shameless. How could I be so unprepared? Su Mushi saw this scene and secretly felt a moment of relief. Luckily, Maikuan was fine. Otherwise, she would have felt guilty and responsible. But the other's identity couldn't be overlooked. At the very least, she couldn't let such things happen openly in her residence. Otherwise, it would not only cause trouble for Yiziu, but also give the Bai family a handle to seize. Since this sixth prince was so treacherous, she decided to be a little more cunning too. In front of everyone's surprised eyes, Su Mushi hurriedly ran to Murong Tian, who was clutching his chest and spitting blood, and quietly inserted a silver needle into his lower abdomen. Murong Tian did not feel any pain at all, only a slight numbness, but he was unaware that he had been ambushed by Su Mushi. Sixth Prince, are you all right? Originally, Murong Tian wanted to instinctively push away the person who ran in front of him. He didn't need Qi State's people to pretend kindly. But when he smelled the scent on Su Mushi, heard her voice, and saw her eyebrows peeking out from her veil, he froze and made no move. The beautiful fox-like eyes in front of him were very clear, filled only with genuine concern, not the fake or other strange expressions he had expected. He had never been cared for so simply before, not even by his sister, who probably only cared about the face of Beiyan, not him as a person. Su Mushi worried that Murong Tian might notice something unusual, but he just stared at her blankly, with no reaction. Could she have given him the wrong injection? Did she make Murong Tian dumb? But since she was acting fully, Su Mushi still planned to help him up first. Before she could touch Murong Tian's arm, Maikuan stepped in and took over. Princess, this dirty and smelly job is better left to me. As he spoke, Maikuan forcefully pulled Murong Tian up from the ground. Murong Tian snapped out of his daze, angrily shook off Maikuan, and then looked at Su Mushi, who was wearing a veil, in surprise. Are you Su Mushi? Su Mushi politely bowed slightly and nodded. I am called Su Mushi, but I have never had any dealings with Beiyan. May I ask what brings you to my home? Have you mistaken someone? Hearing this, Murong Qing quickly examined Su Mushi. She was slender and graceful, with delicate features. But she looked nothing like the rumors. Let your men release me. The princess. Murong Qing crossed her arms and ordered Su Mushi confidently. Su Mushi looked surprised and asked, could it be that in Beiyan dialect, dog means warrior? Before Murong Qing could answer, she directly told the guards in the courtyard, hurry up and release these Beiyan dogs, or else the Beiyan emperor will send a large group of dogs here. See how you handle that. The guards stifled their laughter, loosening the chains on the Beiyan dogs, but all kicked them before releasing. Murong Qing's face turned red with anger as she pointed at Su Mushi and scolded, how dare you humiliate my warriors and insult my emperor? He then pointed at the guard who had just stood up. What are you all waiting for? Quickly cut out Su Mushi's tongue for the princess. Hearing this, Maikuan and others hurriedly protected Su Mushi and drew their steel knives. When they saw that the North Yen people had no weapons earlier, they didn't draw their swords. But if these North Yen people dared to hurt their princess, they would not hesitate to cut off their heads. Su Mushi looked frightened and upset, and she said to Murong Qing, what does the princess mean? I was praising your emperor and your guards for their bravery. How is that an insult? Maybe there's some misunderstanding? Stop making excuses. In our North Yen, the saying that only warriors are brave is not true. You are clearly insulting us North Yen people. Murong Qing said angrily, but did not let the guards come forward again. They were unarmed and couldn't fight, and now that the other side had drawn their swords, they were even less able to fight back. She felt wronged coming to Qi for marriage, only to be humiliated in every way, truly infuriating. Then Su Mushi said, if that's the case, then what the princess just said is also insulting to Qi. Young Master Pei, I hear you are now working in the Ministry of Rights? If North Yen people humiliate us Qi people, you must honestly report this to the emperor. The named Pei Yuan looked embarrassed. Thinking of Su Mushi's aggressive attitude at the literary meeting, he sighed inwardly. He didn't expect Miss Su to be so ungrateful. The North Yen delegation traveled thousands of miles to arrange a marriage, representing the future friendship between the two countries. Shouldn't they show some respect? Moreover, these guards had just beaten the North Yen princess's people. The princess was angry, and it was understandable that she said some harsh words. As long as they ignored it, the matter could be let go. But now Miss Su was making a big fuss, which only worsened the situation. This kind of small matter doesn't need to disturb the emperor, he said quickly, then looked at Morong Qing with a gentle expression. Princess, Miss Su is a girl from a noble family, rarely leaving her home. She doesn't mean any harm. North Yen people are straightforward. I hope you can give us some face and let this go. There are many delicious and fun things in the capital, and you can't see them all in just a day or two. Since you've traveled so far, and it's almost dinner time, why not let me host you at the biggest restaurant in our capital to taste our Qi cuisine? What do you think? Pei Yuan thought he was helping Su Mushi by saying this, but to Maikuin and others, it sounded like mockery. Humph. Those who know can tell that I am an official from Qi State. Those who don't might think I am a servant of Northern Yen. Although Maikuin didn't name anyone specifically, he looked at Pei Yuan when he said this. Pei Yuan felt that Maikuin was ungrateful. If the people from Northern Yen insisted, everyone in the Su family might suffer. He only wanted to distract the others, so how could that be called a servant of Northern Yen? It's truly unreasonable. Su Mushi looked at Pei Yuan's expression and felt disappointed, but she knew they couldn't keep arguing now. She thought Pei Yuan should quickly take the person away. Unexpectedly, Morong Qing said, "This princess can ignore you Qi people, but today I came to see what the most beautiful girl in Qi looks like. If I don't see her, I won't leave easily." She raised her chin and looked at Su Mushi with a mocking expression, speaking in a commanding tone. "Su Mushi, take off your veil and show it to this princess." Su Mushi couldn't help but sneer. "Huh. When did she become the most beautiful girl in Qi?" Looking at Morong Qing's stunning appearance, Su Mushi knew that this Northern Yen princess was probably here just to seek attention. Because Yiziyu looked down on her outside the city, and the emperor hadn't summoned them yet. At this moment, Su Xing hurriedly came from the study. Seeing Su Xing limping, Su Mushi quickly went to support him.
Father, what happened to you?
"It's nothing, I just fell by accident." When Su Xing heard that the Northern Yen princess was here, he hesitated and was too excited, accidentally tripping over a chair and falling badly. If he had come earlier, he wouldn't have let the Northern Yen people humiliate his daughter like this. He coldly looked at the group of Northern Yen people at the door and said in a deep voice, "Sheer, take off your veil and show it to them." His daughter has never been ugly, nor has she ever provoked anyone, but these people kept coming to trouble her and humiliate her, especially since they are from Northern Yen. Some things are intolerable. The birthmark, the reputation, none of that matters now. Su Xing wanted these people to see clearly how beautiful his daughter truly was. Su Mushi was still surprised, but she didn't expect that she would be directly stripped of her veil by the awakening person, revealing her current appearance. Her fair cheeks looked delicate and fragile. Her features were beautiful and refined, on her small face the size of a palm, like a fairy from heaven. Not only the people of Beiyan, but even the guards sent by Yiziyu, were stunned when they saw Su Mushi's face without the birthmark. The most surprised person was Pei Yuan. A few days ago, Su Mushi still had that ugly birthmark on her face, but now it had disappeared. Thinking about the paintings painted by Xie Xian and Wei Yichen at the literary meeting, it turned out that the birthmark on Miss Su's face could really be removed. So Xie Xian and Wei Yichen must have known about this long ago, which is why they were so attentive to Miss Su and openly showed their admiration for her in front of everyone. Pei Yuan stared at Su Mushi with admiration until she put her veil back on, then he snapped out of his daze. Morong Qing also recovered from her shock. Her beauty was famous throughout Beiyan, truly the #1 beauty of Beiyan, and she had never seen a woman more beautiful than her. She thought that Qi State's women must also be less beautiful than her, and her beauty would surely enchant all the men of Qi. But unexpectedly, Su Muxi, who was called a demon-faced girl, was even more beautiful than her. How could this be? You are not Su Muxi. Morongqing pointed at Su Muxi and shouted sternly. Everyone said Su Muxi was ugly, so how could she suddenly become this fox-like woman in front of her? Therefore, Morongqing was sure that Su Muxi knew she was coming and deliberately found a fox-like woman to impersonate her. My daughter cannot be fake. If the princess doesn't believe it, just ask the people around you. Su Xing said unhappily, then looked coldly at Pei Yuan. Pei Yuan's face turned pale, looking a bit helpless. He looked at Su Muxi, then at Morongqing, and after a moment nodded. Princess, this is indeed Miss Su herself. Su Muxi looked at Morongqing with a half-smile and said, I am probably the Su Muxi you mentioned, but I originally had an ugly birthmark on my left cheek, which I removed. That's why I didn't meet your expectations. If you want, I can find some rouge and draw a birthmark on my face again, or else I'm afraid you might refuse to leave after seeing what the most ugly girl in Qi looks like. You! Morongqing was so angry she wanted to go forward and teach Su Muxi a lesson, but Morongtian reached out to stop her.
妹妹，不可.
While speaking, she looked deeply at Su Muxi and gently said, Miss Su, my sister also believed some false rumors from outside. She was just curious and had no other intentions. Today's matter, we can overlook it with your guards, but there is one thing I hope Miss Su will think carefully about. Seeing Morongtian act so generous, Su Muxi sneered inwardly. These siblings from Beiyan are even more self-important than the Qiao siblings. But she asked naturally, I don't know what the sixth prince has to advise. My sister is going to marry the king of Yong'an. If Miss Su insists on giving her to the king of Yong'an, she will only become a concubine. Although Miss Su's status is lower, I am willing to marry you as a princess consort. This marriage will bring double happiness, marriage and alliance. What do you think, Miss Su? Morongtian's sudden words stunned everyone present. It was Morongqing who first recovered her senses. Brother, have you been blinded by this fox spirit? What is your status? What is her status? And you want to marry her? I don't agree. I don't think our father and mother would agree either. I have made up my mind. Sister, you don't need to say more. Big brother, if you like her, just play around. I will never agree to you marrying her. Su Muxi couldn't stand listening to these siblings talking to themselves anymore. Young Master Pei, why did the Beiyan envoy come this time? Although Su Muxi asked knowingly, Pei Yuan was suddenly surprised to hear her call his name. He hurriedly replied, It's for the marriage alliance. Su Muxi looked thoughtful and nodded slowly, then asked with some doubt, Since ancient times, marriage alliances are usually for friendship between countries. It seems only the weaker country would propose marriage alliances voluntarily. Young Master Pei, I've been in the inner chambers for a long time, and I wonder if I've said anything wrong? Pei Yuan blushed and didn't know how to answer. Then Su Muxi said, Beiyan is a defeated nation, yet they come so arrogantly to our Qi country. I'm afraid their visit isn't just for marriage, but might have other plans. And when the Beiyan princess comes to marry in our Qi country, who she will marry depends on what our emperor decides. But the marriage between me and the king of Yong'an was personally decreed by the emperor. It's not up to you two to decide what happens. Also, why should I abandon the queen of Yong'an and go to a remote, cold place in Beiyan to become a sixth prince's consort? To know, in the state of Qi, if I marry the queen of Yong'an, I would be the eldest prince's wife. Su Muxi emphasized the word six. Although the emperor of Beiyan values the sixth prince highly, there are 5 others ahead of him. Moreover, the sixth prince is not the daughter of the Beiyan empress, so the rumors might be false. Otherwise, the sixth prince wouldn't have sent his own sister here for the marriage alliance. Indeed, after hearing Su Muxi's words, Morongtian's face grew even colder. He looked at Su Muxi with a gloomy expression and said, Miss Su, don't be so ungrateful. You're just beautiful on the outside. The prince is willing to marry you as a favor. Otherwise, Do you really think you can marry the king of Yongin and become the princess? Hearing this, Su Mushi couldn't help but laugh.
Haha.
This was the first time someone told her she was only beautiful on the outside. But to her, it was not only ironic, but also made her feel that these people were truly shallow. Fortunately, her father had instilled a protective charm in her when she was young, or she might have become a very different person. She didn't have Morong Qing's noble background, so she was afraid she would end up as a plaything for the powerful. Luckily, none of that happened. She had already found someone who truly loved her and could protect her. How come I don't know that my future wife is being replaced? Or is it, as Sheer said, that Bayan's visit to Archie for marriage isn't sincere, but part of some scheme? A calm, yet icy male voice sounded from the main gate. Immediately, a familiar tall figure appeared in Su Mushi's view. "Prince, you're finally here," Maikuin excitedly spoke and hurried forward. However, Yiziyu, who entered, didn't even glance at him and went straight to Su Mushi. He naturally took her hand once he reached her. Their eyes met, both filled with smiles. "Sheer, I've kept you waiting long enough."
Yiziyu spoke softly.
His appearance was completely different from when they were outside the city. He wore a black robe that accentuated his tall figure, his long hair high. Even with the mysterious and intimidating black gold mask, he looked elegant and free-spirited. Morong Qing looked at Yiziyu's different treatment and felt angry. She pointed at him and asked, "Yiziyu, what do you mean? Are you going to marry me or not?"
Ha.
The only response from Yiziyu was a cold laugh. Morong Qing blushed and asked, "What do you really mean?" But Yiziyu replied, "It means dismissive and looking down on someone."
You.
Enraged, Morong Qing's eyes filled with tears. Her once beautiful and proud look now seemed a little pitiful. However, Yiziyu showed no mercy or kindness. Instead, he curled his lips into a mocking smile. Why did Beiyan send such two fools? Yiziyu really knew how to find people. He tightened his grip on Su Mushi's hand and looked coldly at Morong Qing. "Since you are so shameless to ask, I might as well be clear with you. I have never said I would marry you, and I never will. Although I have little patience for you, I will kindly analyze the current situation for you. The 50,000 troops of Beiyan were defeated by our Qi soldiers. Now, Beiyan is already at its limit. That's why your princess was sent here to marry. If not, our million-strong army could sweep through Beiyan in just over a month. Your emperor is afraid, so he sent you to my capital. So, your marriage proposal isn't something you can decide. Even if our emperor ordered you to marry, you would have to accept it. Our countless brave men have fought with their lives to make our Qi nation strong, crushing your Beiyan beneath our feet. As for you, princess of a defeated country, stop dreaming. If you're not convinced, come and fight again. None of our soldiers are cowards." Yiziyu's voice was strong and powerful, echoing through the Su residence. Some onlookers felt their blood boil with excitement. Although Beiyan soldiers were brave and skilled in battle, our Qi men were no pushovers either. Since King Yu took control of the Xuanwu army, they had kept Beiyan soldiers out of the northern border. Even after King Yu died, the Xuanwu army continued to resist foreign enemies fiercely. Now, with a new war god leading them, they had weakened Beiyan so much that the princess was sent to marry. Today, Qi has nothing to fear from Beiyan, and there's no need to worry. If Beiyan is not satisfied, they can fight again. King Yongin is right. A defeated country's princess still dreams of our prince. She's so arrogant on our land. They really have no shame. My grandfather died fighting on the battlefield, killed by those Beiyan dogs. Today, I will avenge him.
Yes.
Let's avenge our brave men who died fighting for our country. Fight them all. The guards from Beiyan quickly protected Morong Qing and Morong Tian in the middle when they saw this. However, a pile of stones and rotten vegetable leaves broke through the defenses and hit the siblings. Meanwhile, Pei Yuan, who was leading the Beiyan people to find the Su residents, was being pushed aside by Beiyan guards outside and blocked by Su guards inside. So, The once well-dressed and elegant young man quickly became covered in dirt and mess. This made Pei Yuan feel ashamed and eager to disappear right then and there. Stop. Everyone stop. War only wastes resources and harms people. The Beiyan delegation has traveled thousands of miles to come here to make peace with our country. If you keep fighting, you will ruin the good relations between our two nations. Do you want to see more bloodshed before you are satisfied? Pei Yuan loudly tried to stop everyone and explain his point. But the common people didn't care about his words. 20 years ago, their country also sent people to negotiate peace with Beiyan. But Beiyan not only demanded a lot of gold and silver, they also broke the peace by attacking their land again after receiving the treasures, killing many of their people. Beiyan doesn't listen to reason, so why should they bother explaining anything to these Beiyan people now? They wanted to vent their anger, but didn't think about starting another war. After all, they now had the war god, King Yong'an, and the Xuanwu army guarding the northern border. They weren't afraid of those Beiyan dogs. Yeziyu saw that the people's anger was almost at its peak and shouted loudly, "Everyone, stop. Throwing so many things around. How do you expect the Su family to clean up?
Let's just leave it at that for today."
I know everyone is full of passion, but since Beiyan's people just entered the capital, we shouldn't go too far. We shouldn't insult them like dogs. Our country is a land of courtesy. Let's first see what sincerity these Beiyan delegates have brought, then we can decide. Pei Yuan's words were ignored by the people, but they listened to Yeziyu. They immediately stopped their actions. However, they still cursed and grumbled, not forgetting to include the clumsy Pei Yuan. Seeing that the crowd had calmed down, Yeziyu turned to Morong Tian, whose face was turning pale. "By the way, sixth prince, are you trying to steal my future wife? Our country's land is not for sale, and neither is the princess. In 4 days, I will have my wedding day, but I won't invite the sixth prince to join the celebration. Because I don't like eating at the same table as dogs." After speaking, she slightly raised her hand. My Kuan and the others understood and immediately went forward, throwing out the people from Beiyan and Pei Yuan from the Su family. Morong Tian, humiliated so greatly, naturally wouldn't let this go easily. Hearing the knocking outside the door, Yeziyu coldly said, "They really know how to bark loudly." My Kuan cupped his fists and said, "I will handle it right away. Don't be too harsh. We need to keep the dog alive first." "Yes." Listening to the conversation between Yeziyu and my Kuan, Su Mushi hesitated and asked, "Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the emperor? After all, they came here for marriage alliance." Yeziyu raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. "If I keep forgiving, my father will suspect me. So, as long as no one gets hurt, it's fine." Then he leaned close to Su Mushi's ear and whispered, "Besides, these people are trying to take my wife. Even a man can't tolerate that." Seeing this, Su Xing cleared his throat and quickly turned his face away, speaking to Aunt Zhong, "Make some meat pies." Aunt Zhong's meat pies were delicious, but eating too many was still hard to stomach. Yeziyu looked at the remaining dozen or so meat pies in front of him, then at Aunt Zhong's hopeful eyes, and reached out to pick up another one. But the next moment, Su Mushi snatched it away. "He's already eaten 8, so let's give these meat pies to my Kuan and the others to try." If it weren't for them today, the people from Beiyan might have barged in and caused trouble. Su Xing also saw that Yeziyu was forcing himself to endure and nodded in agreement. But Aunt Zhong said, "All right, I'll go make some more. When the prince leaves, he can take them. If he's hungry tonight, the kitchen can reheat them." Yeziyu replied, "Thank you, Aunt Zhong." Meanwhile, Morong Qing, who had left, no longer felt like wandering around the capital. And judging by the current situation, she couldn't continue shopping either. Her guards had been beaten black and blue by the guards from the Su family. If they left now, it would only embarrass Beiyan. Furthermore, wherever they went, a crowd of Qi country civilians stared fiercely at them, as if ready to throw rotten vegetables at any moment. This was completely different from what she had expected. She thought she would be admired by the people of Qi. Every Qi man would be enamored upon seeing her, and every Qi woman would look at her with envy.
But now,
look at that Beiyan princess's seductive look. She's obviously no good person. Such a person isn't worthy of our good men from Qi. We should make that Beiyan dog roll out. After losing the battle, he still acted so proud that it seemed he wasn't beaten enough. Why did the emperor let Prince Yeoman come back? They should have taken advantage of the victory and completely destroyed North Yen. Don't laugh at me. I come from the northern border. My biggest dream is to burn, kill, and loot in North Yen without mercy. Me too. Those North Yen dogs are so cruel in our northern border. We should fight back. Murong Tian clenched his fists tightly. Although he was furious inside, he still had to comfort Murong Qing. Isn't Qi country known for its manners and respect? Aren't the people all farmers who love planting? Why are they so warlike? But he had to admit that North Yen was truly at its weakest now. If Yi Ziyu had attacked North Yen earlier, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, the Qi emperor suspected Yi Ziyu and was afraid he would gather troops for himself. That gave North Yen a chance to breathe. Another reason was the internal fighting within Qi country, which also benefited North Yen. As soon as Murong Tian got off the carriage, he saw a woman in white, wearing a veil, walking toward him. She was graceful, with beautiful eyes, gentle and elegant. Her waist was as slender as a water snake, swaying as she walked, very alluring. Princess Changlu of Qi, greetings to the 6th Prince of North Yen. I heard that the prince and princess are coming to the capital today. I prepared a banquet to welcome you both. Bai Menjing spoke softly, her eyes full of shyness, when she looked at Murong Tian. Most men liked women to look at them with admiration and shyness. Murong Tian, still upset from his previous disappointment with Su Mushi, felt a bit better after seeing the princess of Qi treat him this way. But before he could speak, Murong Qing came out of the carriage. Who wants to eat your food? I won't go. Murong Qing was already angry, and seeing Bai Menjing's demeanor made her even more furious. Although Bai Menjing wore a veil, she looked pretty. She thought Qi country didn't have many beautiful women, but now she had met 2 in one day. Murong Qing didn't know Bai Menjing's identity, but Murong Tian did. After comforting Murong Qing, he left with Bai Menjing. Because Bai Menjing was from the Bai family and was Yi Ziyu's cousin. He initially thought Yi Ziyu was pretending to invite Bai Menjing to meet him, but after arriving at the princess's residence, Yi Ziyu's shadow was nowhere to be seen. 6th Prince, I toast you again. Bai Menjing sat beside Murong Tian. Normally, they should sit facing each other, but she sat next to him instead. During the toast, some wine accidentally spilled onto Murong Tian's body. Bai Menjing hurriedly took out a handkerchief and personally wiped the wine stain from Murong Tian's chest. Murong Tian looked into Bai Menjing's water-like eyes, then glanced at her small hand making trouble on his chest. He directly reached out and pulled Bai Menjing into his arms. Are you trying to this, prince? Murong Tian is also tall and handsome, admired by many women in Beiyan, and has pampered many women before. So, he immediately saw through Bai Menjing's tricks. Bai Menjing did not resist, but leaned on Murong Tian's shoulder, looking up at him with eyes full of affection. 6th Prince is so tall and handsome. Who wouldn't like him? Murong Tian raised an eyebrow, his large hand stroking Bai Menjing's waist, causing her to move slightly and emit charming, breathy sounds. She just became a widow and can't resist loneliness? Really so. But since she actively offered herself, there was no reason to push her away. Moreover, Bai Menjing's figure matched his taste. He just wondered if her appearance under the veil was as beautiful as Su Mushi's. He heard that the heir of the Anyang Marquis' estate abandoned Su Mushi for the Lady Changlu. In that case, Bai Menjing should be even more beautiful than Su Mushi. With anticipation and excitement, he kissed Bai Menjing's lips, lightly biting her veil, and slowly tore it off. Seeing her face under the veil, Murong Tian's disappointment was clear, and Bai Menjing saw it too. Was Murong Tian dissatisfied with her looks? Although she was not as beautiful as Murong Qing, her appearance was also among the best. Could it be that Murong Tian, used to looking at Murong Qing, looked down on her? Feeling unwilling, Bai Menjing slightly twisted her body, her charming eyes full of seduction. Sixth Prince Morong Tian was stirred by Bai Menjing's teasing and temporarily set aside Su Mushi's angelic face, kissing Bai Menjing's lips again. He hadn't touched a woman for over a month. Now he could finally taste what the Princess of Qi was like. Although Bai Menjing could make Zheng Yi fall deeply for her, Zheng's old man still refused to let Zheng Yi marry her. This afternoon, her cousin asked her to Morong Tian, trying to make him marry her. At first, she was reluctant. She thought Yiziyu was treating her like a. But after seeing Morong Tian, she was less unwilling. Morong Tian is tall and handsome, definitely much better than Zheng Yi. But she didn't expect that although Morong Tian looked strong, he was not capable in that area. She had already drugged the wine and used all her tricks, but Morong Tian turned out to be useless and unimpressive. Morong Tian didn't expect that he would actually fail. Despite feeling restless and fiery inside, he couldn't lift his head. Could it be that seeing Su Mushi made him lose interest in other women? Yezia listened to the consequences of the injection Su Mushi gave Morong Tian, and he slightly raised his eyebrows, unsure whether to feel happy or sad. After a long hesitation, he said meaningfully, "Sheer, you must keep that medicine safe in the future. Don't accidentally misuse it." Su Mushi crossed her arms and said seriously, "Don't worry. If you don't do anything to betray me, I won't misuse it. But if you do something to betray me, don't blame me for being harsh. After all, I only used some small tricks against Morong Tian." Yeziu held Su Mushi's slender waist and leaned down to kiss her lips. "Then I can rest assured, because I won't do anything to betray Sheer." At drunken Immortal Tower, Pei Yuan was drinking alone when he was unexpectedly disturbed. "Brother Pei, it's really great to meet you here." Xie Xian was feeling upset and came to drink, not expecting to meet Pei Yuan. He happily approached, but Pei Yuan said, "Yes, it's really great to meet you here." Suddenly, he punched Xie Xian in the nose. Bright red blood immediately flowed out. Xie Xian covered his nose and asked confusedly, "Why did you hit me?" "I hit you." Pei Yuan, with red eyes, swung his fists at Xie Xian again. Xie Xian, who had just been hit, was unprepared but managed to dodge easily this time. "Brother Pei, have you drunk too much? Look carefully, do you know who I am?" "I am Xie Xian." But Pei Yuan said angrily, "I thought you were my brother, but you hurt me like this. You knew that Miss Su's birthmark could be removed, so why didn't you tell me? Making me embarrass myself in front of Miss Su again and again. Do you think our years of friendship mean nothing?" Xie Xian shook his head. "What are you talking about? What birthmark can be removed? I think you've really drunk too much." "I haven't. Don't lie to me. I saw Miss Su today, and her birthmark is gone. Her whole face is as beautiful as a fairy, just like the one in your painting." After saying this, Pei Yuan thought of Su Mushi's face and showed a dreamy expression. Then he added, "No. Miss Su herself is even more beautiful than your painting." Xie Xian's eyes showed disbelief. "Miss Su's birthmark has disappeared?" Seeing the expression on Pei Yuan's face, Xie Xian also grew cold. He wiped the blood from his nose and said seriously, "I don't know if Miss Su's birthmark can be removed. But for me, whether her birthmark is gone or not doesn't matter, because I like Miss Su for who she is, not her looks. But I see that Brother Pei's reaction is different. At first, I thought you wanted to marry Qiao Zixi because you mistakenly thought Miss Su was Qiao Zixi. Now it seems you are really shallow, Brother Pei. I used to care about Miss Su deeply, but after seeing her appearance, I felt disappointed. I couldn't believe that the person I've been thinking about for so long was someone so plain and unattractive. That's why I believed Qiao Zixi's lies so easily. Now that Miss Su's birthmark has disappeared and she looks stunningly beautiful, you are still unhappy. Unhappy because you wish you had known earlier and could have married her? Ha! Pei Yuan, I've known you for so long, and now I see you're such a shallow person. Someone as shallow as you doesn't deserve to like Miss Su." Xie Xian's words completely exposed Pei Yuan's true thoughts, making him feel ashamed. Just as Xie Xian said, he was simply unwilling and shallow.
"Stop talking about me.
You're just as shallow. If you had known that Miss Sue's birthmark could be removed, would you still like her? Xia Xian, you're a hypocrite. I didn't. I really didn't know her birthmark could be removed, Xia Xian denied again, but Pei Yuan didn't believe a word. What they didn't know was that the people in the restaurant had overheard their conversation.
Miss Sue's birthmark disappeared?
And she has become stunningly beautiful? The people who used to talk about Miss Sue rarely did so now, but suddenly, the talk started to increase quietly. Knight Zhe Rue also heard this rumor. He should have found it interesting, but now he was annoyed by everything happening around him. Hearing this news only made him more irritated. The ugly wife suddenly became a beautiful lady, and she was still being watched by his good cousin and Lady Zhang from the palace. Knight Zhe was truly lucky. Murong Tian and Murong Qing thought that Yi Jingchun wouldn't summon them the next day, but unexpectedly, Yi Jingchun suddenly decided to call the Northern Yan envoy during the morning court. After a restless night and a long journey by boat and carriage, they felt tired and sleepy. When they received the news, they hadn't fully woken up. However, upon learning that Yi Jingchun was going to see them, they couldn't help but feel nervous. Big brother, I think the Emperor of Qi is doing this on purpose. He's deliberately causing trouble for us. On the carriage, Murong Qing complained angrily, not caring if the guards outside could hear her. Murong Tian also shared her thoughts, but he knew they had to accept it. After we meet the Emperor of Qi, you must behave properly. Do you understand? North Yan is no longer the same as before. If we offend the Qi Emperor, war might start again. You don't want to be a princess from a fallen kingdom, do you? Murong Qing knew all this. Her father had already warned her about the seriousness of the situation before they went to marry, but she refused to believe it. Now, hearing her brother say this, she had to accept her fate. But she didn't want to marry a hideous old man. Big brother, do I really have to marry Yiziu? No, you have other choices. Marry the Qi Emperor, win his heart, and become the Queen of Qi. Murong Tian spoke carefully, his ambition slowly emerging. Although this might cause a rift with Yiziu, the gains would be greater. Men are never without desires. He believed his sister would make the Qi Emperor fall for her every night. He worried that his sister lacked the cunning to compete with the women in the palace. Murong Tian's ambition was also shared by Murong Qing. Especially after suffering so much yesterday at the Su residence, she longed for power even more. If she became the Queen of Qi, she could easily step on Yiziu and Su Muxi. As for the women in the palace, she didn't care about them. But she hesitated on one point. She didn't want to marry an old man. Yiziu, wearing a mask, didn't look very ugly, but his figure seemed good. However, the Emperor of Qi was already in his 40s. How could she greet him with a smile and do such things in bed? But when Murong Qing entered the main hall and saw Yi Jingchun's face, her hesitation disappeared instantly, replaced by ambition. Yi Jingchun, though over 40, was well-maintained and looked only in his 30s. He was handsome, mature, and steady, exuding natural nobility and authority. Though older, he was definitely better than marrying that ugly old man, Yiziu. Su Muxi learned from my Kuan that the emperor had appointed Murong Qing as the imperial consort. Murong Qing was supposed to marry Yiziu, wasn't she? But this morning, in front of the entire court, she openly expressed her love for the emperor and intended to enter the palace as a concubine. Could it be that Yiziu rejected Murong Qing yesterday? Out of love and resentment, she changed her marriage plan and decided to marry the emperor directly, surpassing Yiziu in rank. The emperor is hosting a banquet to entertain the northern Yan envoy. The prince was worried that the princess might be concerned, so he sent a message to let her know first. My Kuan didn't expect Murong Qing to actually become a concubine in the palace. But this is for the best, so she won't keep thinking about their prince anymore. Just then, Zhongbin ran over. Miss, that Xiao Zimo has arrived. Su Muxi was about to say she wouldn't see him, but Zhongbin added, he said if you don't see him today, he will refuse to leave our gate. Su Muxi frowned. When did Xiao Zimo become so shameless? Hearing this, my Kuan looked furious. Princess, I will send him away at once. Seeing my Kuen's murderous look, Su Mushi helplessly shook her head. Forget it, I'll go see what he wants. She still hadn't settled the score with Qiao Zimo from that night at Wenhui. If he dares cause trouble today, she will definitely give him a lesson. Qiao Zimo stood outside the door. His face looked firm, but inside, he was very nervous and anxious. People outside said that the birthmark on Su Mushi's face had disappeared. Today, he came just to find out if this was true. If the rumors were false, he wouldn't believe them. But since the words came from Pei Yuan's mouth, he was starting to believe a little. After waiting for a while, Qiao Zimo finally saw the main door of the Su family open again. When he saw Su Mushi come out wearing a veil, he clenched his fists tighter. Usually, Su Mushi only wore a veil at night. In 3 years of knowing her, he had never seen her wear one during the day. So, the rumors were true. Her birthmark really disappeared? Young master, what do you want to see me about? Su Mushi's voice was calm, her eyes cold. When she looked at Qiao Zimo, it was like she was seeing a stranger. After a few days, seeing Su Mushi again made Qiao Zimo feel like he was in a different world. His Adam's apple moved slightly, and he spoke with a hint of grievance. Mushi, don't you even want to let me in to talk? They had been married for 3 years, but he had never entered the Su family's main gate. In the past, he couldn't go in, but he still looked down on going to the Su family. Now that he could go, he wanted to see her, but it seemed he no longer had the chance. Su Mushi did not reply, but said coldly, if the young master is fine, please leave. In 3 days, I will marry into the Yongin prince's residence. Your status makes it inappropriate for you to stand at my door. Moreover, you think you have done such despicable things to me, and I will let you into my home? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhongbin moved to close the door. Jiao Zimo saw this, and hurriedly reached out to stop the door.
Wait.
I have something to say. Seeing the impatience in Su Mushi's eyes, Jiao Zimo asked in a deep voice, I heard that the birthmark on your face has disappeared? When did the heir of a young marquis start becoming so nosy? Whether my birthmark has disappeared or not has nothing to do with you. That's so. The rumors outside are true? Jiao Zimo ignored Su Mushi's sarcastic tone. He only wanted an answer.
Sumu 11 honestly nodded. Yes.
So what?
So what?
So you have a way to remove the birthmark but refuse to do so?
Why?
Does my wife make you feel wronged? Or do I not deserve for you to remove the birthmark?
Ha.
Tell me. Jiao Zimo looked very excited, stepping forward with each word. Just as he reached out to grab Su Mushi's arm to get a clear answer, my Kun pushed him away. Then, a steel knife was drawn and pointed directly at Jiao Zimo's face. Dare to come closer to my wife again, and don't blame me for being rude. Jiao Zimo steadied himself, ignoring my Kun, and stared intently at Su Mushi with hopeful eyes, asking, is the way to remove the birthmark something you just thought of recently?
Is it?
But Su Mushi coldly replied, no. I have known how to remove the birthmark on my face since I was a child. Jiao Zimo's face showed excitement again. Then why haven't you removed it after marrying me for 3 years? If you could remove it. Su Mushi scoffed sarcastically, interrupting, if I could remove it, would you like me and truly become a couple? Jiao Zimo, I now doubt. If Princess Changlo was ugly and plain, would you still like her? Would you still ask the emperor to marry her after she returned to the capital?
Ha.
You only want a wife who looks beautiful. If possible, she should also have a noble status, be a good match for you, and be gentle, obedient, generous, and polite. Of course, everything must start with being pretty. Jiao Zimo felt an indescribable sense of grievance after hearing Su Mushi say this. No, it's not. After learning the true face of Bai Menjing, I already regret leaving you. I have always wanted to find a chance for you to remarry into the Marquis family, but the Emperor has already assigned you to Prince Yongin. Mushi, trust me, I am not a shallow person. I was also deceived by Bai Menjing before, which caused you to suffer unfairly. If I could do it all over again, I definitely would not have left you. Trust me. Su Mushi looked at Qiao Zimo's hypocritical expression and felt very disgusted. However, she was surprised that someone as proud as Qiao Zimo would say he regrets. But what is the use of regret? And this regret is only because the birthmark on her face disappeared.
Ha!
Young master, are you finished? If so, please leave now. Seeing Su Mu Shi so cold-hearted, Qiao Zimo stepped back a little. Mu Shi, do you really want to be so heartless? My mother passed away a few days ago, and Shir has gone crazy. Now, even you want to leave me? Su Mu Shi chuckled and said, Qiao Zimo, are you saying these to make me feel sorry for you?
Fine.
Do you want to know why I didn't remove the birthmark on my face during the 3 years at the Marquis estate? Because I simply do not accept you as my husband. I really don't like you. If it weren't for the Marquis saving my father's life, I would never have married you. So I keep the birthmark on my face to make you a shallow person, dislike me, to keep my innocence, and to give my purity to the person I truly like. Now, do you understand? Without waiting for Qiao Zimo to react, Su Mu Shi directly ordered Zhongbin to close the door. But then Qiao Zimo hurriedly said, Can you lift your veil, so I can see what you look like now? Earlier, Qiao Zimo had noticed that Su Mu Shi's features were very beautiful. If you only looked at the half of her face without the birthmark, you might even become obsessed with her. Now that the birthmark on her face has completely disappeared, he dare not imagine how beautiful she must be. Could she be as stunning as Xie Xian and Wei Yichen painted her? Therefore, Xie Xian and Wei Yichen already knew that the birthmark on Su Mu Shi's face could be removed, and Yi Ziyu also knew. Only he was kept in the dark. Mai Kun was about to help Zhongbin close the door quickly when he saw Su Mu Shi remove her veil, revealing her stunning face. Standing outside the door, Qiao Zimo looked through the gradually narrowing and saw Su Mu Shi's face clearly. He didn't come to his senses until the Su family gate was fully closed. Mai Kun watched as Su Mu Shi put her veil back on and tentatively asked her, Madam, why did you lift your veil to let him see? Su Mu Shi smiled and said, He said he regretted it, so I want him to regret even more. She had heard the rumors about her outside. She couldn't wear the veil forever, so Qiao Zimo was bound to see her eventually. Since he would see her sooner or later, it was better for him to see her early. That way, he would regret it for a few more days. Hearing this, Mai Kun finally relaxed. Meanwhile, inside the palace, Zhang Tong was full of nervousness and worry. She thought the queen's side was secure and would send more guards to protect her, but unexpectedly, the guards who were supposed to protect her left early in the morning. She went to find the queen to ask what was going on, but the queen was nowhere to be seen. So, where was the problem? If the queen didn't want to protect her, she would have to find Yi Jingchun, the old man. But she was afraid Yi Jingchun wouldn't be satisfied with what she knew and would want more from her. She wasn't interested in older men, and even though Yi Jingchun looked well after himself, she didn't like him. But she didn't have much time to hesitate. Last night, Yi Ziyu didn't hurt her because the guards sent by the queen were still there. If no one protected her tonight, she was afraid she wouldn't escape death. Maybe before it got dark, Yi Ziyu would come to kill her. Really? Why couldn't she stop liking handsome guys? If she hadn't provoked Yi Ziyu, she wouldn't be in this situation now. Lost in her thoughts, Zhang Tong accidentally tripped over a stone and nearly fell forward. Just when she thought she would fall flat on her face, strong hands grabbed her arms and pulled her into a broad, firm embrace. Are you okay? Hearing the deep, magnetic voice, Zhang Tong instinctively looked up. When she saw the handsome face of the man, her heart started pounding again. He had deep eyes, a straight nose, and a slightly mixed blood look. Most importantly, his intense presence made her heart beat faster.
Who are you?
Zhang Tong asked blankly, not intending to leave his embrace at all. Murong Tian looked at Zhang Tong with a look of infatuation, feeling proud inside. He slightly smiled and said in a deep voice, I am Murong Tian, the 6th Prince of Beiyan. While speaking, he did not loosen his grip on Zhang Tong. Instead, he wrapped his arm around her slender waist and gently pinched it.
Ha!
The woman of the Qi Emperor is just so. The palace maid and eunuchs nearby saw this, but hesitated whether to remind him. After a moment of doubt, they lowered their heads, pretending not to see anything. The pinch Murong Tian gave Zhang Tong made her body go soft, and her confidence grew again. She thought to herself, I am a woman from another world, the most special person in this world. When handsome men see me, they will like me. Although this Beiyan sixth prince is not as handsome as Yiziyu, he is not much worse. At least he is much better than that old man Yi Jingchun. After making this comparison, Zhang Tong had a plan. Sixth prince, I have something to discuss with you. May I speak with you privately? She knew it was not appropriate to speak openly with Murong Tian in the imperial garden, but if she could persuade him to take her away, she would not be afraid anymore. The situation was urgent, and she had no time to plan carefully. Murong Tian felt contempt. He thought, Qi's women are really so lowly. Bai Menjing is one thing, but this arrogant woman is also. However, he was curious about what the Queen of Qi would say to him. All right, I am not familiar with this place. Let's find a private spot, Your Majesty, so we can talk in detail, Murong Tian said ambiguously, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. But Zhang Tong was focused on getting Murong Tian to take her away, so she didn't notice his expression. Instead, she smiled shyly and pulled Murong Tian toward a fake mountain nearby. Let's go over there. Ye Jingchun said there would be a luncheon, so after the morning court, the officials and soldiers who had no urgent affairs stayed in the palace instead of leaving. A young came to pour tea. When he poured tea for Yiziyu, a note slipped quietly from his sleeve.
Yiziyu caught it calmly.
After a while, Yiziyu went to the toilet. When he saw the words on the note, a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. Zhang Tong actually went to see Murong Tian. Is she trying to betray her country? What a bold move. How could General Zhang's daughter be so foolish and lowly? If what Zhang Tong said before is true and she acts on it, and if she tells Bai Yan, then she will be in great danger. Thinking of this, Yiziyu hurriedly headed to the Empress Dowager's residence. The current situation could not be handled secretly. It was urgent to remove Zhang Tong. Zhang Tong was in the harem, so Yiziyu couldn't act directly, but the Empress Dowager, having been in the palace for many years, could easily eliminate Zhang Tong. Especially now that Zhang Tong was suspected of treason, her reasons were strong, and she deserved to be killed. After hearing Yiziyu's words, the Empress Dowager was both surprised and angry. She didn't expect that Zhang talented lady, who seemed gentle, was actually so untrustworthy. Don't worry. If Zhang talented lady truly intends treason, I will be the first to deal with her. Someone come, bind Zhang talented lady, and bring her to me. The Empress Dowager believed what Yiziyu said. Zhang talented lady's father and Yuer had some friendship, and Zhang talented lady had never harmed Yuer, so it was unlikely that Yuer would make up such a big lie. The more the Empress Dowager thought about it, the angrier she became. Just as she was anxiously waiting, she heard noises outside. What happened? Reporting to the Empress Dowager, there was a water leak in the palace. Which palace had the water leak? Reporting to the Empress Dowager, it seems to be Zhang talented lady's palace. The palace was in chaos, but Yi Jingchun paid no attention to the outside world, focusing entirely on enjoying a romantic moment with Murong Qing in the Hall of Restful Heart. He liked Murong Qing's beauty, but he wasn't in a rush. After the court session, Murong Qing approached him alone, seducing him in many ways, and he no longer wanted to hold back. Since he was going to make her his woman sooner or later, and as the emperor of this country, why should he worry about anything? Unexpectedly, things quickly got out of control. Perhaps it was because Murong Qing was too beautiful, had a perfect figure, or was too flirtatious, but Yi Jingchun hadn't felt this way in a long time. Adding to that, Murong Qing was a princess of Beiyan, which made Yi Jingchun feel extremely happy. Once a powerful state, Beiyan had been difficult for the emperors of Qi to conquer, but now that he was emperor, he could have the Beiyan princess under him. How satisfying. Murong Qing also didn't expect that although Yi Jingchun was a bit older, he still looked vigorous in this way, making her feel even more confident about her choice. Marrying Yi Jingchun was definitely better than marrying Yiziyu. Yizi looked tall and strong, but he never showed interest in women. Who knew if he was good in bed? Maybe he was handsome but not good in bed. Your Majesty, you are so impressive. I can't take it anymore seeing this. Knight Jingchun felt even more excited. Not only did he not stop, but he became even more intense. He couldn't go to the battlefield, but now he could make the princess of Beiyan beg for mercy repeatedly. Outside the door, the Grand Chao Huai was listening to the sounds inside the palace. A sneer flashed across his eyes. He stood like a gatekeeper, guarding the door. No matter who came, he would claim that the emperor had urgent matters to handle and turn people away. But the sounds from inside made the visitor understand what was happening. They could only shake their head and leave quietly. As a result, the noon banquet was changed to an evening banquet. Although the ministers didn't say it openly, they were secretly unhappy with Knight Jingchun. They worried that the princess of Beiyan had been too charming and might be used or manipulated in the future. Many honest officials were already preparing to speak out against Knight Jingchun when they saw him later. Zhang Peng also had opinions about the emperor's favoritism toward the Beiyan princess during the day. He was worried because his daughter was in the palace too. If his daughter faced the Beiyan princess, she might suffer. It would be better to send her a letter tomorrow, reminding her to be careful. He didn't expect his daughter to be overly favored, just that she would stay safe and healthy in the palace. If it weren't for officials above the 5th rank having to send their daughters to the palace for a selection every 3 years, he wouldn't have let his daughter enter. He thought he should have been stricter and made her look less beautiful, so she wouldn't have been chosen for the palace. While Zhang Peng was feeling regretful, a young hurried over. General Zhang, Lady Zhang's sleeping quarters caught fire. The Empress Dowager heard you are here and sent someone to find you to identify the body.
What?
Identify the body? Zhang Peng stood up excitedly, his voice attracting everyone's attention in the hall. General Zhang, what's going on? Someone asked with concern, but Zhang Peng couldn't hear a word. His mind was filled with what the young just said. His daughter's sleeping quarters caught fire? The Empress Dowager asked him to identify the body? No, it can't be. Tong must be safe. Zhang Peng said this quickly, rushing out of the hall. Knight Ziyu carefully examined the charred corpse in front of him. It looked similar in shape to Zhang Tong, but her face was burned beyond recognition, so he couldn't confirm if this was Zhang Tong. Did she die just after meeting Morong Tian? That was too coincidental. And the fire during the day was suspicious, but he didn't order anyone to start it. So if the fire wasn't arranged by the Empress, it was very likely that Zhang Tong had deliberately staged her death. Regardless of whether Zhang Tong can produce what she claims, he cannot let her leave the palace. Tonger. Just as Yiziyu was lost in thought, Zhang Peng ran over. Seeing Zhang Peng look so sad, Yiziyu stepped forward and patted his shoulder. General Zhang, why not examine the body first? Maybe Lady Zhang is still alive. Yiziyu's words gave Zhang Peng a little hope, but after checking, Zhang Peng immediately sat down on the ground, staring at the body with a pale face. My daughter hurt her left index finger when she was young. So there's no mistake. My tonger is gone. Hearing this, Yiziyu quickly checked the corpse's left index finger. It was bent unnaturally, with signs of injury. Could it be that Zhang Tong really died? Was this fire arranged by the Empress? Meanwhile, the Empress was also puzzled about who set the fire. Suddenly, she thought of a possibility. Maybe everything Zhang Tong said is true, and Yiziyu really wants to kill her, so the fire was set by him to silence her. If that's the case, then the cannons and perfume Zhang Tong mentioned are also real. And Yiziyu deliberately went to find Zhang Peng to make it obvious, to make them doubt Zhang Tong. Suddenly, North Yen changed their stance again, and they were also tricked by Yiziyu. It's truly frustrating. Send someone to find the second prince. In the palace, a concubine died. Although it was not a small matter, it was not considered a big one either. Yi Jingchun left the palace of Nourishing Heart happily. When he heard about the death of the concubine Zhang, he just waved casually. I know. Since it's a matter in the harem, let the Empress handle it. Morong Qing, hearing this, approached like a water snake. What about me? Do I also need to be handled by the Empress? Yi Jingchun casually put his arm around Morong Qing's slim waist, pinched her chin, and looked at her increasingly charming face. Of course, my beloved. I will have someone prepare Zhouhua Palace for you. From today on, you will stay in the palace. If you're still not satisfied, I can visit you at Zhouhua Palace tonight. What do you think? Your Majesty, please spare me, but if you're willing to come see me, I would be very happy nearby. The guards overheard Morong Qing's sweet voice and saw her charming expression. Even though they weren't fully men, they couldn't help but swallow nervously, feeling a bit excited. Such a beauty, no wonder the Emperor dotes on her so much. It seems that in the future, they must show more respect to this beautiful consort. After some playful teasing, Morong Qing was taken away to wash up, while Yi Jingchun took the chance to rest for a while. Since he was older, this process was a bit tiring for him. But recalling the recent pleasure, Yi Jingchun still felt it was not enough. So, he ordered the imperial physicians to prepare some nourishing medicine for him. Tonight, he was determined to make the princess of Beiyan submit again in Zhouhua Palace, begging for mercy. At the hour of Su, roughly 7 to 9 p.m., the sky had already darkened. After a long afternoon banquet, it finally began. Yi Zirue glanced at Yiziu, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. Maybe Morong Qing choosing to enter the palace as a consort wasn't such a bad thing. After dressing up, Morong Qing looked even more beautiful and charming than during the day. She proudly looked at Queen Bai Qian and sat directly beside Yi Jingchun. Queen Bai Qian didn't speak, only smiled slightly and moved to the other side of Yi Jingchun. However, such behavior was seen as inappropriate by many officials who grew more displeased with Morong Qing. Your Majesty, the Princess of Beiyan is only a consort, yet she sits in the Queen's position. This is improper. Your Majesty, in my opinion, the Princess of Beiyan is deliberately provoking the Queen. Yi Jingchun listened to these conservative officials' advice, only slightly frowning. But after hearing the more radical official's words, a cold smile appeared on his lips. I am willing to ask the Emperor to execute the Princess of Beiyan. She is spreading chaos in the court and should die. I also oppose. This demoness from Beiyan must have ill intentions in coming here. Your Majesty, do not be fooled by her. Chaos in the court? Ill intentions? Yi Jingchun understood clearly what these officials meant. Humph. He was the emperor, and he favored his consort. Did he need their approval? Today is the day I host the Beiyan envoy. The princess of Beiyan traveled thousands of miles to seek peace and brought sincerity. Yet, Lu Aiqing and Wang Aiqing seem unwilling to accept peace and want to rekindle the war. If that's the case, then you two should go to the northern border to see for yourselves. You are not summoned back to the capital. Depart immediately. These two were minor officials from the censorate, and their exile to the northern border didn't affect state affairs. Yi Jingchun's action was just a warning to others. Everyone present could see this clearly. However, Xie Qi, as the Grand Censor, still needed to speak up. Your Majesty, a mirror made of bronze can straighten clothing. History can reveal rise and fall. Observing people can reveal right and wrong. Today, His Majesty was captivated by the beauty of the Northern Yen princess. I am worried and afraid that Northern Yen might disrupt our court's order, so I risked my life to advise him. I humbly request the Emperor to refuse the Northern Yen princess's entry into the harem. Xie Qi knelt and bowed deeply, with a resolute look, as if prepared to face death. Led by Xie Qi, all the officials knelt on the ground. Seeing this group of officials, Yi Jingchun felt angry but knew he couldn't simply dismiss them all outright. At this moment, Yiziu stepped forward to resolve the situation. I believe you officials are worrying too much. Our father, the Emperor, is wise and brave. Others may not understand him, but surely Lord Xie does. The Emperor loves the country and would not be misled by beauty and cause harm to the nation. Even in times of war, envoys are not killed. So why would the Northern Yen princess, who came for marriage and brought sincerity, be treated differently? Without evidence, you all suggest the Emperor should kill her. that's too rash. Now, our Qi kingdom has won battles and has the war god, Prince Yong'an, stationed here. But our people, especially those in the northern border, have suffered from years of war. Their lives must be hard. Since you officials have lived in the capital for a long time, you probably don't know the hardships of the northern border people. The emperor sending Lord Liu and Lord Wang there is likely to let them observe the people's conditions. Hearing this, Yi Jingchun took the opportunity to speak. Yes, Lord Liu and Lord Wang will go to the northern border to see for themselves. They will supervise the officials and report any corruption or problems to me in time. Originally, they were sent to the northern border, but now they are tasked with understanding the people's situation and overseeing local officials. Hearing this, Lord Liu and Lord Wang quickly accepted the order and thanked him, no longer mentioning the matter of killing Morongqing. Because of Yi Ziyu's words, the other officials also stopped discussing it. As Yi Ziyu said, the emperor's character was well known. He valued imperial authority highly and would not be swayed by a northern Yan princess or misled by her beauty. Furthermore, on the first day the emperor received the northern Yan envoy, it was inappropriate to demand that he kill the princess. The officials who had just spoken quietly thanked Yi Ziyu. If the second prince hadn't stepped in to smooth things over, they might have been demoted. They had acted impulsively. The palace banquet officially began, and no one mentioned the previous incident again. Morongqing sat confidently in the empress's seat, her eyes full of pride. These reckless people wanted to kill her? Just wait and see how she will settle accounts once she secures her position in the harem. Seeing how Yi Jingchun defended her, Morongqing's ambitions grew even larger. She not only wants to become the queen of Qi, but also the empress of Qi. She plans to crush all the people of Qi and turn everyone into her slaves. Especially Yi Ziyu. Your Majesty, why does King Yong'an always wear such a scary mask? Morongqing softly asked, her eyes full of curiosity, but she didn't notice Yi Jingchun's gaze turn colder because of her words.
Yi Ziyu secretly similed.
This northern Yan princess is indeed very beautiful, a true beauty, but she is a bit naive. He didn't even need to find a reason to mention Yi Ziyu. The opportunity came naturally. Princess Shu has never seen what my elder brother looks like? He then looked at Morongtian. The sixth prince probably hasn't seen him either, right? Morongtian's heart tightened slightly, unsure of Yi Ziyu's true intention. Since his sister said she wanted to marry into the palace, they had cancelled their deal with the Bai family and stood alone, becoming enemies of the Bai family. So, Yi Ziyu's question was definitely not innocent. Morongtian thought for a moment and simply shook his head without speaking. Unaware of the details, Morongqing spoke up. It's not just me and my elder brother. No one in Northern Yan has seen the true face of King Yong'an. Could it be that King Yong'an wears a mask because he's afraid that the spirits of our fallen soldiers will come to seek revenge? If that's the case, King Yong'an can rest assured. I have brought a letter of alliance, and from now on, the two countries will be friends for generations. The soldiers of Northern Yan who died in your hands will also be eager for peace and will let go of all grudges. So, King Yong'an might as well take off his mask. Constantly hiding his true face makes people think he looks ugly and frightening. Yi Jingchun's gaze grew colder. He embraced Morongqing's slender waist and asked pointedly, "My beloved, are you curious about what King Yong'an looks like?" Morongqing, wanting Yi Ziyu to embarrass himself in front of everyone, didn't think much and nodded. Just as she was about to speak, Morongtian interrupted first. Your Majesty, actually, I am curious about what King Yong'an looks like. I have known him for many years, but I have never seen his true face. He then looked at Yi Ziyu. Would King Yong'an please remove his mask so I can see his real face? At first, her sister had expressed a desire to marry Yi Ziyu, and now she was curious about his appearance. Yi Jingchun was bound to feel displeased. Some men seem generous, but are actually very petty, especially in this area. No man would allow his woman to be thinking about another man. He just hoped Yi Jingchun wouldn't overthink it. After all, her sister couldn't possibly like that ugly man, Yi Ziyu. Yi Ziyu finished the wine in his cup and looked at Morongtian with a mocking smile. Sixth prince ignored the emperor's marriage decree yesterday, trying to take my future wife by force. Now today you're interested in me again? But I don't have that kind of hobby. It's better for you to give up that idea.
You.
Murong Tian angrily pointed at Yeziu, clenched his teeth, and temporarily suppressed his anger. Then he said with a half-smile, not to mention that I am not interested in men. Even if I liked men, it would be those who are handsome. Rumors say that the king of Yong'an looks terrifying and scary, which is why he always wears a mask. Now it seems those rumors might be true. Since the king of Yong'an is too shy to show his real face, I shouldn't force him too much. Yeziu remained unmoved, still wearing a sarcastic smile, not caring about Murong Tian calling him ugly. But Yu Jingchen spoke up. If the sixth prince wants to see, then king of Yong'an, you should take off your mask so he can see. Otherwise, he'll keep thinking about it. He cast a subtle glance at Murong Yen nearby. Following the emperor's orders, Yeziu hesitated for a moment before slowly removing the black mask from his face. People from Beiyan had never seen Yeziu's true face. Even most officials of Qi country had not seen it either. Just like the people of Beiyan thought, the officials of Qi believed Yeziu wore a mask because he was ugly, perhaps injured in battle and disfigured. But unexpectedly, the hall suddenly fell silent, and everyone's breathing could be heard clearly. Yeziu's eyes flashed with jealousy as he clenched his fists secretly. But after seeing Murong Qing's expression, he slightly curved his lips. Murong Qing looked at the divine handsome face in disbelief. Wasn't it said that Yeziu was ugly? How could this be? Since childhood, she believed she deserved the most handsome man in the world, and Yeziu was the most handsome man she had ever seen. If she hadn't changed her mind before, maybe she could have married Yeziu as his wife. Originally very satisfied with Yu Jingchen, Murong Qing suddenly felt deep regret. Yu Jingchen clearly saw the surprise and regret on Murong Qing's face. His hand, which was holding her waist, tightened, and he whispered in her ear, "My love, what is it? Disappointment or regret?" Knight Jingchun could naturally see Murong Qing's plan to humiliate Yeziu, but he also knew that Yeziu was not only handsome but had a face so charming that all women would be crazy for him. When Murong Qing saw Yeziu, she felt a bit disgusted when she looked at Knight Jingchun again. She instinctively wanted to avoid him, but after seeing the dangerous look in Knight Jingchun's eyes, she showed a charming smile. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I can't understand." Knight Jingchun said nothing more, just smiled silently. However, when he looked at Yeziu below, a strange feeling arose in his heart. Murong Tian didn't expect things to turn out differently from the rumors. He was surprised that Yeziu looked like this, which made him think of Su Mushi again. The rumors said she was ugly, but her face was stunningly beautiful. Thinking of Su Mushi's face, a faint fire of desire ignited in his lower abdomen. He wasn't incapable, he just kept thinking about Su Mushi, and because he couldn't have her, he lost interest in Bai Menjing. But that's okay. He believed that soon, whether in Beiyan or Qi, they would all be within his grasp. And then, Su Mushi would surely belong to him too. Xiao Shuyuan watched quietly from the side, thinking about new plans. He knew he couldn't stop the wedding in 3 days, but he also knew that Sierra would eventually become part of the Qiao family, and Yeziu would eventually meet his end. Although the ministers tried to liven up the banquet, it ended quickly. Knight Jingchun didn't go to Jiahua Palace, but went straight to the Imperial Garden, where he pushed Murong Qing down and pressed her hard against the fake mountain. If daytime in the Palace of Nourishing Heart was gentle, then in the Imperial Garden, it was extremely rough. Murong Qing endured the pain, trying to make seductive sounds, closing her eyes and imagining that the person behind her was Yeziu, which made her feel a little better. Gradually, the pain disappeared, and she started to enjoy herself. But in no time, it was over. Knight Jingchun didn't bother with Murong Qing, but simply fixed his clothes. Under the moonlight, he looked at Murong Qing with disdain. She truly was a lowly woman. "I have other matters to attend to. You may return to the palace on your own," he said. Then he left, leaving Murong Qing alone behind the fake mountain. Murong Qing was full of anger, knowing why Knight Jingchun suddenly changed his attitude and treated her like this. She regretted it, but now she had no way out and could only keep moving forward. Just as she finished dressing and stepped out from behind the fake mountain, she encountered Queen Bai Qian. The younger sister is truly favored by the emperor, even in the imperial garden.
Haha.
Bai Qian covers her mouth and laughs softly, but her eyes are full of disdain. Murong Qing steps forward proudly and says to Bai Qian with a hint of meaning, the empress doesn't need to envy. She can envy. After all, it's normal that the emperor isn't interested in those who are old and no longer attractive. How bold.
To speak to the empress like that.
A palace made scold sharply. But Bai Qian waves her hand casually, showing she doesn't care. It's fine. I think my sister is just straightforward and doesn't mean any harm. However, I still need to remind my sister that a person who breaks promises will have a bad ending. If my sister doesn't understand what I mean, she can ask her good elder brother. Watching Bai Qian's departing figure, Murong Qing snorts with disdain. Humph. Old woman, we'll see about that. Meanwhile, on the way out of the palace, Yi Ziyu stops Murong Tian. Sixth Prince, wait a moment. Although Yi Ziyu has already put on a mask, since he now knows what his face looks like under it, Murong Tian can't help but feel a bit ashamed when he sees Yi Ziyu. Is there something, King of Yong'an? Yi Ziyu speaks in a deep voice. Sixth Prince, don't be nervous. I just remembered something and wanted to remind you. Besides Sheer, I haven't liked any other women, so there's no question of love and loss or revenge. As a newcomer, Sixth Prince, don't be fooled by some people's words. After speaking, he carefully scans the group of Northern Yen envoys with his phoenix eyes. Although he hasn't found anything suspicious, he has a bad feeling in his heart. Perhaps Zhang Tong is not dead. Yi Ziyu's words have a calming effect, making Murong Tian feel more at ease. Zhang Tong was talking about Yi Ziyu's unrequited love for her and her desire to kill him. If Yi Ziyu were an ugly person, perhaps Zhang Tong's words could be believable, but since Yi Ziyu looks like this, her words are completely untrustworthy. Most likely, the opposite is true. Zhang Tong is the one who truly loves and cannot have him. But that's okay. He isn't interested in Zhang Tong. What really interests him are the strange and unheard of things she mentioned. Murong Tian's expression remains unchanged as he sneers at Yi Ziyu. Huh. King of Yong'an, you're quite narcissistic. Still talking about unrequited love. Thinking all women in the world like you? My sister is now Queen Shu, so she won't have any feelings for you. You should stop worrying so much. Yezia listened to Murong Tian's words and frowned slightly. Could it be that he was overthinking? Did Zhang Tong really die? Murong Tian turned and left without showing any unusual signs. Yeziu had to temporarily set aside his doubts, but he would send people to keep a close watch on the inn. If Zhang Tong was still alive, she definitely wouldn't be allowed to leave the city alive. There was another matter he needed to handle now. The person who hurt Sheer was a member of the Imperial Guard. Although there was no solid proof, he was sure that the person who tried to harm Sheer before was Bai Menjing. Since that was the case, he didn't mind spreading the true reason why Bai Menjing was staying single in the capital. Su Mushi learned that the palace banquet was delayed, so she didn't wait for Yeziu to return. After taking a bath, she went to sleep. In her dream, she was wrapped tightly by a thick snake, making it hard to breathe. Just as she was about to scream for help, her mouth was filled with warm snake tongue. Su Mushi woke up startled. When she saw the dark shadow and smelled the familiar scent, she felt relieved.
But
stop. Yeziu's large hand started acting up. Although she missed Yeziu after several days apart, she was in her private room now. Baiji was just next door. If any noise was heard, she was afraid she would lose face. Yeziu didn't move further. He just held Su Mushi, as if wanting to merge her into his bones. Sheer, I miss you so much. His voice was hoarse and had a double meaning. Su Mushi, taking advantage of the darkness, blushed and whispered, "Me too." They held each other for a long time, quietly embracing. Although they didn't do anything, they felt happy and sweet. When you came in, no one saw you, right?
Sumu 11 vrid.
Yeziu chuckled and said, "The guards are all my people. What do you think?" He implied that he entered openly. Hearing this, Su Mushi quickly reached out to push him. "Then you'd better leave quickly, or I really won't be able to face anyone." But Yeziu held her even tighter, leaning close to her ear and whispering hoarsely, "If I leave so quickly, I'll lose all face."
Sumu 11.
Then Yeziu said, "Sheer, I can't wait any longer. Marry me soon." Su Mushi shifted slightly to find a more comfortable position and let Yeziu continue holding her. "Forget it. The guards know already. Anyway, they will find out tomorrow when the wedding happens. I planned to wait about an hour before asking Yeziu to leave, but unexpectedly, Su Mushi fell asleep again, without me noticing. When she opened her eyes again, it was already morning. She touched the bed beside her. It was cold. So, Yeziu had already left some time ago. Tomorrow is her wedding day, with Yeziu. Today is the day she sends her dowry to the Yeoman prince's residence. According to Qi country customs, the day before the wedding, the bride must send her dowry to the groom's house. All the sedan chairs are to be opened so everyone can see what is inside. The more dowry the bride brings, the more respect she will receive in her new home. 3 years ago, when Su Mushi got married, she also brought a lot of dowry, but it didn't seem very impressive. This time is different. Su Xing exchanged 50,000 taels of silver for gold. If carried out, it would surely cause a big stir. Su Mushi found this a bit amusing, but Su Xing was determined to make her the envy of others. Sending the dowry doesn't require Su Mushi to go personally, but Bai Ji wanted to see the reactions of outsiders, so she followed Zhong Bo and the guards to send the dowry. Is this Su family's dowry procession? How many sedan chairs are they carrying? The princess's wedding probably doesn't have such a grand display. Is that gold? I've heard that Su Mushi is from the famous Su family of jean merchants. I didn't pay much attention before, but now I see that the 4 big jean merchant families are truly generous, absolutely lavish. Not to mention, Su Mushi's birthmark on her face has disappeared. Even if it hadn't, with such a rich dowry, I'd be willing to marry her. If her birthmark really disappeared and she's as beautiful as rumors say, marrying her would be like bringing home a goddess of wealth. I wonder if the young master of an young marquis's family already regrets it. No matter what Su Mushi looks like, just seeing these 10 or so boxes of gold, if I were him, I'd definitely regret it. Bai Ji listened to the surrounding gossip, her back straight and her face full of pride. Just by seeing her family's daughter's dowry, she was already so proud. When they see her daughter's current appearance, how surprised will they be? Yeziu was waiting at the gate of the mansion himself. His joy wasn't just because of the boxes of gold, but because he was thinking about tomorrow. Tomorrow is the day he marries Xier. Finally, he will marry Xier as his wife. Bai Menjing wore a veil and stood on the balcony of a restaurant, watching Su Mushi's dowry with a cold gaze that subtly showed a murderous intent. She said to the maid Mingyan beside her, "I remember, the maid next to Su Mushi is called Bai Ji, right?" "Yes, Your Highness, that's correct." Bai Menjing slowly stood up, looking down at the crowd below. "Let's go. It's so lively. We should go down and take a closer look." After delivering the dowry to the palace, Bai Ji thought about going to Maiwazai to buy some snacks for Su Mushi. She didn't stay to help with the arrangements but smiled and prepared to leave. Before Yeziu spoke, Mai Kun naturally accompanied Bai Ji and left together. Bai Ji knew that Mai Kun wasn't there to help carry things but to protect her. She found it amusing, thinking that the prince and Mai Kun were both too nervous. It was just buying snacks. What could possibly go wrong? But right after buying the snacks, trouble arrived. "Give me the snacks in your hand. This young lady wants them." Bai Ji looked at the newcomer. She was in her teens, dressed in fine silk clothes with a head full of jewelry. Although she was pretty, she looked quiet. This young lady doesn't seem to be without money. "Why are you openly snatching on the street?" Bai Ji said sarcastically, causing the girl to blush with anger. Such a sharp-tongued maid. "Come here, cut her tongue off for me." Mai Kun stepped in front of Bai Ji, his whole body radiating a fierce aura. This is under the emperor's rule. I dare anyone to act arrogantly. Bai Ji looked at the girl in front of her and unexpectedly thought of Qiao Zixi. She hadn't met many people, but besides Qiao Zixi, only this girl was so bold. I've never met you before, but you come up and not only try to take my things but also want to cut my tongue. That's a bit unreasonable.
Ha!
Unreasonable? My Bai family is the reason. If you want me to let you go, you just need to change your name to Jianren and kneel to me 3 times. Otherwise, keep your tongue. Bai Ji frowned, realizing she was from the Bai family. They were indeed quite arrogant. I am from the Su family. Why should I change my name? And what does the Bai family have to do with this? The Bai family must follow the law. She then shouted at the onlookers, "Everyone look! The Bai family is bullying people." Bai Ji was so angry she trembled and said hatefully, "You are just a lowly servant. Why should you have the same name as me? I told you to change your name because I was worried you might use our Bai family's name to deceive others outside." Bai Ji loudly said to the people around her, "I have been an orphan since I was young. After being bought by the Su family, the master named me Bai Ji. Bai Ji is a medicinal herb used for removing dampness, pus, and promoting healing, as well as activating blood flow and relieving pain. It is a common medicinal ingredient. The reason the master gave me this name is to mean that even though I am ordinary, I am still useful. I didn't expect that such an ordinary name would clash with Miss Bai Jia. What a coincidence." Then she changed the subject, "But what if we share the same name? Is there any law in Qi country that says common people can't have the same name as the Bai family?" Looking across the whole Qi country, only the current emperor's name is taboo. Could it be that the Bai family has rebellious plans? 14-year-old Bai Zi heard Bai Ji's last words and immediately panicked.
You
are talking nonsense. The Bai family has no such plans. And my name is Mu Xinz, not your broken medicinal herb name. If that's the case, then why is Miss Bai coming to trouble me? Also, I have never met Miss Bai, so how does she know my name?" Hearing this, Bai Zi became even more anxious. She had just met her cousin Bai Mengying and heard her say, "Everyone says our Bai family is big and powerful, but in the end, we are no match for a small Su family. Outsiders say I am as cunning as a snake, but no one criticizes Su Mushi for killing so many beggars outside the city. It's really unfair. By the way, that maid in green clothes is actually named the same as my sister. It's a pity that my sister was implicated because of me, and now she is even worse off than a maid." After the scandal about Bai Mengying's treacherous nature spread, the once highly regarded daughter of the Bai family lost her standing. Even the marriage arrangements they were discussing fell apart. Although Bai Zi was not yet of marriageable age and not in a hurry to marry, she was still somewhat affected by this. She originally didn't care much. When she came of age, this matter would be long gone. As a daughter of the Bai family, noble young men in the capital would surely come to seek her hand. But hearing Bai Mengying say she was inferior to a maid, Bai Zi couldn't bear it and immediately sought out Bai Ji to teach her a lesson. How could a lowly servant compare to her? Unexpectedly, Bai Ji was so sharp-tongued. She even accused the Bai family of plotting rebellion. Hastily looking behind, she saw a white figure approaching her slowly and finally relaxed. Although Bai Mengying wore a veil, Bai Ji recognized her at a glance. "Young sister, are you alright?" Bai Mengying looked worried and glanced up and down at Bai Zi while speaking. Seeing that Bai Zi was fine, she finally relaxed. Seeing Bai Mengying like this, Bai Ji couldn't help but sneer. "Huh. Mongol princess might not know, but this young lady actually wants to have my tongue cut out. You should be worried about me instead. Since I am from the Bai family, no one can really do anything to me. How bold. Just a lowly maidservant, and you dare to speak to the princess like that." Ming Yan scolded sharply upon hearing this. Bai Mengying held Bai Zi's hand gently and softly advised, "Little sister Zi, we should leave quickly. If we keep causing trouble, it won't end well." Then she leaned close to Bai Zi's ear and whispered, "So many beggars are just told to be killed on the spot. Sister is worried that you might be in danger." Bai Zi, who had grown up in luxury, couldn't stand being compared to those lowly people. Hearing Bai Menjing compare her to beggars, she suddenly became angry again. I don't believe it. I don't think Su Mushi can really kill me. She can kill those beggars if she dares, but she wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. Bai Ji frowned. You better clarify what you're saying. Who said she killed beggars? Our young lady is kind-hearted and only helps people. She would never kill anyone. No matter who you are, you can't slander our young lady. Next to them, my Kun listened and grew tense. That day in the ruined temple, he had killed dozens of beggars. Afterwards, he had considered killing them all to keep things quiet. But the princess had told him to bury them instead, saying the living beggars wouldn't talk nonsense. He thought about it and felt it made sense. The beggars he killed were bad people, and the ones still alive were often bullied by others. He saw himself as helping those beggars by removing the troublemakers. He also went back later to tell the remaining beggars not to talk nonsense. But he never expected the news to leak out. Seeing my Kuen's tense expression, Bai Menjing softly said to Bai Ji, Miss, no one is slandering your young lady. If you want to know what really happened, you might ask the guards around you. They should know. Besides, your young lady is kind-hearted and only helps people. She wouldn't kill anyone. Do I look like a devil or a snake-hearted person? She looked at her with a sad face and forced a smile.
Ha!
Forget it. Time will tell everything. I don't want to argue with you anymore. After speaking, she took Bai Zi's hand. Little sister Z, just consider it your sister begging you. Let's go together. Everyone watched as Bai Menjing and her group walked away, their figures disappearing into the distance. They all looked thoughtful, as if pondering something important. Could there be some hidden reason behind Bai Menjing and Su Mushi's relationship? After all, the princess of Changli didn't seem like a cruel or malicious person at all. Bai Ji originally wanted to stop Bai Menjing and ask her clearly about what had happened. But unexpectedly, my Kun reached out to stop her.
You.
Bai Ji just said one word and then showed a look of disbelief. So, the lady really killed many beggars?
How could that be?
Go back to the palace first, my Kun said in a deep voice, not allowing Bai Ji to refuse. When they arrived at the palace, Bai Ji listened as my Kun explained everything that had happened. All she felt was anger. Those beggars deserved it. The lady did nothing wrong. Meanwhile, after hearing my Kun's report, Yiziyu had a bad feeling in his heart. He thought for a moment and then said, let's keep this from the princess for now. Wait until after the wedding to tell her. He then quickly arranged for people to check outside the city. He had been careless and hadn't handled this matter properly. When Bai Menjing mentioned this incident, it was definitely with some bad intention. 2 hours later, the people sent outside the city to investigate returned, but they had no trace of any beggars. How could there be no beggars? At the same time, inside the princess's residence, Bai Menjing looked nervously at Yiziyu, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Seeing this, Yiziyu sneered.
Ha! What?
Now you're afraid? You had people kill all the beggars outside the city, and when you provoked Bai Ji to find Su Mushi's maid, you didn't seem scared then. He stepped forward and gently lifted Bai Menjing's chin, speaking softly. My good cousin, you just can't learn your lesson, can you? You can't do what I ask, but you end up doing many things I didn't tell you to do. Bai Menjing quickly begged, crying, Cousin, I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. She had already done what she was told to do to Zheng Yi and Morong Tian. She didn't succeed, and she didn't want to. As for today's matter, she simply couldn't swallow her anger. Why was Su Mushi kind-hearted, while she was like a viper? She wanted everyone to know that Su Mushi wasn't a good person either. But Yiziyu chuckled and said, Who said you did wrong? I think my cousin did very well this time. But it could be even better, more interesting. The next morning, the front of the Su family was crowded with curious onlookers. Yiziyu wore a bright red wedding robe and rode a tall, noble horse. Even though he still wore a dark mask on his face, he did not look frightening at this moment because a joyful feeling surrounded him. Did you hear? They say the king of Yong'an is very handsome. He wears a mask, so he won't attract other women. I haven't heard. My uncle saw the real face of the king of Yong'an in the palace the other day. They say he's so handsome that words can't describe him. Really? Even if the king of Yongin is just average-looking, his tall figure is enough to catch attention. If he's handsome, I can't even imagine. So, Miss Su and the king of Yongin are a perfect match. Isn't Miss Su said to be incredibly beautiful? That explains why Miss Su insisted on breaking up with the Marquis of Anyang. No wonder the king of Yongin just came back and wants to marry her. They probably knew each other long ago. The common people were chatting excitedly, but Xie Xian, hidden in the crowd, felt a little sad inside. He just came to see. After today, he thought his feelings for Miss Su should be buried in his heart. Otherwise, it would only cause unnecessary trouble for her. He was a step too late. If he had confessed earlier, he wondered if Miss Su would accept him. But none of that mattered now because time could not be turned back. Not only Xie Xian but Pei Yuan and Qiao Zimo also came, though they kept their distance because they dared not get too close, afraid of being noticed by Su Mushi. Meanwhile, Su Mushi, who had already dressed up, heard Zhongbin run over happily to say that Yi Ziyu had arrived. Her face, like a peach blossom, showed a hint of anticipation. Bai Ji, send the wedding candies and cakes I prepared earlier to the Chihu camp. Today is the day of the prince and my wedding. We should share happiness with the soldiers there. This was her way of winning people's hearts and also the last thing she could do for Yi Ziyu. Bai Ji smiled and said, Miss, don't worry. I arranged everything early. You haven't married yet, but you're already thinking of the prince. If he finds out, he will surely cherish you. Nonsense. Su Mushi pouted playfully, her eyes shining with charm. Even Bai Ji, who was used to seeing Su Mushi without her birthmark, was stunned by her beauty. Miss, you are truly beautiful. Stop talking nonsense. Under everyone's eager gaze, Su Mushi, with her red veil covering her face, slowly walked out supported by Bai Ji. Su Xing crouched in front of Su Mushi. Come up, Dad will carry you into the sedan. Su Mushi stepped forward, leaned on Su Xing's back, and wrapped her arms around his neck. When Su Xing lifted her onto his back, she suddenly felt a lump in her throat and the urge to cry. As a child, she only felt that her father's shoulders were very broad, which made her feel safe. Now, she thought her father's shoulders looked so thin and weak, unable to support her, yet he still carried her step by step forward. Father. She softly called out, and tears unexpectedly slipped from her eyes. Hearing Su Mushi's choked voice, Su Xing also felt his nose sting. Don't cry, Sheer. It's a happy day. Crying isn't good. I'm in the capital. I won't go anywhere. If you miss me, come back often to see me. Next to them, Yi Ziyu saw this and quickly spoke up. Yes, Sheer, we will come back often to visit your father. Su Mushi rested her head on Su Xing's shoulder and softly responded with a Yi Ziyu is not Qiao Zmo, so even after marrying into the prince's residence, she would still often visit her father. But before Su Xing could carry Su Mushi into the sedan, a group of officers rushed over and surrounded them. Leading the group was He Zhengyang, the prefect of Jingzhou, and Zheng Yi, the son of the Minister of Justice. Seeing this, Yi Ziyu stepped forward, shielding Su Mushi and Su Xing behind him. Master He, what do you mean? Several guards, including my Kuan, also stepped forward to protect the Su family. He Zhengyang sighed inwardly. On the day of the Yong and King's wedding, he didn't want trouble, but since the son of the Minister of Justice personally brought people to complain, he had no choice but to respond. No matter how much he explained, Zheng Yi, a spoiled brat, refused to wait another day and insisted on forcing him to handle the case now. He had no choice but to come personally to arrest someone. Yong and King, I mean no harm. I only want to ask Miss Su to come to the government office for questioning. 3 beggars came to report that Miss Su ordered someone to kill a group of beggars in a temple outside the city. It's a matter of life and death, and it's my duty to investigate. Please understand, Your Highness. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding villagers' voices grew louder in discussion. Turns out Su Mushi really did kill someone. Yesterday, I thought it was just a rumor, but it turns out to be true. Beggars are also human. How could Su Muxi kill people recklessly? She even studied medicine. Hearing the nearby gossip, Su Muxi patted Su Xing on the shoulder to signal her to come down. Bai Ji quickly stepped forward to support her and whispered into Su Muxi's ear, briefly explaining what had happened yesterday. Su Muxi understood that everyone was hiding this from her for her own good. She also knew that Mai Kuan had indeed killed many beggars in the abandoned temple. But since Bai Menjing was the one who started this, the matter was not so simple. At the same time, Yiziyu had already confronted Zheng Yi. Lord, he is really diligent. But does Lord he have proof for coming here to take someone? Yiziyu's tone was full of threat. Before He Zhengyang could speak, Zheng Yi spoke first. How could there be no proof? There are 3 witnesses. Those 3 beggars claimed they saw Su Muxi order a guard to kill all the beggars outside the city. If those 3 hadn't hidden behind the Buddha statue, they would have been killed too. He then sarcastically added, Prince Yong'an, I've helped you. Otherwise, if you marry such a wicked woman, you'll regret it later. He wondered what Yiziyu was thinking, wanting to marry someone like Su Muxi, who was ugly and had a malicious mind. As for the rumor that the birthmark on Su Muxi's face had disappeared and she had become as beautiful as a fairy, he didn't believe a word of it. If the birthmark could disappear, it would have done so long ago. Why wait until now? Besides, those were just rumors. Who had actually seen her face without the mark? Su Muxi and Mai Kuan saw the doubt flicker in Zheng Yi's eyes after hearing his words. Kill all the beggars outside the city. This matter definitely had something suspicious about it. Go tell Mai Kuan that whatever the other side says later, don't speak easily, Su Muxi whispered to Bai Ji. Bai Ji didn't understand the reason, but followed her orders. Just then, Zheng Yi urged He Zhengyang to have someone bring the person over. Such a wicked person. Why aren't they taken away for questioning? Lord He, what are you waiting for? Anyone who dares to touch my wife will face my wrath. Step aside if you value your life. Yiziyu coldly shouted, his whole body radiating killing intent. As soon as he spoke, guards from the palace drew their swords. The aura was very intimidating. The officials had never seen such a scene and hesitated, afraid to move forward. Seeing this, Zheng Yi took a step back before speaking. Prince Yong'an, what do you mean? This is the capital city under the emperor's rule. Justice must be upheld here. Su Muxi killing innocent beggars is unforgivable. Are you trying to protect her?
阻碍官府扎人审案，把法律放在哪里？还是说永安王根本没有把法律放在眼里，完全无视皇上的命令？说完，他又看向一旁的苏木兮。哼，说别人心肠狠毒，结果自己却像蛇蝎一样。莹莹受到的委屈，她今天一定要向苏木兮讨个公道。叶泽宇眼中血红，杀意浓烈，伸手准备夺过身旁侍卫的刀，却被一只温柔的小手拉住。没事的，贺大人也是职责所在，我去看看就好，清者自清，我相信贺大人一定会给我一个公道的。声音温柔，暂时平息了叶泽宇心中的杀意。接着，苏木兮当着众人的面，扯下了头上的红盖头，绝美的容颜展现在众人面前。好漂亮，像仙女一样吧？没想到苏木兮去掉胎记后，变得如此美丽。原本还很嚣张的正义，看见苏木兮的容貌后，也露出迷恋的神色。之前对苏木兮的偏见，此刻全部消失。如此美人，怎么可能会杀人呢？但他现在陷入两难，因为人是他带去的官府，贺征阳也是他逼着来的。刚刚还说苏木兮杀人，那个也许这里面有误会。苏小姐跟着贺大人去官府看看也好。正义的声音不再强势和嚣张，变得温柔又小心。他的眼睛一直盯着苏木兮那美丽的脸，不自觉地吞咽口水，脸颊也渐渐变红。叶泽宇看着正义那垂涎的样子，恨不得把他的眼睛挖出来。但苏木兮拉了拉叶泽宇的手，微笑着看他，然后转头对正义说，眼中带着笑意，语气淡淡，既然如此，就依郑公子的意思，去官府看看吧。 正义听到苏木西叫他郑公子，心里一阵激动，连连点头，是，去官府看看，去官府看看。从一开始要带人去审问，到现在变成去官府看一看。周围的百姓们并没有觉得哪里不对，但苏木西心中暗笑，呵，人们还真喜欢只看表面。如果长得漂亮就可以为所欲为，那他和叶泽宇是不是也可以真的无视法律呢？
Su Mushi sat in a bright red sedan chair, carried away to the Jingzhou government office. Yi Ziyu rode a tall horse, full of fierce energy, walking behind the sedan. A group of guards with knives protected both sides. This scene was so grand that even centenarians had never seen anything like it. Who ever saw a wedding procession go to the government office on the wedding day? The stories about Su Mushi's actions and her beauty spread quickly through the streets of the capital. Before Su Mushi and her group reached the Jingzhou government office, the entrance was already crowded with curious townspeople. When Su Mushi got out of the sedan, everyone gasped in surprise. Rumors are just rumors. Nothing compares to seeing her with your own eyes. She is beautiful. Truly very beautiful. Yi Ziyu held Su Mushi's hand and strode confidently toward the office. The wall blocked the crowd's view, but the people didn't leave immediately. They listened carefully to what was happening inside. People said Su Mushi harmed innocent beggars, but no one knew if it was true. Inside the office, He Xingyang wiped his sweat and prepared to handle the case, but soon, many people arrived. The second prince, Yi Ziyue, the third prince, Yi Ziming, Lord Qiao Shuyuan of Anyang, his son Qiao Zimo, Pei Yuan, son of the Minister of Revenue, Xie Qi, the Grand Supervisor, and his son Xie Xian, and the sixth prince of Beiyan, Morong Tian. What was once a large courtroom suddenly became crowded with all these visitors. Why did so many people come just for Su Mushi? They said they came to watch the trial, but each had their own thoughts. If this case wasn't handled well, he might lose his official position. Xie Qi had long thought that Su Mushi looked similar to Miss Yun. After hearing Xie Xian say that Su Mushi's birthmark had disappeared, he guessed she must now resemble Miss Yun very much. He didn't expect them to look so alike. When he first saw Su Mushi, he thought the person in front of him was Miss Yun herself. But a closer look revealed their differences. Miss Yun was gentle like water, while Su Mushi had a hint of strength and bravery. It's not surprising that there are people who look alike in this vast world. Like Xie Qi, Qiao Shuyuan also felt as if he saw someone else when he first looked at Su Mushi. His hands trembled uncontrollably, and he had an urge to hold her in his arms.
Ying'er.
Qiao Zimo had been staring at Su Mushi intently, but when he heard Qiao Shuyuan's whisper, he turned his head in confusion.
Father, what did you say?
Jiao Shuyuan snapped out of his thoughts, a look of emotion on his face. He said softly, "It's nothing. I just didn't expect the birthmark on Shier's face to be removed. Now seeing her so beautiful, I feel happy for her." Jiao Zimo didn't doubt him and thought that his father was just calling Shier by mistake, so he didn't think much of it. Seeing Su Mushi dressed in a bright red wedding gown, Jiao Zimo felt a bitter taste in his heart. 3 years ago, Su Mushi probably wore the same kind of dress when they got married. Unfortunately, at that time, he was unwilling and didn't even look at Su Mushi, nor did he notice her clothes and makeup. Now, he barely remembered their wedding day. He only recalled that night, during the toast, Su Mushi asked someone to replace the wine with tea. "The young master is unwell, so we will drink tea instead of wine," she said. Su Mushi was clearly caring for him, but he thought she was secretly mocking him for being useless. He took the wine pot and drank a whole pot alone, refusing to toast with her. Now he wanted to drink again, but there was no chance. Xie Xian and Pei Yuan also stared at Su Mushi intently, exchanging a glance and then coldly turning their faces away. Murong Tian saw Su Mushi's face again, and a fiery desire ignited in his lower abdomen. Last night he tried again but still failed. The doctor accompanying the envoy checked him and said everything was normal, with no issues. So, the reason he suddenly couldn't perform must be because of Su Mushi. As long as he could subdue Su Mushi, he would surely regain his strength. But Yiziyu was watching closely, and now that they were in Chi's territory, he couldn't do anything. The only thing he could do was wait. When he returned to Beiyan, and when he had someone make the big cannon Zhang Tong mentioned, he would definitely conquer Chi and take Su Mushi back. Watching the crowd gather, Yize Rue was surprised when he saw Su Mushi's face. He had heard that Su Mushi had become more beautiful, but he didn't expect her to look so extraordinary. He glanced at Yize beside Su Mushi.
Huh?
They really are a perfect match. He wondered how his good older brother would react after Su Mushi was imprisoned. Would he cause a fuss in court, or stay with her and go to jail together? It would be even more interesting if he killed everyone involved. Yi Zaiming stared wide-eyed at Su Mushi in disbelief for a long time before asking, "Are you the eldest sister-in-law?" On a day of great happiness, encountering such an incident made Su Mushi feel very upset. However, seeing Yi Ziming acting so foolish, she couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Is it me?
What?
Don't recognize me anymore?" This laugh was like a burst of flowers blooming, leaving everyone stunned for a long time. But Yi Ziming took a few steps back in fear. "Big sister-in-law, don't smile at me. I can't take it." Unconsciously, he said what was on his mind, then immediately felt a murderous gaze directed at him. He looked over and saw Yiziyu glaring at him. "Brother, don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. I just think big sister-in-law is so beautiful, and she and brother are a perfect match, a match made in heaven." After saying this, he cleared his throat and looked at He Jingyang, who was sitting on the main seat. "Lord He, hurry up and review the case. My sister-in-law must be innocent. Finish the investigation quickly. I still want to go to the Yeoman Prince's residence to attend the wedding feast." Hearing this, He Jingyang quickly forced a smile. "Third young master, you're right. Really, none of these people cared about the case. They were all here just to see Su Mushi. Poor him, the Jingzhao Yin, had to bear such great pressure to handle this case." The wooden clapper on the table was gently tapped, signaling the court to begin. Then, 3 ragged beggars were brought in by the guards. The 3 beggars consisted of 1 man and 2 women. The man looked to be nearly 60, hunched over and walking with difficulty, coughing after just a few steps. With one glance, Su Mushi immediately judged that he was suffering from tuberculosis. The other 2 were young girls. One looked just over 10 years old, and the other seemed only 7 or 8. Both were small and thin, with yellowed hair, clearly having long been malnourished. After they arrived at the hall, they knelt tremblingly on the ground and bowed to He Jingyang. He Jingyang asked in a serious tone, "What grievances do you 3 have? Tell me in detail." The old man bowed deeply to He Jingyang, coughed twice, then slowly spoke. "Your Honor, a few days ago, Miss Su Mushi from the Su family cough, suddenly burst into the ruined temple outside the city with her guards, cough, without any reason, and killed all the beggars inside. We 3 hid behind a Buddha statue and were lucky to survive. Cough. We asked the court to seek justice for the beggars outside the city, cough, to severely punish the culprit and give us beggars justice. Cough. Although beggars sometimes lived worse than animals, they were still real people. If Su Mushi truly had killed so many beggars without reason, the law of the country could not tolerate it." He Jingyang saw that Su Mushi looked calm and believed she was innocent this time. He knew that in court, evidence was important, and judgments couldn't be based on personal opinions alone. He then asked the beggars below, "Miss Su has no grudges with these beggars. Why did she suddenly attack the beggars outside the city? Be honest with us. If you dare to lie, you'll face harsh punishment." The 3 beggars, hearing this, were so frightened they knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing, saying they dared not lie. One of the older-looking girls among them spoke, "Sir, I know why. I have a friend named Xiao Chao. Her mother was sick and went into the city to find Miss Su Mushi, hoping she could cure her. But Miss Su's medical skills were not good, and she ended up killing the woman. We all watched from an abandoned temple. I think Miss Su didn't want us to spread the news about her poor medical skills, so she ordered the beggars outside the city to be killed. The townspeople nearby, who had sharp ears, repeated the conversation they overheard from the official's office. Some people looked surprised when they heard this. I know about this. A few days ago, a young beggar asked Miss Sumushi to help her mother outside the city. It must be about this matter. So, does that mean Miss Sumushi really killed someone? And for such a ridiculous reason? Beggars are also people. How can you just kill them? I always thought Miss Sumushi is only in her early 20s, and her medical skills can't be better than those of the imperial doctors. It seems she's just pretending to be skilled, spreading her reputation by hiring others. Many people sympathized with the weak. After hearing the beggar's story, most believed that Sumushi was guilty of murder. Plus, by Menjing's people stirred up the crowd, gradually inciting public anger. If Sumushi truly married into the Yeoman prince's residence and became a princess, she would be part of the royal family. In her eyes, ordinary people like them might be no different from beggars. If she could kill innocent beggars, she might also kill innocent civilians in the future. Therefore, they believed Sumushi must be severely punished. Otherwise, where was the law? Kill her and pay with her life. Kill Miss Sumushi. Someone in the crowd shouted this loudly. The crowd became excited and started shouting in unison. He Jingyang frowned and said, "Everyone, be quiet. What kind of manners is this outside the government office?" After the crowd quieted down, he looked at Sumushi. "Miss Su, what do you have to say about these two beggars?" Sumushi first bowed to He Jingyang, then slowly spoke. "Lord He, may I ask them a few questions first?" He Jingyang nodded, of course. After thanking him, Sumushi turned to the three beggars kneeling on the ground. "You said the beggars outside the city died 2 days ago. Did you report the case then?" The three remained kneeling, heads lowered. The older girl said quietly, "No, we only reported it this morning." "Why didn't you report it earlier?"
Because
we knew Miss Su has King Yongin as a supporter, and we didn't dare come forward." "Then why are you brave enough now?" Hearing this question, Zheng Yi's face warmed, and he interrupted, I just met them this morning. They were crying and shouting for help, saying they were wronged. The two young girls even said they wanted to work for my Zheng family. I felt sorry for them and decided to bring them to report the case. Actually, it was Bai Menjing who first felt sorry for these beggars when she saw them this morning. But for some reason, Zheng Yi didn't want to mention Bai Menjing in front of Sumushi, feeling inexplicably guilty. Sumushi looked at Zheng Yi and said, "Young Master Zheng, you truly are quick to hate evil and kind-hearted." Zheng Yi felt his cheeks flush even more at her words. He hurried to explain, "Miss Su, I mean no disrespect. I trust your character. You surely did not kill anyone. These beggars are lying." Sumushi only smiled silently and looked again at the three beggars. "So, you only found young Master Zheng this morning for help, is that right?" The three nodded together. Sumushi then asked, "Did anyone else help you before?" They shook their heads. "That's strange. So many beggars outside the city died. Now it's hot, and 2 days have passed. Why didn't anyone notice or report earlier?" The old man replied, "We buried the bodies, so no one noticed." "Did anyone help you bury them?"
no.
Hearing this, Yiziu secretly felt something was wrong. Sure enough, Sumushi then turned to He Jingyang and said, "Lord He, this old man has tuberculosis, and the two young girls look pale and thin. I don't believe that just the three of them could bury all the bodies of the beggars outside the city. So, they are lying. According to Qi state law, if the accused can prove their innocence, they can leave free. This case is closed." What does Lord He think? Yezirue is really growing more fond of Sumushi. Even now, he remains so clear-headed. He realizes he was careless before. But today's scene was worth watching. Interesting. The three beggars, recalling Bai Menjing's words, hurriedly changed their story. The bodies were buried with the help of a few strong men passing by. Sumushi coldly said, "I asked earlier, and you said no one helped you. Cough, cough, cough. I was wrong. I was too nervous and didn't remember at the time, cough, cough." The old beggar finished speaking and started coughing violently, spitting out a mouthful of blood, frightening the two young girls. The older girl finally looked up and said seriously to He Jingyang, "We didn't lie. Su Mushi really had many people killed." She recounted the incident from a few days ago when Su Mushi and Mai Kun entered the ruined temple and committed the murders. This time, she told the truth, but Su Mushi scoffed at it.
Ha!
Lord He, this little beggar's words are so inconsistent. Now she claims I was the one who did it days ago. Lord He has handled many cases. Do you believe what she says? As long as she insists it didn't happen, she can go free. After all, a person who changes their story can't be trusted as a witness. Mai Kun secretly sighed in relief and admired Su Mushi even more. No wonder she is his princess. As clever as her husband. The girl, full of anger, looked at Su Mushi, but froze in place when she saw her expression.
Who are you?
Su Mushi chuckled. What? You keep saying I ordered people to kill all the beggars outside the city, but you don't recognize me? He Jingyang, seeing this, loudly struck the wooden block. You reckless rebel. Accusing good people. Each of you will be whipped 20 times. The silent young girl burst into tears and pleaded, "Please, sir. We had no choice. A noble person told us to say that. If we didn't follow her orders, she said she would cut us up and use us as fertilizer. Please have mercy." Su Mushi already guessed who the noble person the girl mentioned was. A rare flicker of killing intent rose in her heart. By Menjiang, you really are relentless. Yeziyu stepped beside Su Mushi, gripping her gentle hand firmly. Softly, he said, "Sierra, she won't be able to enjoy her pride for long." Su Mushi knew exactly who he was referring to when he said she. Looking into Yeziyu's tender eyes, she smiled slightly. "Yes, I believe you." She believes that Yeziyu will seek justice for her and will protect her well. He Jingyang, after hearing the little beggar's words, roughly guessed who the noble person was. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead again, and he secretly cursed himself. What kind of trouble is this? If you want to fight, then fight. Why make things difficult for him? Although He Jingyang wanted to settle this matter directly, he had to ask, "Who is the noble person you mentioned that I don't know?" That noble person wore a hood. "I only know she is a woman." The little girl had already explained everything, and the older girl no longer kept secrets. 2 days ago, we were sleeping in a broken temple when suddenly a group of people in black clothes broke in. Without saying a word, they started killing. The Buddha statue was empty inside. My grandfather, my sister, and I hid inside. But, in the end, we were discovered. We thought those people would also kill us, but the noble person wearing a hood said we are protected by Buddha and asked them to spare our lives. However, she told us to say that all this was caused by Su Mushi. The noble person said she is very powerful and can see everything. If we don't follow her instructions, she will find out. Then she said she would cut us into fertilizer. We stayed in the broken temple, waiting for someone to ask about this. Unexpectedly, last night, a man in black came and told us to go into the city this morning, wait on Fengyang Street, and speak out our grievances against a young man dressed in green with a crown on his head. Sir, we were also threatened and didn't mean to slander Miss Su. Please have mercy. The girl spoke sincerely and pitifully, but Su Mushi knew she was hiding something and hadn't told the full truth. Although she was a beggar, she was clever, and that was probably why they managed to survive. But none of that mattered now. She didn't want to investigate further because even if she did, she wouldn't get any results. After all, she was a princess. Lord He, now that my innocence has been cleared, may I return to marry? After all, it's an imperial decree, set for today. Su Mushi smiled and spoke. He Jingyang hurriedly said, "Of course. Of course." Then, ignoring the situation, he cupped his fists and bowed to Yeziyu and Su Mushi. Though his gesture was apologetic, he said, "I wish His Royal Highness Wang and Miss Su a happy marriage and a lifetime of happiness." Yeziyu raised an eyebrow. "Then I accept Lord He's good wishes." After saying this, he suddenly reached out and carried Su Mushi horizontally in his arms. Su Mushi instinctively wrapped her arms around Yizuyu's neck and whispered in surprise, "What are you doing?" Yizuyu looked around coldly, then rested his forehead on hers. "Hold on tightly, so no one tries to take my bride away." Su Mushi's face turned red as she leaned her head on Yizuyu's shoulder, looking obedient and gentle. Several men present saw this and clenched their fists tightly. Some were jealous, while others felt resentful. Just as Yizuyu was about to leave the hall with Su Mushi in his arms, the older girl spoke again. "Miss Su, Prince Yongin, please, we beg you to save us. We told the truth, and that noble person will surely kill us. Please take us away. We're willing to be servants, oxen, or horses. Please, we beg you." They knocked their heads loudly, showing sincere pleading. The old man and another young girl also followed suit. In a moment, all three had blood on their heads, but Su Mushi's heart remained unmoved. She was no longer the same Su Mushi as before. "If you had come to me from the start, it would have been better," she said calmly. Yizuyu, hearing this, kissed her forehead silently to comfort her and then stepped away without hesitation. The older girl saw this and hurriedly shouted to Su Mushi, "Miss Su, everyone outside says you are kind-hearted. Do you really want to watch us die?" Feeling Yizuyu's anger, Su Mushi softly said, "Ignore them. Let's hurry and get married." Hearing this, Yizuyu quickened his pace. The girl, seeing no hope of entering the Prince Yong'an's residence, turned her head and looked at Hijingyang. Although wearing a hood, she recognized his voice. He was the nobleman who was with young Master Zheng this morning. Hearing this, Su Mushi stopped listening. The girl had indeed been hiding something, but now it was too late to say anything. People usually sit in a sedan for their wedding, but Su Mushi was carried by Yizuyu on horseback. Most importantly, the bride did not wear a red veil. Everywhere they passed attracted many eyes. But the two on horseback could only feel each other. First bow to heaven and earth. Second bow to the elders.
Couples bow.
Send her into the bridal chamber. The Empress Dowager couldn't leave the palace, so she specially sent Gao Mama to come. After the old woman finished her last words, Yizuyu finally felt at ease. "Sheer, you are finally my wife." Yizuyu held Su Mushi's hand with deep affection, and a faint mist seemed to appear in his eyes. Su Mushi also felt her nose turn sour. She tightened her grip on Yizuyu's large hand. From now on, if Yizuyu never leaves her side, whether they are rich or poor, successful or fallen, she will stand with him without hesitation. Meanwhile, the incident of Princess Changle killing a beggar quietly spread. Princess Changle is just blaming others first. No, she's framing someone. That little beggar is full of lies. We can't believe her words. Exactly. How can we be sure it was Princess Changle just by her voice? Outside the government office, the common people were talking loudly. Many of them were people arranged by Menjing earlier, defending her. Just when many believed Menjing was innocent, a male voice suddenly sounded. "Don't forget, yesterday these three beggars didn't come to complain at the government office, but Princess Changle and Miss Bai already knew about the beggars being killed outside the city, and they even said it was Miss Su who did it. If Princess Changle isn't clairvoyant, she must have known everything. So what do you think is going on?" Some words were pointed and clear, and clever people soon guessed the truth. In no time, the public opinion shifted. Seeing this, the man smiled slightly and slowly left the crowd. The prince was indeed wise and brave, knowing that Princess Changle would send people to stir trouble outside. But the fire wasn't started by his wife, so it couldn't harm her. He Jinyang knew deep down that what the little beggars said last must be true. But the second prince was still there, and Bai Menjing was officially made a princess by the emperor. He really didn't dare to arrest and question them. In the end, he could only say there wasn't enough evidence and had the three beggars locked up. If Bai Menjing truly wanted to harm them, keeping them in jail was also a kind of protection. Unexpectedly, the next morning, the three of them hanged themselves in the prison. He Xinyang looked at the three dead bodies and felt a strange, indescribable feeling.
Ha!